There is no weather. We pick certain times of the year, certain times of the day to reduce these factors to very little. The idea of very little compared to, very heavy, I mean, they use something called standard refraction. There's nothing like this standard anything in real science. You don't just go, well, you have to include 65 degrees because that's standard temperature. Like, what? Yeah, like you set the thermostat to 68, that's standard temperature, 68 to 72. So we have to include that. It's like, no, you don't. And when you take certain things that are an average, like temperature's an average, you can't just throw it in there for fun. Scientifically, that's garbage. It's garbage.
Well, yeah, and asserting something is a straight line without proving it is garbage too. Asserting my line is straight doesn't make it straight. You need to
But
make a square.
but matching your eye to your water to your laser is now three different things. That's three things looking to verify it. It's not just the light. It's your own eyesight, and it's paralleling the water, which we're, yes, assuming is flat, but this is why we chose in that location.
What?
Well,
This just doesn't
your
even make any
bending of
sense.
the earth, your bending of water, and your bending of the earth are different conditions than the bending of your light. It's for different reasons. So why do they match at all distances? Why would your curvature of light happen to match the curvature of the earth when it's for completely different reasons that it's curving? And you get the same effect at 10 miles, 20 miles, and 30 miles. It's not bending any more. It's not bending any less. Plus, you can do it when it's hot, when it's cold, and it doesn't bend any more or any less like they're claiming it does.
It's not just 30 miles. Mount Conahoe was 255 miles.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Please continue.
The simple complexity of a distant sunrise or sunset does say a lot. So is line of sight valuable? Is there such a thing? And I believe that we see real sunset, not a refracted sunset. And I don't think it's 3 miles away. And I don't need refraction for that.
Are you done, bro? I don't want to interrupt you.
Go for it.
All right. I'm just going to turn my headphones off. All right, cool. So if there was refraction happening up to 255 miles where the light is bending around the curvature of the Earth at the same rate as the curve of the Earth, so roughly 8 inches per mile squared, so that we could see Mount Conahoe, if that's happening, then the sunset and sunrise time would vary greatly throughout the day. Throughout the year at the set times. But they freak out when the day is a little bit short by a couple of, 1.21 milliseconds or something like that. They say that's like a new record. So if this
Yeah.
was happening to where the sun is setting and it's refracting around the curve and it's still daylight because the sun is already set to the city to the south and to the city to the north, it's dark. But the city in between those two, what if there's above standard refraction? Then that city could still be lit up, even though the city directly south of it, the city directly north of it, would be in darkness. Now, if this is happening, you wouldn't have a Terminator line, you would have a Terminator zigzag line, and you would have sunset times that vary greatly and not predictable. So I don't think that you believe that this isn't happening. I think we know it's not happening.
Terminator zigzag line. What do you mean?
Does refraction happen?
Sure.
Okay. Does this cause light to bend around the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay. Does the sun put out light?
Yep.
Can you still see the sunlight after it sets if it's refracted?
Yeah, but I mean that's like known that the sun pauses on the horizon, deviates from the 15 degree per hour value.
Yeah, but I'm talking about above standard refraction. Then that means that you would have sunsets and sunrises that vary wildly. Because if light can refract 250 miles, that's like from Texarkana to Dallas. Like that is a huge, probably more.
Wait, well, what type of refraction are you talking about?
Your
Oh, I
super
see.
parabolic
You're
refraction. There you go.
associating this with Canagoo. You're assuming that light is refracting exactly with the curvature of the Earth, which allows us to see Canagoo, and that would be the problem, right?
Now the problem would be if this kind of refraction actually was happening, that the sunset and sunrise time wouldn't be predictable throughout the year.
Yeah, but it doesn't bend like that.
Oh,
I mean,
so it bends.
Canagoo. If the light from Canagoo that reaches our eye at that 260 whatever mile or kilometer, whatever that is, we would be able to see the base of Canagoo, which we can't see.
But we can see the top, and we shouldn't be able to see that at all.
No, it does. It works out in the calculator. It works out that it can be seen. I think with standard refraction.
So you're saying we should be able to see Canagoo from 255 miles?
Yeah, from a high elevation. Yes.
With refraction.
Yeah, standard.
Okay, so if standard refraction is happening, then a city to the south that's way lower than standard refraction and a city to the north with way lower than standard refraction, if there's above normal refraction in your city, then you could call someone up there and be like, hey, is the sunset? Yeah, it's completely dark. But you would still see sunlight. You would still be able to see the sun because above standard refraction would cause it to refract more, right?
If they were on the exact same longitude line, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
On the summer solstice, I would think that if you had 3 observers scattered out down a longitude line, that if one was experiencing above average refraction, that his sunset would last longer than the other 2.
Exactly, but we don't see that. We
Well,
don't
I
see a
don't know.
Terminator zigzag line.
I don't know if we do or not, but it wouldn't be much though, Larry. It wouldn't cause what we call an observable zigzag.
Is 255 miles not much to you?
What does that mean?
Well, if it's refracting and allowing you to see the top of the mountain at 255 miles, then there would certainly be days to where this refraction was more or less. And if that was happening, more or less refraction, you would have varying sunset times.
Not by much though.
250 miles isn't much.
No, we're talking about the amount of time that the sun would be poised above the horizon.
Yeah, he's talking about time, not distance.
I'm talking about both time and distance.
Yeah, regardless. I mean, if you were on if all 3 were on a 10,000 foot peak and the horizon was that far away from them, it would just be a little variation in when the sun set.
I don't think it would be a little variation. I think it'd be a lot because you guys are claiming that, instead of things just converging and stooping and looming, you guys are claiming like this super looming refraction where we can see around the curve is happening. And if that's happening, light would be bending around the curve and it would cause the sunset time and the length of the day and night to vary drastically. 250 miles?
I wouldn't say drastically. I would say a little bit. That's what I would say.
So the light refracts a little bit, not drastically.
Well, I would think it would take drastic refraction to make the sunset above the horizon a little bit longer.
Well, that's what you guys are claiming is happening. This super, parabolic refraction where it goes around the Earth. That's your claim.
I don't.
Back into view in its entirety. Both the sun and the cities and the islands, everything's picking itself up, bringing it back to you. Everything. Bullshit.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm done. Somebody can pick up where I left off or change the subject.
Well, that was interesting. I like that.
Good job,
talk.
Larry.
Yeah, it's a good point, Larry. Yeah, if they're claiming that the sun and the mountain and everything is refracting, that would change sunsets. That would change daylight times. It would actually change the whole sky. The whole sky would have to warp and change position because the sun is in a particular position in the zodiac, meaning amongst the fixed stars. So if the sun's at 23 degrees of Aries or 14 degrees Gemini, whatever sign it's in its 360 degree zodiacal circle, in the 360 degree circle, then for what they're claiming to be happening, it would have to move. It would have to go from 14 degrees of Gemini up to 19 degrees, or it would go from 14 down to 9. You know what I mean? It would actually change its entire position, which would throw the entire sky clock off. It would throw all of the timing off. So it is a major flaw in their claim of refraction.
But see, the refraction claims that I've heard, and just talking about, what we discussed, I'm thinking it's like terms of like a half a degree, not multiple degrees, as far as, altering what you see. Like that would be like the sun would maybe wiggle a little rather than displace. You know what I'm saying?
Fact is that your sunrise or sunset shouldn't be over 5 or 10 miles away when you're down at the beach. So the angle is now 0. There is no visible object any longer. And that's really close to you, really fast. McDonald's close, I like to call it.
Is Jeremy still here? All right, well, continue.
So what's happening to light and sight during this time difference between when your sunset happened locally, geometrically, geographically, and then suddenly the looming starts? So it never went away to you, yet it has to come back into view if it's looming. So there's something drastically wrong by hundreds of miles. And the fact that the sun is...
I don't understand what you mean, come back to you. What do you mean?
Well, your sunrise or sunset geographically is very close.
Well, the horizon's close, yes.
So it's going to be entirely out of sight before you're 5 or 10 miles away. About 5 kilometers, right? Entirely out of sight.
I'm not following
right?
that logic.
Well, my boat is, right?
As the boat moves away from you, but the sun is not like a boat that goes over the horizon. The sun's way the fuck out there.
Doesn't matter. The angle has been reduced to 0 when it's out of sight. So there's nothing to see, no matter how bright it is, no matter how big it is, no matter what color it is or what distance it is. It's out of sight mathematically based on your description of the globe.
What if the horizon's below level, though? Well, I mean, what if horizontal's below level and now you have a negative angle? It's a little less than 0? What did you want to know?
To be what if. Pretty big what if.
I got a what if. If the sun goes down, would that cause a temperature inversion?
It should. A temperature change should affect the light based on their description of refraction.
And what I understand is like sun up and early in the morning and dusk to sundown is the worst refraction of the day potentially.
So that would definitely alter the terminator line, cause it to zigzag.
I don't know how you would observe that though. You know, I mean, if you just think about it, I mean, the only way to observe the terminator line is to get up in space. You know, if you wanted to see it as a line. You know.
No, I used to have girlfriends on each side of town when I was younger and single, and I'd call one girl and it'd be thunderstorming like crazy. And then I'd get off the phone with her and I'd call the other girl. You know, this is before I was married. I was just dating. And it'd be thunderstorming over there too. But where I was at, it wouldn't be thunderstorming. I'd be like, what the hell is going on? To the east and to the west, it's raining. But there's a little pocket right where I live where there's no rain. And it was all the damn time that would happen when
Right.
I'd be talking to girls. So wouldn't the sun do the same thing if there's this crazy refraction going on?
What? I'm having trouble associating those two circumstances.
That was a little weird.
Yeah, I'm saying if there's different atmospheric conditions in different places, you would have different results. That's my argument.
Yeah. And it's stationary.
No, were you trying to holler at me earlier?
Yeah, he was, but I think he's deafened right now, so maybe he stepped away.
Dan, I gave you $1 zillion trillion and you said laser test, bro. Come on, man. Use your head, Dan. What could we do to definitively show if the water's curving or not?
I wouldn't concentrate on that. I think that's obvious. I would definitely be looking at showing buildings sticking out in different directions, or run vertical drones and see if they spread in distance.
There's
Run
like,
two drones a couple of miles apart, have them both go straight up 90 degrees and see if they spread in distance.
you're gonna measure if plumb lines are parallel. That's what you're gonna do?
Why not?
Oh, I like that. I like the plumb line thing. Yeah.
It seems doable. And we have to do things within reason financially. Hey, speaking of which, why
I
the
gave you
fuck
$1 zillion
hasn't anyone
trillion
taken
dollars.
why hasn't anyone yet? I mean, my argument, we haven't yet taken two boats in two directions around Antarctica. You know, we don't have to get close. We just have to go as far as we can, go in opposite directions and meet. And
Then
we
what?
haven't even done that
Then what?
yet.
Hold on. Then what?
And time it, and yeah, pretty much just time it and track the speed, right, to determine the distance.
And the directions. Are we on the inside circle or the outside of a circle when we're doing that?
You could just go down to McMurdo in December and watch the sun.
Theoretically, you're right.
Jeremy, you give me that $1 gazillion. I'm gonna take some rebar and some
Rebar?
some rebar and some lightweight concrete and put a tarp. I don't know. Maybe there's some sort of like very lightweight concrete, like something like concrete, but extremely strong. And I'll hopefully it floats on water, right? I'll plaster over a lake, and then I'll pick up the plaster once it solidifies. I'll flip it on it. I'll flip it upside down and see if it's a bowl. I'll pour some water in it,
You're
see if it all
almost on
gathers
the
in the
right
center.
track. You're almost on the right track. That was an idea we were
Right.
kicking around the office a while ago, where we would take a mold of the water. You take a mold of the surface of the water and then just flip it on its side, right? Because we can make a straight line. If you only have to worry about left or right, we can make a straight line for miles easy, no problem. So if you take the mold of the water, flip it on its side, you measure, put it up to the straight line we snap, then it would be easy to tell. Easy, super duper easy to tell if the shit was curving or not. Like you wouldn't even have to take a mold very far of the water. I'm thinking like 100 meters, maybe. Whatever would get you like a millimeter. Because you can snap a line left to right. If you're only worried about left to right, you can snap a line easy.
Sure. Yeah. Left or
You
right's
were on the
way
right
easier than
track
up
though.
and down.
Yeah, you were on the right track. The shit you said was a little crazy, but you were close.
Yeah. I was trying to be crazy, But if you could,
No doubt. Get crazy. I like it.
let's
I like where your head's at.
take a mold of the surface of the world's largest lake, flip it upside down, and pour some water in it, and see if it's a bowl.
They said earth curve's no different than a yardstick, basically. Because I kept asking for the earth curve stencil so we could do that, but they won't give me one. That's what the earth curve stencil was for, so you could line it up against anything, turn it around, eat your Cheerios out of it, whatever you want, really. But they wouldn't make me one. They still won't.
Bundy's idea is actually really a good idea. You could have some sort of material that's liquid that floats on top of water and then hardens. And then all you would have to do is take that and flip it upside down, and it should be a bowl. That's actually a pretty good idea.
The only issue, with it, well, one of the issues with it is that once you flip it upside down, it's gonna give in under its own weight and try to flatten because it's just not going to be able to support
shit
the
around.
weight.
There's nothing that's 100% rigid. We did kick around though. There's this thing called memory metal. I priced it out. It was like $8 or $11 million for the length we needed, and I don't even know if it would work or not. But it's like this metal where you can form into a shape, and then you can mush it all up. But then if you get it like hot or cold, it snaps back into the shape. So I was thinking of using that, doing 100 meters. Molding it to the surface of water at 100 meters, and then flipping that on its side, and then snapping a line and comparing it against that.
What about a cube that floats? An actual cube that's really sharp edge, sharp corner, sharp ass cube, like a crystal sharp, but a material that floats on water. Make sure it's super sharp. And if the four bottom corners that you set it against any base on, touch and match along it, it cannot be a sphere. It's impossible.
I'll tell you guys, DMOX already had, in my opinion, like the best idea out there. I don't know if these types of nodes actually exist, but you need to equip them with some sort of like gyroscopic stabilizers. But you just get a bunch of these like nodes that are receivers and transmitters of signal that can identify the location of other nodes within their like range of detection, and you just throw a fucking like butt ton of these out into the water, and then have some sort of software that maps out all of their locations in relation to each other. If they could like send out those signals and identify each other's locations next to each other, and just map that out and see if they're
just
all
to each other,
planar.
And you would get the picture of what they are exactly.
Yeah. It's similar to those nodes that they'll strap to like a full body suit for like motion capture on video games, right? And then you can take that data and put another skin over it. You know how the video game motion capture.
Same thing they use for a curve ball, or when you go bowling for the ball or anything, or a bird, anything.
The difference with those is that they have like a room that you do the motion tracking in, and there's like a room with four corners, and like there's like these like sort of detectors in each corner of the room, and they like map the location of these nodes in relation to the four corners of the room. We need to flip that inside out so that each node can tell its own position in relation to the other nodes. and not need like a giant box to do this all inside of.
You'd code it. You'd have to code it to do that, basically, like someone like Kosho, where just each one knows where each position is from each other, and that's all you really need. And then it needs to pop up on the screen. So as soon as their position can pop up on a screen, the screen will be your designated like design pattern of what you're going to do with it. If you draw a straight line across the screen, that's your straight line. That'll be your perfect straight line that you go with. And then the dots will just do accordingly. They'll do what they do. And if they follow that straight line to a certain amount, a certain height and depth, and they don't go any different than that, they don't deviate from that, you're on a flat plane. But if they deviate from that line, you can put the line at the top of the fucking, at the monitor that you're using, or the little whatever you're using for the face of it. You can put it real close up to the top. That way you can see if it deviates and makes a sphere back to it. You know what I mean? You can see if it even tries to make a sphere. Yeah.
Have you guys seen these like 50,000 unit drone shows that are like so incredibly coordinated?
Yep.
Yeah, those things are freaking wild. I would have never expected them to pull off like the resolution and like the perfection of performance that they do. It's crazy how, like, I know it's running on a program, like a pre-programmed like flight plan, and no one's like controlling it by hand. And it's just crazy that you just lay them all out on like a football field, 1 foot apart from each other, and that's all it needs, just to start off together like that. And I don't know if it understands how to adjust for wind, or if like sometimes they go out of sync based on like some wind, or I don't know, something happens and it messes the whole thing up. But the ones I've seen, it doesn't seem like that's an issue. There's some advanced technology out there, and I think what we need as far as technology goes, it already exists. I don't think we need to really invent anything that isn't already out there somewhere.
Yeah, we got sonars that map out the bottom of the ocean, and the abyssal plains make up more than 50% of the Earth's surface. And also, they got drones that scan terrain. If we could get one of them drones over the frozen lakes, or just a liquid lake,
Sonogram.
echo location. So this drone would fly from point A to point B, and it lands in a boat, gets a new battery, goes up and maps from point B to point C, et cetera, et cetera. And you take that information, it should tell you if it's deviating, and all you would have to do is kind of go fly a little low. That way you're not flying too high. But yeah, there's drones that map out terrain.
There's also birds and fish that they put these things in where they track them. So the government already knows the design format pattern that these animals, like if they go thousands of miles, they already know whether they're fucking dropping down from a curved area or not. They already know. Especially the birds, they go around like from one side of the planet supposedly to the next, or fly this area or that area for the winter or the summer. Like they know the pattern 100 million%. If they had a flat screen or a ball, and the ball showed you the screen was the screen, they could show you the pattern of the birds. We need a 360 TV, a ball fucking TV, a globe TV, a globe screen, a globe monitor. Track the birds around and stuff.
It still seems to me that level flight at low height over water proves it, that the water's level.
7 miles of water proves it to me. If you can't go down 7,000 miles of 2-inch water or 2-foot water, or the 7 mile thick water we have, or say it's half a mile, doesn't matter. You should still be able to drop down the half a mile for 7,000 kilometers on the side of a sphere of water. So we're missing a lot of depth here. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what their ignorance is on how they can't comprehend how water would work on the outside of a ball, be in the whole shell of it. I don't care. They don't understand the thickness or the depth or the idea of how it's working. You cannot possibly only have 7 miles of fucking water on a sphere if you're a microscopic thing that can dwell in that water that's big to you. So there's no way. It'd be 7,000 kilometers deep. You need to have your ocean. Thick, 7 miles. Deep, 7,000. You
I
understand?
think we need to remember we're not trying to prove this to anti-flat earthers. We only have to prove it to normies, right? Because they'll just change the goalpost time after time after time, right? They'll come up with something, an explanation to explain it away. But all we have to do is demonstrate it to normal people.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. Like anybody with that can think, like, has to understand. If I take water and pour it around a sphere, that thickness of water, if I'm a microscopic thing, yeah, there's an amount from my feet up, right? But there's also an amount if I go forward and want to swim downward or fall down in the water or just keep going down in it. Although it's still that amount thick from the earth off, you still got that area you can go down. It still would be 7,000. This is just physics. So yeah, I mean, I don't understand how people don't already think about this stuff. How could you possibly live on anything, call it a sphere, that's only 7 miles thick? How would that even work? That'd be a little bitty sphere, wouldn't it? Like if you can only dig to me from the
What
north
are you
7
calling?
miles,
What are you
and I can
calling
only dig to
7
you.
miles thick?
Well, if I can only dig 7 miles from where I'm at, that'd be the radius, right? 7 miles. 7 miles to the center.
I mean, I don't think anyone's saying that, man. I mean, when they dug that 7 or 8 mile hole, they stopped because they said that they hit it such a hard rock that even their diamond tip drill couldn't pierce through it. That doesn't make it the center of anything, though. That's just a point that they can't break through. And they thought they were going to get deeper than that. In fact, the entire thing was surprise after surprise. They thought they'd stop finding water after a little bit, and they found water consistent levels the entire way down. So much for the seismograph readings and shit like that. I mean, every bit of it was unexpected. How it turned out to be. I don't know. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see an effort put forth again. It's kind of weird that they haven't. It's like, well, why isn't America or anyone trying to see how far down you can dig? I don't know. Maybe because you won't make too much money doing that. I don't know.
The idea of level not being level is pretty bizarre. If you look at a submarine, it fights really hard to get neutral buoyancy, and then it uses the term level to travel to stay at the depth that it's at. It's not really using air pressure like air flight to measure where it's at. It's going level once it establishes the height it wants to be at. And if it were truly staying at an even level as it traveled, it would pop out of the water.
How does it establish level? Like a spirit level or a gyroscope or something like that?
Yeah, I assume so. Haven't really driven one.
And that would be sick though to own your own submarine. I mean, holy shit, that'd be fucking badass.
A lot of people have died making subs. Don't do it.
Yeah. It's scary shit, man. Yeah, honestly, it's terrifying.
there's a huge difference between the U.S. ones and the Russian ones, where they use a double hull and we use a single hull, and it's pretty huge difference in engineering. But it takes away some of the factors that people want to say with the air moving and the air is moving lockstep. You know, is the water really moving lockstep with the earth as well? I don't see how it could be.
Why do you say that?
Well, because you'd
I
have
don't know.
you'd have a consistent flow in one direction.
I don't see why.
Okay. Because it's on something that's supposedly moving.
Sure, but I mean, like, I can take a bowl of water in my car. I can take left, right turns, drive forward, brake, and I mean, as long as I don't, brake too hard or make any sudden movements, it's gonna all stay in the bowl.
Spin it and see if the water doesn't start moving.
It's not going to move the way you move. It's going to move the opposite of the way you move. When I move, you move. Not like that.
There's something in the way.
Sure, I mean,
Nah, you were
that's
trying
what.
to say. You were trying to say when I put my hands up on my hips. When I dip, you dip, we dip.
Yeah.
I mean, they do say that there's like a 13-mile bulge in the ocean at the equator, right?
What have you ever seen water move in lockstep with or air? That would be the question, right? In physics class, have you ever seen this? No. So why would we ever believe it? Why would anybody? Who in their right mind ever just goes out on a limb and believes this shit that no one's ever demonstrated? That's what I find weird. So weird.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lack of transparency in these things that they say they can show, but then don't to a satisfactory degree. And I know that's like my subjective opinion, but I'll say it. I'm fucking let down, NASA. I want to believe in you, but you ain't doing a good enough job.
That's what I'm saying. Drop a rock off the earth, selfie stick looking down, look at the sun going down past zero, which would be the horizon, which would be the flat horizontal line, which is our horizon line. See it go down. If you say it goes down, let's watch it. Isn't it weird? No one can watch it. You always have to do some weird stuff that's unobtainable to be able to do at some weird time that you couldn't possibly do it, to see something that's supposed to be seeable and doable and guaranteed fact, which is weird to me. It's like your grandma saying, well, there's a sphere here, but you only see the football portion. I'm only going to show you a tip of the football portion of this sphere. You can't see the rest of this ball, but I cover up the rest, hide it in the wall. Like, what's going on, really? Come on, man.
Yeah, and yesterday I was saying, like, a lot of the profound scientific claims about the macro and the micro are similar to, a kid at school saying, "Oh yeah, I got this supermodel girlfriend, but she lives out of town. But here's a picture of her I keep in my wallet. It's totally real." It's like, well, damn, I can't drive. And, when she visiting, oh, I always go to her to, when we hook up, I always drive out of town to go see her. So, yeah, you'll never meet her, but trust me, I got this really hot girlfriend who lives out of
Right.
town.
Yeah, and he knows the way, her all about her dogs and cats and everything in her house and like he knows all kinds of stuff. He can tell you some math, her age, how many times she drank, all kinds of real cool stuff, but you can't meet her. He can give you a calculation for how far she lives and how long it would take for you and him to get there if he ever wanted to take you there, but you can't go.
Yeah, basically, man. Basically, that's like subatomic particles. It's quantum physics for you. That's the cosmology they tell us. It's their super hot girlfriend who lives out of town that you'll never meet. And they got all these other guys with girlfriends who live out of town too, and they say, yeah, I've met her. He's met mine. We both go out of town sometimes to visit our girlfriends. They happen to live in the same town together. I'll
Yeah.
vouch for them.
Can you give me a description? EMC2. How far away is she? How long are her legs again? 93 million miles? What the hell?
Good one.
I know. I'll write a Dewey Decimal System for letters and be really smart. I know. I'll write a whole bunch of numbers for letters and I'll be smart. And I'll write a whole bunch of letters for numbers and yeah, we'll mix them up. M's and C's and squares and yeah.
And on a slight change of topic, I just wonder if anyone has any thoughts on the right hand rule, or why when there's like an electrical current, the rotation of the magnetic field is always the same direction. And I mean, like I don't see any reason why it always has to be this one way. Like, what's that
Have we
about?
ever seen that? Like, have we actually been demonstrated that?
Sure, not the field, because of course you can't like see a field, but I could say something like if you like attach a wire around like a battery, and it's like it's touching both ends, and it sort of like is balanced on the positive side, and then it coils around, like not tightly but like
Which way
loosely.
does it coil?
um hmm, that's a good
That's the
question,
question
Dima.
I would ask. See, because when you talk about like the fake Coriolis, right? And you take a little leaf and you put it in the water, or you blow the water, or you just make a hand movement enough to where it blows the water, and the water gets a good enough movement from anything that way. Any force that you put into it, that's the first one, the initial force. That's what it wants to carry out at the end. You see what I'm saying? So I was thinking while you were talking, maybe the way they wrap it would have some way how it inducts or gets its flow.
No, I see what you're talking about, and you're right. That's a bad example because it would depend on which way you wrap it. It might spin like slower or faster. Who knows? But there are more, like you can just take like a straight wire, right? And and there would be ways to like float like a tube around that wire, and it's just straight. You know what I mean? Just like a straight like hollow
Right.
cylinder tube around a straight wire, and you start pumping some current through it, and that pipe is
Do you
always going
pump
to
it from the
rotate.
top or the bottom?
Well, if you pump it from the top to the bottom, it's going to spin right. If you reverse it, it's going to spin. It's going to reverse. So it's in reference to which way the energy is
Right.
flowing.
That's what I'm trying to. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out because, so no matter what you do to this thing, how you how you induct or put in, that's the way. That's it. Seems like that's the format it's going to want to go out. Maybe they
Yeah.
always induct it the same way and don't even really pay attention.
Well, they call it the right hand rule. Ken Wheeler calls it the uh, right turning centrifugal magnetism, and yeah, it's just weird. I just have no idea why magnetism would have this bias of always turning right.
Which way do you go for your compass?
What do you mean?
I don't know which way do you follow your compass around? Both directions, right?
Hmm. What do you mean following it? Like heading north?
I mean, like your needle points one direction, and you go the opposite direction. So is that
Uh,
a right hand rule?
I don't know what you
I
mean.
mean, it's
Like
magnetic.
it points north, so you walk north. I mean, you could have a point north and then go east or west or south, I guess.
I mean, I'm saying like, where can we see, like, where can we guarantee like some way that this right hand rule cannot be done, or there is no exception?
Right. Yeah. 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 As far as I know, there is no exception, but maybe there is one out there. If there is, I don't know about it, but maybe it's out there somewhere.
Well,
Maybe that's the
direction.
secret to anti-gravity right there. Who knows?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like directionality, you're saying the right hand rule. So if you have a left hand rule or you flip a left hand rule, then that's anti gravity, right?
Yeah, I would kind of speculate so. If you could ever figure out how to generate like a left turning magnetic
So that would
field,
be
then ooh,
temperature.
you're cooking there.
Temperature. Super cold temperature.
Yeah, I don't think that makes a difference.
Yeah, everything makes a difference. Like the way you do it. From top, bottom, left, right, in the center, from the out to the center. That's gonna give you your directionality, what point from what point. Like so like if we're little bitty things, would there be that same directionality to us? Like if you're inside the little
Sure.
center spin of that magnet, you're inside that. You're inside the spin. Now which way is it going? It's just going in a circle.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no difference.
So there's
Still the
no
same
left and
thing.
right. Exactly. So the left and right is just a cycle back into itself into a circle, really. Is it really left and right? Maybe it's the spinning rule. Maybe it's the cycle rule over the right hand rule.
Well, I mean, of course, it always comes down to which side of it you're on in its appearance. Like, if you had like a
Right.
glass, if you had a glass clock, it looks like it's going clockwise from the front side, and then if you
Exactly.
the back side's going left. But there's only one true motion to it. It's doing what it's doing,
A
and you could call it
cyclical.
left or right on your
A, c-
appearance or your perspective.
right. It's just doing a toroidal field. It's just doing a circle.
Yeah, yeah, it's just spinning.
Right. That's
But
what I
there's a
was getting at.
truth
Is it
to it.
really? Yeah. Is it really a right hand rule? Like really, or is that just from us being real big, looking down at it as a little magnet, seeing it that way?
Well, it's looking from behind instead of from in front, but I mean, yeah, I mean, it is defined in the sense
Exactly.
that you're
Exactly.
looking from behind. But
Exactly. Now, why?
changing your perspective doesn't change what it's doing. So that
No,
doesn't
no.
matter
There's an
really.
action. There's an action, but it changes your perception of how it's doing it, what it
Yeah,
appears to
yeah,
be
yeah,
doing.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Same action, different appearance wherever you're
So,
at. Yeah,
so if you and I are both, and we got a piece of paper here, and we got this thing going on, you could say it's the left hand rule on the other side of the paper, and I could say it's the right hand rule on my side.
sure. Yeah, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so we just flipped it to the left hand rule.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. As long as the current is flowing towards you instead of away from you. Yeah, sure. Same action though, just different perspective. No
Right.
big deal really. And
No,
that's
no,
not like
no.
I mean, it's profound, but it isn't like revolutionary.
So, Fundy, would you say
Yo,
that you're a
yo.
flat earther or a glober?
Yeah, I'd say I'm a flat earther to keep it
Okay, cool. That's
simple.
all. That's all. That's all I needed to know. So you ask, why is the right hand rule work? The same question could be, why does things fall, and like why is up and down the two directions? Right? They're just things in this reality that we
Sure,
perceive to be, but knowing why is very hard. Like knowing why is much harder than knowing what. You know what I mean?
sure. Some things you can get to the why, and then it leads into another why, right? Uh, a question, an answer that leads into the next question, and then you're gonna reach that human, like impassable barrier obstacle, right? Where like you got as far down as you could, and it's not within your capabilities to figure out why, like what, or at least scientifically, like what makes it so that there are three spatial dimensions. Well, I don't think I can tell you why there's three spatial dimensions. I can only just accept it, that there are. It's like, yeah, there's an X, Y, Z axis. And I mean, why are there three and not four or two or one? I don't know. There's three.
Well, maybe
Why?
there are
Yeah,
more.
no clue.
How is there a 3 when we got north, south, east, and west?
Well, what?
Why? What do you mean? What? What
Because
is that? What does that even mean? A noise?
north, south, either that's okay. That's based off of that's 2D, sure, but we still
Those are
have
directions from a center point out
Well,
4 ways.
The thing,
It's not
Yeah.
just
DMOC,
3. All I'm putting down is I made 3 lines.
But that's not what
Arma
3D
versus
is, though.
DMOC Hour has begun.
DMOC,
It's
north.
not a battle. I'm just saying I use 4 lines from the center out the same way you can use 3 coordinates.
It has to be a
No,
battle. Arma's
nah,
been
but-
talking
but-
major shit, DMOC.
That's not
No,
even
but
how it works, though.
DMOC, man, it's not an issue with north, south, east, west because an axis is different than a direction. So north, south is one axis, then east, west is another axis, and then up and down would be the third. So it still checks out. There's no discrepancy between that.
Yeah, north, south, east, and west would be actually 2D. That'd be two dimensions. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
So
up
what's
and down
X, Y,
would
and
be
Z?
the third.
X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
Those are 3. Yeah, those are 3 dimensions. But
That's
they're not.
height,
up,
breadth,
down,
and
north,
width.
south, east,
Confusing it,
west.
Arma. Stop confusing everyone.
So it's
How am I
height, breadth,
confusing
and width,
people?
right?
Arma,
So it's-
stop confusing the masses. What's
I ain't
wrong with
confusing
you?
He's
shit.
not.
Fuck out of here.
He's not confusing anybody. He just says what a lot and is weird. Height, breadth, and width, right?
Sure.
Arma
I've
almost
said it 4
confused
times.
me.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get
Yeah,
you to
same
say
deal.
that.
Yeah, same
Yeah,
deal.
and I agree with that.
All right, there you go. That works. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
like
saying that
you can't like scientifically approach the trying to answer why is there a height, breadth, and width. It's just something you say.
Right.
Well,
Science
they're just
doesn't
like, yeah,
answer
there is.
why questions.
Well,
Science
why
doesn't
is there?
answer why questions. That's like if you went to a screw and tried to pound it in with a hammer. Like it's just not the right tool to answer that question.
Fair.
Science is just cause and effect relationships.
Yeah, totally, man. And there doesn't seem to be a cause for, if you want to say, the effect of there being, this property of reality. Even though that's a bad way to put it. But you know what I'm saying. I understand what you understand because of your analogy. Yeah.
There might be a cause. There might be a cause, Fundy. It's just science is most definitely not the way to do it. Like,
Yeah.
Right. It's the wrong tool, like you said. Exactly.
But Fundy, here's the thing, though, right? Like, the thing is, we say there's only 3 dimensions, but there could be more, right? Like, for example, a 2D being in their world, they're only going to experience the 2 dimensions. So there could be more dimensions out there. They're just limited to the 2 that they're limited to. So it could be the same thing with us. We're just 3D, and so we're only able to experience the 3D world. There could be other dimensions that we just can't.
What do you call a dimension?
Access.
Hey man, you introduced me to your 2-dimensional friend. Where does he live? On a piece of paper? Can I come talk to him or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I get what you're saying on that. I'm just saying, yeah. In that example, obviously, we would have proof that there's like lower dimensions, maybe not necessarily higher dimensions. But what if, we are sort of that 2D person on a paper, right? In another, in like a 4D or 5D world, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I understand all the mathematical mind games and thought experiments you can do with this. Like, I've thought about 4th dimensional beings passing through a 3rd dimension, and you'd see them as like a shape shifting object in a certain place, whatever, right? As they pass through, just like your hand passing through a piece of paper. That was what do you call that?
Still 3D.
What do you call that? What do you call that when something's able to be passed
Transparent.
No,
translucent.
Something. I know what you're talking about.
Transposition.
There you go. I get that.
Transpositioning, yeah.
That sounds right.
That's not what I'm
Transition,
looking for, but it's
Oh,
fine.
never mind.
transpose,
Is it transitory?
transmit,
Transitory?
transverse.
Maybe intangible is what I'm looking for. Things that can be passed through by solid objects.
Maybe.
They can warp through it. Phase. They can phase through
But
things.
I know I know you're talking about like if you're like a 3-dimensional hand was like able to pass through a 2-dimensional like living world, and they
Uh-huh.
just see this
Sound.
thing that they just see this like
Cross
like
section.
slice. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. They just see this changing cross section as whatever
Sound
part of your
can
hand
do
is passing through that like membrane or whatever.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, man. It's fine to like believe in some sort of like sci-fi like 4th-dimensional beings or whatever.
Well, I'm not saying
But
there is.
but I put about as much hope as that as I do someday coming across a brick wall and seeing some
I
2-dimensional
can.
beings like skipping across it.
Well,
I'm not going to walk through the brick wall, but I can tell you a message through it. I can be like, "Hey, Fundy, my number is 502-0202. Get a hold of me, bro." And you'll be like, "All right, I can't see you." Be like, "Well, when you get on the phone, we could FaceTime." So like I can talk through that wall. So is my voice interdimensional?
I mean, let me know when you can hook me up with that phone number. I'll make up my mind then.
All right. Anyway, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying.
What do you mean?
Okay.
I'm saying I just talked through the wall.
Yeah,
So
hook
that
me up,
doesn't mean
man.
it's. That's
Put
my
me on the
point.
line.
What you're
So
talking?
what I'm saying, man, is isn't your voice 2-dimensional or whatever you just said 4-dimensional then, or different dimensions? Because you guys just claimed one thing that phases through other things like light or sound or electricity, right? Or waves or vibration or heat. So that's 5 dimensions, right? 10 dimensions. How many dimensions is that stuff that phases through other things? I'm just wondering. I mean, your description. I'm just going by it. Somebody described stuff phasing through stuff as being other dimensional, correct? I'm just going with it. I'm saying my voice can do that. So I'm Superman, right?
No.
All right, man. It's Demok. The brick wall has to be a whole other universe inside that brick wall, and then the voice would be coming from the extra dimension. But
The
yeah, if
voice
he's
is coming
living
from
in
me
the
to
brick
you.
wall,
The extra dimension.
No, that's not the way he described it. He didn't say the brick wall was a whole new universe.
yes, they
No.
did. They said the paper was its own realm. He did say that.
The paper.
The paper is analogous to the brick wall. Yeah, he's
Then
talking
he
about
said
pushing your
analogous
hand
to
through the paper.
phasing through a wall, a human or a thing or a shadow that phased through your hand or wall, like my voice.
Yep.
Right?
I
Yeah.
think you're missing
Now let's
It's the
stick
context.
to
whole
that.
universe.
Your
Dimok, it's
hand,
their whole world.
my
It was
voice.
their whole world, though.
Dimok, you're missing context.
Right.
Though. It's the way
No,
it
my
phases.
voice is in that world. The
Dimok,
whole world they're in. Their
Yeah,
paper
I like
in their
that.
hand.
That part of it, I like.
Dimok, it's the context. You're missing context. It's the way it phases through. It doesn't mean if something phases through something, it's automatically an extra dimensional thing.
So how does
right?
something have to phase through it then? Explain to me.
So if I'm correct,
Light.
the way they're phasing through things is like they're talking about if you were to stick your hand, for example, like in a 2-dimensional world, the 2D beings would only see a 2-dimensional cross section of your finger or something. All right. So your fingers, it's round, right? So if you were to stick it through like a 2D plane, they would see like something like a circle or something, like a sort of like a weird cross section, Like you ever see those scans of like the brain and it's like going through all like the cross sections and shit? It'd be like that in the 2D world.
You don't explain stuff right. You got a little whatever human, a 12-dimension human next to you or guy or thing, right?
Yeah, you only
now
see
what
3D.
can you see that it can do?
You only see the 3D like cross section of it. So you're gonna
Correct. That's what I said.
Right, so
Everything's 3D regardless. But
I mean, it's a cool demo. It's a cool connection, but in the analogy, your voice would have to like it. They wouldn't see your full message. They would only see a slice of it. It's the
how
same
do you
way
demonstrate that?
Well, the same way you don't see the whole hand. If you the same way you can't put your whole hand in the 2-dimensional paper, right? It would be the same. You wouldn't be able to put the whole voice message in the brick. They would only get to see that slice. It was as if you had a sentence running from your side of the wall to through the wall to the other side. The people living in that wall would only be to see that slice of that sentence, that one letter that was right there on the brick.
Oh, like Morse code.
Yeah, they would see one piece of it. Yeah.
Hey, Arma.
That's fun thought, man.
Hey, Arma. Those two-dimensional beings witnessing that three-dimensional object pass through their world or whatever. They actually, when it comes to visuals, they actually wouldn't see a
One-dimensional.
circle.
Yeah, they would see a
it would be
line.
one of the person who could see a three-dimensional, like,
Sees
or,
2D.
I'm sorry, a two-dimensional circle, like as the impression, would actually be having to look from a three-dimensional perspective to see the circle. But because the whole thing about like sight, if I can like, if you will humor me in applying what I understand about sight to a two-dimensional being, is that like whatever dimension your physicality exists in, your sight operates on one dimension lower. So three-dimensional beings have two-dimensional sight, and a two-dimensional being would have one-dimensional sight.
That's correct. Yep.
I actually have been arguing against this. I know everybody's agreeing that the eyes are 2D and all this, and if you can't see this. I did last week post something that actually is to the contrary of that, where they're describing that the brain is processing all these factors at once, shade, all these dimensions is processing shape, familiarity. But okay, now to your point, I wouldn't think that if I was in the 2D world.
Can I make like a quick like caveat here?
Sure, come
on. When I'm talking about three-dimensional sight, I'm talking about one eyeball, like a light, like a vision sensory organ. So so let's stick to like a cyclops, right? Because if you're talking about like merging two different eyeballs into one like internal vision, then your brain is doing all these calculations for like depth perception and stuff. But that's not what the like first level of sight is doing. That's like a clever trick. And the reason
that's
you
your
can't
claim, and that's fine. I don't want to argue.
Sorry,
I don't want to argue I'm not trying to argue that, because
my bad, dude.
Let's even look at it applied to the two. You're right. The guy would have to, in the 2D world, like it would block his vision. If the circle came in front of him, he would see just that, the line of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, but now think about it. If you're this 2D thing, right? You're flat, you can only move orthogonally or whatever, right?
Sure.
Couldn't you envision if you got a flat eye, you're looking down that paper. I mean, you have north, south, east, and west. Like, wouldn't it be I'm just saying, I don't know if I'd stick to this hard rule of you see in one dimension less type of thing. I mean, I don't know if I'd be
I'm happy to. I mean, there's no part of that. There's no part of that idea that doesn't make sense to the very end of it for me. I mean, that it just seems so rock solid.
But what about how do you justify 2D? The 2D? If I'm 2D and I'm flat, and sure, I can only swivel my head around in a 360-degree circle. I can't tilt it back up to go on the z-axis. Sure, right? I can only swivel around and look at X and Y. You can see X and Y. I mean, you're like, wait, X is to the right and left, X is to the right and left, and Y is to the front and back. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't think that you would only see in one dimension.
Hey, man, have you ever?
This whole Glober, hold on. This whole Glober 2D world is fucking nonsense. 2D things don't even exist. It's not even an actual thing.
But you're on Team 2D Vision too, Jeremy, and you guys never even addressed the thing I dropped.
You kind of have to.
Vision isn't objects.
You don't have depth perception, right?
Vision isn't objects.
I'm on Team 2D. However,
you have to be. I mean, you literally only
do not.
That's just how you see. That's just how you see, though.
That's what you say. No, you're ridiculous.
What do you mean?
Oh,
that's just how you see the actual 2D object.
Yeah, I mean, well, the easiest way to. Well, go on. I'm sorry, go on.
But you don't. You're pretending that there's some middle ground processing timing zone to where there's a 2D image.
Dude,
Fine.
have you ever tried to catch a ball
Guess
with
what?
one eye
Guess
closed?
what? That's a middle zone. Listen, the process of seeing is like seeing. So you guys are, that's the final process, the final product. That's what seeing is. You guys are talking about there's a 3D world that gets temporarily captured and put on the back of the retina in 2D or something. And
No.
yeah, because look, you can close one eye, you can be you don't have to have stereo vision, and you can still, your brain is always going to tell you you're in a 3-dimensional world. You will never be tricked by your brain and think you're in a 2-dimensional world.
I'm sorry. There's a test. There's actually a test for this where you can test to see if you can see in 3D, right? You get a hyper-realistic painter. He paints
Jeremy,
something,
this is your
and then you
make-believe
look at
test.
it.
This is your make-believe logic.
This isn't a make-believe test. This is a real thing you can do.
Yeah, but you're make-believing the conclusion that because of this phenomenon, you can't see in 3D. That's your conclusion, Jeremy's conclusion.
Well, if
Only
you could see in 3D, this 2D thing that makes you think it's 3D wouldn't be a thing because you could see in 3D.
It wouldn't be able to fool you.
No,
that's
that's
2D.
not
It's
logical.
obviously not 3D.
No. If you had legitimate 3-dimensional vision, you could never be deceived by an illusion. Off a flat piece of
That's
paper.
not true. You guys' logic is listen.
It's
Just
rock
because sometimes you could be tricked into thinking it's 2D, that doesn't, or 3D, it doesn't mean that you can't other times see 3D. That's ridiculous.
Whoa. Okay, how about we try to define this 2D 3D thing? Because I mean, like, yes, we can interpret, we can figure out something looks 3D, with with clues. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I see a cube, I know it's not just like a hexagon, right? If you ever see if you look at like a cube or whatever, like it has like shading. It has one side, has another side. If you get rid of that shading, though, it could look like a hexagon, and that's like the difference between a 2D shape, the hexagon, and then the 3D object, the cube. But that's only because it's there's cues, all right. Other than that, though.
But you have that always. Other than that, doesn't mean that you get to just make believe reality is other than that.
But if
reality has that always.
Certain colors, you could trick the eye into thinking that what you're staring at is black and white. That doesn't mean that you can't see in color anymore, because or that all.
There you go. That nails the analogy, Jeremy. That's the logic.
It's black and white when it's not actually black and white. Like that doesn't follow at all.
Okay, well, how about this then? How about this, right? You can take a picture, right, with the camera, or you could draw, or even paint a painting, right? And you can make these 3D settings, right, with the the picture or the painting, whatever. But they're not actually 3D; they're still 2D. The argument is that what we see can be put on a piece of paper, right? And I know you can argue the piece of paper is 3D, but the point is the information on it is technically 2D because you only have two dimensions to work with.
Yeah, that's where I just disagree with that. There's too much phenomenon happening with light in the real world that is not mimicable. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? In art. So it's just, that's it right there. You live in a 3D realm. I'm just arguing, look, I actually didn't want to argue the 3D 2D point. I wanted to argue the pattern of your rule. You're making a rule of like, well, they just say in any dimension you're in, you're going to see in one less. I'm just saying, be careful with that. That's like, loose territory.
There's no other dimensions. There's no other dimensions. Have you ever seen when the guys will hold up a Post-it note to a scene and they'll paint the scene and you can't even tell?
Oh, I love it. I love it. But you can't
even tell. You can't tell. No, you can't tell where the actual scenery is and where the guy painted. And if you could see
slightly
in 3D,
exaggerating, Jeremy.
It's
beautiful, it's close, but you can tell.
I've seen times where you can't even tell.
So then, okay, but what about like a camera taking a picture then, right? That picture, do you think the picture is 3D or is the picture like what? Like, if the information on it, is that 3D or 2D?
The information is 2D.
The information is what? 2D or 3D? Is that what?
Well, the information standing on the paper, you could say you don't have the third dimension of the width, but your brain will always understand it's a 3D realm representation. Always.
That's fine. But that's not what we're talking about. I think we're just talking about strictly the, vision. Like it's 2D, but
Yeah,
you
I
get
It's
I got a
semantical
good question.
technicalities, dude. It's
We didn't
technicalities that you can't escape because you
Sure.
know the whole process of seeing finalizes you a 3D picture with one eye. Period. You know it's 3D.
3D context, I think, because you, you get a 2D image, and obviously your brain interprets it as 3D, and so there's but like
See, that's what I
still
want to
2D
argue.
though.
I'm sorry. The talking points here. You get a 2D image. No, you temporarily in the middle of the process have a 2D image. You start with a 3D image. The real world is 3D. So you start with that. Then you, like you're saying, temporarily have a 2D bits processed, and then your brain reback arranges them into 3D. So from the beginning and the end, you get 3D. Why are you guys focusing in the middle and going, you actually only see in 2D? It's ridiculous.
No,
You
there's
don't know what
there's
you're.
no such thing as a
doesn't
3D
need to be
image,
made
man.
because our vision isn't one eyeball. Our vision is two. We see
Could be
with
one.
two eyes, so
But
both have to be, like you can't stab someone's eyes out and then say people are blind. Well, no, like that's not the way humans work. Human vision involves
Hey,
two
let's
eyeballs.
chill though.
Okay, but Jeremy only has
That's a
one
fine
functioning
point.
eye though. So does he see 2D or does he see 3D?
You see
It
3D
takes
anyway
two-
with one eye.
It
Well, no,
takes
I'm
what happens
just
is
attacking
you
this
get the
argument.
2D image. Hold on, Arm.
Okay.
You get the 2D. You get two 2D images, and then you get parallax, and your brain puts it together. But it starts
Prove to
off
me you
as-
get two 2D images. Prove it.
Right? You can't show that, Jeremy. That's just a story.
Yes, you
someone
can.
has
You close one eye,
You
you
can-
close the other eye, you go back and forth, and you don't got depth
That doesn't
perception.
prove anything.
No, prove it. Prove
You
that
can't.
you only have. Prove that there's a photo paper in your head, a little thin layer of cells that's
Hey,
only
don't get
one layer,
ridiculous
and prove
here,
that it's
man.
2D. It's bullshit.
You
You
don't have
guys,
to prove
come
it.
on.
No, that's not how you prove it. You would prove it through another way. You would prove it through, oh, can I judge, depth or whatever? You would do it like that way or something.
what?
There's a proper way to test this, not just be like, oh, prove you have paper or whatever in your head.
Okay, but here's the thing: being able to tell the difference in depth, that doesn't necessarily mean that you aren't seeing in 3D. You might not be able to
Totally.
compare objects as well as you could with two eyes. The same way you might not be able to judge where a sound is coming from as well with only one of your ears working. But that doesn't change what's hitting your eardrum. That doesn't change
Totally support
what's
him.
actually happening
Yeah,
for your senses.
the
All
flat
that does is
membrane of
it
your
means that the way
eardrums.
that you're doing it it might not be as effective. But saying like closing one eye and seeing other things, they don't suddenly look 2D to me. They still seem to have depth or distance and things
Yes.
like that. Now, it might be more difficult for me to determine comparing two objects, but that doesn't mean that suddenly I'm only seeing in 2D.
Because of context, you understand. There was like a whole thing with
You
the kids.
can't get rid of the context.
No,
But
well,
you can't
here's the
show
thing.
a case where the
Babies.
context doesn't exist.
Hold
Therefore,
on.
you don't claim a case
Yes.
of
Yes,
no
you can.
context.
Babies
No, you
don't.
can't.
No, hold on. Babies don't have that context. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but if you look at the study, whatever, they have like a baby on a table. Yes, I can. No, babies will literally walk off a table because they think the floor still continues below them. They don't
You don't know
realize
what
there's
they're
depth.
thinking. You don't know why they'll do that. You're guessing at what they're thinking or why they'll do that. There's no way to prove what the baby's thinking.
Okay, fair enough. But there's good evidence though. I would say there's still good evidence.
Well, but that's a matter of opinion. Saying there's good evidence, that just brings it back to that's the thing that you believe, which that's totally fine. Like if you want to, that's okay. But don't act like this is some sort of established, proven thing. There's no way to even do that. It's not possible.
Okay,
No,
but
that
you
shit is
still
locked up, bro.
But you still understand though that everything you
Hold
see.
on, you're
could
ruining
be...
this argument, Armbar. You're
No,
ruining
I'm
it.
not.
Yeah,
You
you're
guys-
taking this rock solid argument I got, and you're fucking just
No,
driving.
he's
us off a cliff.
representing your flimsy paper argument
He's
pretty
not.
well.
It's not flimsy, all right. The fact
just
of the matter
brought it
is
to
the fact that you can have a 2D image, all right, and then portray a 3D scene in it. That's proof enough that what we see is 2D. All right, we only need
No, that logic
Yes.
is not full, dude.
It's not
Just
a 3D
because
world. It's
you can
3D
make a
context.
trick-
It's context.
Listen, I could give you fucking fake diamonds. You could be like, well, these fake diamonds look like real diamonds, so therefore, I mean, are you serious, man? Like, come on, bro.
Oh, here's a good argument. Here's a good
Yeah,
argument.
interject.
Infi in the chat says VR proves the 2D thing because VR uses literally like a 2D screen and it tricks your mind into thinking you're in a 3D world. Right? It uses two 2D images, all right, but just different angles and whatnot. And then obviously your brain fills in the parallax or whatever that does the parallax math, and you're tricked into you're tricked into seeing a 3D world, but it's 2D. You know, you're seeing 2D shit. I mean, are you really going to argue? Are you really going to argue that the world in VR, right? You can argue maybe
I
the
want to
coding is
argue
3D.
your logical
but
application of this.
Are you going to
Hold
argue
on.
that? Are you going to argue that the screens are actually 3D?
I think it might help. I think you guys are skipping a step. There's seeing and there's interpreting what was seen.
Yes,
and seeing might be 2D, where the interpretation turns it back into a 3D representation. And I believe Don's combining those steps and calling it all the act of seeing when it's not.
Yeah, that's very confused. Yes, Don is very.
I'm calling the final vision, the final interpretation. Yeah, that's seeing.
Right, and
that's what I'm calling out.
Process.
There,
That's a
you guys.
different process.
Yeah,
Fine.
y'all are disrespecting the
Here,
process.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll say the final vision, there is 3D information present, because the fact that you can judge depth though with
you don't know
depth
if it's
perception.
3D or not.
It's a guess.
No, I'm not saying it is 3D. I'm not saying it is 3D, but you do have 3D information. The fact that you can judge distance, though, that's all I will say. I'm not going to say it is 3D because it's not 3D, but you can. There's 3D information there, though. There is 3D information.
I think the idea check this out real quick. I haven't
what about 4D
in a long time. Give me a minute.
Something could be moving. You could be tricked.
Give me a minute, man. Give me a minute.
We don't say there's information in the sounds that we hear. We just hear sounds. We don't say there's information in the feeling of somebody like touching your skin. You just feel the thing. That's how the sense works. It's not a matter of information being there or not being there. The thing is happening in reality, and you are sensing it happen.
All right, please give me a minute. There's a really great optical illusion where it's a cube that's missing one side. It's painted on its interior. You're actually looking into a cube, and it's missing the side. And so you can see straight back. It's angled where you can see like one of the vertices. That it's like a tunnel all pointed back towards one direction. The way it's like on its orientated. And
you're looking back into a point.
Yeah, you're looking back into a point, and the way that it's painted makes it seem like the point that's in the back of it is actually the leading edge of a cube. You're actually looking at the inside of a cube, and you can actually take like a 10-degree arc, like a walk from like side to side, and you're going to be convinced you're walking around the exterior of a cube you're looking at the outside circumference of, or whatever you call that. But then if you go past a certain point, the illusion breaks. It just goes to show that if you have three-dimensional vision, a convex object should never look like a concave object, or vice versa.
Right. I agree.
Yeah. So I feel like, if anything, the context it's sort of like it's filled in 3D. If we have to be honest, because obviously the 3D can be flaw. It can be faked with that illusion. So I think it's.
Think about his point. Have you ever seen? I think it's called a something window or whatever. But also, if you search my posts in here, I don't post that many, so you'll find it'll be recent. I guess I'm saying. But there's like a Puff the fucking Magic Dragon video or something that I posted, and it was just a cardboard cutout of this dragon that did the exact same thing.
Oh yeah.
You couldn't tell, and so Arma, that I want to use that piece of evidence to kind of make my point, right? It's like you're not seeing in 2D because it's like, I guess you're saying if you're allowed to be tricked, then
it's not real 3D.
You're saying it doesn't qualify, right? If you're tricked, then
I think I'll grant you this. I'll grant you that it's the brain filling in 3D, and you can get some kind of 3D information out of it. But because you can actually get like an inverted thing to look, not inverted, like the dinosaur head or whatever, where it's like doing a thing. The fact that your brain's doing that, I feel like that's like it's like filled in. It's like it's the brain is sort of filling in, and that's kind of, I don't know, that's kind of flimsy for me,
and so that's what I'm trying to, I guess I'm just defining it as that. And I feel like you guys, the whole definition war thing, you got who's ever using this seeing as that intake before final processing definition. I mean, that to me is just disrespecting the word. Like, and you know what I mean? Like, so maybe that's happening in your collection, on your collection plates or whatever, but the final product is 3D and always 3D. So But again, I wanted to say, don't apply the rule to the 2D people and the 4D people. We don't know that you always see in one dimension less. We don't know that.
Well, you could, if I mean, this is going to kind of take the conversation somewhere different, but you can kind of do the math for what they would see. You would just have to figure out what their sensor, like the sensor of that being, like shape of it is, and then the direction, the photons or whatever you want to call it, how those are striking the detector, and then from there you could just do the math. Like, okay, well, they have like a one-dimensional detector, so they're going to see a 1D image. Our eyes only have a surface that they get the light coming from. The hit or whatever, right? If you look at the inside of our eye, there's like, it's like a surface, right? There's like a whatever, and the light hits that surface, and surfaces are 2D, all right? So that's why we get that 2D image. And so, if we have a 4-dimensional being, right? If they have a three-dimensional like area that collects photons or whatever, then their vision will be 3D, all right? You could do the math for that. It's very simple.
I like that you keep calling it math, but yeah, I mean, there's not much math needed.
Well, there is. I mean, geometry is,
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's like, but your summary's like, they have to. Your summary was kind of lacking.
It is bad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not the best at explaining shit, but the point I'm trying to get at is you could run the math, whatever, or just figure out what the shape of their sensor thing is, and then get the shape, the shape of their vision from there. The fact that our eyes have an inner surface that the photons hit, we know that surface is 2D by definition, so therefore our vision would be 2D. So there you go. Yeah.
So there's something inside your head that's physical, organic, whatever, cells made up of cells and or atoms, and you just called it 2D.
The information, no, the way they get information is 2D, because remember, if photons are hitting a surface, right? That's there is no like depth to that. It just hits the surface, and therefore you're only gonna have.
How do you know, buddy?
Because of how our eye.
Maybe they penetrate. Maybe the photon penetrates deeper or not deeper.
But we have like cones and rods and whatnot in our eyes, and those are only on the surface of the eye. All right, the surface, the inner surface of the eye, whatever. So if you run the math, that's
but they
2D,
say like some of the light bounces off, some of light is absorbed. So what if that quote absorption process happens with different rates and patterns and densities?
Are you suggesting there's like rods and cones like embedded even deeper within like that surf? Like
no, I guess what I'm presenting is, how do you know the rods and cones output binary information? What if there's a range of information that they output?
I don't know how they would get any extra information from them. I mean, all it does is just takes in the photon, and how I imagine like how many photons, and then that gives you brightness and whatnot. So I don't. Well, how about this? How about we stick to cameras for now?
We're guessing, so right? Like,
well,
let's stick to cameras because
it outputs an electrochemical signal depending on the amount of amperage it is received, and whether or not it's a cone or a rod, it will determine what color state it is.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I don't know too much about this. I'm not gonna, but something like that.
I am about to spark this blunt.
Here's the thing: we can always go to cameras though if you want, because cameras are a little bit more. That's a little bit more, understood. We actually built the thing, so we know, how it worked, right? So with a camera, that's also a surface. All right, we have these sensors on a surface. All right, and once again, surfaces are.
Yeah, I do know, but I don't
2D.
agree. It's 2D. I do not agree. It's a 2D surface.
Okay, but still, whether you want to agree that surfaces are 2D or not, you still have to admit, though, that the way the sensors are placed on that surface, all right, they only coat the surface. There's only one layer of that, right? So
now again, but I'm back to my density and saturation argument again.
On a camera, though, a camera only picks up on a surface. Though. I'm talking about a camera now.
I can agree a surface in theory. Yeah, the theory. Yeah, whatever. The concept of a surface is 3D, sure, and the concept of what you have a one layer. I get it. Okay, you're having one layer of things, right? Yes. I kind of get that. But what I'm saying is on this photo paper or whatever that the photons are hitting, like he just pointed out, these things kind of react to amperage or level basically, and it's like that each one of those little reactions on that surface, they're going to have options. They're not just going to turn on or off. Right, or red or green. It's going to be how bright of red, how dark of the green. Yeah. And to me, I'm saying, well, maybe that comes from the 3D part of how much, you know, the like think about the absorption process of light, like going into an atom, hitting the front side of that atom, like
Okay.
then you know, enveloping around. You know what I'm saying? If you threw water at a ball, at a sphere, you know, it would splash on one side and then go around. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, maybe there's something like that happening with these subatomic particles as well, and therefore you always have this 3D process necessary to produce these data that we're getting.
Okay. I mean, I'll try to humor that, but you still have to admit though the output though of that camera when it outputs to your computer, that's 2D though. That's at the end of the day, that's still 2D. It only has 2 dimensions. You know, you have the width and the height, and that's all it needs to, you know, put up a picture on your screen. You know what I'm saying? Like whether we need this 3D element to the world to get an image on a camera is besides the point. I think the information is still 2D at the end of the day though.
I think you could summarize it to 2D. That's fine.
If you had 3D vision, you'd be able to see the front and back and left and right of something all at the same time, which is something so hard to imagine.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Once again, running the math, that would be how it would work. Yeah, you would be able to see what you would
Right.
hold on, I'm like stuttering right now. You would be able to see also the like inside as well of a thing as well. You'd be able to see everything of it.
You guys are blowing my mind.
That's just the math. That's the math.
That's
what the math says.
You might be taking it too far with inside.
No,
but,
that's not. No, that's how it works. Because think about it. If you're a 3D being looking down on a 2D being, right, you'd be able to see their entire, their entire being, everything. You'd see the inside, the outside. You would see every single
Not
point.
analogous.
So if a 4D being looked at us, they would see all, the little, nooks and crannies inside us. They'd be able to see my heart.
There's still got to be a path.
No,
there's still got to be a path for the vision to take, and
I think we can see in 2D, but we're able to discern the third dimension.
That's the same way. Yes, extend that concept
by an educated guess based
so
on
the same thing
and reasoning.
The fourth dimensional being would be able to see in 3D, but he'd be able to guess the fourth dimension. All that, the movement and all that. The movement also. Think about that. I say we can even see in the. We can see illusions. I can see the fourth dimension right fucking now.
Okay, you're kind of pushing it now. What the fuck?
All right, man.
Yeah, saying, you know that time. You know that every second is progressing. Look, you say we see time, right? Don't you see time?
I mean, you see things moving. Well, I mean, I guess you can argue. You can kind of witness like time. Because we see moving objects, and moving objects is time, right?
Don't start conflating spatial and temporal dimensions. Vision is a snapshot of vision is only spatial dimensions.
No, see, fuck this. Look. You are tripping me out because no, my man. Is the immediate fourth dimension concept? Is it not time? Isn't that what everybody agrees upon?
Well, yeah. I mean, it depends on how you.
Not quite as simply as that. There's 3 spatial dimensions and 1 temporal dimension, and they're not the same thing.
My man, I agree. But what is the fourth spatial dimension? And I agree, you can't look around in time, but we can witness it, as Armbar said.
Dude, there ain't no fourth. There ain't no fourth spatial dimension. A dimension is something that you measure. Dimension derives from measurement.
Yeah, there's people who hypothesize there's these hidden angles in our realm in Jeopardy. They say they're there.
But a dimension is not a hypothesis. It's not an idea. It's a thing that's measured. It's a measurement. That's what dimensions is. What is the dimension of this car?
Like, imagine the 2D people just saying, like, there's this whole other freaking slices on top of us, under us. Like, I know you guys can't think about it. This is our whole world, but there's this whole other 3D thing,
Sure.
Well, yeah, I mean,
introduce me to your 2-dimensional friend. We'll fucking blow his mind, dude. Be like, dude, there's a fucking breath to this all. He'll be like, what? And we'll be in the same situation you're trying to.
Right.
But here's the thing: you're not a 4th dimensional being speaking to us 3-dimensional beings. You're here with us, and you got as good of a guess as any of us what that would be like to experience.
That's all we're saying is imagine there could be someone was like, time is temporal, sure, but there could be a 4th spatial dimension, and it could be intertwined with time as well.
Maybe, yeah.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's
Like
it's a
basically
fun
like
thought.
all of it is overlapped. Like imagine a video cassette or something with all the data, like every piece of that tape, however they did it, it has options for A through Z. You know what I'm saying? Like every second of that time, right? All these different possibilities of stuff that could happen, right? And then, you know, right now as we're talking, there could be existing right here in the same space, but in a different, you know what I'm saying, in that fourth, fifth, and sixth dimension, and we're doing totally different shit. And people, that's how like the multiverse thing and all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I know it's just loose bullshit and there's no 40 people, but how do we know? How do we know that there's no 40?
But that's what I was saying earlier in this convo. I was saying, well, yeah, we're only 3D, so we can only experience the 3D world. So, you know, if there's a fourth dimension out there or a fifth dimension, we couldn't know because we can only experience the 3, you know?
Right.
Dude,
Yeah.
it literally a dimension by the nature of what it is a measured thing. Measurement is not imagination.
Okay.
You can imagine you measure something, but like, yeah, no. If you don't have a measurement, all you're doing is chasing your own tail, sniffing your own arse.
Yeah. I'm trying to paint these 2D pictures from a 2D Flatlander person. Because, like, they'd have to be 1D, you know, according to this one dimension less rule, right? And I get that you can't look from the top to see the whole picture, but they could, like, walk around the finger circle.
Yeah, but they would still, the sensor that they would still have to be like a surface. And the surfaces in 2D would be not a surface, it would be like an edge. And an edge is one dimensional, so they would have 1D vision because of that.
So he'd be padding from left to right. There'd be blank space, then circle, and then blank space. But like he would only see, he wouldn't know how close or far away
exactly
the finger line is. So it would just be like Morse code, like
unless
blank. Yeah.
Although I guess they could have depth perception if they had 2 eyes, but it would be really weird. I mean, like in theory, I guess it is possible to have depth perception with 2 one-dimensional eyes, but
see how we're kind of getting back to this, like
it's getting fucking weird though. I'm not going to try.
If you could scan the realm, you can solve the realm.
The unicorns that, you know, gallop along the rainbows in the underground realm that nobody has seen or measured do this because I say so.
We're just kidding around though, like it's just
this is just for fun, but also a little bit of math too, because I'm also just applying the math. Like if you had a 2-dimensional being, they would probably see this, you know.
You need to tell me what actual figures of numbers you're moving around for this math claim. I see logic. I don't know why you're calling it math, but
I think it's math. I think it's math because you're dealing with, you know, once again, geometry. You know, you're dealing with you got the shape. And you're thinking, okay, the surface in a 2D world would be, you know, an edge, and an edge is one-dimensional, so it can only, you know, have a one-dimensional vision because of that. I mean, I think that's
but
math.
other than 2 minus 1 is 1. Was that philosophy really math, or was it more like logic and philosophy?
I guess it's more logic, but I still think it's math though. But yeah, it's logic.
We're just getting into words and their usages now, but we don't need it. We're all on the same page there.
When you're messing with smart people, sometimes that's the only thing you can do is kind of pick on the little words and try to be fun.
Well,
you know?
I mean, sometimes that leads to, you know, a greater conclusion, but I don't think that's what's happening here.
Did y'all see that game, man? Anybody watch football today? No, dude.
No.
Who played?
No, dude.
Who played?
Negator.
No.
Who played?
That dude scored the goal with the ball, I bet.
What were the teams that played?
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
The Chiefs are back in the Super Bowl. The Eagles. So it's pretty cool. Andy Reid is the coach of the Chiefs. He was a long-term coach for the Eagles. So now
You sound like a guy that would watch football. You sound like
awesome. So yeah, I'm like a low, like a D plus C minus football watcher. But it's cool stories. The guy's, you know, coaching against his ex-team. Then there are 2 brothers who are in the NFL, and they're meeting in the Super Bowl. They play on these 2 teams respectively that are meeting in the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, some brother on brother action.
Yeah, it's pretty cool,
Giggity.
right? It's pretty cool. They said they asked their mom if this happened before tonight. They asked the mom if they meet in the Super Bowl, which team would you root for? And she said the offense.
Where's
Who would you root
Gematria
for?
FX Sports? I need to go look that guy up immediately now. Brother and brother, eh?
Defense.
But when that comment made me think about,
Oh my
I
God,
spend
it's
a lot
the
of time in
first
this arena, so I
video.
think about you guys here. It made me think about being aggressive, taking
First
initiative.
video I grabbed.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
The
Dan
first
wants.
video I grabbed.
Well,
Dan,
debate
This
is a
Dan the water.
sport. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
not in the same way, but I think
That's what Dan the Waterman wants. He wants a football team for Flat Earth.
Where's Fundy? Well, that's the first thing I
Alright.
looked up. I already get
Right,
it immediately off the bat because I know which channels to look for.
Fundy.
What?
Fundy. How do I fucking tag you?
got to be strategic. You got to be aggressive. You have to make the move.
That's correct.
Quarterbacks are opportunistic assassins. Like, think about a quarterback's job. Like, holy moly.
Mm-hmm.
And my friend became a quarterback for the Dolphins or whatever.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Fuck yeah.
Interesting.
I think he broke his leg or something, or injury last week or something, or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. What's his name?
Tua?
Oh, cool, man.
Hey Noah, are you able to speak the alphabet in order, but put the number after each letter? So like in the sense of putting it like this, like A1, B2, C3, D4, E5, F6, H7, like that.
Well, that's
Like could do you, it's actually
do you-
really difficult. You only got to practice for about an hour in order to do it, but like, do you think you could do that off the top of your head pretty smoothly?
Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm not sure I fully
Like that,
understand.
like
the question.
all the way through.
Man up.
What, A1,
You can do it. Don't let him
D2,
punk you. Don't punk him, Funny.
C3, D4,
Let me try it.
E5, F6, G7,
Yeah, see?
H8, I9,
J10, K11,
J10,
L12,
yeah.
M13, N14, O15, P16. It's
Ooh,
easy.
that next one's getting hard though. Hold on. P16.
Yeah, see? You hit a little roadblock every once in a while.
It's Q out there. Shit. Yeah, that is okay. Wow.
Y'all used to sing in a song. That's why you have to have what you should memorize the alphabet with is a morphing picture. You should see the A morph to a B, morph to a C, morph to a D. That's how you should remember the alphabet.
Oh.
I did not know that, actually. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that will help you with your little exercise there. I promise you.
Hey, if you have that, can you do the alphabet backwards, just looking at the picture?
Oh.
Backwards, no. I'm not.
Z,
He
Y,
only
X,
morphs
W,
it
T, U,
forward. He only morphs it forward. He can't morph it backwards.
I've never. I'm sure I could train it in an hour, like he said. I've just never done it. I've been pissed that cops asked people to do that, and it was always like I just never. It was an extra nerd thing I never did.
It's actually pretty easy. If you look up like reverse alphabet song, you can do like the same like melody to it, and you just listen to it and sing along like, I don't know, 6 times or so, and I think most people could pick it up in about 6 listen throughs.
Nice.
If I was fully sober and a cop asked me to recite the fucking alphabet backwards, I guess I'd be going to jail because that's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, definitely. I've
That's
seen some
fucking
famous actor. It was
ridiculous.
like Harry Potter or something, or one of these really nice, theater guys, and younger. Well, anyway, and he. I don't even think he was. I'm sorry. I need more specific. He might have been American, but he knew the song like the States in the Capital song. And this song is like 7 minutes long or whatever. I'm like, how is he
I got
knowing
that. Yeah. I got all the elements as in order in a song. I got the states and their capitals in a song, and I got
I've heard you do that.
all
That's
countries
what
of
he
the
did. He
world.
did the fucking periodic table. That's
Oh, I
what
thought,
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
I thought he was in the
That's fucking
Yakko. I think it's
crazy.
Yakko.
Wait,
That
can
one.
you recite
Hydrogen,
that right now for
helium,
me?
lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen and oxygen, fluorine. Yeah, I mean, it takes about 3 or 4 minutes.
Dang.
The thing
And
about
it's like, are there any
memorization,
other tricks that you do besides just the pattern and the melody? Like, do you not do the visual? Like, you know,
Oh,
when I
I
don't know
mean,
the material, I can't do a visual with all of it. It's why I don't.
I can tell you how I memorized all those things. There's a lot of like paper and pen exercises you do. Yeah.
Okay. That visual would
what I
help
was
me
gonna say
probably.
is,
I'm sure it helps
thing
everybody.
about memorization, what's interesting, if you just do it like every day, like if you were to want to memorize something and just once a day, you just, go through it or recite it, it is interesting how over time it just becomes like muscle memory, like it just,
I'm with you.
just repeating it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Like
can
I could
remember a
sing all
song.
the. Go
Sorry.
ahead.
I can remember a song I wrote when I was like 11 years old, but then some other ones that I, write and I'll say 1,000 times in one day and maybe some the next day. If I don't do it, a third day or once a week, they're gone. I have hundreds of songs that I've written that are just,
Sure,
they're
you'll
gone.
lose it if you. Yeah, you'll definitely get rusty on any of those memorizations if you don't like go through them every once in a while. I've learned all of those songs and forgotten them multiple times. But the cool thing is that once you learn it once all the way through, that if you lose it, it only takes like an hour to get the whole thing back.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just
it's like
wanted to say,
that's partly why people like memorize the lyrics to songs so well, is because hearing the song so many times, it just like becomes embedded in their mind.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right about what you said earlier, Gio. Like I'm not even sure. I know I memorized all of the states, or I'm sorry, all of the countries, all 195, and like I have it. But when I sing it, I don't even think anymore. You know, when you like have done something so many times that requires thought, that if you do it enough, like it's just like reflexive at a certain point. It's just muscle memory. Like
Yeah,
I don't even know what name of the country is coming next. My mouth just does it automatically because it feels right.
that is correct.
I would like to say that's very similar to this kind of concept that I've been kind of obsessed with recently. It's called Kaizen. It's like a Japanese concept.
Uh-huh.
And basically it's the concept of doing something small every day and over a large amount of time it becomes something big. There's a guy who actually lives near me that has a Kaizen of moving one pebble a day, and he started 5 years ago. And there is now like a fucking pile of rocks that's like 5 feet tall and 8 feet wide next to this beach, and like a full
Cool.
built out pathway. And basically, like the story is that like where it originates was there was a guy who would plant one seed a day, and by the time he died, there was a full on like fully fledged forest growing somewhere in Japan or something. And so like
That's kind of
basically,
sick.
I have this little checklist on my iPhone, and I try to do certain things once a day, and over time, like it
Hell
should
yeah.
amount to something. But yeah, it's a cool concept. You should try it out with anything you want to do in life, any type of self improvement.
Hey, by the way, Geo, there's a open spot on the market for an 88 Constellation song. There's one out there, and it sucks, and no one's watched the video on it. Like I don't know, it's got a couple hundred views or something. So, if any of you feel like making a song for the all 88 current Constellation names, it could be a big hit. You get a lot of views if you came up with a catchy tune for the
Let's
88
hang out and
Constellations.
browse some
Nice.
free music sometime or something.
That'd be cool.
The Pebble thing is awesome. The build it day by day concept is awesome. Think about Wikipedia. They just one at a time. The entries, the information is just added on to the encyclopedia. Boom, boom, boom.
In terms of memorization too, is kind of a slightly different approach, but there are certain herbs that are very good for memory and helping the brain, not only for things like preventing Alzheimer's and things like that, but also just sharpening memory and better memory retention. Like two that come to mind are ginkgo biloba, which many people probably heard of. So ginkgo is one, and then another one is called bacopa. It's in the Ayurvedic medicine system. So yeah, bacopa and ginkgo biloba are both good for memory.
And I got all those 88 constellations memorized, but there wasn't a song that was out there to help me like memorize them. But I found my own technique for memorizing them. So I noticed that when it comes to the 88 constellation, there's around like 15 humanoid characters. You got like Cassiopeia and Orion and Hercules and all the other like humanoids, and then there's like three cats. There's like Leo Minor, and Lynx, and then there's like three dogs like Canis Major, or Canis Major, Minor, and uh, whatever the hunting dogs is called. I know what it means. I forget the Latin name or whatever. And then there's like parts of a boat. There's like there's the sail, the keel of the boat. There's like the compass on the boat, and then there's like a few like other tools like a compass, or like the other kind of compass. And then there's there's two bears, one rabbit, and then there's like 8 ungulates. So like there's centaurs and unicorns and other things that like have hooved feet. And I just remembered, in order to memorize them, I said, okay, there's 15 people, 3 cats, 3 dogs, 8 boat parts, 15 tools, 8 ungulates, animals with hooves, and those numbers are really easy to remember. And so if I just start like thinking about it, I'm like, okay, there's a unicorn, there's a centaurus, there's Sagittarius, he's also a centaur. And I'm like, okay, but there's 8. That's only 3. And then if you just think about it after like learning their names, it'll just come to you. It might take some time, but you're like, no, there's 8 of them, and I know there's 8. And so you've thought of all the centaur or all the ungulates when you reach that number.
Mhm.
And I actually uploaded a video on it. It's titled like taxonomy of the 88 constellations. And if I ever like get rusty on the memorization of all their names, I just gotta watch that like once or twice, and I'm like, oh yeah, 15 people that blah 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 blah, and it comes right back.
Nice. Nice.
Couple snakes, couple sea monsters, some whales, there's some snakes, couple fish, but yeah, that's all.
Very nice.
Yeah, we were just talking about like memorization techniques, and I think that like breaking them down into categories like that, if there are different categories, because of course there's like no different categories for the 50 states of America, or the United States, and so it's best to have something like a song for that.
Mhm.
But something like the
Well, yeah,
88
you could.
constellations.
You could break down the
Well,
U.S. Midwest, South, West, East Coast, and then that's how you could at least break it into the 4 regions that they usually do.
Well, I mean, you could break it down in the sense of like beginning letters or ending letters. You're like, okay, there's 6 states that end in I. You know what I mean? And there's 6 states that end in the letter O, and you could like name all 6 that end in O. And if you're like your mind is drawing a blank, you can just sit there because you know all 50 names. You know what I mean? You know that those names are in you, but to
Mhm.
draw them forth from somewhere in the back of your head, you can say there's 6. I know there's 6 states that end in A, and it's like, okay,
Well,
4 of
isn't it?
them come to me. 4 of them come to me immediately, but I know there's 2 more, and you can just take your time to let those surface to your attention.
Well, wouldn't it be easier to just divide them among their geographical regions? Like that there's
Oh, there's
approximately
tons of
12 to
techniques.
13. There's approximately 12 to 13 states in each region, right?
Yeah,
The
and it's
Western
best to cross
region.
train. Yeah, it's best to have a few different ways of categorizing
Cross
things and like
train.
cross reference them.
I like that. Cross training your memory.
Yeah, that's the way. Yeah, absolutely. Because even the ones that I have a song for, I would often write them all down in alphabetical order and then memorize how many start with A and how many start with B and how many start with C and so on. There's also, I've never used it, but there's also that technique you guys have probably heard about called like the memory palace or the memory mansion.
Is that where
You
you
guys ever?
visualize like a mansion and you walk through it and like each item is in a mansion?
Yeah, yeah. I've never done it, but yeah, pretty much. You just you take some sort of building you've been in before. You can make it up by yourself if you really want, but especially if you're like really familiar with a house with many rooms or a building with many rooms, you just start remembering the rooms of that house, and you put little trinkets around the room and go through like a mental walkthrough tour of those rooms, and you've associated each room with like like a tiger figurine on the shelf above the fireplace, and that will like spark your memory and your recall of like 88 you're like, okay, there's Leo. Oh yeah, Leo comes next, because I remember there's a little lion figurine on the shelf of this, and then when I go into this room and there's a couch, and I always remember there's like this stain on the couch cushion in the shape of a fish. You're like, oh yeah, Pisces, and it just kind of. I think all you got to do is like make like as many associations as you can. Like one of the ways I remember the periodic table is like astatine francium radium, and it's like, I don't know, some French guy has an ass radar. I know it's fucking immature or whatever, but it's like it does the trick. I mean, what is it? It doesn't even make sense, but it just make those
Makes
associations
sense to
and
me.
Yeah, that's the
yeah,
thing. It makes sense to you. Like if the fact that you came up with it in the first place means something about that like already worked for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you can come up with it again, and yeah.
Well, the guy likes fat ass and he has a radar to go find it.
yeah. Astatine francium radium. The French guy's got an ass radar. Like, yeah, it's best when they just come to you because you'll never forget them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And then we have Arma to confuse us further.
I didn't even.
We have Fundy to clear it up. We have Fundy to clear it up, and Arma to confuse it back again.
I literally just said the exact same thing. If it comes to you, like, then it's gonna
Nah,
probably
you
come
have
to
to
you.
always confuse it, don't you? You always have to confuse everyone.
Gotta be kidding me right now. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I don't appreciate you fucking, messing things up for me, Arma. It's like I'm putting a lot of effort into
He's
this.
trying to memorize the elements, and he had them memorized, and just Arma just has to go and confuse everything back again. Now we don't remember them anymore.
It was ridiculous. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I agree with you. Not about me confusing shit, but about the thingy, the memorization thing. Yeah, that's cool.
Just
Well,
to
if you
challenge that,
agree
like,
with me, then
is
I
it
disagree with myself.
just to kind of challenge that, is it possible for one person to confuse another? Because wouldn't it be up to the person who would potentially be confused to be discerning and not be, you know what I mean? Like not react in a confusing way. I know it's kind of
Nah,
going philosophical on it, but
nah, people can force feed you information. Like, I mean, you can put your ears or your fingers in your ears, but when someone says something, it's like they're force feeding you stimulus, right? I mean, you can choose to plug your ears, but it's going to be too late at that point before they've already had their effect on you. It's the
well, but
same
it's
deal
how
when
you react, though. I mean, I agree with you. Anyone who's hearing someone else speaking, you are influencing their mind in some way or another. I get that, but at the same time, like, how much sovereignty and freedom does one have over their mind to choose and discern what, how one would perceive that, whether it's like an emotional trigger potential or, like you said, like false information or whatever it may be. Like to me, I feel like it's always a practice to like, always kind of
you're right.
have critical
Take each thought captive.
It's like not only critical thinking, but also like critical response, like, critical thinking, critical emotional response, and, trying to be as centered as I can to try to not get swept up in someone else's,
Well, here's a perfect example, Gio. You know that prank someone does on another when someone's like counting and he starts saying like 15, 7, 3, 21, right? And they're having a hard time counting one at a time because you're throwing out all these numbers in their ears. But you're totally right about like someone with enough self mastery can never make a mistake or trip in that in that process of counting by ones or whatever. And most people are susceptible to that prank because it will have an impact on them and screw them up. But that isn't to say that if you're just fucking centered and you understand, like, I'm not letting anyone in. You put up that psychic force field, then yeah, you can totally do that, but you got to be like maybe like trained previously or have like really strong willpower or something.
Yes, perfect. Yes, dude. You said it really perfect. Because that's exactly what I believe in, man. Like if you have a strong willpower, you're less likely to fall for manipulation, possession, you name it. And your willpower is kind of evolved based on all the obstacles you go through life, the character development, the choices you do, and you get stronger as it goes. So yeah, I'm in completely agreement with this man's statement.
Yeah, it's interesting because when it comes to like critical thinking and just about, you know, a lot of the like, is the earth a globe or all of these claims on television, you know, like in mainstream media and just all kinds of things. I think in today's world, it's kind of a side thing, but it links to this. I was thinking how back in like the 80s and 90s, just how different things were back then. And one of the differences is that I feel like these people, these entities, whoever they are, that are sort of behind a lot of these deceptions and a lot of the kind of the whole control matrix thing that's going on right now, I feel like they were like more well cloaked back then. Like it was like after World War II, they had a pretty decent cloaking going on to the point to where NASA and all, you know, everything that went, the moon landings, all of it, and then showing the globe Earth. It's and people always said, oh, you know, the man, and people kind of, and then the politics, corruption. So people have always known there's something going on to some extent, but it seems like now there's like we're in a different era. It's like a whole different phase where it's like we're in this like great revealing, you know, expansion. There's all the different words and concepts that could be used for it, to the point to where it's like a different. It's like a different age now, to where it is more about, yeah, sort of things being revealed and the truth of a lot of what's been going on for all these decades. I don't know how that linked back. So I know that was a side thing. It did link to the original thing I was saying, but I'll pass the mic.
No, yeah, but because the thing is, you're right on that, because you have to understand, there was this Chinese guy that came from China, and he made his way to the States. And when he used to watch movies, and the characters will have like a monologue voice in their head, he thought that was kind of like a movie or comic book thing, until later on he had came across a few of his friends. They said, yeah, dude, not only could I talk in my head, there's a voice in there, I can hear it, but I could also visualize things there. And he goes, I can't do that. Like, really? And so he starts taking the time of studying and how to do it. And it took him months to start to develop a voice and to visual. And he realized he never truly understood what thinking was. And when you think about it now, just like how you're saying we're opening new era, I think the one biggest breakthrough is the stimuli. We got internet, books from like different types of concepts. We had video games that have different moral aspects. You could play a character that has to make tough decisions, whether you might wipe out an entire civilization or may give an enemy a chance to understand. Like, these are concepts that normally normal people back then never really had to think or do. Like a blacksmith will never have to deal with the psychological idea or thought process of a society or what really it is to be alive or a human. But with all these stimuli, it is built up for people to start being skeptical and question things.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And then thinking about that, like December 21st, 2012 date, and the Mayan calendars, and a lot of these ancient calendars that showed some kind of it was not the end of the world. It was, I mean, that's how it got interpreted, and they tried to politicize that or whatever crazy psyop that was, the end of the world thing with December 21st. It wasn't ever about that in the ancient traditions. It was about a shifting point, like the end of a cycle and the beginning of a new. And it wasn't that long after December 21st, 2012. It was in that next year or two that the shape of the earth discussion and so many other things really accelerated.
Think about this for a second, right?
Hold on real quick. Hold on, just to be fair. Dan, were you going to say something? Because I think I kind of talked over you. I just wanted to.
No, I was just going to point out that it's just the people that parted out the world after World War II, you know, there were 2 generations away now. And if you look at generally like a business that's run by parents, you know, the next generation takes it on well, but the generation after that isn't really attached to its creation any longer. And even though tradition may try and live on, it's not in the hearts of the next generation at all.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, like I mean, it's hard to think about how, you know, whether they're a bloodline, family line, and how they work exactly. But yeah, it does seem like there must have been at least one or more changing of the guards, as it were, since that post World War II, where they kind of established that last kind of cycle that we were in.
Yeah,
Bush Jr., you could always see it in his face, the smirk. You know, he smirked the entire time because he knew he was handed the gig, you know, but he wasn't involved in anything. You could tell.
You know, I don't think we actually have anything available to us now that they didn't have, as far as like maybe in immediacy. But I mean, whatever I've learned and gained like insight and I don't know, like tools to build my armor with. I mean, I think all the same things are contained within like the Greek myths or the Bible, you know, which have been around forever. It's just a matter of I don't know, like it's shoved in your face more, like because everyone watches TV now, and you're gonna get those lessons through that. But not everyone read the Greek myths when it was just books, because it's way more easy to absorb television than it is to read a book for most people. But I mean, it's always been there, you know, the tools to like build your armor with.
it's the mass
Just in different forms.
it's the mass consciousness network, right? They've done studies about, like, for instance, here's a good example, an archetype, like who invented the first sword in human history? What defines a civilization that, like, for instance, you could look at, say, the Japanese civilizations, the Ottoman civilizations, and in the Greeks and all the other civilizations, you notice there's certain archetypical weapons, you know, there's archetypical casts. They still use the same wordings, even though it's roughly translated. Like you'll get a sword and the way it's designed, and most people just take it like, oh, they must have gotten this sword idea or the spear or the arrow or the bow, because we're tapping into a neural metaphysical consciousness that is stored memory. That's why you always have some guys that are great at building machines and building things with their hands, and there are other guys that are good at thinking out of the box or knowing how to fish. They just love fishing. And that's usually how it's very weird that there's always a group of individuals working together. We can always have some sort of archetypical skill. And when we start seeing these common problems, this is why I think humanity is a cycle. When we're seeing now this modern era, which I think is just the intermission of the last cycle, it's pretty much like, you know, we notice things aren't, we're all over the place wrong. This society is not a full society. It's an imprisoned society. And we know that nothing is working. Clearly the leaders are at fault. And, you know, that's why people are trying to move out of the way and trying to fix things.
Well, what do you mean the leaders are at fault? I feel like there's some responsibility the masses have to take for themselves, you know, because if you outnumber your enemy and it's like you're letting them win. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like,
well, you're right on that, but there's also an issue. See, the difference between this type of society now and the society prior, when a neighboring kingdom would invade another nation and say the citizens are now taking over, even a king or a ruler would not, even like if you want to even go as far as Genghis Khan, he would not impose this, you know, full military doctrine takeover. That it would try to be a simple transition. And you know, usually the old saying goes, do not hurt or attack these people. They weren't once enemies today, but they're now brothers in arms tomorrow. But here we got subverted. We don't know who the hell our enemy is because it's one of our own. So
hey, that's the trick, isn't it? Yeah. That's the trick. Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah. There's a ancient Chinese saying or whatever that like don't hurt the citizens or something because then you'll have to fight 3 armies instead of 1.
Hey,
so apparently, like the citizenry will create an army twice as big as your enemy's army.
Yeah, and you
so
remember
actually, like if you watch Chinese history, like the dynasties when they take one dynasty from the other, like no citizens actually die. It's just like the rich guys in the castle get taken out. So it's kind of interesting.
Right.
In the past, it was like that, right? The common people knew, like, I'm a common fuck. I'm gonna always pay part of my shit to the nobles. They're always going to get my shit. It doesn't really matter who the noble is. I'm just going to continue on working.
Yep, exactly. And you remember, like, there's another old saying with the sieges, right? No, not to be a bad lord to treat your people indifferent, because when you're in a siege, the other lord outside will sound like a better offer than the one currently being defended. So, like, there's so many proverbs and sayings out there, and that's exactly the thing. Now, here, the only difference we have is that we're constantly, barmed like, hey, look, the third world country out there is a shithole. It's completely bad. At least we have freedom here, right? And then when people do leave, because once we have the money to leave to go check the Philippines and all these other supposed places, they're not that bad. They have good living. There's a simple honor and enjoyment of sometimes being poor, because you don't need all this crazy shit. Go out, get a fishing pole, and go fish. It's great. It's fun. But the issue is we're so stuck in the mainstream materialistic. That's why Fight Club, the movie itself, is such a renowned masterpiece, because, our war is a spiritual war. It's nothing physical.
Well, I mean, I'd say like there's no conquering either frontier, but to a degree, I mean, it seems people have mastered material war to a way larger degree than we currently have mastered the spiritual war. Like physically, we can be very comfortable, right? But it's the same thing as like how you see all these celebrities say like, oh man, my whole goal in life was to be famous. Now that I'm famous, I realize I'm not actually happy, you know? So I'm actually yeah. And that's because there's that spiritual war that they have no, tools to fight with or fight against or fight within. And I heard someone say recently that like, I was gonna say that like Western versus Eastern is more fixated on like emotional comforting versus like physical comforting, and they have their. But I don't want to make too much of a generalization there because I think it's kind of bullshit. Both people are concerned with both. Maybe there is a difference in degree and leanings, but that's not really important.
What man really is an enemy of another man? Like what man has to be, or woman, has to be an enemy of another type of woman or man?
Hey, you're all my friends. Just don't fuck with me.
Yeah, there's always
right.
Yeah, there's always groups and cults out there, and trust me, I can name a few cults that swear up and down that if you're not with their demonic god, you're an enemy. And they have rules and laws within their religious sect that can deem it as such that, hey, I can rape, murder, butcher, all the atrocities in the name of my dark god, and it's okay. Because it's not evil. So keep in mind, those guys are in charge, and those are rich organizations that do believe in this dumbass concept. So you do like I don't want like to sound like a doomer, but there are plenty of people who deem and see you as an enemy. So every man and child is born with an enemy in this world.
Hey, have you ever entertained the idea that the lesson you were taught in all these stories is the opposite of the truth?
Yeah.
Like you know how in so many of these cartoons there's a bad guy who's trying to end the world, right? But what if it were the truth that it's the actual true goal, whether you know it or not, of all good people to bring about the end of existence? And I'm not talking about one big like mass suicide. I'm just talking about like maybe there's a mission and we're all freed from this existence once we accomplish the mission and achieve like game over. You know what I mean? Like not game over like oh it's the end of the world, but game over and like mission complete.
Dude, I get what you're saying. Dude, you're hitting ball. Yeah, I agree. I understand what exactly you're saying, dude. It's like if like when we're younger, we understand like we overvalue the hero characters like Batman and so on. But as we get older, we understand the villains. Like you look at Joker, for example, or any other villainous character, and you look at Gotham as this corrupt thing. It should have been dead, or Ra's al Ghul who wants to destroy Gotham because it can't be saved. And we later on learn from all the comic books, it can't be fucking saved. It needs to be destroyed. There's too much of a cesspool in a criminal reality, and as long as the city exists, there's going to be criminal organizations. But Batman continues to enable this shit because all he does is, save and rescue these villains. How many times have Joker got out and killed thousands of people? Had he killed Joker or any of these villains, it would have been over. And so
Batman is like the prison complex.
Yeah.
You kind of got to ask yourself
the psychotic match to the psychotic, right? So you got a psychotic warden or a private or like whoever owns a prison and the people in there wanting to run it and do what it like, and then you got the prisoners, right?
So let me ask you a question. I mean, is this reality something you deem or that you want to go on forever? And I mean, I guess it depends on your perspective on what you think would happen afterwards, But I mean, what do you think? Because we all know the lesson of like in the stories of like someone who achieves immortality and he regrets it, right? It actually becomes a curse to live forever, right?
Yeah.
And so if the reality itself could be personified, it's like, is the reality something that would regret existing forever, or does reality
The memory.
itself want to die, just like a human would want to die someday and not live forever? So
What about the memory? Not even you. So say you can come back and do whatever, but the memory like stops there each time, just for that single sole purpose. That's why the memory doesn't carry on from whatever to whatever. Because if it did, then you would just remember everything you did from the last. Like you would never really change to be another thing or think about it another way. You'd always continue that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
exactly. Yeah, that's what people often refer to in terms of reincarnation, that there's some kind of almost like a selective amnesia, to where some part of your essence is present and carries through, but there's also like some kind of like a forgetting or like a selective amnesia in which we forget our other, like where we came from, essentially, when we before we came into these bodies, like I would refer to it as the spirit world and so on. Like there's other terminologies and concepts, but ultimately I think this is a spirit world as well. We're actually in one, but there's other ones and you can transition to them. But anyways, just that idea of, kind of like a selective forgetting, in terms of like all of our previous experience, in order to have this life actually be like new and where you could actually like advance or progress because you're actually facing things
A
head on instead of
refresh.
just instead of just having everything.
I call it. I call it the mind wipe upon birth. Everyone receives one. Everyone receives a mind wipe upon birth.
Yeah.
I mean, that and entertaining the idea of reincarnation, that would be like the obvious case. I don't know.
Well, what's
Or is
interesting
it
is that a
that-
lot of children have spontaneous memories of previous lifetimes, as well.
Right.
So it's
Is it,
interesting how they're like closer connected to it. Seems in a lot of cases.
Yeah, maybe
is it the way
maybe the
we
mind wipe on puberty or whatever stage you want to call it, around the age of 5 or whatever these children experience in some cases.
Or is it the
Hey,
way
my
we
my
experience?
my ex
All
was
right,
hell.
come on, I'm in line. I waited like through 2 people. I think,
What?
I think, I tried getting in like 3 times.
Yeah, if everybody is actually really listening and aware, usually when someone does try to get in, if we all just remember that and then kind of give them the floor, because I did hear Noah once or twice. Now everyone maybe can't hear everyone else, in the same way or whatever, but ideally that's good because like I was hearing Noah trying to get in and then,
Yeah, I deferred
My
3
bad,
times.
bro. My
So I'm
bad.
trying to
My
come in
bad,
real
Noah.
quick.
Sorry, Noah.
Yeah, I'm not, no problem at all. That's why I deferred. But I was just like, I think, I don't think we get a mind wipe, or I don't think we get a memory wipe. I think that the way we experience reality in this body, the way we experience our mind and our memories, is not part of what we experienced as a spirit before we got here. So, like, you think you forgot, but I think you still remember what happened, like, when you were a spirit. But that is so drastically different from this reality that, like, most of the memories you have in this reality pertain specifically to your fleshly body that you incarnated into.
That sounds exactly what I was saying earlier to Geo about all you're trying to do is count one at a time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And reality comes in and it's like 51, 108, 99, 2, 17. And like you forget what you were counting yourself and you start focusing on what you're listening to someone else say. I don't know. Yeah, sorry. That was maybe a bit of a stretch or something.
Kind of like a piece, bits and pieces of all you do, and then once the bits and pieces keep going, they add to another format of a piece. So bits and pieces of like a timeline added to a tape or a video or something like that. It would be the memory portion. So you could have it for each different section, and then as a whole, it could make like a line. He's saying
Hey,
you have
my
memory
ex
on.
was hella into that stuff, bro. She had all these books by Blavatsky or whatever, and she'd always try to tell me that she knew for a fact people reincarnated. And I would just tell her, I'm like, dude, there's no way either of us could prove one way or the other definitively. So at this point, it's just pure speculation. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. Go with what you feel. Yeah. Just go with what
Yeah.
you feel at that point.
Well, there
But I
are
mean,
some
tell me
pretty
this, though.
remarkable.
Just answer me this question real quick. If you did, let's say you really believe that we reincarnated, right? As opposed to like some people believe in heaven and hell, some people, I don't know, whatever each
Yeah.
person believes. Do you think it alters your life? Like you live your life differently because of what your expectations are of when you die, or what you think happens? Do you think you live your life differently, or do you think it doesn't alter your life at all?
No, I think it does. And just to answer that, right? I've talked to a lot of people. I'm very talkative when it comes to other individuals. Like for me, I believe in reincarnation. I believe we pick how we're gonna live, who we're gonna live, and how our life situation is. And I think we get a little bit of an insight. Like, are we gonna be born in a poor family, a middle class family, a high? What are the obstacles we'll get? Truly believe you pick all of that, and you get your mind wiped because right now there's not the time period for us to all have that ascension of memory. And when you come here, that's why when I deal with obstacles with this mindset, I understand that it's a trial and challenge, and it is to prove that I'm strong. And every time I've gone through some sort of turbulation, I take it with a grain of salt. Like, hey, I fucking survived that. I'm now stronger than what I was. I leveled up. Other people, they blame God. They get to this hyper negative aspect, and I see them get anxiety, depression. So when I see
the Christian God specifically, or
most other people's gods, they're very like Christians, Catholics, and atheists. They get into this very doomer nonsense of the world is cruel and evil, and we live in a godless universe, and they actually have no motivation, no willpower. So I see it because I have many gods that I see as a trial and challenge to show my glory, my courage, and every time I achieve something, I did it with my own hands, my own willpower. So I think it's that perception.
So in a way, like every time you live and do something, it's like a progression into the next thing that you're gonna do.
Yeah. So it's another notch in your story. Yeah.
Way.
Yeah, it's like when you look at the old stories of like Achilles the Great or any other people, like they had to go through a lot of turbulence and stuff like that, and they wrote it in their sagas. Like nothing was peachy clean, and they even had an outlook like, oh, I got challenged by the gods, and one of the boats fell. But we persevered, we got everything, and things went great.
And what greater challenge to be in one life something, and then the next another, and then another, and then another, and then another, and then another. Like what,
Yeah, right now we're currently punished. We're currently punished. I don't know by what or what it was, but there's clearly when people look at our
rewarded though. Like, are we just being punished, or are we also being rewarded? Because, well, let me ask you a question real quick.
Sure, go
ahead. I'm not trying to get like super specific or in relation to like direct scripture or anything, but I'm gonna use Christian terms to form my question with. So, heaven being like the best place and hell being the worst place, wouldn't you describe this place we're in right now as a mixture of heaven and hell?
No, I would consider that like
Yeah,
in between.
I would say so.
I would say
Yes.
I would say in between. I wouldn't
Yeah,
say in the
both are
mixture though.
represented.
yeah, I think
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
it's a sandbox of both because you're
I
gonna
would
have
say it's like hell is below us, heaven is above us, and we're in between heaven and hell. I wouldn't say
And
it's a mixture
don't you
though.
want don't you take responsibility to the degree that you say, sure, heaven will never be this place and hell will never be this place, and we have
Actually,
this
no.
free will to but we have this free will to sculpt what this place is, based on our impact on reality, that maybe
Exactly.
maybe heaven is 100% good and hell is 0% good, and we have an influence to steer and like direct the way this reality operates and goes.
100%.
I would be very happy with everyone and myself if I could participate in a collective effort to make this place 99 or as much as possible good. Even though we're trapped as a mixture, there's always going to be that 1% of hell that we can't get rid of completely here. But I feel like the goal of humanity should just to be this place to resemble as close, in resemblance to heaven as we can physically, you know, uh,
Well,
you know,
that's
Yeah.
isn't that
portray or whatever.
I'll get next out
Get to
there.
that
Whoever talks.
99%.
isn't that the big question though? What is good? Like some people think hell might be a good place to go. As weird as it might sound, call me stupid. And then other people might think heaven is the good place to go.
Yeah,
Oh
there
yeah,
is
they got all the
sadomasochism.
sex, rock and roll, and drugs in hell. Yeah, yeah, sign me up for the sex, drugs, and rock and roll in hell, right? Yeah, oh yeah,
Right,
party on.
because their
Yeah, so
interpretation is the only thing they have to go by, really.
But
The
that's
only thing anyone
one-sided
has
though.
to go by. Yeah.
yeah, so what my perception is, even if we like say we get rid of all the corrupted assholes that are ruling America and we start voting good people, we start getting maybe like 20, 30 years of good progress. I do believe that this world itself will create another anomaly because the thing is this world is a sandbox between good and evil. You have to have that duality of good and light and darkness. So we'll never have like 1,000 years of peace. There's always going to be some sort of challenge to challenge
Well,
the entire population. It's always going to be
I'd say
created
call it
with
a
more.
mixture.
why
I'd say
do
call
we
it a
need to
mixture
vote?
instead of a duality.
Yeah.
Here's
I
a question.
personally think God's gonna come. I personally think God, and heaven are actually gonna come to Earth, and when they come to Earth, all the evil is going to be basically destroyed forever and ever.
What?
Basically, right now is your chance to either be able to stay on Earth, and that Earth has always been the place that human beings are supposed to inhabit. This place was made for us. It was not made for evil. Evil happens here because we have jurisdiction over this place, and by us allowing it, evil
Think
can enter in. But at the end of the world, all the evil and all the people who let evil in are going to be ultimately destroyed. And so humans never go to heaven. Nobody goes to heaven. That's where the angels of God live. We humans live on earth and always will.
why do we have to, like, when you guys think bad and good, right? And we
Yep.
have a system, right? Why is it that like people of a low level have to vote for a guy to be a good guy or to be a representative to people? Like, if you have guys out there that want to be that good guy, what's stopping them from being that? Why I don't get it. Like,
Because there's always
Yeah,
going to be like just
nothing really.
yeah, so think about this way. Even if we beat back the Illuminati and all these dark organizations, they've been pretty good at hiding, right? They're always going to be that third level or fourth level underground place they all get to meet up and they will rebuild. This is not the first time humanity has wiped out these guys out. There's multiple cases from Rome to Greece, you name it. Once they had found these guys too entrenched, they went out there, they murdered them all. A few of them survive. They go into hiding for 100 years, and then they slowly, with all the knowledge and money they have, they subvert again. And that's the issue. The best thing we can do as all the people in the room, like even I'm gonna do it myself,
wealth.
is write all the things that they've done and keep an eye for that. Have an inquisition or some shit.
Well, I think
Discriminate
I
wealth.
mean one of the ways I see it is that I think in this realm, like it's all perfectly divinely orchestrated to the point to where I do think at like in terms of this current kind of control matrix that's set up, I don't think it's humans at the top of it. I do think it's a different entity than human, but they're obviously sort of mind controlling a lot of humans and using a lot of humans to carry out a lot of the stuff. But ultimately, I think at the very peak of it, they're not human, as it were. And
I agree.
And I think that the creator actually allowed those beings. I know this is going to sound totally wild, and it is right out of like a script for a movie, but I also think it's real. Where from the underworld, like Noah was saying earlier, like the idea of the heavens are above, we're in the middle level, we're on the middle earth, as it were, we're in the center, and then there's which is the material physical plane, and then you have the underworld. And there's actually certain positive spirits in the underworld as well as negative. So actually, the underworld actually has certain like healing animal spirits and things as well. However, it also seems to be the repository for some of the darkest, most demonic, components, like that whole concept of the seedy underworld. And I actually think these entities that are involved in what's going on now literally came from the underworld. I mean, I think which is a whole nother question. Is it through a portal? Is it through the water? Is a whole nother question. But so I think the creator literally brought them into this realm, and there's a purpose for them. And I do think it has to do with a cycle as well. And I don't think they will forever be involved in the Earth story at all. I think they're really kind of more of a blip on the radar. But then you could talk about different lineages and different, components as well, because I don't think it's just one group. But there is kind of one that's involved now. But there, in the past, I'm saying there's been many other cycles as well. So from that perspective, I think it's all kind of part of this cycle. And I think it does, like for our individual selves, it seems to have some role in challenging us, but then also allowing for certain understandings and advancements through being aware of all these components.
Wouldn't you have to eliminate something like there's something you could eliminate, like us as a group, right? That not eliminating the people themselves, not like whatever happened in the past to Rome or whatever, but like eliminating the sheer idea of whatever that stands for, like the ideas that they bring in, just like demolish those ideas, and then those people really can't, like they have no, in a way that would demolish them.
You can just get rid of career politicians.
Yeah, the idea that somebody's better or worth or lineage of something or this or that, you just demolish that idea in general. Like how can another guy be like any like so?
Well, but there's like predators though. Sorry to interrupt, but like within species, there's like predators, to what, like, let's say if you're just a little mouse running around the yard, it's like a cat is a fucking, thing that's coming to eat you. And so and the cat's just unrelentless. It just, or it doesn't have to be a cat. It could be a lion, eating an antelope or whatever it is.
Right.
So I'm just saying, whoever these other entity dudes are, like I'm saying, I don't think they're ultimately human. So this is not really a human versus human thing, although it is, because they have a lot of humans doing their dirty work for them. So in that way, there is a lot of human involvement. But in terms of that other species and that idea, like if they're like a predator of us, then it's sort of like, just like a lion comes to, eat the antelope or whatever and just kill it. These guys are they're like a predator on us. Now they're not just outright killing all of us, obviously, because, but then you get into all
still here.
But but they're like feasting off of the lies, deception, like the whole way that they operate. And if they're actually different, then it's like we have a real predator on the loose, as it were. And in this case, they're going after us, so it's
the system's secrets. It's secrets in the idea of something, right, that you can't obtain, and the information, this and that stuff that, like, okay, well, you can't know this, what's behind door number 2. Well, you don't get to know that, like, exactly what's going on. That's one of the things that keeps anybody in power that'd be weaker. Or
I guess that's where faith comes involved at that point.
Yeah, but what if there's only just other people? Like, what if there's not any, like there's not a cat in this case? They're just other mice, but they, Some people.
Well, let me
want
put
to-
it this way.
They
Let me
want
put it
to
this
That's a
way.
deception. They want it. They want it. They're trying to cloak themselves, so they would want us to think it's only
Yep.
humans. But
Yep,
Kosher, your
exactly.
mic's really low too. Your mic's really low, Kosher.
Look, there's an old Egyptian art meme where there's a giant wall of these two giant reptilian gods, and below them, they right as you can see them connecting together, they're grasping hands, like they're shaking hands and working together. And right under them, there's the priest from looks like that are not Egyptian priests, which are controlling the Egyptian priests, which are then controlling the pharaohs and then controlling the army. So you have these two reptile gods, and then that same meme ended up popping up 4chan, and that's before 4chan found that meme, and they're like, "Holy shit!" Like, was that so similar? I'll go ahead and post it in the text chat. But yeah, it's whatever it is controlling us is definitely not human.
Yeah.
I have an analogy to make, which I think is like really poetic in just like the biological human design. So you know how you can just lay on your back in water and survive? Like your mouth is above water, you can continue to breathe just by going limp, just laying on your back, right? Like you'll live, and it doesn't take any effort involved to lay on your back in water. You can breathe, you can live, and you'll stay afloat to the point like half of you is submerged and half of you is surface and whatever, and you're fine. But the thing about laying on your back and doing nothing, you'll survive, but you're also going to be pushed along by the waves, and you're going to be taken for a ride. Now, there's a difference between laying on your back in water and standing up like in like a plumb position in water. So say you take a full breath of water, or a full breath of air, right? You're just a regular person. You take a full breath of air, and you go into a plumb position. What do you think happens when someone is like upright and they take a full breath and they just do nothing? I'll tell you. If there's no guesses, I'll tell you. If someone takes a full breath of air into their lungs and is like oriented plumb in a body of water, the top of their head, just like their hairline, is above the water. That's it. You can't breathe, right? But someone can wade in the water and put a little bit of effort into continuing their life and their survival, but it takes a little bit of effort to keep your mouth and your nose above the surface of the water. But here's the craziest thing: if you're willing to try very hard, you can kick your feet, you can paddle with your hands in a plumb position, and you can actually maintain more than half of your body above the surface of the water. If you're kicking as hard as you can with your feet and pushing as hard as you can with your hands and arms, you can actually get your belly button above the water and keep it there for as long as you can keep that effort up. And I think that's like a spiritual lesson in the design of the buoyancy of a human, where you can make, like, this world will always have evil and always have good in it. And if like above water is good and below water is bad, all it takes is your best effort to make this place a better than worse place. And you have that ability. If you're willing to try your hardest, you can keep your belly button above the surface of the water and like defy like the natural state things would be in if you just relax and do nothing. And that's all it takes. All it takes is our effort toward aimed towards goodness, aimed towards the world being a better place. Sure, it won't be perfect, but we can definitely make it a better place than it is a worse place, or a gooder place than a bad place. And that's really all I ask for at the end of the day, is for people to team up and try their best to make this place better than it is bad. And it's not going to be perfect, but at the end of the day, that's all I could ask from anyone.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Well, like, one of the ways I see it is that like the human spirit is a unique energy. It's like a unique frequency. I actually think there's like a human spirit world that we incarnate from, but you can go from the human spirit world to then other dimensions and other spirit worlds. But the human spirit world is the one that our souls go before we come into a body. And the human spirit itself, that is the part of us that is, loving and caring and compassionate. just wants to enjoy life together, make other people's lives better, make theirs better. You know, all that positive stuff, just courage and strength and support and caring for
Takes
others.
an effort, though.
And
It takes a
working together.
concerted effort.
Synergy, yeah. But so that's
Like,
the part of us that wants all that synergy and all that. So if that's all we were right now, that's what we would have. We would just have that. That's it. We would have absolute
Truth.
close to utopia as we could.
But
You'd have
but you got to
transparency for
try.
everything.
You got to
Right.
try hard though to get that, and you know what I mean. Like it doesn't just you don't get goodness by just refusing to be bad. Like being good takes like action and effort, and that's where your free will comes in. It's like how hard
It's
how much do you want
transparency.
this?
It's transparency, the ability to see everything that's going on, or else how would you be able to determine whether somebody's being bad or good to you behind the scenes? Like the reason we have these big groups and all these motherfuckers is because they have the ability to keep secret. They have the ability not to say and not to do and not to this. Like, why do they? Why do they have the ability to not, not tell anybody or not have to, come out clean, but everybody else does? Like the normal little person can go on stand, right? But the big groups don't have to. It doesn't make any sense. They should be the ones answering for anything like that,
Yeah, but you know when like someone gets shot in the head or they die, they collapse to the floor. So that just says it takes effort and it takes focus in order to stand upright on your own 2 feet. You know what I mean? Like it's not easy to stay on your feet. The world's gonna try to knock you
It's
down.
not.
In fact, if you put no effort into being an upright citizen or living soul of this world, the world will pull you down flat and put you on your back.
Because of
And
chameleons, because of deception.
Yep. But think of what just happened recently. We had like one of their biggest things they had during this, and this is where I'm telling you that and I agree with Gio that there is a great awakening and there is a change of the guards that are completely incompetent and they don't know exactly how to deal with human nature. They spend billions and trillions of dollars in think tanks and trying to control us, and even then they're losing to a bunch of young millennials and other Zoomers and Boomers and Gen X that are completely outsmarting him with, I'll do my own research, fuck you. And you look at all this shit going on, and now look what's going on with the naysayers, the ones that were like, fuck you, schizo conspiracy theorists. They're the ones that got, the thing that we can't say, and they're dropping like flies, and they're losing their own states, propaganda and PC players. So while they're dropping like flies, our numbers are still there. Our numbers are still speaking the truth, and those that are remaining.
how would you break it down percentage wise?
Well, the Germany just said it's above 33%. Few other countries are now
Of what?
stating that the die-off.
Wait, what are you talking about in reference to 33%? 33% versus 67%. What? Like, what are the sides?
Oh, what are you talking about? Are we talking about the thing that we can't talk about?
No, I mean, I don't know. I'm wondering. Like,
yeah, I'm talking about the thing that we can't talk about, the one on YouTube that's a big no-no. But,
okay, sure. I mean, there's a few of those, so I'm still a little unclear. Is there some hobo code you could give me so I understand?
I could use jabs if that's all right with Gio.
Oh, okay. Oh, we can call it the Voldemort disease, the disease that shall not be named.
Sure. How about that?
Yeah, I really don't care enough about YouTube to really. I mean, just I don't know. I mean,
I just want to get
YouTube just sucks, anyways. But yeah. So I really like. But yeah, it seems like that topic. You know what the thing about it? Like, even if because we can like we're streaming to Odysee and we could start streaming to Rumble as well. Because the voice chat. Anyways, it's a whole topic in and of itself. But I don't know. I just it'd be nice to be able to talk about everything. You know the thing about it. Here's what I was gonna say. Even if we did just stop, we just talked about everything we want. You know what ends up happening? People start typing in the text chat, and they're gonna start posting all kinds of stuff related to the scamdemic and all that stuff. So once people start posting that, then it could put the actual Discord server at risk. And we definitely want to keep the Discord server for now because it's the best platform available right now for this.
Yeah, I agree. And so like I said, there is a die off, You can look it up on
That's
the
a
line.
huge thing of that whole event though, the whole pandemic
That
stuff. Yeah, I mean that obviously they're doing
Discord stopping us, Gio. That's a bad thing too.
Yeah, they're doing a great culling, and they're actually rolling out this insane form of fucking treatments. Basically, it's gonna be fucked up. Like the people that are really into it, I know this is gonna sound really intense, but the people that really are gonna be following it even into the future, when they're gonna have these regular injection updates and everything that's gonna be going on, like they are the ones that are going to start to like tailspin genetically into like a cacophony of further illness. So it's like there's going to be those of us that are not going down that whole route, and it's like we have to basically hold the entire lineage of the human race together because they're trying to destroy it.
And with that going on, I'm also in a big belief that something is going down. Like I've said before, look, for the last 20 fucking years, the government had literally been suiciding ufologists, people that were studying the UFOs and everything that was out there. And all of a sudden, yeah, UFOs are real in 2022, or was it 2021? I think it was 21.
What's going on there, man? I'm like, I don't get it. What's going on in that area?
And no, that's even here's this. So now all the military branches started nonstop having congressional meetings with senators and everyone asking about the UFOs. And it gets even more crazier. Well, we knew way back when in the UFO community that these things not only are could turn on and turn off nukes, but they knew where all the labs were. They knew all where the weapons labs and shit. And then they had a Senate meeting not so long ago in 2021, I think in November, where even the senator asked one of the military naval intelligence, is it true that these things can turn off the nukes? And they go like, yes, sir, they can. And they can turn on analog nukes, which are pretty much nukes that have to be manually active in order for them to be fired out with a timer.
Wait, what is it? Hold on. We just U-turned into UFOs launching nukes?
Yeah.
No, is that where you're going with this?
I mean, it's rolling so fast I can't keep up. I mean,
I'm trying.
I hear points I want to address, and then it goes off. Now we're talking about nukes.
Well, just jump in there.
Yeah, just jump in, cut me off. It doesn't matter.
Well, you mentioned something about the people that had taken the minestrone and the number of people that have died from it. You said something about 30% have died.
Germany said it's so far 33% died off.
So if you think about it, if say half of America had taken it, so that would be like 175 million, something like that. But 30% of that would be like 52 million people had died from it.
Different countries are probably receiving different experimental gene therapy. I mean, I don't know. China and Japan will admit like they aren't injecting people with the same stuff America is. Although I don't know what part of this to take seriously and what parts to doubt and what
take this seriously.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess all I can say for myself intuitively, because that's ultimately what I go to when I want to decipher like the truth of something and that level. In my sense of it on that level is, I think way less have died than they've claimed. Way less. It's much less of a crisis, but it's just shifted a little bit. But it is part of their whole agenda, and there is it's more than average for sure, but it's not nearly as extreme as they're claiming. I'm more concerned about the future because I think the future is where they're going to do more weather modification if they do a fake alien invasion, and then the continued medical stuff that they're going to be doing. I think the threat is more in the future than it is current, but I think it is kind of mounting at the same time.
If you actually look at the reports from, especially from places like Peru, like 90% of the country that got the Fauci ouchie are dead. Just completely done. They're gone.
Where?
Peru.
Oh, dude, I have heard about some crazy shit that's gone down in Peru. They really went after, dude, they're going after the sacred lands. That's what they're doing. They're trying to kill off those people, sadly, because they've been doing it for decades with big pharma, big agriculture, big tobacco. Anyways, they've been just absolutely destroying, and they're particularly trying to just like the tribes people that have a lot of the ancient knowledge and the sacred medicinal knowledge of the earth and are keeping the earth and the jungle strong. Yeah, they're actually, because there was a whole thing with the Jap thing where they actually went there like the medical stuff that was going on in these last 2 years in Peru, they were going to these tribes and just basically telling them they all had to get the jab, basically like almost forcing it on them to the point to where a lot of them did it. Anyways, yeah. So, and there's been a lot of devastation from that.
Yep.
This whole thing seems multi-layered, but there's still got to be one overarching agenda to it. But still, there's like the way we're gonna like understand it is we're first gonna have to understand like the different layers, like depending on which country, right? I mean, there seems to be an overall plan because I don't know. I think they're all in cahoots when it comes down to it at the end of the day on a worldwide system. But then, the jab one place doesn't necessarily have to be the same jab in another place. But I think it's all intelligently organized, and
it's eugenics. Yeah, they're running out a whole eugenics program, and they're strengthening certain areas and weakening certain others, and they're going after particular regions as well for the future. I think terraforming for their smart cities.
Yep, and guess what? Since right now as it is, remember I told you how. Well, I said this before prior, but they have access to the occult, right? And those temples and cities had the knowledge needed, the same way those cathedrals had alchemic symbols that would lead you to finding another path. That's why some of the stuff, some of the old ways work. It almost make them look like they're hyper advanced civilizations. Now, these asshats that are in control are the ones that have access to that and is trying to keep it for the next cycle.
Yeah, they came in. Yeah, like I said earlier, I really do think they came from the underworld. But these other entities, they just came in and hijacked humanity for this current cycle. Like they came in and have done so much like commandeering and just stealing a lot of our ancient knowledge and all of these components. And then they're just using that. It's kind of wild when you think about it. Like, let's say you had this Earth that, like, you're the creator and you have this Earth with the like, most advanced technology, unbelievable, just incredible, to the point of utopia and just beauty and so many different components of humanity. And then in this cycle, it's almost like the creator's like, all right, let's just knock all the pieces off the table and just bring in this demonic entity that's going to just come in. It's going to be expressed. They're going to totally just try to like genetically modify us and breed with us and just absolutely like, doing what they're doing. But ultimately, for human souls, it's actually strengthening, and it's actually an opportunity for strengthening and kind of progressing through that. So there is a purpose on that level too. But anyways, just that idea of like coming in and just bringing in this whole like cycle that we're in, to where they hijacked. I think like they hijacked our free energy. They hijacked so many components. Our like a lot of foods. They've our medicines, and they're trying to replace it with all the synthetic medicine and stuff. It's a pretty dramatic story, and it's like awful in one way, and it's also beautiful and profound in another. But yeah, it seems to be the way of this cycle that we're in.
Hold on, I just fact checked what I said about Peru and 90% of the citizens. I think I exaggerated.
90% got it. That sounds high.
90% died.
Where did you find the first statistic?
No, I'm fact checking it. It's not. It turns out not to be the truth.
But it sounds like a lot of you guys.
Where'd you get? I was gonna come on and ask Kosho where you got the first.
I hate to ruin my credibility, but I think I made it up on the spot.
What the heck?
All right, no, sorry. I should say. I'm not saying in a way of calling you out. I'm actually like giving you props for saying that.
I mean, honestly, when I looked it up,
that takes courage.
I looked it up because you had something to base that guess on, right?
That takes courage, though, because I think we've probably all done that at least once or more times. So that's legit that you were aware of it.
No, but I looked
at
it up.
What was that assumption based on?
There's truth to it.
What did you originally base that? Okay, yeah. Where does the truth come from that you based that assumption on?
No, I didn't make. I literally was thinking. I was waiting to say it, and I had different countries in mind, and I just said Peru.
But, I thought you said 90% got it. Like got
99. 99 of the people who received it died, is what he said.
And 99%. But yeah, but apparently, actually, they do have. They had. I don't know how long this was going on for, but they did have the highest death rate, but not for the ouchie, but for the actual. The thing the ouchie is trying to prevent.
The reason I wanted to ask the reason I wanted to ask you about it is because it seemed like you might have gotten it from a source that I couldn't find myself, and then you said that you fact checked it. So is the fact checking now lying as well, or is it
Yeah, well,
your original?
actually, the fact checking is not a lie because, like I said, I did look it up just to see if there's truth to what I said after what Gio said, because he said it sounded like there was some truth, and there actually is some truth to the fact that Peru was one of the highest death rates for a few months. I'm not sure how long that went on for, but yeah.
Yeah, because that's the thing. It's like if we start looking up information about this or anything else, when you say fact checking, where does the real facts come from for anything? Is the question, right?
Yeah, it's
Sure.
all
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
crazy when you think about it. Yeah, exactly.
But let
I
me
mean,
zoom out from this conversation real quick and just see like an overarching pattern among a lot of you that I don't know. There's like 5 active members in this conversation right now, and it seems like the majority of the people here are insisting on this belief that we are in the middle of sorry, but like a great reset, right? Like it seems like a lot of you are subscribed to the idea that we're in the middle of, for lack of better words, a great reset or an extreme transitionary period. It's funny how that pairs up with like the transition that everyone's always been talking about for a while of like the age of Pisces to Aquarius. But like,
Yep.
I feel like a lot of you are expecting some really grandiose changes in the way the world operates, and I'm
Yes.
skeptical about that because I don't know. I kind of feel like things are going to go the way that they have been going as far as my lifetime, but I could be wrong, and I'm open to the Great Reset or whatever, however you want to put it.
well, I think they're rolling out their Great Reset, their whole Agenda 2030, all of that. Like they're, in my viewpoint, they're clearly rolling out an entire agenda. I think there's several things I think about it in terms of where they're at with it and how what's been going on. But
Well, even like cryptocurrency seems to be evidence of that, right? That like even cryptocurrency as a whole
Let me get
seems to
next
be
after
like a ploy. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, no. Go ahead. Finish what you got to
well,
say,
that's
man.
a whole interesting thing as well.
No,
Yeah.
just that there's so many drastic changes in like the different facets of the way culture operates going on right now that it just like the technology and the different systems being introduced with all this like AI artwork and whatever this like chat thing that I hear everyone talking about, what chat GDP or whatever it is, and like there seems to be some really extreme like transformative like introductions going on of different technologies and traditions and whatever that I see where people are coming from, but I just don't know if it deserves the title of the Great Reset. It might. It really might be that way, that culture is going to be redefined in a drastic way. But I also don't want to be like an alarmist or an extremist. And the other side would be like, it's pretty much going to be the same. It's not going to be that different. It's not going to be a great reset. There's just, change is natural in this world, and we're adopting a few new things. But we'll have to wait and see. In my opinion, I think that what people are envisioning is very possible, that it will be a great reset. And I also think that it may not be as extreme as a lot of people are imagining. It could go either way. Could be a small gradual change over the next 1,000 or a few hundred years, or by the time 2040 comes around, reality might be completely unrecognizable to what it is right now. It can go either way, in my opinion.
I think they're a little bit like listless though. Like I feel like a couple
Okay.
years ago they were much stronger with what they were trying to roll out. I feel like now they're a little bit lost at sea because I think actually these last 2 years, the whole thing that's gone on these last years, I'll just say this real quick. Like let's say you have an ant farm and they're just going everywhere, and you want to try to like keep them out of a certain region. So you try to put up little blockages. When you first put up the blockages, you'll kind of see like how good they are at getting through it. Now, maybe you put it up and it's like, oh, it's working pretty well. It's
Sure.
working pretty well. On the other hand, if you put it up right away and they just burst right through it and it's like didn't do anything. So I think like in these last 2 years, like the way that everything has played out, they basically did that. Like they put up this huge wall, and everything that went on, as we all know. And it was a huge change. It was effective in a way because it changed people's lives and all these different components.
Very effective.
In that way, yeah, it was. But I actually think that for what they wanted it to be, it was more like the thing where the ants just bursted down the blockage right away, meaning that they actually, like, they were testing us, kind of flexing. And I think their end results were, whoa, this is there's way bigger blockage than they were hoping for. And so now
That's
I think they're a little
optimistic.
bit like they're like, what do we do? And they have their other things, and they're a little bit scrambling, trying to figure out what to plan and what to do. And that's why kind of nothing's been happening right now. So it's
you're
like
saying,
pieces on the
you're
chess
saying that
table
there's less sheeple. You're saying that there's less sheeple than they thought there were. Like, oh shit! We thought we had like a more of a controlling, like potent influence, but
yeah,
oh,
because
shit.
all of the last couple decades were building up to that, to see what when they, for that last event, to see if they could get like a really significant. So all the GMO foods and the news and all the stuff that's been, and yeah, I do think that they found a tremendous amount of resistance that they weren't expecting was there.
I think the resistance that they got confronted with was exactly the amount that they would have expected. I don't know. Maybe I'm holding them in high regard than I should, but I don't think they're surprised by the way this turned out. I still think things are going according to plan, exactly as what was predicted.
Yeah, I think
that's just my opinion.
No, I don't think that's the case.
The resistance is part of the plan, I think.
Yeah, I said that next, but go ahead.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You're already in halfway sentence. I'll wait.
No, I said the resistance is part of the plan. I just added to his thing, but go ahead.
No, I don't think that. I think they're fucking up. They're completely fucking up, and they're losing it. That's why everything is you notice is just rapid and sloppy. It's not working as what they were expecting. That's why I always keep thinking. Because look at the UFO situations. Like I've said before, they no longer have control of the narrative. You look at the current political systems. Everything is failing. They're just right now they're on scorch burn thing. They're sending all the money to Ukraine. They're sending money to all their charities. And when the shit hits the fan, a lot of these guys are gonna disappear. Look what happened after the Japanese prime minister got assassinated. Multiple other prime ministers started to resign. World Economic Forum failed, and now everyone is going up against Klaus Schwab and George Soros. They're on the run.
Yeah, I think they have some fall guys that have to go down because it's like if you look at it from like an outside perspective, and you see, and just imagine that it is scripted. You can't just have it scripted to all go their way. There has to be resistance, give and take, 1 foot on the pedal, 1 foot on the brake, and people have to feel like whatever happens happened naturally.
Right.
And these are people from the Fabian Society, a lot of them. The gradualism is a big part of their thing. Now there was a big shock, with the whole pandemic announcement, and that was a big shift, and it did, but the result of that was kind of in slow motion. Like I went out, a lot of us went out and bought meat and refrigerators and thinking it was going to happen right away, toilet paper, and those things were also teased on purpose, I think. Not to give them more credit than they deserve, but at the same time, I agree with Fundy that it does seem like there is a play being kind of presented to us, and I think that Trump kind of represents the backlash, and that's why they keep him in the news. I don't think that he's just like this outside maverick that we hope he is, but he's not.
I think the masses are extremely predictable in their actions. Like they make a cause and then they watch us be affected by it and respond accordingly. And I don't think there's been a single collective, like organic grassroots effort that has surprised them. I think in their plan, they have already predicted what sort of resistance they might encounter. And I don't think the resistance that they encountered the past 2 years even came close to like their guesstimations on the higher echelon of like limitation of what they thought might be possible. I think humanity under-deliver in like a righteous resistance to the plan. I think it went better than they even imagined it would go. I think with the fucking rollout that they did, this propaganda scheme that they unleashed, I think it went as good or even better than they were expecting in their Whopper computer simulation that they ran before they really did it. I don't know. Humanity just doesn't hit their
I strongly disagree completely because it's failing apart the way it is. There's more doctors now. Look, you look at the 3 social media platforms, right? And you look during the scamdemic, exactly what happened with information. Doctors were not able to say what they needed to say. Every other individual of professional expertise couldn't criticize it openly. Now we have Truth Social, where I can go out there and drop nonstop pandemic stuff whenever I want. Twitter as well, and as well as Parler. Those 3 are now no longer in their control. This like propaganda narrative was their number 1 tool, and it's gone. And now you have what muck the zuck the
It's not gone. It's not gone, man.
The only thing they have left is the media, the mainstream media, which is ratings is now comparing to reruns of Arthur from PBS.
No. You're forgetting the human public also. There's still stuff you can't do and can't say out in public, right?
But here's the thing though. Look at the perception of NPC narrative, right? With the open public. How many people have encountered everyone that's currently anti-jab and for the jab, it's either, hey, did you take it? And you're like, yeah. Who are you, like a dirty anti-something? Well, fuck you. I don't give a shit. Get boosted. And that's the end of it. Like, there is no dialogue to persuade one or the other. So the NPC who is fulfilling that narrative can't convert anyone but themselves. You get what I'm saying? So like no one else is going out there to get jab unless they were already an NPC convert. You know, they're a lost cause.
I disagree with that, man.
Yeah, you can't like anyone who's
Kosho, let's pass the mic to Kosho.
Oh, no, it was just in Gem server, like I'm just saying that we would have conversations where it doesn't matter if it's flat earth or globers, but there were people on both sides of that debate, and I was one of those people who I was mixed feelings about it, and I definitely learned a lot. And I definitely seen people who also who learned from those dialogues. Some people who were maybe people who were skeptical on both sides, or people who were allegiant to the mainstream narrative, and then they looked at more of the evidence. Or there's people who were very much anti-V and
safe and effective.
Yep. Dropping dead all so suddenly, right?
No.
So
that's why I made that joke about the 90% in Peru things, because I thought the thing you said about the 30% in Germany was ridiculous. That's not.
Yeah, that's way higher than anything is even close to reality. 30%.
30%.
33%
of the people who got the ouchie vouchy, they are dead in Germany.
They said 33% of those died suddenly of an increased drop off. Yeah, 33%.
That's not true.
All right, I'll give you the article. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, just DM it.
The 33% of German citizens, German people who got that is a large number of people.
Well, wait, that was a joke now? I thought you just made it up because you overestimated. I didn't know that.
But I made it up.
Don't double down on the lie. Now you're making.
No. Okay, forget about the Peru thing, but the Germany thing that I heard someone else say that's not true.
Yeah,
that would be giant.
He obviously read it
33%
somewhere.
of the German people.
Yeah, I read it from somewhere.
He read it somewhere. It sounds like he's going to DM you the link to it.
Yep.
That's why I was saying. That's why I was saying, how do we know what the truth is? How do we fact check anything now?
Well, currently, right.
The shape of our Earth or the
I'll tell you now. You'll know if 30% of the German citizens that took that died. It would be kind of apparent.
Well,
yeah, I mean, maybe maybe there is some in one area or something.
Well, look at the narrative.
Well, how would you know the people that did anything? Sorry.
They're clearly trying to prevent people from talking about the die-off. So
well, maybe there was a batch. Yeah, because in certain areas, like if they give a batch, like a real wicked batch, there could be some higher numbers. I mean, 30, maybe 33, like what, within a week period or within, a couple day period or something, because, there's the whole component of, well, anyways, yeah, the way that they were, what do they call them? The surges or whatever.
That would be a big crowd, though. Think about it. If you're in a group of 100 people, right, and 33 of you died, like, what the hell? You would notice that.
Well, I feel like we're having the conversation they want us to be having right now.
What?
I feel like we've been set up to even talk about this and disagree.
Yeah, I'll send it to Gio. Let's hear this.
Well, a lot less Germans died in World War II.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, there's world wars that have been way worse than this.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Then that number that was forwarded just now, like the less Germans died during World War II And that was
Right,
kind of
and
the
you know
news.
about the people because they're your kids, and you send them off, and they're like, "Bye, baby," and they don't come back, or they do in a coffin or a pine box or
Yeah, but you know what's
cremated.
crazy? Where a lot of those went. This is pretty dark, but like a lot of like they take them into like the different parts of the military that are involved in like all kinds of things, like mind control experiments and other things that they're doing, in terms of like studying humans and stuff. So
Big
unfortunately,
time.
like they took a lot of those people, basically a lot,
Right.
oh, sorry, your son died in the war or whatever, but who knows what really happened to him, And once you're on that side of shit, you're on like that side of the wall or whatever, like you're in the military. So let's say you're in the United States military, you're over in Vietnam fighting and doing, all the crazy, and then you come back. Well, are they just going to let you go back to your family, or where do you go? You know what I mean? And if you just quote unquote disappeared off the mainstream map and they claim that you died, how there would be no other trace, and that would be it. They're just gone because you're already on kind of their side of the wall. And so if they take you to other land or underground or whatever it is, so unfortunately, I think that was like partly a huge, it even goes deep into like, what is their actual agenda for wars? Well, how about that?
Top secret stuff,
A
right?
mass,
Like,
basically a mass kidnapping.
It is
right.
true.
Like, what if you find something out? What if they send you on a mission and you look at the information and you find something out you shouldn't have? Now you can't make it back, and they sent you on the mission.
If you have a clearance, then you know how
Right.
to handle that clearance, and you're liable to those secrets. But
Well,
what Gio
if you think
said,
about it
what
practically,
Gio
Gio
said
might be
though,
right.
what Gio said is true and untrue. It's very true that happened to people that we know in the war. It's not true that it was their soldiers. It was certainly
you
the
know?
people. It was. I mean, that's the Holocaust was in World War II, right? That's when the Germans
What,
had prisoners of war that they literally did that stuff to.
Coach?
How
So
would you
who
know?
would get clearance that they wouldn't want the whole world to know that they would keep silent?
Yeah, how would you know what the truth is, Kosho, about that? How would you
How would
know?
I know the truth? Oh, it's
Yeah.
a lucky
Yeah.
guess, I guess. It's a wild guess.
See, that's like when you say it's the truth, like you like have some like,
All right, Gio, you got it?
grand source
Yeah,
of
but if he
information.
thinks it is, fair enough.
Yeah.
No,
So
I know. I just wondered the way you say it's kind of like you got the truth somehow rather than just a guess.
I've met people who were in these positions before. I've met people.
Okay.
I met multiple people, and multiple
Yeah,
people
I
who
think
have
if there's
relatives as these people. So
yeah, there's
I'm
levels
pretty
of clearance.
certain. Pretty certain there's some truth to it.
Yeah, some of it, yeah, there is some truth to it, and probably some truth to the whole thing, that we were told. But then, what Gio's point is that a lot of these, a good percentage of them might not even be dying in a war. When you think about it, if you're in control of everything, and the war is already planned from start to finish, and it's totally it's totally invested by the same people on both sides. That's where all the money comes from for both sides. They're funding both sides of it, right? So if you're going to do it that way, and the value of a human being that you could test on, take organs from, to just have them get blown up in a war is a lot less value to each person than actually kidnapping in the way Gio's saying. Of course, that has to happen. I imagine that you must be right about that.
I imagine it didn't have to happen because that resource was already fulfilled. They already had plenty of prisoners of wars where they were already literally doing all that stuff to. So they didn't need to take their soldiers and also do it to them. It seems like a pretty.
But they do
much a waste.
because the soldiers are coming from the populace and they have a much wider choice. So and all of their trying to get these youngsters to join the military and all the rest of it, they're getting a base basically. It's like they're getting subscribers to then pull from. And especially if yeah. Especially if somebody has
not at home breeding. They're not.
Yeah, I mean,
going
this
back
is
to
also
home
the
breeding.
part of it. Like, I think the other species that's actually going on, like they're doing this to humans because they're harvesting us. Like they want to try to find, the most intelligent ones who also will follow orders. And that through the hierarchy of the Freemasonic, all the Jesuit, the whole secret societies, and all of those hierarchies, those are all built to keep certain secrecy and compartmentalization within the humans. So it's like they're actually feasting off of humans. They're creating the hierarchy. It's not even the humans creating it. The humans are more or less victims, in a way. And it's intense. And they're just trying to create a network. So they want to tap into the military men so they can get some of those, guys to pull off whatever operations they're doing, like get them in the CIA or, all these different components.
Even if it was humans, it could be exactly the scenario you're talking about. Just humans that think of themselves as on a higher plane or more.
Yeah, you could just
exceptional.
have some humans that would be at the top of the pyramid, as it were, like the hierarchy.
Yeah.
Like even
I
like
don't
in,
even know
in,
if
in a
I don't
movie when
even
it's like Darth Vader is like the dude or whatever, the Sith Lord or whatever.
Right. I don't know if there's anything but humans doing it, but I haven't seen enough to know that for sure. But you're right. Yeah, they think of themselves as not human.
More human than human.
They think of themselves as men and think of us as humans. And human means monster, I think, right? Definitionally.
Oh.
Hue, Hue, man. Man of color.
Like a
Hue man.
of a man.
Man of color.
Yeah, just a
and
shade of a man.
study the law definition. Human is a monster in a court of law.
Mm-hmm.
So,
trying
so
to-
then it doesn't actually mean anything. Got it.
Well, I've been trying to post how many people died in World War II, and apparently this has been considered abuse in this server. So
Yeah, I wouldn't bother posting that, but
why not? I mean, it shows the facts, and you guys are pulling numbers out your ass.
Well, that wouldn't be it. Hold on, that wouldn't be any of our moderation. That's actually Discord.
That's doing they don't like talking about
Discord,
the camps. Yep.
Yeah, that's their Discord.
And the whole point when you're talking about facts, there's no way to know what facts are any longer.
Bullshit. They have a number of people who died in World War II.
Listen. They have. They're telling us that we're on a spinning ball too. So
Well, we
if
are
that's
on a
not the
spinning
truth,
ball too, but that's another.
well, there you go. So just declaring that they're telling us
It's a
the facts
sucker
doesn't
born
add
every
anything.
minute.
It just
Okay,
shows
so
how
I see.
assumptive you are.
So
Yeah,
facts
let
are
how
relative
assumptive
now.
you
Gotcha.
are.
Truth,
Facts are
sir.
relative now.
Truth. I pray for
Hold
you.
on, you guys. Hold on.
Facts are relative
This
now,
is going
right?
off the rails. Hold on, Paid, dude. If you want to contribute, that's cool. But like,
No, I mean, is Dump Truck Beach Discord?
say
Or
it
is that
again.
you guys? What did
I
what rule did I break by showing deaths in World War II? I mean, you guys are
Yeah,
pulling numbers out your
Can we
ass.
not talk about World War II right now? Because like that situation is iffy on the Discord. Like I already seen the server just got banned recently because just talking about that shit seems to like hit some anti shit. So let's not let's just move on.
Well, Paid, I just told you, dude, that whatever you're telling me, you're trying to post a link and you're getting a message that says you can't post, right?
Yeah, it's from whoever who's Dump Truck Beach. That's not.
Okay,
that's
so
not
whatever it is, you may be able to DM it to someone if you care, if you want to do that. But there are certain filters on these servers through Discord.
No, this is not.
So-
This is one of your mods here sitting here. He's in the
Right.
room. He's in the voice chat.
We're talking
All right, well, maybe he's modding because, yeah, I mean, there are certain topics that unfortunately we do have to moderate for Discord and for YouTube. So we do want to keep this platform
Okay,
up.
let's put it this way: your 33% of Germans dying is 3 times the number that died in World War II. 10%
Anyway,
of the
so, yeah,
population died in World War II. If you
No,
would
it's
notice,
not.
if 30% of the
Anyone-
population.
Why do you believe all
If
those numbers?
If anyone,
Why do you believe those
if anyone
stats?
thought you could just Google stuff to get the facts, we could just Google it. We don't need you to
Well,
come in
then,
here and say,
yeah, you-
"Oh,
yeah, man.
Google it."
Then you
Google
should
says
do
something
that.
different.
Yeah, by the
So you
way,
gotta
hold on,
Google
hold on.
it. Google
You
always
should do
tells
that
the
rather
truth.
than just pull numbers out of your ass.
Hold on.
I paid
Well,
Nessa really
that's
quick.
not
I
really
just
It can't
want
be a
I
shit
just
show,
want to read
so
it.
let's not do the shit show, dude. Dave, if you want to respond, you got to at least like talk one at a time, say a point. Like, it's just turned into a.
Well,
food
yeah, I
fight.
started to, and then he started talking over me. What I'm
I
saying
know
is, if we
Paid
want to
has
go
a
to
lot of
Google,
history. I get it. He has a lot of history, but if he's here, at least let's try to just start fresh.
yeah, I just started, but then he talked over me, and then it sounded like I was talking over him. What I'm saying is, Paid, if we want to Google something, we all know we can Google something and get a different thing than what we've heard from an alternative source. You're not adding anything. You're not bringing anything new to the discussion. We all know Google has answers that may or may not be right. Okay.
So,
All right, so hold on, Paid. I just went and looked in the logs. No moderator deleted anything. What you got was a message, which is a Discord filter that blocks certain links and things. But nonetheless, what is the point you want to make about it?
well, the point is that you guys are just making shit up. These are fairly well-known numbers. These are more than one place. These are scholarly things. You guys are just saying, no, I have some buddy on Tinder or whatever the fuck you're posting on. It says differently.
Okay.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Really
Nice
quick.
comment.
True or false, Paid Nasta Shill? You're full of excuses for the globe. True or false?
False. There's no excuses for the globe.
There is
There
no excuse.
is
You're
no excuse
There's
for the
there's
globe.
demonstrable
Absolutely right.
there's demonstrable facts for the globe that you could do
Oh, yeah.
yourself.
All right, if we
Oh,
where do you guys want to go? If we're gonna go into that, I can moderate, but someone's gonna have to moderate it because you guys are about to go off the rails with it unless. So if you want to go there, then cool. But let's try to have an actual productive discussion. I mean, Paid does have certain information to share, and perhaps if you would agree not to do all the condescending, insulting stuff, we could do the same and actually have a conversation.
Well, if his only argument is that Google tells the truth, I mean, what's the point of that? It's like, okay, either it does or it doesn't, right?
But he does know some things about like engineering and other topics.
No, he doesn't. He's a baggage guy. He's a lot of fun though. He's sweet. He doesn't mean.
Oh,
any
says
harm.
Dan. Says
He
Dan.
doesn't
the
mean
Waterman.
any harm. I adore the guy. Actually,
Yeah, it says Dan the Waterman.
I think he actually. Well, I think he thinks he's on a noble quest to help people. Ultimately,
Oh no,
can we at least maybe
not really, and not
offer
anymore.
that?
What?
No, not anymore. You've
Not
changed.
anymore. I'm not.
Not when he's
Because,
insulting along the way. It's not really noble that way.
Yeah, you kind of. Yeah, I guess you gave up, huh? And then you just.
It's not really insulting to call people that don't know stuff that tells you to tell people that don't know stuff that they don't know
Well,
stuff. That's not insulting.
You know,
Sorry.
we can all.
But we do.
Google.
But we
You
do
know
know
we can
stuff.
Google.
No, you don't.
But we do.
Right.
A lot of people know a lot of things.
Well, you think you know a lot of stuff, but you just have a
You
bunch
think
of
you know a lot of
misinformation.
things.
You're not even seeking truth.
No, see, you. I've told you guys you could prove that the Earth is round simply and eagerly the same way they did it 2,500 years ago.
Sticks in the ground.
Sticks in the ground.
Sticks in the ground. That works really well. Yep.
All right.
We've lost that technology. It's a painful process.
Yeah, it says Dan. Who I mean, then we do have to use some math. It does take a little bit of trigonometry, which you can look up, Dan, since you forgot that.
Well, but
the
let's be real, bro.
credit,
Like
the
that.
only credit I can. Oh, go ahead. I was gonna say the only credit I can give his position is that we all kind of had to go through that psychological adjustment where it kind of makes you feel crazy that you can't Google something and expect the results that are actually giving you real answers when you realize that Google's actually falsifying information through this, hierarchical control, and he doesn't want to have that crisis of identity or crisis of faith in the Google. So he's just stuck. He can't question it.
Well,
so
I
that's
know,
where
but
he's
then
at.
you guys have to
know
go to
his
like
position. There's nothing more interesting about it than that. We were all there.
You have to go to.
I don't know. I'm going to answer for him and say maybe he actually is considering more than one would think.
Yeah, but you guys have to go to True Social.
Are you actually doing? Are you considering more? Answer what Gio just said. Are you actually considering more, or are you just denying considering anything we're saying?
See, the problem is that when you say Google, you're talking about the wealth of human knowledge out there. You have to go to your sources, and you have to pick your sources. You can't go to True Social, or where was the other one that you guys said that was really great source? Rumble or something, Tinder or something like that.
Would you say NASA is a good source of information, a reliable source of information? NASA.gov?
NASA.gov is a pretty good source of information, yes.
So there you go. Your credibility is lost with all of us.
Well, of course, because you guys think that the Earth is flat despite the information that's out there. Despite information you can get yourself easily done, you say that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, let me get next after this.
You want to believe it?
Go ahead.
Why do you want to believe the Earth's a globe?
I don't want to.
All right, hold on. Let's do this. Hold on.
I've measured the Earth to be a globe.
Hold on, real quick, you guys. Let's do this. Hold on. I'm gonna do. Hold on, please, everyone, just stop talking for a sec. Oh, I'm gonna do a hosting moderation for a second here. Okay, Paid. If you want, you'll be kind of at the center stage. Okay, so there could be like a There could be like a list basically.
I'm not in the mood for 1-on-5 today.
Just hold on, bro. I'm just offering it to you. If you don't want to, that's fine. What I'm saying, one option is that we could keep it civil, make sure there's no interruptions, and what it could be is like if someone wants to ask you a question or debate with you in a sense, then they would be, next on the list kind of things. And then, you guys go back and forth for a few minutes and then someone else jumps in. Of course, I'd prefer not to actually even make a list. So if we can just kind of coordinate it, but anyways. All right. So you were saying sticks in the ground. And then what was the next point that you were, or what point do you want to go on? Because we can go through it. If you think you have truth, then we can all use logic. And if you have something that's solid, then, everyone can consider it.
Okay, so like I found it funny that we were talking about a lot of things, the things that are upcoming and all that stuff, and we got this guy coming here, literally named Paid Shill, and all he's doing is just being condescending. But hey, if we're gonna continue this, like like I said, he's not gonna convert anyone to believe in the globe, so.
Yeah, he's just muddying the waters. I do want to
you know,
know why he wants to believe that the Earth's a globe, though. I'm still
it,
waiting for that answer.
it's not a belief, though. That's the thing. See, that's the problem with you
No,
guys.
no,
You're pretending to
it
imagine
certainly is. The
It's
reason
not a
I
belief.
ask is because it is.
It's
The
not a
reason
belief.
I ask is because it objectively is
Oh
not a
no,
globe. So
no.
why do
It
you
is
want to believe that it is?
objectively is a globe. Why do you believe that it's not? Why do you say
Sir,
to 2,000
please
years of
answer the
information?
question. Just
Again,
tell me why. Tell all of us why you are clinging to your blanky fantasy of a globe Earth.
it's
Just
not
tell us why.
first of all, it's not blanky fantasy. It is scientifically facts. You could get the
Oy
information
vey.
yourself, but you are either too stuck in your flat Earth religion or too I don't want to say dumb. Too scientifically ignorant to get the information yourself.
Are you done? Can you tell me why yet?
Why? Why you
Yeah.
are scientifically ignorant or
No.
don't
Why
want
do you want to believe something that
you
isn't
no,
and
you,
never
excuse
will be
me.
true?
Excuse me. You start with the wrong premise. See, the way you start off in science is you gather information and then you make conclusions based on that information. You can go out and get information to yourself that will not fit the flat Earth belief. It's
So
religion.
you can't tell me
Yeah,
why you
no,
want to believe that the Earth's a globe?
Again,
I
I've
think
told
we
you
would
three
all agree
times.
there's
How many
hold on,
times?
Kate. We all would agree that there's information out there that is claiming these things. The
Not
question
claiming.
is, what is the validity of that information? Not only the source, because that's what we were talking about, the source of things.
You
Not
can look
only the source, because obviously that's very important, but what I would offer to you, because, well, okay,
You
let
could
me
do it
just
yourself,
ask you that. Let me ask you this: do you think it's possible that you're going off of trust in that information, and you're making a bit of a leap, saying that it's true, and you don't ultimately have the actual verification or validation of it?
Well, see, the one information I'm currently talking about, you can do yourself personally. That's not trusting anybody else. That is you going out and gathering information.
Okay, let's go off that. Go ahead and walk us through something that we could all do.
Well, okay. Put a stick in the ground. Wait till solar noon. Measure the distance of the stick and the distance of the shadow. You do have to have, where the sun is going to. You do have to have like more than one person doing it. And 3 would be best on the same line of longitude, and you would show that it doesn't fit on a.
But your side of the argument also admits that it could work with the local sun. It's been in the
No, it
conversation for
can't
years.
work with the
It's
local
already been
sun.
admitted to on your side.
No, it can't work with the local sun when you have 3 points on the same line of longitude. It won't work.
That's not true.
No, it is true. Very true. 3 lines and 2 lines. You can
give us a link. Give us a link that
Give
shows
you a
that it's
link.
not true.
Give
Yeah,
you a
that it
link.
shows that it's impossible to have a local sun.
That's not how that works. You should be arguing how it does work. You can't just be like, show us how it doesn't work.
Let's first start with this. Do you have any documentation of your 3-stick description?
Yeah,
An
so
actual proof? Yeah, go ahead.
They're out there, man. Google them yourself. It's 1 in the morning.
Yeah. Okay, well, no, this was you presenting it. It's not about whether I can Google something. You were presenting it. I'm just giving you the chance
It's
to
out there.
present it. So
yeah, I've done it myself. Blue Marble Science, Earthrise, and I did it. It's done.
And how did you measure the sun, Bob?
You don't need to measure the sun. It's
damn.
You don't need to measure the sun, Dan. See, that's the problem with you guys. You always come up
Or
with
you
some
just
straw
make up
man
numbers
argument.
to fit your calculations.
No, again,
hold on a second.
Excuse me. To ask a simple question. The distance to the sun is not, once again, important for this observation.
It's in question, bro.
No, it's not for this observation. It's not. Sorry.
Well, it's in question.
No, I don't give it
bro.
shit if it's in question. This experiment is not, once again, going to show the distance to the sun.
It's a waste of time. This is literally a waste of time. Like I said,
so hold on. So, Paige, here's the thing, dude. If you put sticks in the ground, you're definitely going to get a shadow depending on the position of the sun. Now, you're also talking about extrapolating latitudes and points on a surface. You have to then have the distances very accurate. So if you're just going off Google distances, that's a whole nother story. If those are not correct, then you're you're falsifying something that doesn't actually exist in reality. Like you're falsifying a reification.
Wait a minute. You're saying that the survey distances that we know on Earth are not known?
Well, what I'm saying is that if you're having 3 sticks or any sticks in the ground,
the precise distances and elevations between those points would be essential to know, and also
Elevation?
the position. Yes, you would have to know all of that information. And all I'm saying,
Elevation makes
it's
very
just
little change.
one component of this is that if you're using several different cities or different points, if you're just going off Google and getting information, you're being given the globe model beforehand. So the fact that you're saying, quote unquote, it doesn't work, that's one flaw in what you may be doing, is going off of flawed information in
So
the
you're
first
saying
place and then
you're
making
saying,
an assumption from that.
so you're saying that the survey that we have of the United States is flawed.
Those were not the words that I said, but what I did say is that if you're getting flawed information, then
Well,
your
not though.
conclusion.
So,
Hold on, let me just don't interrupt, man. Let's not do that. If you're getting flawed information in the first place, your conclusion will be flawed.
yeah, okay, true. So now, are you saying that the information that we have on positions in the United States done by the U.S. Geodesic Survey is flawed?
I'm just gonna say the words that I say. So no, I'm not saying the words you said. No.
Okay, so if you agree
I'm
that
not
the survey,
agreeing or disagreeing with that. It's a little bit of a separate topic. We could go into that. My
well, no,
original
I mean
thing was
you brought it
that
up.
that's one potential pitfall in what you're trying to claim. And I'm trying just to share with you where, because I know you believe this, but I'm also trying to like share with you the logical steps of what would
We'll
be
go through them
required
one
for it
by
to
one then.
actually be like a buttoned up solid thing.
We'll go through your objections one by one then. So the U.S. Geodesic Survey, is that false? Since you don't say it's false, we'll assume that we'll take that as a given then, that the positions known on by.
Well, I mean, I haven't gone out and verified it. So
Well, then do it
the
yourself.
only way
Go
that
do it.
I could give you my intuition on it, and that level. But in terms of, if you're asking me if in terms of surveys, ultimately, I do think there's deception within various survey systems. They do it mostly
And
with the
prove it,
geodetic. Hold on, man. Please don't interrupt me. I'm not interrupting you. They do it with the geodetic surveying side, and a lot of the industries that are involved with, like the military and other components of the government that are involved in actually mapping the grid system and the distances. So yes, there is deception within the maps and the grid systems.
Do you have proof of this, or this is just one of your theories, one of your conspiracy theories? I believe that was a question.
Yeah, this is boring. Just leave.
Yeah, it's boring when I nail you guys down. You say, well,
No.
maybe
All
this,
right,
maybe
well,
that, and they come down, and now you can't say, well, now you.
Well,
It's
I mean,
boring.
to be honest, I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt to have a good conversation, but you seem to just be devolving into like condescending
No,
ad
I'm
hoc
asking.
stuff. So
I'm
it's
asking.
just gets
I'm asking
condescending.
simple questions. You say that one of the faults this is if we
The
don't know
last
where
thing you
we
said
are.
was the last thing you said is an ad hom, so I'm kind of not as much interested in engaging further. But if you want to try to redeem yourself, go ahead.
It's not
He
an ad
didn't
hom. I'm
say
asking a
that. I
simple
said
question.
that. He
What?
didn't
So
say that. I said it. So don't blame him for that. I said if you don't believe that the latitude and longitude by the U.S. survey is correct, post your current latitude and longitude, and let's see if we can find where that goes to.
Latitude and
If you
longitude
feel
on a ball.
comfortable in your assertion that they're not accurate, you have nothing to worry about.
Latitude and longitude on a sphere would have depth. Your latitude and longitude don't have any depth.
your
And also, I'd
latitude.
say about the surveying, it's a complicated answer because I do think like planar surveying is legitimate and accurate. So a lot of those planar, I mean, that's been done for a long period of time, and when it's done in the shorter distances, as it were, which actually can end up being, many, up to like 100 square miles. So it's actually fairly large, but nonetheless, those have been done for long periods of time, and those can be easily verified and validated by anyone ultimately. I mean, if you have the skills, even more so. But it's about taking that planar data and how it maps out on the larger grid systems where you get into geodetic surveying. So when you ask me, is a certain entire set of survey false, it's just not a simple answer because there is accurate planar surveying. Of course there is. We build houses and roads and neighborhoods and buildings and cities, and there's all kinds of surveying that is very accurate. But when it gets to the geodetic, when it starts getting to the large distances and where the kind of curvature and the globe part comes in, that's where it goes into a whole nother category of what is claimed to be surveying.
Using a sextant, I can find my location within 2 nautical miles. Does that mean that the survey is wrong?
It means you're on a flat planar surface.
Oh, please, let's not get into that one right now, Daymok.
It's what he just explained to you.
Well, there's
You only have the
$10,000 out
depth.
there for you, Daymok, if
You
you've never
only
solved
have.
a simple fix on the flat Earth using celestial navigation.
That made no sense. You only
There's
have the depth
$10,000
of a
out there.
flat.
Let's try it again, Daymok,
Can
so
I
you don't
finish
interrupt
my
me this
sentence,
time.
dude?
So you don't interrupt me this time. There's $10,000 out there if you can solve a simple 3-star fix using flat Earth, but nobody's done it yet. So don't say it works on the flat
That
Earth
didn't
because
make
it
any
doesn't.
sense.
Yes, it did.
That didn't make any sense. So now, can you?
$10,000, Daymok, you could use that.
All right,
Buy a
Kate,
lot
now
of
you're just interrupting him, man. Come on. I don't want to have to mute people. At least let him speak. He let you speak.
You can have the same $10,000 if you can show depth of 7,000 kilometers anywhere in your longitude and latitude from your feet down, pal. Your longitude and latitude are missing globe depth. You have flat Earth depths on a planar surveying of longitude and latitude around a grid of a circle, radius like a mat, like a dartboard. So when you have any depth that goes from your feet down past 7,000 kilometers or up to, then I'll be glad to check it out for your $10,000.
Well, that's an interesting twist on it. Yeah, you're going underground and actually proving the sphere itself. Yeah, because what we actually have is the surface and planar survey data. Yep.
Unfortunately, you forget seismic data.
Yeah.
You forget. You forget physical material.
They use the claims of timings and all kinds of stuff for that as well. But
hey, you guys want to try something fun? I don't think Bacon's thing is complete yet, but there's at least one location on there. He's going to make it so you can do random. He's going to randomize your location. However, the sextant and the stars are set up for this location, and if I give you the web page, it'll just show you some place, and there'll be like the sky, that sky for that. Well, you know what? I don't think we can do it because there's no clock yet.
yeah, I mean, but dude, we've talked about this. Like even in Stellarium, you can set Stellarium up on an azimuthal grid. So you can set it up like Demok was saying, like a dartboard on the ground and essentially a dome above you, if you want to call it that, or a celestial sphere, or just a field of vision. So
how would you?
Even Stellarium itself maps on an azimuthal, essentially a planar Earth surface with the sky above, just like a planetarium.
How would you?
Actually, you understand that Stellarium is a globe-based model, right?
It's not. That's what I'm telling you. It
Well,
actually has the
Absolutely
coordinate.
is.
It has the geocentric azimuthal coordinate grid in it as well.
No, that's not what that's used for. That's used to look at the celestial sphere over your head with your zenith at 90 degrees above you, and you can tell how far an object is above the horizon. The stars don't rotate on that azimuthal grid. That's simply for you to be able to estimate how high a star is off your horizon.
A sphere isn't a flat grid, and we need to know below the horizon, not off a horizon. We need to see it happen. When you keep claiming these things are going down below something, where is your helicopter or your footage of that thing going down?
And by the way, Geo, I use Stellarium on almost a daily basis. I've already used it a couple of times today looking at the southern sky.
Nice.
Whoop-de-doo,
You go, Bob. You go, Bob. Rocking it out. I mean, yeah, no, it has the azimuthal grid, absolutely. That's why you can do a planetarium, because you can have a planetarium that is a flat floor. You can even level it. You can make it horizontal. You can do everything in the world to make it a planar floor, and you can map the stars above that planar floor for any position on Earth.
Yeah, but can you map the stars to the floor? That means
yes, you can. Absolutely.
Yes, because they're all
It's
it's
all a grid system. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Does the planetarium use the grid, the floor at all?
Listen, if I take a picture of whatever stars you're talking about.
Sorry, Demo. That's the point you're observing it from. You're on a flat floor, just like you're on a flat Earth. And the dome of the planetarium is akin to the field of view when you're standing outside on the Earth.
Yeah, but it's not big enough. You don't get the shifts that you get. You don't get the 1 degree change when you move from the equivalent of 60 miles on the floor. You don't see the things fall below the horizon like you should.
Well, yeah, you could cycle through it. A planetarium can bring any part of the sky up, and if you wanted to,
Exactly.
you wanted to
So
like
you haven't
play it
explained.
through time, you could do
See,
that.
that's the part of the problem is you can't explain why when you move that the stars change because you move south or north. You can't explain that very well.
And nothing changed. What are you talking about?
What
Nothing
do you mean it
changes.
doesn't? Yes, it does. Bullshit.
So you change your orientation or position. You think what changes now?
The star field changes. If you
No,
go from,
you do.
No, if
You
you
do.
go,
If I take
if
my
you
body
go
and
from,
move it around, I move around.
if you
Stars
go,
stayed where they were at. They never move. You don't move the stars. You move, just like that. When
yeah,
I
but the
move,
the stars
you
move relative. The stars move relative to where I am, 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles.
No, they don't.
I was
You
south
move
They do.
relative to where you are.
This is the basis of celestial navigation.
I was
No,
south of
it's
Cuba
not.
on a
That's
ship
your
not long
ignorance.
ago, and I'll tell you something. Polaris was half the distance from the horizon to where I was used to seeing it. How'd that work out?
Now, you're 40 degrees north, 43, aren't you, Bob? You were down.
Your
like
imagination isn't that good.
Yeah. I
No,
was
it's
okay.
So hold on. Can I ask you
had,
guys a question real quick? Just one question. If I take a picture and it's a flat picture of whatever stars you saw, where's the dome at? Thank you. We're
There's
done.
no dome, but that's another. See, the problem is,
Oh, there's no sphere,
this is-
right? No
this
dome
is-
of stars above you?
This is the
Huh, that's weird.
basis of celestial navigation. Is that for every 60 nautical miles you move, the stars fall 1 degree.
You just said there is no celestial dome of stars or sphere above you.
Well, there's.
I just said, right, it's flat. We know.
Well, you can map the stars. Okay, like whatever the stars are, whether they're okay in the heliocentric model, they're going to say they're light years away and way out and out there. Okay, which essentially is like a sphere in a sense because they're way out there. And then on a stationary planar type Earth, you can have either an actual dome or just you could also have a huge dome that's actually over the entire Earth. And then wherever you are on it, let's say you're in New York City or whatever, you're just sitting there looking up. You're only seeing that section of it. And in that sense, you could call it like a personal dome, but it's really just like a personal field of view. Like it's the amount of distance you're able to see. So anyways, but whether you look at it as an actual dome or a planar field of stars, they definitely can be mapped on a like in a planisphere, or sorry, in a planetarium, I mean, which is actually a planisphere. But in a planetarium, you can put them on a dome above a flat floor, but you also can map them on a flat surface over a flat floor. So the coordinate systems actually are transferable.
But that's what I mean. That was the point of my question is,
Which is how they pulled off the globe live. It's because of that
No,
transferable
no,
geometry
that's not.
that the creator built into this realm that even allows the globe Earth to be inverted from the actual spherical magnetic field that surrounds the planar Earth.
that was what the point of my question that I was asking was, like, if you had a round circle floor and you had a dome that went over that floor, like in a planetarium, let's just say, and there were stars for each position in the dome, would you be able to map the positions on the dome one for one for positions on the ground? See what I'm saying? Like, would there
Yes, you absolutely can, because if you have one of those planetariums that's like a whole LED screen, you can move it through time. And as you're moving it through time, that's akin to moving your position on the ground. Now you're in almost like a simulated environment to the point to where you can't actually move on the ground, meaning the floor is the same floor, but you can change the planetarium settings essentially, and you can move it to any position on Earth. And so that is akin to as if you were actually changing that position because you're changing the view of the sky.
Have you ever been to a planetarium, Gio?
Yes, many different ones.
And you never learned anything about them?
Here we go again.
The way a planetarium works is it's got a projector in the center of the room, and it projects the stars on the ceiling in their true position along a curved ceiling. Okay? And if you're sitting in the center of the room or reasonably close to it, you can look up and see from horizon to horizon what you would see at a particular spot on Earth, wherever they set it up. Okay? It has nothing to do with the shape of the floor. It has nothing to do with whether it's a square room or a round room, although most of them are round. That's bizarre.
I think my question got misunderstood anyways, because I'm not talking about like, would you be able to map out the sky for any position on Earth? Like, if you could choose a position on Earth and then put the sky for that position. I'm saying, let's say you have a region of the dome. Let's say it's half the dome. That would mean that the ground you should be able to represent half the ground, since for every star there's a GP. There's a 1-to-1 component for each position in the sky for a position on the ground, like on Earth. I'm saying in real life.
The only way you could do that, you can't map every GP in a planetarium, obviously, because they would all be 10 feet from each other. But the only way you could do that is if you use the planetarium for the GP of that star. So you basically put the ceiling of the planetarium in a position to where you're at that GP. Like when you're in the planetarium, you're on on the floor in the planetarium looking at it, you're actually at the GP of that one star. And then you could then map those in a grid system and then correlate that with the Earth as well. So in that way, you could map like GP positions with a particular position setting for the projector on the ceiling.
The way a planetarium works is that there is a round sphere on the end of an arm that has holes in it that project light onto the ceiling from those holes. Each of those holes is the GP of that star. It projects it straight out onto the ceiling. And then
there's different kinds. There's a couple different kinds, yeah.
But as you rotate that sphere, you rotate the stars on the ceiling of the planetarium.
Have you seen the ones that are like a huge LED screen? Like it's a high definition screen that they can set.
Yeah, and this one here is a lot easier to understand based on the fact you're talking GPs, because each of those holes on the spherical end of the planetarium is analogous to the GP of that star on the spherical surface of the Earth. That's how they work.
But
Can
you
I show you a picture of it?
You forgot that very one important thing, though. You know what that is?
Tell me.
The surface of the Earth is not spherical.
That was the point of my question.
Actually, it is, and that's not really in question.
Well,
it's in question.
How does the planetarium?
Dude, it's on notice.
Works on a sphere.
We've put the globe on notice.
Notice what? Notice that you are what?
Dude,
I'll do it.
You're on notice.
Oh, Platypus. I missed you. How you been? You still think the Earth is flat, huh?
I know the Earth is flat. I know we're not on a ball. I know we didn't go to the fucking moon with zippers on our spacesuits.
Data? Do you have any?
Have you?
Any measurements of the flat Earth yet?
Or were you like flying the Blackbird or the SR-71 or something like that?
Nope, I did not fly the Blackbird or the SR-71.
Okay.
That was a very select group.
Yeah, dude. Salute the troops.
Hey, man, listen, Peyton Asashil, it's just that we can hear the insecurity in your voice.
I have no insecurity in my voice on this topic.
Dude,
thanks for talking over me.
Paid NASA shills would not use a gun to defend his family, even if they were being raped.
Okay, Jesus.
It's true.
You don't have to go
Ask
there.
him.
What the hell?
Ask
What are
him.
we doing?
Just go ahead and ask him.
Here's what Flat Earth
Why do Flat Earthers always resort to this kind of shit? It's always Flat Earthers resorting to this shit.
No,
both
it's
sides
not.
right now.
Sorry, it's like paid NASA shows. Hold on.
Here's where
one second,
Platypus
NASA.
goes
I'm
into.
gonna explain that.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna explain it.
If you're trying to
How
roast
come-
him for that, then you could roast me as well. I'm never using a gun to hurt anyone ever.
How come Platypus can do the ad homs and
This
not
is
get...
this is
You've
a.
been doing that since you got in.
I
bro.
would still,
So,
if
like,
somebody
when he
was, hold on, if somebody was being like sexually assaulted or raped, I would do what I could do to block that person from continuing to do that to that person, but I would not strike or shoot that person.
Yeah, that's fine. This goes between this is between NASA and I. It goes way back.
This goes way back to him being a gun nut, thinking that if he has more guns, more safe.
Man, like seriously, like you came here with condescending attitude. We're not stupid when you're using such tones, and now you're getting all upset that this guy is throwing a little bit of a on-han. If you can't dish it, then don't fucking do it.
What I'm upset about is double standard here. When I
This is my fault. I'm a moderator, and I shouldn't have said that.
But
I
that's
kind of
not
forgot where I was.
hold on, but that's not the issue.
All right,
the
I'll hold
issue
on.
is the group of us will reflect what you give to us. Most people that come here like that actually are inquisitive or want to learn or go like, all right, I'll experiment. But the fact that you came in, you had a nasty attitude, and now we're reflecting it back, then if you don't like it, go to your global server.
Yeah,
Go to a global server.
my nasty attitude is that you guys are saying stuff that's patently false.
Okay, then move on. Why are you here?
All right,
Why
you
the
guys,
fuck are
we
you
were on
here?
another topic. Hold on, bro.
Yeah,
We were
this
on
is
a
my
topic.
fault.
Well, I also don't really, Platypus, I don't even think you really even ad homed him, really. You said, I don't know, it sounds like that is like a inside joke between you guys. Now, I don't know if
It is.
I don't know if he takes that as an insult or not. I responded to it because, like, yeah, it's an interesting topic, but I don't know if we're going to go into that whole topic. And I don't even know what you meant by it. So I'm not even sure it even was an ad hom, but I don't know if you guys want to complete that or we could go back to what
No,
we were
no, I don't. It literally, this is just some, like, we had an argument like a year ago in Gem Pandas, and it's like a long running joke between us.
So you
I
thought
don't-
it was important to derail the entire conversation because
Yes.
you tell your joke. Thought so.
Yes,
He's trying to correct it, man. He's trying to. He said he was trying to turn it back to the conversation. So, and I was the one who complained about it. By the way, NASA still didn't complain about it. I was saying asking for both of them. We'll keep it on the topic, but it looks like it's already happening. So, and anyway, for what it's worth, back on the topic, that was the point of my question. Was when the platypus, because you just said the ground's not curved or whatever, but that was kind of what I was alluding to when I said, could you map the dome of the planetarium to the ground, or one for one for each point on the sky to each point on the ground? And I would say that answer is no, at least not without huge. You wouldn't be able to do it back and forth, like reverse it both ways and keep the without any extra space or losing anything. And the point of that, the point of that is that that's actually what we use the sky for. We actually do map. We use every position in the sky for a position on the ground, and it works out perfectly. So, I mean, if we use the sky as a sphere and we can map it to the ground one for one, it kind of says something.
Yeah, it's a celestial sphere. It's been known about since the dawn of time, talked about and discussed in all traditions and since the dawn of humanity. They've always I mean, you look at all those ancient cosmologies and since the dawn of time, humans have always seen the Earth as essentially it's a stationary planar surface, and then there are the conceptions of sort of the firmament, the dome, all these different the ether. They refer to it as quintessence, which is these very high octave levels of the ether. Quintessence, which is the celestial field. And there's different ideas on that. And of course, the idea is that we're enveloped within a larger, almost like the womb of Mother Earth. Like we're enveloped within some kind of a perhaps spherical field of some sort, whether that's like a plasma membrane or a barrier, whatever that may be, that kind of keeps this whole dimension and realm functioning. And then the star field can be mapped as a dome or as a hemisphere over a planar surface. That's how it's the XYZ axis. You have a plane, and then you have a planar surface that you're on, XYZ, and you get a hemisphere on the top and a hemisphere on the bottom.
Yeah, it's just we don't use XYZ coordinates for the celestial sphere.
Yeah, that's what a sextant is. That's what a sextant does.
Well, no, we use two angular coordinates for both the sky and for the surface.
That's not what a sextant does, Gio. A sextant just measures an angle from between 2 points.
Yeah, it creates an axis within the XYZ axis matrix between a GP and between your elevation angle and your position in the sky.
No, it measures an angle between 2 points, any 2 points.
Yeah, and it creates an angle which creates the XYZ axis, that the triangle that you need to have all X, Y, and Z axes.
There's no triangle. There is one angle. That's the angle that the sextant measures.
Well, yeah. So we were having a really interesting conversation before this. I don't know if you guys want to debate on the globe stuff, go ahead. But if no one wants to respond to it, we can move on and go back to something else or continue on this or whatever. But I know some of these guys are just going to forcefully push their thing, and it's we don't really have to just be subject to it unless we
Yeah, let's just talk.
want to.
Let's just talk
Dude.
about like you were talking about before, where we're talking about the upcoming thing, the events, whatever the fuck is that is in control of the place. Because like honestly, I'm not satisfied with the convos that these guys coming in. Like I've seen some of the Globers that were here. There's some of them are nice, considerate, and they actually give a good back and forth. But these guys, nah, man, it's just toxic as shit. Yeah, I'm not buying what they're selling. I don't like talking to them. They have bad negative energy, and I wish they just go back to their globe server.
We need to have. I love diversity of opinion. I think it's good, but it is a little played out though.
Yeah, it's the toxicity, man. It's just like I said, there's plenty of people that are in the opposite spectrum of the conversation that are literally easy to talk to and nice and considerate. Like, I even said many times, dude, I respect your beliefs of not believing that, and more power to you. But this guy, I hope you get boosted.
That's pretty
And
messed
also,
up,
we
man.
don't
'Cause
have-
that's a messed up thing to say because I know that you're actually what you mean by that, and that's really not because
Yeah,
I know the way you're saying what you're wishing on him. That's pretty dark, dude.
Yeah,
We gotta love those people, dude. Those people need the love the most.
I'm just surprised that individual is talking about the toxicity and then said that.
Yeah, because
Right.
it's a reflective. Remember, I said
true, dude.
I
That's
reflect back what you give to me, and that attitude is always as it is. Like I said, I'm chill with anyone that comes in here. But if you're gonna come up with this toxic, condescending shit, well, get it back, man. Enjoy it.
Anyway,
Well, Howard, I think like there are interesting discussions to be had in cosmology, but do you even ever sense that there's certain individuals that seem like they're just like chronically sort of in like a looping pattern, and it's just kind of a negative vibe on any side? It doesn't even have to be sides, but I'm just referring to anyone. I'm not saying particularly.
yeah, they're definitely different energies during conversations depending on who's there, and some of them are toxic. Some of them are directed to the point, no nonsense kind of things. Those conversations usually hit a dead end because it's like you get to a point that you can't get past, and then it's just like nothing else to talk about, But,
Well, let me ask you this: like, do you think? Okay, can you understand some people's perspective who already are very strong in the position that the Earth is not a globe, and or that it's a flat plane, etc. Can you see how at some point it seems like there isn't really like anything productive that's going to come with arguing with someone that has a false position? Like, is there a limit to that of what can come out of that?
oh, do you mean like someone that has a point that they can't illustrate or back up or whatever, or what?
I think he means more someone who's just, you can tell that they're stubborn and stuck in their ways. No conversation is gonna.
Yeah, like, well, okay, I'll put it in this context. We were having like a totally like expansive discussion on a bunch of different topics and things. Peyton Astral came in, and then Bob came in, and I was sort of moderating, doing our best, and we actually kind of at least had somewhat of a discussion. But I'm not trying to necessarily call those guys out, but I guess since they were here and it is sort of connected to it, they both seem to have a very, very just like rigid, strong energy of what their kind of agenda is. Like in whatever it is. And those two guys are different as well. But what I'm saying to you, Howard, is that if somebody already knows the Earth isn't a globe and is not in some state that they need to debate about it, what I'm asking you is like, can you see how there's sort of no benefit that will come from someone that's just loopingly trying to convince someone of something?
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are people that are absolute about flat Earth. They know Earth's flat and so on and so forth, and they're very rigid in their position as well. And so it's kind of, it's like a lot of these discussions go. They just run into dead ends. People get angry, falls apart, the discussion,
Yeah.
It can get difficult, but it takes, I don't know, effort, flexibility, a little concession here and there, maybe move past a point to get onto another point, kind of thing, to help the conversation move on, kind of thing, instead of running into these dead ends, and then we have to figure out what happened, try to get it back.
Yeah, and like I said before, it's like we're talking about like like what the payoff of a lie, right? Like when we look at the global, the global politics, there are a lot of people that came in that are usually confused. Or I remember Jeremy was talking about one time to, I forgot who the hell it was, about like using the black swan and a few others, and the guy actually wanted sources and links. And there's a few times Kosho asked for links and I sent it to him, but like and there's a lot of things I disagree with Kosho, but I don't think anything bad about him. But like there is some weirdness that goes on. I definitely think the server is being spied on, because it just doesn't make any sense. Why would, if you really don't like, a bunch of globers, the flatters, and you're saying that you guys are a bunch of nonsense, why stay here if you're not paid, even in his name?
I mean, his name's supposed to be ironic, but I mean,
yeah.
Well, I think there's different people here that I think people could be here for different reasons and different kind of components. Yeah. Of like what their actual approach is. And
yeah. And
I mean, so just some of these guys, like they really don't want humans to hear about the earth. They really want to stop it. So anything they can do to try to slow it down or stop it.
That sounds like a religion. That sounds like a cult zealot of sun worshippers who are upset that people are fighting other gods or other things. And they're going over there to other people's churches like, no, man, your God is wrong. Your religion is wrong. That kind of nonsense. Because there's a little bit of an overzealousness to that. And the issue is that I'm seeing with this stuff is that if the case is that, all right, look, if you don't like what the flat earthers are selling or whatever, then move on. But I know for a fact that a lot of them are interconnected with the whole statism, certain type of political conversations. And look how many people are dying from these lies. How many dead are right there in purgatory for all the truths that they went to seek and got killed for it, So, seeking the truth and going through against this lie is a whole entire information war.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that, like, just from the perspective of, like, let's say from the creator's perspective that's expressing itself through us, like, it really is what I'm trying to say is that, like, holding through for truth in today's world puts you in a position where you're not going to necessarily always have the whole mainstream just backing you. And so it really is like an authentic, like, individuation process. Like Carl Jung talked about that, like individuating, meaning like instead of just being at the whims of all these other beliefs and things that are thrown at you, actually becoming your own like individual being with your critical thought and the ability to assess and use logic and all of those components. And it's just interesting that it, like, just in today's world, like it's a very real, like, archetypal process.
What did you say that was called? Individuate. Say it again.
Individuation.
Individuation. Okay.
The word is individuate and then individuation. Yeah.
I like.
Like, I mean, it's like knowing oneself and all of the factors that come.
Yeah, World War III is just information war, right? And that's exactly it's going about. You look at organizations during the Iraq when they were talking about getting certain political leaders, appointed, or getting, courting society into a certain way. The CIA spent billions of our own dollars using that propaganda research and so on. And now it's in the States. And with that information going on, we are technically in war with Black Ops, United States operations. And that's how you have to see it this way. Like, how many people are you willing to sacrifice, to be misled?
At least 10.
Yeah, well, yeah, at least 2. That's for sure. That's why
Well, what I'm saying, it's like they're selling us what they're telling us is the truth, and it's really easy just to go along with that. The way this whole kind of system is set up right now, just using that term mainstream, like the way that it's set up, like there's just certain things that if you just go with that story, like whether it's all these, government organizations and, whether it's the all of these different ones, this, including the CDC, just all these, if you just go with the official narrative, then they tell you that's truth. At least the things that they claim are fact checked. That's the truth. So if you want to know the truth, they just go on the internet and make sure that's kind of what Peyton Astor is saying. Like, just get the right sources and then believe it, and hopefully you got it. But it's like, if that isn't the truth, I mean, that's just way too easy. If like the truth journey was that easy, oh yeah, all you got to do is go on the internet and Google it. Like that, it's much more nuanced than that. And especially in today's world, there is a lot of mixture of false information along with some true information as well, which I think we probably all would agree there's at least a portion of it that's not true.
Yep.
Although maybe some people do go with like all the mainstream stuff. So perhaps there are some that just subscribe to all the channels, just all the Globe channels.
Yeah, it's not that hard. You grew up watching all these sci-fi stuff, Star Wars, Star Trek, Power Rangers, Warhammer 40K, and they want that to happen to them. They want, to go to space. They want to explore and stuff. Almost every new big game is like some sort of space feature, space opera. And they want that, and they just see the flat earthers as like breaking that, childlike, peace. Think of what's going on with like the Ghost of Kiev and all this nonsensical, oh, the Avengers would beat Putin. Like, they're stuck as a kid. They're still man children. And that's the issue. They're ignorant of society and knowledge.
Yeah, but do you think that it would be offensive? I'm not suggesting this, but would you think it'd be offensive if I said that religious people are living in that same sort of sickness or whatever you call it that you just described? That people who watch Power Rangers don't necessarily want to actually want to live that life, right? But there are people who believe things or live a certain way, based around some sort of some fantasy, almost, more or less, right? So I mean, is it really fair to say that people who watch space stuff and believe it, like that they're somehow different than religious people?
Because you're correct on that, because it is a religion. It becomes a religion. If you notice that the people who do the believe in the science, quotations, like, I'll believe in the experts. It's all belief. There's never been a time when you can go ahead and ask one of these guys, have you done the experiment? Have you seen the studies? Did you read the insert? All these, skeptical, critical, mind-thinking questions. And they go, no, I believe in the experts. These are paid scientists, and they go into this whole Rick and Morty tantrum of it. And you're like, Jesus Christ. So you would, if they told you to jump off the bridge, yep, I'll do it. And so you look what's going on with the scamdemic, and right there and right then, it's that delusion. It's the religion. They don't want to call it a religion because most of them are atheists. But yeah, there are some religious sects out there that are just as worse. There are some in the Christian faith that are they've not read the Bible, or in some cases they have read half of it, and now they're coming out there preaching to you, and you can just tell them, shut the fuck up, I don't want to hear it. And if they continue, it's a nonsense thing.
Yeah, I set myself up with that one.
No worries, man. I'm not saying to you, but I'm just saying in general. But
what I meant was, I was just trying to combat that criticism you made, just because, I don't even think that's the truth, that people who watch that, it's true that they're inspired by science fiction, because science fiction is based in reality. Some of it, it's also based loosely in fantasy, but mostly in reality and science. And so people, they see that stuff, and it does inspire them when they get older. But then they do. I mean, they still consider what their basis of their belief to be based in reality. Like, they don't actually think they're going to do like Star Wars shit. You know what I mean? But they do maybe think, like, I think I'm going to go to space, right?
You do, Kojo?
I'm certain of it.
You're certain of it now, dude? I asked you that in the past, I remember, and you were like, I asked you if you think you're going to go to space, and actually now I have to think about what your response was.
I have to
I
think
don't
about
think
response too. Yeah.
I don't think that's what you said, though. I'm pretty sure.
Wait.
Someone
Depends
who's,
on the nature of our conversation, but I mean, it's so.
well, you said you're never going to get there because I was asking people for like a week or two. I was asking Globe Earth believers, like, if you think that you are going to get to space in this life, or is it something it's just going to be a belief for your whole life?
I usually say yes when people ask me that question because it's the truth, but it depends on the nature of the question. Like if you were asking more along the lines of like, would it disappoint you if nobody went to the moon again till after I died or something? Like that would make me question anything, but it would be disappointing.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying before. Like, dude, I play and watch all that stuff, Star Trek, you name it. I play all the very things I was talking about. I fucking watch and do all those stuff too. But there's a certain perception of like, dude, comic books aren't real. If you want to have an argument of the metaphysical, like multiverse, whatever, then yeah, there's a possibility in multiple dimensions that can happen. But at the end of the day, I'm living in reality, right? And that's the major difference. And I've seen the way they've argued in a sense that it's just really disheartening on how things is. Like they are not in the same realities as we are. And when they get fucked up from that scamdemic, which you're seeing, and I lost friends from their shit, which then comes back to me saying, "Oh, I'm gonna use this Def. What happened? Like why would they lie to me, bro? Why aren't you skeptical? You're gonna put anything in your body that someone tells you to?"
No,
Like-
Kosho is skeptical. I don't think he didn't get it, right, Kosho?
Well, I have a card that says I got it. If that means anything.
There you go. Yeah. So
I'm not saying him, but just in general. But I made
Well,
my
that's just
fake
the
card.
ultimate expression of going along with the current authority is getting that thing. Yeah, it's like a litmus test. Like if you got that, you really are fully immersed in believing that whole structure. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, look at the government. Can you tell in one decade since after World War II, has the government have not unintentionally or accidentally or did not care when they killed mass amount of people when doing any sort of experimentation? I could give you any sort of time period within the last few decades they had intendedly experimented and killed people, and then later on go like, "Oops, my bad." So it's insane to go like, yeah, I trust the government this decade, this time around. They won't kill me.
On that note, though,
So, Kosho, you think you're really going to get to space in this lifetime? You think you're going to go up there? You're going to see the globe? You're going to think about all these times discussing it with us, and you're just going to say, "Oh, those guys, that geo, here it is. Here's the globe." You think that's going to happen in your life?
my girlfriend's ringing a bell right now, but yeah, I'll probably be up there with one of you guys for all I know. But hold on, I'll be back.
We'll be drinking beers on the space airships, smoking a blunt and raging around the globe.
Delusion, bro.
Wish I could go.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, is it always just going to be kind of a dream based on a belief of going, or do you think it's ever actually going to be? I mean, I would say if it was real, it already would be reality.
Falling on the moon by 78.
It would have been first fully commercialized by 1976. Sorry, I interrupted someone. Who is that? Someone I interrupted someone. Sorry, whoever.
Oh, I was just making a joke. Colonite. We're gonna have a colony on the moon by 1978.
Right? Did they say that?
Yeah, there's newspaper articles talking about that.
I don't know if I've ever heard of that. It might be interesting. So they were okay. Yeah, it makes sense though. But they were claiming that they really said that though. They were going to have colonies by 78.
Yeah, that's their prediction.
Oh my gosh, was that like official NASA thing, or was that just sort of like some news article, like some?
Yeah, it was
editorial.
It's like a headline for a news article. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find it.
Well, that would have been that's what would have made sense. Like if they had gone there and it was, when I say easy, it was fairly quite. I mean, they did it. I mean, the tin can that they claim to go there with. I mean, we should have rockets that are a billion times better than that today, and we really should have I mean, that it already things did even get better in that category. Nobody died in all those missions that they did. I know they claimed the Apollo 13 thing, but now maybe it would have taken a couple years for them to, do all the safety testing and going to the moon and going back and forth many times and starting to take equipment there and do more testing there. That's what it would have been. So in 73, 74, 75, those would have been the prime years. If this was all real, those would have been the peak years of them getting more people there consistently, building the better, improving the rocketry systems, and starting to set up at least a small little scientific base of some sort, get a building, get telescopes, all that stuff. That would have all been happening in those 73, 74, 75. And by the late 70s, it would have been a regular for the government to be going back and forth there. And then I would say this is all just kind of potential way it could have played out. But it's what I'm kind of laying out is, in my view, what would make sense if it was real, in the way that technology and all this stuff always advances. And like by the 80s and 90s, there would have been commercial travel there.
Yeah, business should have been booming.
Yep. But somehow they stopped going to the moon, and now they were talking about going to Mars, and like the other guy said, we lost the technology of making Scotch tape and cardboard and golden aluminum foil, but we'll figure out how to go to Mars.
And even with this Artemis thing that they recently did, the pictures that they give us are as bad as they were from 1972. So they've made no advancements apparently in any of the footage that they even have given us. Now it'll be interesting to say if they are going to actually say they're going to put men on it, what that footage looks like, because so far they just gave us a little blue circle and a black background, which looked like stuff from the 70s, like really just low quality.
Yeah, that's the thing, because it's hard to get anybody in it that is part of the now. They can't just recruit any 3D artists or anyone from Hollywood. It says, hey, your job is going to be making CGI balls and CGI space and stuff like that. And you're not going to use any of the and what about those nebulas that all the astronomers see? No, man, you're going to have to make those nebulas up. So none of the shit's real. None of the shit's real. It would be hard to keep all that information intact, So they get these crap artists that they probably got NDA, or one of them does it, and that's why the CGI is always garbage. You look at that Sandra Bullock movie, was it Gravity? That they spent millions of dollars making really good CGI for space. NASA could use some of that.
Hold up, wait, because first of all, the CGI in that movie wasn't up to par with
compared
reality.
to NASA, it's a lot way better.
Well, you should see Neil deGrasse Tyson's critique of the movie. It's pretty long and boring, and
I don't listen to that dry dude.
Right, but that's the other thing I was going to say. Oh yeah, right. You can see a nebula with binoculars. Like you can just get binoculars and see nebula, and they tend to look like the artist renditions that NASA makes. Right.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I still.
Not really, dude. I mean, the stuff that NASA makes is all colorized, and there's a whole bunch of bullshittery that they put out. But yeah, I don't think anyone's denying that the sky exists. And the question is, what is it? For example, if it's a field of plasma and superfluid and electrostatic and electromagnetic pulsations of frequency of sound that are releasing light and pulsating in a medium, just from looking at it with binoculars, how are you going to decipher whether it's what I just said? Because that's ultimately what it is. It's light, versus what you guys are, or what some people that you believe are claiming that it is, which is, balls out in a huge vacuum and it's light years and space dust and all that shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you'd have to really look into it's been about 300-400 years of investigation, where I'm talking real nerds spending their entire times looking at nothing but the sky and cataloging every single thing they see. And I don't just mean looking at it. I mean spectrometry, where they're trying to identify the elemental makeup of these things they're looking at, up to the point where you have standard candles and you're getting distances and shit like that, so you can tell the difference between galaxies and nebula. I mean, there's there's a lot of investigation that leads us to make they're not just bold assertions. They're sort of investigated at this point truths, right? Even though no one's been up there to test it and feel it with their hands.
Yeah, it's all speculation, theory, and pseudoscience.
Yep.
I don't know if I would say pseudoscience.
Does flat Earth always exist with conspiracism, or is flat Earth ever on its own?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by that term, flat Earth, because that's a specific term and whatnot. But I mean, the Earth having a planar geometry and being stationary does not have to involve any conspiracy. That's just nature. It would just be nature itself. Now, one could even say that a conspiracy would be, and this, of course, from the perspective that what I just said is the truth, meaning the Earth is planar and the Earth is not a globe. So in that perspective, you could be said that the conspiracy is the globe. Like there are people conspiring to tell us it's a globe when it's not, and therefore that would be a conspiracy. But the Earth itself can just be seen as nature. However, the fact that many of us have realized that there is a deception with the globe, then of course, by default, that is a conspiracy in and of itself. And then there does seem to be a lot of coordination with these people in these controlling type positions.
Okay. And then I was just curious if that's the case, if there is like a correlation, like there seems to be a lot of effort in talking about specifically the flat Earth, but if there's a correlation, shouldn't we be talking about the conspiracy that's like fueling the flat Earth?
We do talk about that too.
Talk about it all the time, dude. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's limited at what we can know, obviously, because
I think he's implying that there's a group of people coordinating the flat Earth effort, is what he's implying. He's implying that the conspiracy is the flat Earth effort.
No.
So are you of the opinion that official stories, official narratives from governments are never to be questioned?
No, but I'm also not of the opinion that they should always be rejected.
Fair enough.
I think everything should get investigated.
Yeah, people lied before, organizations, groups, committees, you name it. So that means once someone states something that is factual, it should be double checked, like how we always do to one another about sources. And then if a scientist says, hey, I got this study to back that up, I want that guy to be audited to see if he got any funding or money in his account.
I mean, how many lies would you catch your friend in before you would actually label him a liar? How many would you grant him?
Yeah, but this is like saying like,
how many would you grant him?
They lied once, therefore it's all in question.
It's your answer, bro. I'm just asking what the actual answer is. Can you give one?
It depends on the type of lies.
Well, yeah, it does probably depend on a lot of factors. But imagine like you're single and you start dating a girl or a guy, whichever, and etc. You start dating someone, and if they lie to you once, like just a blatant lie. Now, like Coach said, it depends on what the lie is and all that. But let's say they lie to you. There's going to be, in most people, there's going to be somewhat of a break of trust there. And it depends on the factors and all the other cofactors as to how that would play out. But let's say it was even kind of on the worst scale, on a worse part of the scale. Then if they do that a second time, third time, fourth time, at what point, does your percentage of trust go down?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it also depends on like how you're receiving your information, right? Like if someone tells you like the CIA runs the news, you're like, well, fuck, damn, that's crazy. But then when you like Witsit told me that, and I was like, so what do you mean? He's like, well, some people were hired, a couple of people were hired in like the 50s. It's like, so they now run the CIA? It's like kind of like a leap in like how we're determining the truth, right?
Well, the thing is that Witsit told you, right, that they've admitted infiltrating that organization. And then while they're not in just the low tier bottoms of like holding the camera. There have been factors that they've been found that they were in editorial positions, board office, boardroom, and even chairperson. So the thing is when you have these agents there, with training, with intelligence gathering, intelligence, operatives, they're there controlling and curtailing the propaganda. Remember, an editorial editor can literally cut down so many stories. Even that time when they were talking about the news lady was like 5 years ago, was talking about we had a story in case about Jeffrey Epstein, and she was told by their editor to drop the story. So that's one of the examples that are telling you that the media is being controlled.
This is kind of what I'm talking about.
What do you mean?
Like how
Well,
your entire take just now. That's what I'm talking about.
No, this is all an interesting conversation because how does one come to their conclusions? That's a whole interesting philosophical thing in and of itself. Because yeah, I mean, you can read something, you could like. There's so many different avenues of this. Like, for example, like okay, one would be just totally read something and believe it, just like a blind belief or blind faith. Another one would be reading something and then doing further research or analysis. And then there's also even other components of, like that gut feeling, like if someone's lying to you or, just that, like, that's a whole nother thing, like intuition and how in tune is it, can someone be to when there is something either faulty or deceptive or something,
Yeah,
fishy.
but that's kind of like subject to like confirmation bias and like almost even like psychosis if you want it to be true. So that's, I could see you were saying gut feeling though, but like that's
By psychosis, you mean if someone's deluding themselves, you mean?
well, not
It's
like in a,
technically
I don't
not.
mean in a derogatory way. Like I mean it in a way where like the mind puts together things that might not be there, that might seem like a gut. I don't know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
But that would be an inaccurate intuition then, if
Okay.
they're not. Well, like, okay, let me ask you this. Okay, let's say, like I said before, you're dating a girlfriend, or in that sense, and
Theo drop.
Probably.
He's coming up with the scenario, guys. Give him time.
Well, real fast, I could make the counter argument there, Aland. I could make the argument that your skills at drawing correlations is lacking. Your ability to draw spider webs to connect different organizations is not a very honed skill.
That's fair enough. I think we'd have to come to some sort of like agreed upon way that we could determine the truth in the matter, like finding like some direct causation with the correlation.
Well, exactly. Well, that's what's key, and that's actually playing into what I was going to say, which is that, like, if you're in a situation where you're dating someone and it's going great, okay, everything's going great with it, and it's really just a blossoming relationship, and then your friend comes up to you one day and he's like, "Bro, I think she's cheating on you." Now you have no proof of it at all, so you have zero physical evidence, but your friend's telling you. Now maybe he says, "I just have a gut feeling, man. She's cheating on you. I know she is, bro." And then you're like, "Well, show me evidence." And you're like, "Sorry, I don't have evidence. I don't have text messages. I don't have her phone, whatever, but she is." Now that friend is either right or wrong. Like he's either right that she is cheating on you, or he's totally wrong, and he's just. Now you could say, is he deluded or is he believing something that's false? It's a whole nother question. Or like, does he even have, is he lying on purpose or whatever? Nonetheless, in this example, I'm trying to say, let's say he is right about it. Now you could then explain it. Well, maybe he just got lucky and guessed it, but there's another perspective that there are other ways of knowing things than just taking things in through the physical senses, just through reading or hearing. And that goes into a whole nother set. Like that's going into like a deeper path of like, intuition and the ability to be that in tune with certain parts of reality. So my point is that like, yeah, there's all the questions of whether you could prove that, whether he was accurate or not. But my point is that if he's right, then there's obviously something going on that could be accurate in his intuition. Now, maybe, like I said, he just got lucky. So it would have to be a repeated event to see if he actually has that ability. But I'm just kind of bringing up that point to say that, that's another way of like, I guess I'm just maybe more posing the question to the room. Like, do you guys think it's possible to know things in that manner?
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree.
Like, or even when people have a gut feeling like, oh, I think something's wrong with my friend or whatever, and then they call them up, and you know what I mean? Like, there's almost like a psychic connection involved. So if that's the case, then could you know other things? Like, okay, well, even though we don't have physical proof of certain things, are there other things that we can know through that same type of channel? Because I think it's one of the only ways to know some of these things, because I don't think you're going to be able to knock on the door of the secret societies and the Freemasons and the Jesuit and all these clandestine government agencies, knock on their door and say, hey guys, we'd like to study you for a while. Can we come in, see what you're doing, check out your books, do a documentary? I mean, it's never going to happen. So we may never know until or unless they lose their position of power, and then the rest of humanity basically kind of, hopefully with nonviolence, but kind of, sieges whatever they have essentially, and kind of then all would be kind of revealed and exposed at that point if that happens. So at that point we could have proof. But anyway, sorry, that was long-winded.
Yeah, I agree. I just feel like if there was more specifics in some of the theories, it would be, you know what I mean? Like someone was telling me about how Bill Gates was going to kill everybody, and it doesn't really seem to understand how Bill Gates got the money to begin with, or I don't know.
No, he literally said it himself. Like I've told you this before. Like there's newspaper articles. There's a TED talk where at first he sounds like this hyper rich philanthropist who wants to help humanity, society. He talks about people not having access to healthcare. Then he starts talking about the more people have access to healthcare, the more the population goes up. And you're like, okay, I think that's good because that means we're preventing death and illness and diseases. And then as he gets further in, he goes, because people have this access, we're having too much population to control. So he goes and stated, words out of his own mouth, that the idea of using the jab to lower the chance of population and how they would be able to sterilize certain groups of individuals in eugenic styles. There's a TED talk that's all over YouTube for it, and there's a newspaper article that was talked about in like the 1990s or a little bit in 2000s of him saying he wanted to use the jab to lower the population. Like, it comes to a point in time where when the bad guys themselves are literally saying, I have a plan, I'm going to execute this plan in the future, I'm going to use these tools, and then about a few years later to a decade, they go like, hey, I am pushing the very tool that I said I'm going to use to start killing people.
See, but y'all are talking about people are actually promoting or announcing or indicating that they want to murder people. I mean, how far do you think that would fly in reality?
Because look what's going on with people right now. Like I said, you can talk about organizations and groups of individuals confirming that they kill people. The FBI got sued by the Martin Luther King's family members, and they actually won. But it wasn't publicized that the FBI admitted that back then they killed Martin Luther King Jr. and they even had followed him and tried to compromise him multiple times. They won a big settlement from that, but no one talks about that. And then now we're supposed to expect that the FBI was like, yeah, that the FBI doesn't kill anyone. They never done anything that bad, So
where were we in the conversation, man? You take it all over the place, dude. It's like you remind me of a mixture of like Pete Shea and Fundy.
Yeah, everything is connected, man. I got a big old whiteboard.
It's like
everything's connected.
Yeah. It's the shotgun.
It's the red strings, bro. It's Pepe Sivia.
Well, you have like the longer-winded periods of speaking, like Fundy does, and then you have like the Pete Shea, like just bringing up all these different ideas and just jumping on all kinds of different things. It's like a combination in my mind of the way that those guys operate.
Because it's just not one thing. Everything is connected. Once you start seeing shit like that, it drives you nuts.
Well, we were originally talking about, I think, does the government lie about everything?
I don't think everything, no.
but enough for you to question and be skeptical.
Absolutely that. Yeah. You should always be skeptical about things.
Also, I think that there's like your local police department has good cops, they have bad cops, they have sane cops, they have crazy cops, they have drug dealer cops, they have non-drug dealer cops, and that's going to exist in every sector of every profession, including the CIA, including Congress. It's like it's going to happen everywhere. So
Hey, did y'all hear about the beating in Memphis? There were 5 black cops beat a black kid to death last week.
Yep, saw the video.
Yeah, it's crazy, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine how bad it would have been if he wasn't vaccinated.
Imagine
It was a good. You could tell that the kid was not a bad guy. I mean, he was a good kid too. It was amazing. I just couldn't believe it.
Yep. Shit. Thankfully, there was not one a white officer. It would have been another, summer protest of love and peace.
imagine how much money the media makes for every one of those deaths.
Well, the thing is, they put the guy that that choked out George Floyd. He got sentenced, and so what are they going to do to these 5? I reckon they're going to sentence them.
Well, if they do, that's not a lot of cops that are going to stay anymore. They're going to just move on to a red state, which is what's going on with Atlanta, and then there are 6 districts.
I was gonna ask you, Paradolia, are you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you, because we're in this whole discussion that we were talking about, and yeah, if you guys want to change topics, anyone feel free to do that as well. I might have to step away for a minute, but I just wanted to ask you. I'll be listening. I just wanted to ask you this one thing. So, because you were asking about the kind of the idea of conspiracy and how that's linked to the Earth and all this different component. If you had for yourself 100% without any question of a doubt, tangible, confirmable, physical measurements of the Earth, that it is not curving the way that they claim it is on a globe. And that it, in that sense, if you had that for sure, just that one piece of information that was absolutely validated, could you speculate as to how that would change your perspective on things with what we're talking about? For example, would you default be like, okay, well, then there has to be some kind of a conspiracy because obviously they're telling us it's a globe. It's involved with the government. I mean, you can look at all the government agencies. I mean, there's the agency that actually creates the WGS-84, which is the main coordinate and survey system for the entire globe, is the Geospatial Intelligence Agency. And the Geospatial Intelligence Agency is like essentially a sister organization to the CIA, the FBI. It's a government organization, et cetera. So, I mean, the globe is deeply embedded within the entire sort of governmental system and so on. So I'm just saying, would that one truth alone, by default, have, what would change in your mind in terms of what some of the stuff we're talking about?
Oh, yeah, it would totally change my mind. I would 100% change my view, 100%. I would totally believe it, and I would start to question that stuff. I totally understand it. I would totally, yeah.
You would start, you would just be put into a process of questioning a lot of other things that you may have assumed were legit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's like the shape of the Earth not being a globe, it's like it just crashes the whole system, right? Like there's no, you couldn't, well, I don't know what you believe in now, whether you believe all the mainstream stuff, but if you imagine someone who does, is there any way, isn't it such a foundational, it's at the root of the tree because it's the Earth itself, and it's such a, it just seems like there would be no way to not have certain questions after that.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement. In that scenario, I'm right there. I'm absolutely, yeah. I just, in that scenario, I would. That's the end. Yep. I would totally do. I would totally question it. I would be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and then we'd have to figure out what parts were true and which were the deceptions. We'd have to fish through all of the science, figure out what else was going wrong, because the level of propaganda and the whole just the whole way the system is set up. That means that there could be many other deceptions happening, and things that are called science and things that people think are true could also not be true. And if we get to the root of all those things eventually, I think that's when we can really have a positive change for humanity. But until then, it's a little bit of a runaway train.
Yeah.
So what do you currently question?
As far as like government stories,
Yeah, how about just anything in the mainstream narrative that you either think is false or question?
I would say that Epstein was definitely killed, for sure. It might take me a minute. I might be able to find one or two other examples, but that's about it. Currently, that's definitely open for change. I just haven't really had a reason to dig into anything else. But I really think that one is for sure he was killed.
Do you think it's possible that that the Earth could be in a geocentric position?
I don't think so. No.
Do you, if you were to hype, they say it's the mark of an educated mind. I like to exchange that out with like intelligent mind. It's the mark of an intelligent mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it to be true. You agree with that?
I would agree with that.
So, say hypothetically, you are to entertain the idea of a geocentric position, just to say that were the case. What would that what impact would that have on the way you view things?
It would totally upend everything.
Like what?
Like I'd have to now account for everything I'm being told about the globe.
Everything you see.
Yeah, absolutely.
It wouldn't change anything you see.
It would.
I don't know what that. I don't. What would it change that you see?
It would change how I understand what I see the sky doing.
Okay, sure. How you it wouldn't change what you see. It would change how you understand it, sure. So anything else, like more specific, like how would that impact how you view life?
I think my view of authority would essentially go out the window. Like authority figures that kind of give me anything that's like that could potentially even benefit me, I would disregard like in a one fell swoop. Like, if somebody's like saying you should do this, I'd be like, yeah, you're fucking nuts. Like, why would I even listen to you? So I think I would throw out a lot of things people are saying and I'd be like, what the fuck? Like what,
If you found out that the consensus was wrong about one thing, you would throw out everything.
I mean, right? That would cause me to, right? Because if that was the truth, right? Then that would mean that I would be had been fed this narrative this whole time, but by this quantity of people, and now I'd have to make sense of all of this shit, right? So that'd be a lot, right? In that hypothetical.
Yeah, but that isn't. Yeah, but consensus has been wrong about like literally hundreds of thousands of things, right? So, like the consensus used to be Newtonian physics. The consensus used to be an ether. There used to be the consensus used to be that. What? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Like
you're talking about a consensus and not like some sort of a lie.
No one that thinks the Earth is in a heliocentric model is lying. They believe that.
Okay. Yeah, if it was just a consensus and the consensus was wrong, I'd totally be okay with that.
Yeah, you wouldn't just throw out all things, but you may would start to reconsider just blindly believing whatever the consensus is, which would be an intelligent thing to do anyway, because of the reason I just laid out, right?
Yeah, I think the consensus is usually wrong on a lot of stuff. Like people go around just repeating a lot of nonsense.
Yeah, like robots almost. Would you agree that it's almost um, ignorant to say that the consensus is actually right about anything, since science is like always evolving and we've never actually got the complete answer to anything?
I wouldn't say it's wrong to believe the consensus. I think it can be useful, right? I think it also can be detrimental. I don't think it's, hyperbolically always wrong or right. I think it can be useful depending on the scenario. Like, you know, if someone's telling you like what specific medical treatment to get, you could be led down the wrong road and die. I mean, but if you need to, find a good pizza joint, it depends on the context. You know what I mean? So if like,
Oh, I'm not a substantial like scientific consensus. Like, so yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that consensus is always wrong. It's always wrong, and just a little bit of wisdom would show you that, right? Because all we can hope to do is figure out uh, the most viable theory of the time. And all we can do with science is establish and prove like a cause and effect with the limited amount of variables we know about, right? So it's like there's no way we could ever be. Throughout all of history, though, there's always a very large amount of people, a surprisingly large amount of people, in fact, majority of the population, that goes around internalizing and believing the consensus as if to be the definitive final answer, even though it's like guaranteed it can't be the actual final correct answer, you know? So like, don't you agree it's a kind of an ignorant cycle that mankind goes through?
yeah,
Yeah. Like you agree, like basically every major scientific breakthrough or innovation came by a handful of people, if not one individual, standing up against the consensus.
yeah, I do.
So like, no matter what, like to ridicule or mock individuals like independently thinking and challenging the consensus would be very ignorant, right? Because like that's the only way we've made any scientific advancements ever.
I agree.
Cool. So geocentrism is actually like one of those things. It's a special case though, because people used to think that and then they went away from it. Ether is the same way, where now quantum is saying, oh, it looks like there is an ether, and people are proposing a unified field theory, you know. But anyway, so you would be surprised to find out then that the heliocentric model, contrary to popular belief, is actually a philosophical decision. There actually isn't some definitive scientific evidence that exclusively shows us that the Earth is in a heliocentric model. It's actually just a philosophical decision. Did you know that? Because almost no one I talk to knows that. Every time I tell somebody that, they just assume I must be incorrect.
Well, what do you mean by it's philosophical?
Yeah. So there's something called the Copernican principle. Have you ever heard of that?
I haven't.
So the Copernican principle states the Earth is not. It's a theory that states the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position in the universe. It has no like preferred special place. It's just a small little random location out of the grand universe. So that's like a philosophy, and it's the idea that it's illogical to think that the Earth, being as small as it is in the vastness of the universe, would be like in a special or unique place.
Is that like philosophy in the sense like that was back when all branches of like medicine, science were under the same label as philosophy?
Well, I think that really this is something else people misunderstand, in my opinion. Pretty much everything involves philosophy. Like everything involves logic or philosophical parameters. Like you can do an experiment, but you have to interpret the experiment. So, but this is back when they understood that, yeah. But yeah, anyway, that's like to this day, that's still the reason that we interpret the data a certain way. Is the Copernican principle was like, kind of absorbed and like considered the most philosophically sound way to look at the universe. And that's been that way for hundreds of years. And it's just kind of like, at this point, it's just assumed across the board for the most part. But it's just philosophy, right? Like you would agree that that's a philosophy.
I mean, it's kind of muddy. Like they had a lot of muddy branches back then. It's more like specialized now. So I don't really know. I don't know. I could say yes and no.
Well, like if you look into even modern times, like the Copernican principle it's still like a very prominent aspect of cosmology. So yeah, like if like even Einstein will tell you that using relativity, you could flip the coordinate systems around to have the Earth at the center and at rest, and you could explain every observation we have. Everything we see in the sky can be explained with the Earth at rest in the center. Most people just don't know that. This is the danger with what I call scientism, right? It's like people conflating philosophy and science, and then people like banking on consensus. So most people we talk to are like, nah, the Earth has to be in a heliocentric model. All the scientists agree. So they don't actually know like what's the process of determination. It's kind of just like, let me hand my thinking over to what other people think. So, but anyway, like there's no actual evidence that's exclusive. So I'll stop talking so much. This is the last thing, one of the last things I'll say to you, but it's like, for example, consistently the evidence has shown us that the Earth is at the center. And instead of reconsidering the Copernican principle and that it may be wrong, it's kind of like religion, where that's not even up for debate. Like someone that believes in the Bible, they won't even listen to you question the Bible. They can't. Most people can't really have a conversation with you questioning the Bible because they believe in it. It's much like that with the Copernican principle. And so whenever we find evidence like the cosmic microwave background showed us that it looks like we're right at the center of the universe, instead of reconsidering that we're at the center of the universe, they just updated the entire heliocentric model to say, well, no matter where you are in the universe, it's going to look like you're in the center. Like they just updated the whole model. Yeah, that's the current model, is that, no matter where you are, it's going to look like you're in the center. So to me, that seems kind of like a lot. It's like dangerous to be like that, because you could your bias could be kind of leading you down the wrong road.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. Like the Big Bang model is built upon Copernican principle, and it makes all these predictions about galaxies. And they recently saw that the galaxies that are supposed to be in the oldest part of the universe, there's supposed to be just a few of them. They're supposed to be really small, and they're supposed to not be very formed, because they're like closest to where the universe first began. And they found there's way too many of them, and they're way too big, and they're way too formed and like complex for the theory. It doesn't match the theory. But instead of like considering the Big Bang cosmology and the heliocentric models wrong, they're like, oh, we must just not fully understand the Big Bang yet. Like that's just it's kind of like a religion.
I could see that. Yeah, for sure. I can definitely see that.
So what about this? What do you think about this? Because this is what I think about that. It's like philosophy is cool and everything, but there is a pretty clear implication between these two philosophies. If the Earth is at the center of the entire universe, then like it pretty clearly would have to have been placed there. Like there's no real logical way that it could be at the center of everything, like just the little Earth we live on. Like to be in the center of everything that exists, that clearly needs like intelligent design. But if you think it's in a heliocentric position, well, you can say the universe is so huge that the odds are there's like one place in the universe that would eventually be the Earth. So you can say there is no intelligent design, right? Like allegedly. I think that's illogical too, but I won't get into that. So do you see how now we actually have a dangerous situation where there's like a potential motivation against intelligent design to where one cosmology is favored over the other?
Wait,
So
can you
that's like
repeat the
not good sign.
can you repeat the last part? I was unable to follow the last little bit. So you
So now, like, basically we're in this dangerous situation where people are making like quote unquote scientific decisions and cosmological decisions based on the philosophy they prefer, being that it's heliocentric, because that way you can kind of say, oh well, you don't need like a intelligent designer for the Earth to be in this huge universe randomly. If it's in the center of everything, like geocentric, then it would have to be placed here. There's really no way around it. So people, go ahead.
I disagree with that last part.
Okay, I don't. Okay.
I can understand where it's coming from. I just, even if we are at the center, I don't think it necessarily means that we had to be placed here, intelligently.
Oh, you think that like the Earth could sustain life and have all of these random variables that sustains life, and then be in the center of the entire universe where we don't think that life can exist anywhere else, but it could just like be random, like a random coincidence the Earth is at the center?
I don't think it's necessarily a random coincidence. Like as in like lottery ticket, like, I think there's a lot that we don't really understand, but the whole creation idea is kind of a construct of our own making, like. And
wait, can you oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but can you explain a way that a geocentric, so Earth centered, so the Earth is at the center of everything. So the sun, moon, stars are all moving above us, around us, depending on which geocentric kind of layout you're referring to. Could you describe a way, because if you're saying that it's possible that a geocentric Earth system with everything that we have here could not have an intelligence creation behind it if it's at the center of everything? Could you explain? I don't think ever heard an actual valid possibility of how that could even exist.
Well, I mean, you could kind of swap in evolution, right? So there could have been another Big Bang that just involved the Earth, right? In some way that we haven't figured out.
Okay, a Big Bang that created like a planar stationary Earth that's at the center of everything?
Yeah, it only created the Earth. Like started out the Earth. Like, I don't know how it works. Could have been.
Yeah, but if it's at the center of everything, then
because where's the
how could it not be created? It's at the center. It's the central foundation. How could that not have a foundational creationary spark to it? If you want to call it a Big Bang, that's cool. But
so the foundational creationary spark, I think, is like what we call God, and then what like the Big Bang just calls the Big Bang, the origin of the Big Bang. So like they're kind of, our idea of time, like, well, when did the universe start? Well, the Big Bang. Well, what was before that? Where did we come from? God. Well, what was before God?
Well, that's the point. They use the Big Bang. They use the lack of the Earth being at the center in the Big Bang theory to create a like a fractured, disillusioned, kind of uninspired atheist world, to where it's this Big Bang and it's this vast, vast universe with all these light years and all that stuff, to then claim that we're only this very insignificant thing, therefore we are insignificant. And then they use that, trying to stretch it away from the creation as much as possible and put it into this isolated, insignificant speck, which goes back to the Copernican principle. So it makes sense. Well, it doesn't really, but I mean, in some kind of fractured atheist kind of like, I don't know, just inverting it to that degree, they try to push that. And even that, it has limited effectiveness. But in terms of the Earth being at the center, I still don't see a way in which, like, I don't know. Could you describe more how that could even be possible without a creator?
I mean, just our understandings of creation, right? Like time is a construct of us based on our memory, and like we have clocks, but like we don't know what time is. Like that's our own making. Like start, like stop, like how do we even know? Like it takes they say it takes billions of light years for just the light to reach our planet from other stars. And so I don't know, like if you look at the Bible, it's like, we started 4,000, 10,000 years ago. I don't know. But you look at the sheets of ice on Antarctica, it's hundreds of thousands of layers deep. That's each year they take core samples. So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think you would be surprised. You're probably one of the only people that would ever say that. So, like any mainstream atheist, astrophysicist, astronomer, cosmologist, they would kind of all disagree, I think. I mean, because you have the problem with not just us being in the center, but that the Earth is in the center, and that's where life is. So you have like the stacked up probabilities of life and being on the central location that makes it really pretty much impossible without some like intention for that specific like layered coincidence, So I mean, and I'm just really kind of explaining to you that's one of the main reasons that there's like a philosophical bias in the realm of academia towards heliocentrism. It isn't like scientifically exclusive evidence or anything like that. A lot of people think it is, but it's not. Like, there's nothing you can name that wouldn't work on a geocentric Earth. All the evidence shows us that we're on a geocentric Earth. Actually, the heliocentric model's position is, well, yeah, it always looks like we're at the center, and from the Earth, it always looks like we're at rest, and everything occurs as if the Earth were at rest. But actually, that's just a stubbornly persistent illusion. And we're actually spinning, revolving, shooting through the galaxy, shooting through the universe, and it's vast. And that's actually the two options, So one of them clearly makes more sense. Like what?
Like, I don't even know.
Oh. Well, we're kind of limited with whatever you propose. It has to be able to explain like what we see, So clearly the most logical one at the offset is that we're at the center because all the observations look like we're at the center. Whether we're at the center or not, like that's the first most probable option. And the heliocentric model claims, well, it just looks like that. It's just an illusion. So like when people try to pretend that it's the other way around and the heliocentric model is the most probable, that's actually backwards, right? It's like literally backwards.
I mean, just because it appears to be this way I don't think that's a good argument. There's plenty of things we don't sense, taste, see, hear, that we're not built to, and we're not, just because we don't observe it doesn't mean, that's the case. That's not
Sure. I agree 100%. But like the point is that position certainly shouldn't just be like outright ignored as a possibility. It should actually be considered the first most probable possibility. Like if all the evidence shows us that, then we should consider that possibility. Edwin Hubble said, we can never disprove the Earth in a central position. The Earth being in a central position, similar to the ancient cosmologies, can never be disproven. That's what Edwin Hubble said.
You're only 600 years behind the time, though. I mean, after Copernicus, it's pretty much over, but okay.
Edwin Hubble is way after Copernicus, my guy.
Copernicus, do you think Hubble thought that we were at the center of the universe?
That's a straw man. So
No, it's not a straw man. Do you think that Hubble, when he said that, meant that we are at the center of the universe?
No, what he meant was what he said, which is the Earth being in a central position can never, ever be disproven.
Actually, it has been for about 600
Well, hold on,
years.
but that was his actual claim. You came in saying, "Do you think Edward that he believed that we're at the center?"
He didn't.
Hold on, bro. Please don't interrupt. That's technically a non sequitur and a red herring because that's not what he said. But what it said is that is what Edward Hubble was quoted saying, that they can't be distinguished. It can't be disproven.
Well, what Hubble said, what Whitsitt says, Hubble. Wilson might say exactly what Hubble said, but then he misinterprets it and says that this means that Hubble thought that the Earth was at the center of the universe.
No, I've never heard Witzit say that once,
Well,
ever.
what do you think he's bringing this? Oh, fuck.
He's bringing it up to show that even the people in the field that admit that a geocentric system cannot be disproven.
Except
and that the coordinates are interchangeable.
Except that we've known since
And that
Copernicus
it's
that we're not there.
and that it's a philosophical choice to go with the Copernican principles. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead. I was pausing. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm done.
Okay, so this is way after Copernicus, so that's a complete non sequitur. Edwin Hubble, who's one of the most famous people that proposed the heliocentric model, like he made huge leaps of understanding to help fill in some of the gaps of heliocentrism. That's why they have a Hubble telescope. Anyway, he said the idea of a central Earth. So it's not just about the galaxy. I don't know what Kosho's talking about, but anyway, he said the idea of a central Earth can never be disproven. But we disregard that possibility. Well, we can just stop right there. So if the idea of a central Earth can never be disproven, why would you completely disregard that possibility? That doesn't sound very scientific. Science is not about, oh, well, I prefer this, so because of my bias, I'm just going to ignore a possibility that can never be disproven. In fact, it's oftentimes said in academia, you can never fully prove a theory. You can't prove a scientific theory. You can only disprove one. So if you can't disprove a central Earth, then why would you completely disregard it as a possibility? Yeah, there's really no answer. That's basically religion. He goes on to say that we ignore this possibility and will only acknowledge it if it's a last resort. We'll only acknowledge it as a last resort in order to save the phenomenon. Meaning if there's no other way that we can explain the phenomena, only then will we reconsider the idea that cannot be disproven, which is the central Earth.
Well, that's ironic. Go ahead, sorry.
Because of the horror, quote unquote, of a unique position.
I was going to say it's ironic because they already have all kinds of things that don't fit into their model. So by those words alone, they're already at the point where they have to consider something else because there's so many things that don't fit into their model.
Yeah, if they were actually going to save the phenomena, but what's crazy, Joe, dude, is like it's been changed. The scientific paradigm has changed so much since then that the new norm is you just don't save the phenomena. You literally just make up a term, fix the math, and then just leave it there. For almost 100 years, they've known that the heliocentric model doesn't work, and they just fixed it with, like, say, the heliocentric model theory predicts 100 pennies. They went and looked, and they only found one penny. And instead of being like, wow, we need to reconsider the central Earth that can't be disproven to fix our discrepancy of 99 pennies, they just made up an equation that says this equation represents the 99 pennies. So we'll just put that in our theory and then pretend it works. That's called dark matter. Literally, those numbers are correct, that only 1% of the mass predicted by the relativistic heliocentric model was observed.
Oh, scattergun that one too. Throw that one into the mix. So what the hell? We're talking about this heliocentric, and you start talking about dark matter. Go ahead.
Yeah, because
load up the shotgun again.
Those are directly tied together.
No, they're not.
They are.
The dark matter has absolutely squat to do with heliocentrism. Squat.
That's incorrect.
Oh, come on. You can't
Squat.
say no, dude. You can't say squat, bro. Come on.
Copernicus had nothing of dark matter when he proposed the heliocentric
Okay.
model 600 years ago.
Are you gonna let me respond, or are you gonna interrupt me every time?
No, you're just gonna scattergun. Go ahead, load up some other bullshit now. What's next?
Dude, come
Okay,
on. Man. This is such an inauthentic way to interact, bro. You're just throwing ad homs. Come on, dude. You're here.
Wait a
You're
minute, hold
spending your
on.
time here. Might as well
He's
listen to
sitting
what
here
other people are
shotgunning.
saying.
He's shotgunning bullshit. You don't
No,
see this?
no. Geo brought up the Geo brought up the phenomena thing. I gave an example. And the reason that heliocentric model objectively is directly tied to dark matter is if you claim the heliocentric model, then you're claiming that we have a position in the Milky Way galaxy and that we're moving through that galaxy. That's the only way, based on the observations, to claim a heliocentric model is to claim that we're moving through the Milky Way galaxy, which means that no, that's objective.
The heliocentric model is a solar system, is a model of this solar system, not dependent on dark matter.
Well, again, if you're going to claim the solar system of a heliocentric model, in order to be able to explain the observations we see, you have to say that that solar system goes through the Milky Way galaxy.
Nope, I just have to claim that the sun is at the center of the solar system. That is the heliocentric
That
model.
is objectively wrong.
Nope. The sun, the heliocentric model, as proposed by Copernicus, has to do with the sun at the center of the solar system.
And we've made way more observations in the last 600 years. And in order to explain those observations with a heliocentric solar, it's objective, NASA.
Nope, sorry.
Yes, it is. So you disagree with NASA. And that's
hold on a
so
second. Hold on a
weird.
second. You're talking about the heliocentric model of the solar system. So that take
He's
a
talking
breather.
about what he wants to talk about.
Yeah, I think you're kind of splitting hairs, Pate. I mean, we all know what the heliocentric model is, but original heliocentrism, as they claim Copernicus and so on, is yes, a limited subset of what they now claim it is. However, the current model of the solar system, of the universe, whatever you want to call it, and the Earth in it, of course, is heliocentric based, and dark matter is a part of the claims and the theory that's involved with modern day heliocentrism.
No, actually, heliocentrism is only a solar system based system. Yeah, that's heliocentrism. Sun at the
What's
sun.
the name of the model? What's the name of the model with dark matter?
Right, is that a different model?
Yeah.
Which one is that one?
It's
I don't know. It's not heliocentrism.
What is it then? All right, what is dark matter? What's
I don't know. Ask Witsit. He's the genius here.
No, you're the one making the claim that it has nothing to do with heliocentrism. So what model is it? You should know. You're saying it has nothing to do with the modern heliocentric model, which is wrong. But so what is the model?
So hold on a second. Heliocentrism means what? Sun at the center. That's a solar system model. Is that correct or not?
Have you learned past Copernicus, though? I'm just asking.
Well, apparently Witsit hasn't. That's only 600 years ago.
Apparently you haven't.
I actually have. Yeah, like I know that for starters, the current model claims that dark matter from the galaxy actually expands out and affects the solar system directly. Secondly, to claim a heliocentric solar system based on all the observations we've made since Copernicus, then it has to be going through the Milky Way galaxy. There's no other way. There's literally no other way for the heliocentric model to explain the observations we see in the sky. Literally no other way. See, this is a tactic. It's a tactic because they see that there's like a bunch of issues with the model, so they want to pick and choose and just stick with the heliocentric model, which, by the way, the solar system model doesn't work either.
Actually, it works quite well. Works a whole lot better than geocentrism.
It doesn't work, though.
Actually, it does. That's why the reason they went to it, because it explains the motions of the planets much better than the heliocentric.
No, the neotectonic system.
No, actually, you had retrograde motions, and you had circles within circles. It got very complex to explain all this stuff. And we don't even talk about Mercury.
No, those were.
So there's the universe is under some obligation to bow down to your remedial requirements.
No, actually, it's to your. That's your.
Why do you always interrupt, man? I had 2 words left, and it made my whole point. So universe is under no obligation to comply to someone's remedial longing for simplicity.
Well, that's my argument to you, Witsit, but you seem to want to make it in.
You literally just made the argument
You know that
simple.
Orcam. You're not familiar with Orcam's razor, then the simplest
You
thing.
literally just made the argument that it's not simple enough. So anyway, the point is,
Actually,
what
so
I'm saying is
the
just
more
subjective.
complex model is correct, then, right? The one
This
that
is
takes
why
more
I get so
assumptions.
many emails that say that you guys are what pushed them over the edge to make them consider looking outside of the current model.
Well, fine.
Because it's misrepresented.
Well, but to you maybe, but
No, you are misrepresenting it according to NASA.
No, actually, I'm not.
NASA says our solar
You think
system
that
is directly.
You think that NASA thinks that the Earth is at the center of the solar system? You think NASA thinks the Earth is flat?
Well, he just covered that with earlier with Hubble. So how do you go back to saying that they've chosen this model because it's the correct one when we've just discussed Hubble and you had no answer?
The Hubble Space Telescope is a different thing. Sorry. You think that NASA thinks the Earth is flat and at the center of the universe?
Dude, no one said that. Yeah, hold on.
Well, he's bringing up
Wait, dude.
He's bringing up NASA to back
Not
his
going into
object that the sun is at the geocentrism is correct, or am I misinterpreting what you're saying?
Yeah, we can go through these things one at a time, and if you could try not to interrupt, we don't.
Shotgun.
Now you're muting, dude. Hold on. Now you're interrupting me. We don't want to have to mute anyone, so please just don't do that. Everyone can have time to. You can get your point off. Okay, let's just be clear, one thing at a time. Nobody in this room that I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, said those things that you just said. Now, whether it was a purposeful straw man or whether it was your interpretation, can we just clarify that nobody said those things?
Well, wait a minute. If Witsit is sitting here saying that this Earth is at the center of the universe, and then he starts bringing up NASA data, that seems to me that he is trying to use NASA to support his geocentrism.
No, NASA only helps to correct your misrepresentation of the heliocentric model. And you know that.
So hold on a second. What side is NASA on? Is NASA on my side of heliocentrism? Or is NASA on your side of the flat Earth geocentrism? No, it's quite sick. How about Hubble? You think Hubble thought that the Earth was actually at the center of the universe? Actually, it's quite sequitur.
You're literally scattergunning.
Actually, I'm scattergunning. I'm scattergunning. Witsit, you are the king of the shotgun approach.
No, you are actually scattergunning non sequiturs.
Well, how does it feel? How does it feel to get your own tactics used back at you?
Are you on uppers or something?
Because if I let you go, Witsit, you're going to go for 5 minutes on just some sort of bullshit tactic here of shotgunning some more supposed facts.
Okay, so you're currently, please don't interrupt me. You're currently scattergunning non sequiturs and strawmans. Okay, non sequitur means it's not sequential, meaning it doesn't follow the actual argument. I never claimed that Hubble or NASA thought the Earth was flat. No one ever said anything like that. Okay, I had to invoke these people as hostile witnesses because the conversation is so consistently misrepresented.
So you're taking things that they said, which was not part of what they actually believed, but using it as you're cherry picking what they say and they didn't believe, and using it for your own purposes.
No, I'm not cherry picking anything.
Sure you are.
Everything that I'm saying is exactly what they said. According to Hubble, he believed that we were in a heliocentric model, but stated that the other idea that the Earth is at the center cannot be disproven, and that he chooses to ignore that option, even though it can't be disproven, because of the horror of a unique position. And he will only consider it as a last resort to save the phenomena. Okay? So I'm not cherry picking or misrepresenting him. I'm saying exactly what he said.
And so, what does this prove? That he is that he was wrong? That the Earth is actually at the center, and because he ignores it, because he's a heliocentrist, he's got to be wrong?
No, I didn't say that. I'm pointing out that according to even Hubble, you can't actually disprove that the Earth's at the center. And he had a philosophical bias against it because he considered the idea that the Earth is at the center, quote unquote, horrific.
Right,
Okay,
because
and that's
for
not
600
science.
years since Copernicus, it's been that way.
Okay, so for thousands of years, people had slaves. So I
For
don't care.
for millions of years, people thought the Earth was flat until we figured it out that it's not.
Millions of years. Okay, so anyway, that doesn't even help you. That makes my point stronger.
No, it doesn't actually, because we're
It
smart now.
does.
Figured out a few
You're,
things.
you're making my point stronger, which is that people can think things for a long time and still be wrong. You literally made my point stronger.
Well, you go back to, I mean,
Sure,
you
you
but
can't
you
debate
always part of the flat Earth thing is, well, for eon. I mean, Geo says this all the time. For eons and eons, we thought that this, and therefore, it's how can you go against eons and eons of belief against the flat Earth?
But and no, he doesn't. He doesn't say that it must be flat because people used to think it.
Actually, he
He
does.
says no. He doesn't. He says that clearly they were much more advanced than we previously assessed them to be. They all said this, and if we're going to go against what all the evidence and all the ancient cosmologies were, we would need substantial evidence for the other side.
And we have.
Why do you have to? If you're so right, why would you have to so grossly misrepresent the actual arguments?
Well, because you don't have arguments with it. You've just got your cherry picked stuff. You're just cherry picking as you go. You cherry
So
pick
since
Hubble.
So because we don't have arguments, you have to grossly misrepresent them.
I don't grossly misrepresent them. What's it? You just, you're the king of scattergun. You complain that I'm scattergunning as you just fire your shotgun off and off.
It's unfortunate because I was having a very productive, intellectually provoking conversation with the other guy, and then you just jumped in and knocked the pieces off the board, bro.
Of course,
All
you're
right,
having
well-
a very productive bullshit session, and I'll let you get back to it. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Apology accepted. So anyway, the main point here is that it's often misrepresented as some type of scientific fact, but it is not, right? And it's honestly, what sucks is the inability for people to defend the heliocentric model without logical fallacies. If the Earth is in fact revolving around the sun, the inability of people to defend that claim logically is creating millions of geocentrists. So that's just objective. I know many people that are on the fence or not sure or indifferent, but they say this to me all the time. It isn't just me saying it as a biased member. It's very disheartening, to be honest. So if the main point I'm driving home here is Hubble summed it up very well. It's we'll only entertain the position that can't be disproven as a last resort if we can't come up with anything else to save the phenomena, because we want to avoid the horror of the idea that the Earth is at the center of everything. And that is very telling, right? That's sounds like a religion. It's we will only entertain that the Bible's not true if we have literally no other option to explain the evidence. It's what? Because it's horrific, the idea that the Bible's not true. So even though this position that says the Bible's not true can never be disproven, I'm going to ignore all that evidence because to me, it's horrific to think the Bible's not true. That's a religion.
Yeah, it's a selective fixation on a particular idea or belief that is adhered to via what's the word? Like a doctrine. Although that wasn't quite the word I was looking for. Yeah, like a it's almost like the word doctrine. The words
dogma.
Yeah, exactly. A dogmatic. I was thinking of idolatry as well. It's they're idolizing the sun and the authority. So it's a mixture of a cult belief, idolization, authority, submission to authority, and then of course you got the whole claims of science and the whole those components. But yeah, to adhere to an idea or a belief without any foundation, in the actual physical world, for example, and then claiming the physical world is Yeah, like a subset of like a dogmatic choice, just to kind of make that and then set up the requirement that others believe it as well.
Yeah, it's crazy too because he says we'll only consider the alternative that can't be disproven to save the phenomena, right? But like they still don't even do that. Like they can't explain Mercury. Like a geocentric model can explain the perihelion of Mercury. It can do it perfectly. A neotychonic system can mathematically predict and explain the perihelion of Mercury perfectly. And in 2023, the heliocentric model still cannot explain it. Like it's called the Mercury anomaly. And also they can't explain the gravity of Neptune. But the geocentric model can explain Neptune perfectly. So it's just funny. And then you get into like dark matter. The universe is expanding way too fast. So you need like a whole new energy source that they can't prove or actually see. So it's just wild. It's like it's way worse than it was when Hubble made his quote. You know, it's like you have to take a whole part of his quote out now because it says we'll only consider it to save the phenomena. Basically, that needs to be revised to we'll literally never consider it no matter what. We'll only consider it if we die. So that's kind of crazy.
What do you think about?
Yeah, like you guys are, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say I was curious what you guys think about stellar aberration because for me that always seemed like the strongest indicator of heliocentrism. But I'm curious about some of these other models like neotychonic and stuff. I just haven't found much on it.
Okay, define exactly what you mean by stellar aberration.
I mean the observation that we see starlight deflected in certain directions throughout the year, and depending on the distance from the stars from the ecliptic, basically.
Yeah. So if you were going to think about the difference, what would be the difference in a heliocentric and geocentric position for stellar aberration?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the geocentric model. Like the heliocentric one seems to explain it pretty succinctly, I think.
How? The heliocentric model says it's just an illusion.
Well,
It
an
literally
illusion
says
is,
it's just an illusion.
yeah, I mean, in the same way that, like, the common way that people describe it is like when you're driving through rain, it looks like the rain's falling in at you at an angle, but that's just an illusion, right? Because you're moving with respect to the rain. It may be really falling more straight down, right? Same sort of principle.
Okay. But I'm saying, how are you saying that that's only, like, what I'm confused is why would that only work with heliocentrism if it has to claim it's an illusion? Geocentrism would just claim that they're actually moving and changing position. And heliocentrism claims it looks like they're doing that, but it's actually just an illusion.
Yeah, I'm not saying
Because they
it
can't
couldn't work.
actually do it.
Yeah, I'm not saying it couldn't work on a geocentric model. I'm just saying that it seems to fit a heliocentric model better in my view, since it matches, the 1 year Earth cycle, every single star moving in a 1 year ellipse. Some of them flattened. The closer they are to the ecliptic, they're flattened into lines, kind of moving back and forth like in a sine wave pattern, a flattened sine wave.
Do you agree with the wobble?
That's how that would work on a geocentric Earth. That's what I'm not, dude. The geocentric Earth's the one that claimed the elliptical orbits, and people said that can't be true. That's too complicated. Let's get them closer to circles. The fact that it does it based on the quote unquote rotation of the Earth, it's exactly the same for the geocentric model. We have the same rotation of the sky, and the heliocentric model claims that's the cause of the Earth moving. And the geocentric model claims it's just the sky like we see. So the fact that they are in an annual cycle works perfectly fine with the geocentric model.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll
I'm
get
trying
you
to.
a specific model to look at though when I get back to the house.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I've been trying to find one that kind of tries to fit the stellar aberration observations, but like it definitely feels separate from the day rotation, right? Like I could get the idea that there's a sphere of stars or whatever it is rotating around us. I can totally see that working. But the aberration was something totally different, right? It's an annual cycle, which I was trying to find a way to do that. I could get it where you say like, okay, well, the stars are moving in these little ellipses in such a way as to produce that sort of small movement, like the 20 arc second amplitude. But
Yeah, so
it
you're
just
right.
doesn't.
It's different, yeah. But like that, it's because the stars reset every year. That's how we got what a year is. Like the stars reset every year. So that's literally how we got a year. And then people came up with the idea with, oh, well, we must go around the sun once every year. Like the stars just reset. Actually, the annual cycle makes more sense on a geocentric model because it has the galaxies completing a circuit every year. So that makes perfect sense. The galaxies complete a circuit every year. In the heliocentric model, they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff, and it just looks like they complete a circuit every year.
I'm not sure I understand the circuit every year, but yeah, I'd be curious to see what like a geocentric model would say about aberration, like especially the idea that they move more at the ecliptic poles. They move in ellipses or in almost circular at the ecliptic poles, but then at the ecliptic itself, it's flattened into a line, and it varies, steadily between the two, depending on that angle from the ecliptic. Which to me, it just seems like such strong indication that we are moving with respect to those stars in that orbit around the sun. But I'm open to seeing whatever you got for sure.
But like, so do they continue in their own cycle every year?
The aberrational ellipses, yeah.
You're right. So like, yeah, it's just a progressive cycle of the sky. So I'll get you a model in a second. I'm about to walk inside.
I mean, but how could geocentrism even be a thing? Like, wouldn't just the mass like cancel it out?
I mean,
I
Witsit
don't know
has a
what
point that
that means, but I have to
you
walk.
could
I have to
fit the
walk.
math to either model, from a kinematic sense, right? Like you could make a model work geocentrically. It just feels like you couldn't derive simple force laws from a geocentric model. It would be more complicated, I feel like.
Mm.
Well, the other comment I wanted to make about the Copernican principle, I also find it really interesting because, like, I see it as a double-edged sword. Like, I half-heartedly agree with Witsit about, okay, you don't want to stick too much dogmatically to an idea like that that's philosophical. But on the other hand, it's like a sort of healthy dogma. It's in a way we're trying not to fool ourselves into the wishful thinking idea that we are special, and maybe we are. I don't know, but it seems like maybe a healthy skeptical way to start from. But yeah, I mean, definitely don't want to stick to that dogmatically.
I mean, on one just foundational level, when it comes to like, let's just say the Earth is at the center and is the foundation, and it's like the platform that we're all on, and we're here. And I mean, I'm on the Earth, you're on the Earth, we're here. This is it. So now I'm not really getting into like whether there's a land beyond Antarctica and all of that. Let's just say these continents that we're aware of, and of course, if the Earth had no curvature, then yeah, we're on water's level, and the land comes up out of the water, and then the sky is the sky. meaning it just is precisely what it is. Now we could get into, is it a clock? Is it, what does it consist of? What is it made of? Is it even physical? Is it only visual, etc.? All of those components. But just on that foundational level, in terms of, these things, quote unquote, working on a geocentric system, by default, they do, everything does in the sky does, because the earth is just the earth, the sky is the sky, and the sky is above the earth. And the observations that we see are what they are. It's like looking at the ceiling. It's like you're in a room and you're looking up at the ceiling. And that ceiling, clearly those lights are moving and they're doing their thing. So we could get into deeper, like, well, why is it moving the way that it is? And what are the physics involved? There's all those other questions. But just from the base observational level, the ground can be the ground, just like it is in a room, in a house, and the ceiling can be the ceiling. There's nothing that's logically unsound about two mediums, being visible to a human, the ground and the sky.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's, yeah. I mean, you could say like, yeah, we have these observations, and that's consistent in and of itself because they're observations. But of course, we want to try and figure out bigger truths than that, right? Like, we can't just stop there.
Yeah, that's fair. One would want to inquire further.
Yeah. Hence we have this server, right?
Yeah, well, I think it's one of the most age-old, inquiries that humans have always had: the nature of the sky, the earth, nature of life, who we are, where we came from. Is it a mystery? Is it solvable? Like, is it ever fully solvable? Is it partially solvable? Can we at least glean some information or truth from it? And everything that's involved with that.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of it. Like, as far as we can tell, things are so difficult to fully model that I think it may never be fully solved. I mean, how do you even, how would we ever even know that we had it fully solved? That's, I think, once you ask yourself that, you'll realize that it's probably impossible to even know that how close you are to solving everything, right? So you kind of have to, I think, come to grips with, we can never know everything. So, we always have to kind of take our own knowledge with a grain of salt, I think.
Yeah, well, especially in some of these really big questions, like literally big size-wise, physical-wise, and then just.
That's why I said before, like, it's gonna be the new age, like you were saying before, and I'm in complete agreement. We've now come to the point of the Great Awakening where all of us are now questioning, and there's a pioneer of new things. Hell, if there's a case study where that there's land beyond the ice wall, shit, it's gonna be a new age where people won't want to travel to those continents. If there's caves or caverns, it won't be stopped by government or scientists saying, "Oh, it's too dangerous, you can't go." Trust me, people are explorative and inquisitive. They will go there, and they will map that out.
Well, how do you explain then the caves that were found in the Grand Canyon that you're not allowed to go check out because you're shut off? And there's a lot of places like that. There's a lot of caves that you have to go pull a permit even to go into them and go explore them. And there's just a lot of things that are held and kept, and not only secret, like they'll even have Google Maps blur out the images that they take even of it, so that way you can't even see like what it is on the ground, or they have Google Maps like not actually show what is there and fill it in with something else. Like there is a clear, very, they don't even hide it anymore that they're hiding it. Like they're very clear about it. And like, I don't know if you're saying that people can just go explore like all dilly dally wherever they want, that's so not true. I don't know if that's what if you meant, or I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood.
I'm sorry, I was a little confused by your question. I thought it was a statement, and
I don't think he's okay. Like us not being able to go to like a cave is not the same as people figuring out that there's entire land masses that we don't know about.
yeah, I'm just talking about for those that kind of believe in the hollow earth, whether those long giant caverns or city caverns. They found like some people have said in Ecuador called the lost dwarven cities. You know, there was a guy that they kind of closed it off now, saying, "Oh, there's a massive city that was built in a cave, but no one can go over there. The Ecuadorian government has put steel bars and stuff." And then you find out later on that United States of America had already sent out people over there and said, "Oh, it's off limits." And they paid off the Ecuadorian government. So that's what I'm saying. There's certain places that if there's a case of a giant stone city, supposedly, we should be able to send geologists or anyone to go explore and see what the hell it is. You know?
I mean, yeah, that seems like a pretty huge claim there that the United States paid off the Peruvian government to block off some caves in Peru. What?
Why would that surprise you when they literally don't let you go to the Grand Canyon, Loveland?
It's not the first time. If you want
you
another
can
example,
go to the Grand Canyon.
No, they have a whole portion of the Grand Canyon you can't go to anymore once they found ancient like remains.
My local Starbucks is closed.
And
You guys
dude,
heard
you
the
always
idea
got
that-
a heliosexual coming in with a comment like that, man. Like I don't. I'm heliophobic at this point, man.
yeah, because there are certain places that you're not allowed to go, and that's one of the major issues. It's like, for instance, if you want to get a good example where they had like the European Sun Pyramid that was found under a mound, and that government was when the guy was exploring it and found out that there was a giant sun pyramid, then the moon, and all that stuff. He had the entire academia field, both from the United States as well as Northern Europe, saying that he's a liar, a charlatan, a scam, and made up false reports. He even stated with that country, like, "Hey, dude, we will pay you VIP first class to come here and see it for yourself." And they kept throwing out articles and stuff, ignoring it until actual other rich explorers and stuff went out there themselves and took pictures. Like, no, dude, this is real thing. This is clearly a motor structure made out of quartz. So yeah, it's not the first time.
I'm
But
just
on the
saying.
topic of land masses, like, what's the current idea of us not being able to find it? Like restricted flight routes? Was that?
What do you mean? Do you mean about the lands beyond the walls?
Yeah.
Well, lands beyond the walls. That means past the dome.
Or
It's
like Antarctica's like closed off.
Yeah, think of an ice wall that's maybe 10, 20 miles off. It's closed off. They don't fly over the Antarctic wall or the Antarctic shells to get to one place or another. So if you look at the United Nations map, you notice that all the continents there, and then there seems to be a rim around it. That's the Arctic wall. Anything beyond that is the unguided lands, or the lands out of the wall.
It's interesting, the Jarl and the Hoy story, but where his two buddies died while they were inland, the two brothers, Norwegian. But long story short, yeah, they weren't worried about the people who died and releasing information of why they made them leave. But as soon as they threw anchor on, I think it was Point Deception or whatever, he's having to go to court and fucking trials when he gets back, just for touching anchor onto that land. They weren't worried about the fucking dudes they ran off and with a storm coming that night out of the safety harbor, and they were never to be seen again. They were boarded by the I think it was the Australian or the UK Navy. They were surveilled the whole time they were there. All this shit came out in court, but they wouldn't give them the last, known coordinates for them. It's fucking bullshit. Like, they weren't even worried about the dudes who died. They're just worried about getting him in trouble for throwing anchor on fucking Antarctica.
Dude, I swear, I'm gonna have to like literally myself like create an entire like astrodynamic alternative model. It's pathetic. It's pathetic because I have like hundreds of quotes from different astronomers and astrophysicists explaining like I can map out everything from a central position, and it's like, well, why do I have to do this? Like, why am I the only one that's gonna try to do it, right? Like,
Well,
no one
you
has
made
the
it.
cojones, and Left Lane, I don't need your bullshit response, please. No one in academia has like the balls to offer any alternative explanations. It's just a joke. Like anyone with above 100 IQ can clearly see that the modern model doesn't work. It doesn't work.
But that's what my question was to you. You said something about the geocentric model could predict the orbit of Mercury. I thought
Yeah,
that
I have to find. I'm trying to find it.
I thought that that was part of the problem of the geocentric model is it couldn't actually explain the precession of the planets.
No, that's not it. Actually, the heliocentric model has a much more difficult problem when it comes to the perihelion of Mercury, because you have a much more adaptable, dynamic framework whenever the Earth's not moving. So whenever you see stuff like stellar aberration from a heliocentric position, well, that has to be based on an orbit. So they saw the stellar aberration, they mapped it out, they took all the observations, and they said, okay, this must be Earth's orbit. So now you're confined to that. You're confined to that elliptical orbit, and you can only explain observations within that framework. From a geocentric position, it's actually a dynamic relationship between the celestial bodies themselves that are moving, and the Earth is at rest, which means you have a much more adaptable, open-ended framework. This isn't just me saying it, right? Like, I can just give you people from your own paradigm with, PhDs in astronomy that explain this. Because I know if it comes from Witsit, it must be wrong,
Yeah, thanks for taking my bullshit response.
Well, sorry, I thought you'd rather just jump in to let me know that like I have no choice or no chance or it doesn't work or something. So I apologize.
Okay.
I'll give you a virtual hug, bro.
Okay.
I'm gonna find it for you. Whoever
A fucking
asked earlier.
virtual hug. That's a good one.
Someone asked earlier, I'll find the Neo Tychon. I've actually seen it illustrated and mapped out, and it's so hard to find it now, which in and of itself should be sketchy to people, but whatever. There you go, bro. There's a virtual hug, bro. I'm the blue guy though. It's like I don't know what can any heliosexual like be honest with me about this, because you see like okay, B-ball's like, except it does. We use it every day, right? It's like this typical conflation between having a convention or a model that's like works for intents and purposes, conflating that with being like physically accurate explanation. Can all the heliocentric proponents, like, can anyone voice up and agree that that is illogical and that doesn't actually mean that it's the correct physical explanation just because you can create a mathematical framework that you can use? Because we know this with many things like electricity and magnetism. Like, it's well known we don't understand magnetism at all, but we do have like mathematical models we can use to very precisely replicate magnetic effects.
Yeah, I'd agree that just having a model that matches observations and fits things doesn't necessarily mean that it's the correct one or that reality corresponds exactly to that. It's more of a question of to what degree it fits things and to what degree we can use it to predict things, or what utility it has for us. I think that's really more what that matters to me personally. Like, whether it actually maps one-to-one to reality is almost unimportant. I mean, of course, if it maps to reality, it's going to be useful, but it's the utility, I think, that's important.
I'm saying even if you get it 1-to-1, it doesn't mean it's reality. Like, science explains things, math describes things. So magnetism is a perfect example. Like, we have done stuff on the quantum level with magnetism, like such precise, intricate observations that we understand what's going to happen with magnetic phenomena very well. Like this amount of energy, this material, this amount of magnetism, this type of ferromagnetic material, and this condition does this and yields this much energy, right? We know it very precisely to like a mind-blowing amount of precision, right? But we don't understand it. So like in that scenario, we use something called the virtual photon to make the equations work so that they match what we observe so that we can start to, we can continue to try to utilize magnetism and have a construct to use it. But we know virtual photons is just a placeholder. It's a mathematical placeholder. And we can, again, very precisely map it out and math it out. But it can't be the accurate actual explanation, right? So these are two fundamentally different things. You can have a 1-to-1 mathematical construct that perfectly maths out a phenomena and still not know the explanation.
Yeah, for sure, I'd agree with that. I'd just add that whichever models seem to give us the best utility are the ones we're going to tend to go with and probably call those more correct. But yeah, I would agree that they're not necessarily physically corresponding to reality in every jot and tittle of the mathematics.
Yeah, so this is what I don't get, man. Maybe you do seem like a genuine guy. So like,
You'll call him a liar, surely. What's it? Don't worry.
no, that's just you, man. He doesn't seem to be lying, so that would be unfounded of me. Anyway, what, in your opinion, could be observed that would debunk the current cosmological model?
Oh man, that's kind of not in my wheelhouse. I don't know a ton about the models that are out there. I've heard of the Lambda CDM model and some other ones, but just at a very high level. So I don't know that I would be the person to ask about that. But yeah, there's certainly some glaring problems. I mean, if the cosmological constant and dark matter and dark energy are troublesome because they're dark, right? Like they kind of seem like something that we're shoehorning in to make things work on a grand scale. But yeah, I mean, there's things that are the forefront of cosmology seems largely opaque, and it's probably going to be difficult for a long time. But yeah, I don't know.
Sorry.
I don't know if I have if that's a good answer. I don't know if I have a observation I could point out that would be the smoking gun to upend the paradigm.
Well, don't you agree that's a problem though? Like, scientifically speaking, falsifiability is at the forefront of science. Like, if we can never fully prove a theory, we can only disprove a theory, then there has to be something that can disprove it. And in reality, from the heliocentric cosmology perspective, apparently there's nothing. There's nothing. I've never got an answer. There's some people that know quite a bit about it in this room right now. Nate, Kosho, you got Left Lane, Ruhit. Can anyone give me an answer?
I would say that just because something hasn't been falsified doesn't necessarily mean it's not falsifiable.
So I'm giving you the opportunity to tell me what could be observed that would falsify it.
You could observe that you were in a simulation the whole time, and everyone's been lying for the past 200 years. You could observe.
Okay, that's not a serious, intellectually honest answer. So
Well,
anyone
the
else?
reason why no one's giving you an answer is because there isn't one. There's a lot of evidences that all correspond with each other, and in any one thing was found to be untrue, it would negate the series of other things. So everything would have to be untrue in order for that model to be wrong. So the only scenario I can think of is if I was insane this whole time and what I thought I knew wasn't real.
Why do you even come here?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Ruhif has said that
You
too.
would say.
Ruhif has said, well, okay, I don't know, Coach, if you wanted to answer that, but
Well, I'm just saying, Gio, that's a dishonest answer. That's a disingenuous
There you go.
answer.
An honest answer. There you go.
Okay, well,
no,
here's why.
no, dude, that's what. Well, I mean, you may have thought he was trolling or joking because it did kind of maybe sound like that. But dude, Ruhif has actually said many times, and you've probably heard him say this, where if he came to the understanding at some point that the Earth is, well, why don't you just tell us, Ruhif? Why don't you tell us?
Everything would have to be a lie. It all had to be a simulation. That's a religious position.
No. He knows what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Ruhif.
No, I actually haven't been paying much attention. I'm playing poker, so.
All right. Well, what Ruhif has said is that if he realized that the Earth is indeed stationary and planar, that he would be insane. That he would. Yeah.
Yeah.
He would
Okay.
actually
So this
be
is a religious position. So what Kosho just said is objectively and patently wrong, right? Where he says that would mean, quote unquote, everything else is wrong. It's so easy to use a little bit of logic and demonstrate why that doesn't make sense. We had an electrical field theory model, right? And it used an ether. And not only did it help us explain a ton of stuff about electricity and electromagnetism and magnetism and light, it actually helped us discover a ton about those things. Actually, that's how we invented a ton of stuff. And according to them, that model was wrong. The ether doesn't exist, according to these very people. Applying Kosho's logic, that means everything that we discovered about electricity, magnetism, and light was wrong.
That's a dangerous straw man, dude. I didn't say
That's
anything
what you
about
just
that.
said.
I didn't say anything about that being wrong. I said
Yeah, well,
specifically the thing you were
Kosho-
talking about being wrong.
I think, Kosho, you said something like everything I've known to be true would not be
Yeah,
true.
in regards to this subject, yes. Everything.
No, I'll just play it. I'll play what he
If
said because I'm tired
we
of playing
found
this.
out that the like the heliocentric model was wrong, or like the Earth was flat, whatever model in that regards, fundamentally, like the speed of light would have to be wrong. The way that most things in physics would have to be wrong, or at least misunderstood. It would render a whole catalog of things incorrect, which would
Completely untrue.
totally I'd have to start my understanding of everything over.
This isn't even true, though. So, but what you actually said was that if the model was wrong, everything would have to be wrong. Meaning anything that we've discovered since thinking that would have to go out with it. And that's why the analogy I brought up of ether is a perfect analogy. We obviously didn't have to throw out all of our understanding of light, magnetism, and electricity once people threw out the ether.
Yeah,
Okay.
but this isn't a comment about that theory. This is a comment about this one. So it's not true. It's not true about every single about everything. If something else was not true, it doesn't mean everything in that field is not true. But in regards to this, that would make a lot of things in physics. And when I say everything, I just mean everything in regards to this subject, including most things in physics, would have to be re-examined because it would have to be false.
Most thing in physics, no. Our conservation laws wouldn't change at all. Dynamic laws wouldn't change at all. Just because you say that doesn't make it true somehow.
Nothing in the real physics would be changed. Like the way that they build airplanes and cars, nothing would change. It would
Our understanding about all those things, like our understanding about gravity would have to be wrong, right?
That's one thing.
Not fully, only partially.
Yeah, but our understandings of gravity allows us to, fly planes. Allows us to understand, how much lift you would need, and how that changes with altitude.
Kosho, that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth that you're flying on. It has those principles and those understood concepts have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. But that's one of the things that would have to be done away with.
My question wasn't even exclusive to the shape of the Earth.
Gravity would be wrong.
My
is wrong.
My question wasn't even exclusive to the shape of the Earth, dude. Okay, I said, what can you name one thing we could observe that would debunk the model that you believe in, the heliocentric model you believe in? And no one can answer the question. And this is going to be my new question that I ask people during my modern day debates because it's very telling, right? It's like the same thing when I asked Brian Myers, for example. Mindshock was covering my debate with him. I watched a little bit of it where I'm like, did you know that where they I forgot the lab, but where they said that they detected a gravitational wave, LIGO or whatever, they wrote an article and admitted that they put fake data in, sent it to the people to do analysis, and then they confirmed that it was a gravitational wave. Then they actually published the results, had people come and start to do the press release, and then told them that it was fake. And he was like, that doesn't sound real. And Jaron's like, it's on their website, and he's like, nah, that can't be true. I'll have to look at it, whatever. I was like, okay, Brian, hypothetically, if that were true, that's kind of weird, right? And he couldn't answer the question. He's like, oh, wow, that's just a what if. That's just a hypothetical. I'm like, yeah, but just hypothetically. It's just an intellectually honesty thing, like hypothetically. And he couldn't answer it. And again, it's the mark of a intelligent mind to be able to entertain a thought without believing it. This shows dishonesty, bro. Like, I can name one thing off the top of my head so fast that would debunk the entire heliocentric model.
So long, dude. I entertained your idea, dude. That's how I came up with the conclusion that I'd have to be insane because everything else would be wrong. If you're talking about heliocentrism, for heliocentrism to be wrong and geocentrism to be right, you'd have to either decide if Kepler's laws and gravity are incorrect, or if the speed of light is, or the speed of light being the limit is incorrect. Because if Kepler's laws are correct, then the distances to the planets are correct. And as I've told you plenty of times, everything beyond Neptune would have to be going faster than the speed of light every single day, all the time. So
no,
yes, actually,
no.
That's how that works. If you're that
no,
far
just
away,
because you assume distances and a medium doesn't make that true. And this is why. Okay, can someone? I don't want to talk to you, so you can talk to yourself.
It would render one or the other wrong.
But this, I just don't like talking to you anymore. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. It's like I asked a simple question for. See, now you're interrupting 3 times around. That's why I don't talk to you, because it's like I just asked a simple, good, honest, an honest question. Like it's not like I'm trying to. You just had to jump in to like use this like disingenuous tone as if like you would have to be clinically insane and everything had to be a simulation. And I said, can you guys think of one thing that we could observe that would debunk the model? And if anyone can't answer that question, then they don't understand what science is. And the whole idea of science is that you try to prove theories wrong. And if you don't think there's something, and the answer is, look, I'll give you one easy answer. Everyone should have already known this. If the speed of light is wrong, the entire model's wrong.
I just said that, dude.
No, you didn't say that. You said that if the model was wrong, we'd have to change the speed.
You're a fucking liar, dude. I literally just said that. I
No,
literally
you
just
didn't.
said if the
Dude, hold on, you guys, hold on. You guys were doing really good, and it's starting to go off the rails. Can we just not have that? Because that was actually, this is fire. This is really, you guys are both on fire. But if we go into all that shit, it's just going to derail it and it goes off the rails into shit. So, dude, hold on. Just clarify what you said. Witz is making good points, and so are you. Just try not to interrupt, and then go ahead and respond, because you did say something about the speed of light.
Yes,
Oh,
it
would have to have. What did you say? It would have to be.
What I said was specifically, if the geocentrum was correct and heliocentrum was wrong, then you'd have to decide if either Newton's laws and Kepler's laws were wrong, or the speed of light being the limit to how fast you can travel would be incorrect. One of those two things would have to certainly be wrong, and I gave the reason for that. So
fair enough.
Yeah, but you see, that's not actually what I said. He said that's what I said, but no. What he said was, if the heliocentric model's wrong, that would change everything in physics, including the speed of light, because everything past Neptune would have to be moving faster. Blah blah blah. But when I asked them, what's one observation that we could make that would debunk the model, he did not say, oh, the speed of light being wrong. He said, if we found out the model was wrong, I don't think that's possible because it would change everything in physics. And he included the speed of light with that. Those are two very different things, okay? If we found out the speed of light is wrong, the entire model would immediately be falsified. So your claim that not just one thing would debunk it is incorrect.
You agree with what I said then? Because just like I said, if you take away any of these things, the whole model would be unraveled. You got to take everything else with it. Just like you said, if the speed of light is wrong, the whole model unravels. So
that's not what you said, though, man.
Geocentrism is correct, and it turns out that that's causes the speed of light to be wrong. Our assumption about that's wrong. That renders a lot of other things incorrect. And that's my point, is that none of these things exist in a vacuum. So you take any of them out and change it and make it incorrect. It makes everything else, and I say everything hyperbolically, but most other things in this field would be incorrect.
Nothing in the field of physics on the natural scale would change. Nothing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The actual physics, that's actual real physics that we use for engineering and building and electrics and electrostatic, all these different components.
The
engineering, none of that would change. That would because that's the real physics. That's actually tangible, verifiable, and real.
The only thing that they would have to change is the part where they started mixing like the real science with the pseudoscience to make the model. That's the only thing that would have to be wiped off the table, is the pseudoscience has been created from these falsehoods being mixed with real science. So when he's saying that it would all have to be destroyed, that's probably because all of their pseudoscience is kind of like, like overlapping on real science. So that's probably why you're thinking that way, Kosho. But I just want to point this out too. Both models are inaccurate because both models have this ball earth either in the center or ball earth 3 doors down from the sun, but they're both wrong. But I don't know why you guys keep talking about how one is right and the other is wrong. They're both wrong, and there is no model other than what has been being taught and told, but in reality no man can measure the heights, depths, and lengths.
Oh, so you're going to bring a biblical argument to the debate? See, I want to wake up millions of people. I want to find a way to wake up millions of people to the spell that was cast on them, that the earth is a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe of nothingness. And you're definitely not going to do that by going into a debate and then invoking a scripture that says you can't measure the earth. Although I do agree with you, that's not the point. It's still an important W to move over to geocentrism, to get people to acknowledge that the earth doesn't move and that it's the center of everything. Some can argue that's the most important aspect of the lie, is that people, would you rather people just still think it's a tiny speck of dust flying through the universe and everything came from nothing and the Big Bang Theory, or flat earth or nothing? Because for me, I prayed about it, and one of the most important parts of this is people think that the earth wasn't put here. And if they find out the Earth's geocentric, then they cannot logically deny that, right?
Well,
so
I think that just because of the model itself, geocentric model, which was developed by an astronomer, in the early 300s or whatever, and this guy, he then implied that this ball Earth is the center, and all the other planets are circling around it. And this is it's still, now you're taking this ball earth concept. So now the ballers are right with the water bending around a ball still.
no, man, no. Those are not this. Those aren't if you find out the heliocentric model is wrong, that doesn't then prove the Earth's a ball. Okay, so and first of all, a geocentric model there isn't a specific one, just like there isn't a heliocentric. So what I'm saying is, if you debunk the heliocentric model, that doesn't prove the Earth's a globe, right? These are different things. And we would get to the next part, because then it's how logical is it that there's just a ball sitting there?
Yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah, and then the main thing we're fighting against is the idea that people can't go against the mainstream scientific consensus of what the Earth is, right? So when you pull that away from them, when they're oh damn, it looks like consensus is wrong, then they're going to be much more open to possibilities. Don't you agree?
Yeah, no. I mean, no doubt that you're dealing with people that don't even believe in God to begin with. So yeah, you're going to be having to tackle that issue if you're only coming at it from from truth, right? I could say this is truth, but you're right. You can't come at it from that way, because you're just fighting religion with religion at that point, as opposed to trying to be more on the level of well, let's think of this intelligently. Let's talk about these, have these discussions that we could have, logic, and it could apply here, because there's a lot of things that they believe in that just don't make sense logically.
Well, the scripture actually says to do that, right? It says to hold steadfast and prove all things to be true, and it encourages debate, intellectual exchange, and stuff like that. It's what you're going to find is the reason I've started focusing on the heliocentrism thing so much is because you'll find that any staunch baller, they won't even yield an inch on the heliocentric part either. And so what we're actually going against is the mainstream model must be true. They can't let go of any of the mainstream model. Like the idea, the main like staples of the model, everyone, all the scientists agree it must be true. And so that's why I think it's important, because an honest person, when they find out that there's actually not heliocentric evidence, like exclusive to heliocentrism, they're going to feel like duped. And they're going to be like, why wasn't I told about the other option? That seems highly suspect. And they're going to realize that, well, now there's a whole bunch of possibilities. I don't have to believe this rigid model everyone claims we proved. Turns out we didn't. And now I'm open to other things, right?
Well, I mean, that reminds me, like, remember not too long ago when they said that the moon is actually in our atmosphere, when once upon a time they didn't believe it, but then they, like, ballers ran with that, like, no, 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 it's just because the atmosphere reaches so far out, and it's like still, like, they were fed a script so disgustingly, but it's like, why did the scientists barely discover this, that the earth, I'm sorry, that the moon was in our atmosphere, and why did they have to like announce that? What was contradicting that they couldn't fight no more, that made them have to concede and say, oh yeah, wait, the moon isn't in a vacuum over there, outside of our planet. There's got to be a reason for that
I
somewhere.
think they needed a little bit of air around the moon to make the moon landing story make sense, but I don't know. They didn't even release they've never publicly released the claims, the specific claims of what the lunar lander did once it was manually flown. Allegedly, it was manually. They didn't even release how long he did it officially, but supposedly it was a couple minutes, at least few minutes, and they've never released it. But I don't know. That's just a theory. But like my bigger point, dude, was like the question was specifically asked, right? Because it's like, what could debunk the if you can't even theorize, if you can't just jump over here and theorize, oh well, this would debunk it. If like just saying the words would debunk the heliocentric model out of your mouth isn't an option, that's called cognitive dissonance. That's nothing to do with what the evidence is, right? That's a bias. And that was why I asked the question. You notice I didn't get an answer. And the answer is many things. But this is the reason you won't get an answer, because they know in the back of their mind that no matter what we observe, they're not going to throw heliocentrism away. That's not an option. They're just going to change something, even if they have to change everything. They've already done that once. They changed all of physics with relativity, even though it's actually Jeff and Miko debunked it mathematically. Right. So it's like the same thing with dark matter. Instead of throwing out the model or considering throwing out the model, they made up dark matter and dark energy. Right. So whenever because I was going to say what flat earthers should do is all come together and we should start doing experiments to falsify the speed of light. If we falsify the speed of light, their entire model's gone. Everyone keeps asking, what's a definitive way we can debunk the model? Everything's an illusion and the optics don't work, and everyone's trying to come up with, can we stretch a rope over the water or whatever, right? It's like, yeah, we could debunk the speed of light, and then everything they said is wrong.
Yeah.
They've made that impossible, bro, because they've standardized the meter to the speed of light. So that's because they kept getting different readings across the world, and when they would come together for this science conventions and shit back in the like mid 1900s to late mid 1900s, they later 1900s, I want to say, they'd report the speed of light was constantly changing. They were getting different results and everywhere around the world, and so they just changed the size of the meter. So it can't change now because the fucking meter just changes. It's so slight that it doesn't matter, but it makes it where the speed of light's unfalsifiable.
Well, nah. So like, there's a dude who's done experimentally shown that you can have 3 times the speed of light. You can already go ahead and get ahead of what they're going to say. They're going to say that can't be true. We use it to measure things and blah blah blah. Like, no, we can still use the construct of the current speed of light for all the things we use it for right now. It just shows that there are circumstances that it can be faster than that. It doesn't need to change everything, right? It just shows that that's not like a definitive one-way speed of light. And this has already experimentally been done. And you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to come up with an entire theory to explain why it looks like it was 3 times the speed of light, but actually it seems like we're kind of in a simulation, and it just made it look like that.
You know, I do have an honest question. What is the importance of knowing how fast light travels? If that's a belief that it actually goes from point A to point B like a train on a track, like what would be the point, and what would that like disrupt in everything that we know and believe? Because I honestly was thinking about it while you were talking. I'm like, well, isn't the speed of light, quote unquote, only so that way they can give you a distance from this star to this planet and this planet to this star and galaxy and in their space world? I mean, is that the only reason for a speed of light, or how do we use it? What's the application on Earth for the
Speed of
quote
light for
unquote?
lots of things.
Like,
We use it like we have
what-
range, like laser range finders. So we use it to get distances. We use the speed of light a lot. We use it to verify like all kinds of distances and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're saying like the laser pointers that have like the distance finders, you're saying that it's sending a beam and repeating it, and we based off the speed that we're knowing it to travel, that this is the distance from that. Is that what you're saying that?
That's how they interpret it, but actually light doesn't travel at all. But yeah, like like how fast light illuminates and we perceive it is a pretty consistent rate, right? So we use that rate. It's actually like very consistent in almost all circumstances. So we use that rate to do all kinds of stuff. And so what they're going to try to say, it's like what Coach is saying right now. It's like, oh, that would mean that chemistry, electromagnetism, and all this stuff is wrong, right? No, it would mean that everything you think about quantum mechanics is wrong because it assumes a wave-particle duality and uses light to build everything off of that. So the understanding of quantum would be wrong, but that all the data wouldn't go anywhere. Like we still have all the data, all the experiments, all the tests, just the interpretation of them is going to be different. And it's the same thing with everything else he's going to say. But they're like chemistry. No, like if the speed of light is wrong, that doesn't mean that all chemistry is wrong. That's not how it works at all. Like you literally wouldn't have to change anything other than interpretation. Now, would our understanding of on a very basic level of what happens in chemistry be different? Yeah, but quantum's already doing that, right? Like quantum's already changed. What we think about chemistry changes all the time. They used to think an electron orbited like a solar system, right? Like just a few decades ago. So that changes all the time. That's admittedly just a convention that's adaptable. And same thing with electromagnetism. Like admittedly, we don't fully understand electromagnetism to this day. So yeah, it would change interpretations. It would be a major paradigm shift, but it wouldn't change like actual utility, like practical use.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think this would be huge for flat Earth, bro. Like if we go do verifiable tests, showing that you can attain transmission up to 3 times the speed of light, that is an absolute death blow. And they will have to come up with a theory. And this is what they'll do. They're so religious, and not the people in here. I'm talking about like academia is so religious that instead of saying, "Wow, relativity's wrong, our finite invariant speed of light assumption's wrong," they'll literally come up with a way to say, oh, it's just in this specific situation, something crazy in the quantum realm must be happening. They'll come up with a new particle and they'll say this is basically a simulation. And I'm not just making this up. They're literally doing that right now to explain a transmission that was 3 times the speed of light consistently over like 200 meters.
They're going to double down.
Yeah, that's what and that's why I asked the question, Gio. I'm like, I'm being genuine. I'm trying to have a genuine conversation. I'm like, what could disprove it? Because they always double down no matter what. Like, you would think that the dark matter thing, right? The galaxy clusters having 1% of mass, you would think that would debunk relativity in the current model, and that you would just have to come up with a new one, right? Like that was 100 years ago almost. And dark energy, same thing. The expansion rate was way too fast. Same thing with they just discovered that the galaxies at the quote-unquote beginning of the universe, there are way too many of them, they're way too big, and they're way too formed and complex. They're way too complex and formed for the model's predictions. They didn't consider it being wrong, though. In fact, one person released that the Big Bang is wrong, and then you have like 100 mainstream articles saying no, James Webb did not debunk the Big Bang, right? So it's just a crazy paradigm. It's like there's no way to falsify it. They don't. That's not even in their mind as a possibility. That's why, like, if you want to ask me how could you falsify flat Earth, I can answer that question. You know what I mean? So if you can't answer that question, then your beliefs are not very valid, in my opinion. You don't have a founded belief or position. I don't know. I'm talking a lot about it.
Well, what Kosho said about the speed of light, though, is interesting. He was saying it would have to be infinite. So that brings the question in terms of the whole speed of light question has its own components to it, of course, and all of the. But in terms of like we've talked about, like the propagation through the medium, Witsit, do you think that has any limit to it, or like okay, we know light does propagate in a certain way. Like you turn a light bulb on, there is light, the way that it does seem to propagate through the medium. But do you think there's any limit to that? Is my question to you. Meaning, could it be even infinite? Which I know sounds completely wild, but could light actually, activate in the medium complete infinitely, or is there a limit to it?
Yeah, so I think light is instant and doesn't travel at all, and it doesn't propagate from point to point either. It's just already there, and then it illuminates. And what we call travel or propagation or speed is just how quickly we see it become visible. So you could say infinite, but I think more accurately it would be instant. And then even more accurately than that, it would just be ever present.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So like it doesn't travel. Like can you find anywhere in the world that doesn't have light?
Well, I think all of this entire realm is actually made of light.
I agree.
And sound.
I think sound is also light.
Yeah, just like Tesla said, vibration, frequency, and I forgot what the other thing he said. Energy. There you go. So you figure that out. You figure out one of the tools and powers to influence this realm.
Yeah, like I think matter is condensed light. I think everything is light because I think light is just the ether. I think everything's the ether modality.
Yeah, like think of it this way, and something to go what Gio said, which is pretty profound. Like right now, like we're trying to solve a lot of these mathematical problems, and we're using the formula that everyone is saying this is the right way. Now, anytime someone diverges, everyone has seen how the math or the science community really goes out on a witch hunt to like scrutinize the person, And so once this whole shit blows over, which I really do believe it will, people are now going to be able to open their minds to other perspective views and be able to use different formulas. Like for instance, ether. Like ether is such an option that no one likes to mention and talked about. And one of the things I hate about Einstein is he just took the ether concept, use it for gravity and all that shit, and now everyone doesn't, just completely blows it off.
Eventually that everything we know today to be 100% accurate, and people like pay NASA shill and Slick and Return of the all these guys that come in here and swear, and they will die on this hill, and Kosho, you too, and Ruhif, all you guys, one day they're gonna look back at us and say, "Man, those guys were idiots back then. They didn't know what they were talking about. They just believed lies because they didn't have the right tools. The best, Now we know the truth, though, and then there's gonna be new numbers and new ideas and new concepts, and because history repeats itself, and we're just in a time frame in this timeline of life. We're in a time frame where everything we know is right, and they were right. And then one day we are going to be wrong to those that come after us. So it's pointless, man.
No, but you know what's the difference though? Like the truthers, what separate the truthers from these bots, right, is because we are willing to change. Like we don't say everything is defining facts. Like none of us have an official flat Earth model. No one has an official map of the outside lands if they do exist or not, and we don't even know if this is like a realm, a flat place, an infinite dimension. But the difference is that we've opened our mind for any sort of new element in evidence. We're seeking answers. While we're looking and seeking, we're willing to pass the baton to the next generation to go and do that. And that's humanity. What these bots want to do is they want to be stagnant, eat the information as it is, and anyone that challenges it, they become overzealous religious nuts jobs. And that's the issue. So it's a far different thing.
Here's 2 experiments, and I'm actually going to drop a third that I think flat Earth should do.
I think you guys should sort of make a prediction for what we should see if the Earth's flat.
Oh, well, I'll take advice from the true Earthers. Thanks, though.
Ruhif, you're about 7 years behind, if that's where you're at right now, bro.
Have you guys made a prediction?
Oh my god.
Oh, I've probably been waiting.
Yeah, we'd be able to. We would, if the Earth was flat, we'd be able to see mountains from like over 250 miles away.
Yep, I predict we'll see the Chicago skyline. If the Earth is flat, I predict we'll see the Chicago skyline across Lake
Earth is
Michigan.
flat, I predict we'll be able to send radio transmissions over 10,000 miles with horizontal line of sight.
If the Earth is flat, I predict whales will be able to send calls that don't bend around 4,000 miles across the whole realm.
Dude, the whales. That's I never even thought about that.
Yeah, bro. If Earth is flat, I think that less than 1 foot off the water, we'd be able to see the horizon like over 11, 12 miles away.
If the Earth is flat,
I tagged you in the chat. Tagged you in the chat. Observer height 300. Hang on, Brian. Observer height 320 meters, distance 263 kilometers, and the target is 2784 meters tall.
I don't care. I'm not here to play like.
Well, you ask for predictions, man. Don't cut us off. I predict if the Earth is flat, the powers that be will shut down independent exploration south of the 60th parallel.
Yeah, if Earth is flat, I believe.
I'll ask us for a specific prediction in the chat. I've tagged.
If the Earth is flat, I predict there will be no undersea cables between the southern continents, or no cruises or cargo ships or anything to speak of.
Yeah, if Earth is flat, we would be able to send ultra low frequency at the sky, and it'll bounce back.
Yeah, I predict that on the globe as well.
The Earth is flat. I predict we'll see lasers
we didn't
across Lake
ask you,
Balaton.
we didn't ask you what you predict on the globe, though. If the Earth is flat, I predict that as you go towards the south, the magnetic field of the Earth will get weaker.
Predict that on the globe as well.
Really? Can you cite that? Why do you predict that on the globe?
I'm just bullshitting, right?
Wait, why do you predict it on the globe?
The data is in the chat.
Wait, what?
320 meters, distance of 263 kilometers, and the target mountain is 2,784 meters tall. What will we see?
It fluctuates daily. But Ruif, why did you say that we'll see that on the? Why did you say that we'll see that? No.
Assume a standard atmosphere.
Wait.
No such thing as a standard atmosphere.
Yes, there is.
That does not
Yes,
exist.
there is.
That's just
There's actually an international standard atmosphere, Geo. Use that.
Well, it's a conception.
Right. Use it as your assumption.
It's standard to flatten out your ball, bro.
No,
Right.
international standard atmosphere is a purely vertical thing.
Man.
Purely vertical, Brian.
I know that it's vertical. What do you think vertical is, bro? Vertical datum is elevation. Vertical. Do you know what vertical means, bro?
Don't take the bait. That's my suggestion. Right, because like you said it as if we can't make any predictions, and we made a prediction. We made many, and I made a specific one. I said on my prediction, if the Earth is flat, as you go further away from the center and you go south, then the magnetic field of the Earth will get weaker. That's my prediction. Now we'll go out over here. Okay. Oh, what we actually see on the Earth is that just like on a flat Earth, the magnetic field gets weaker as you go south.
And the whole
If the Earth is flat, record cold temperatures will be it'd be colder in Antarctica than the North Pole. If the Earth is flat, I predict convergence and divergence at the equator of star trails.
Dude, he fell for it too. He said that I predict that on the globe too, but that doesn't make any sense. On the globe, the magnetic field would be the same coming from the center and the north and the south, And yeah, I mean, the globe model actually predicts that it's symmetrical.
The specific prediction I want you to make is if I'm at an
Oh,
observer
no, I'm not
height of
doing that.
320 meters and
No.
there's a distance of 263 kilometers and the mountain is 2,784 meters tall, how much of that mountain will I see if the
Pass.
Earth is flat?
I pass.
Of course you're going to pass. Of course.
No, we tell you, dude, you're going to see various amounts, bro. It has nothing to do with the Earth curve. It has to do with the atmosphere, bro. You're going to get various
Assume a standard
observations.
atmosphere.
Winston
Assume
already
a
he
standard
originally
atmosphere.
said it. Yeah, he originally said that it's different every day.
Okay, assume a standard atmosphere.
But we disagree with your interpretation of that phrase. We've already said that as well.
No, I will post the international standard atmosphere. Hold on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you call it anything, an international. It doesn't matter what name you link to it. It is a reification. It's a concept of using certain very simplistic factors about the atmosphere, and then essentially adding radius value and adding
no radius.
A gradient that's connected to the way that a curve works over a surface.
Yeah, show us this shit in a lab. Show us this shit in a lab. This standard refraction, even the stuff you tried to show us, shows things getting lower in the distance. Even in your sugar water experiment, bro, nothing you say about atmosphere and the standard shit is replicable or even makes any sense, bro. In reality,
yeah, what they actually did was they went out on the Earth. What they went out on the Earth and they saw that on average we see this much further than the globe predicts, and that was called standard refraction. It's roughly 15%. So that is literally where the number came from. It was a
No, it isn't. That's a lie. You're a liar, Witsit. You're lying right now. That's not where the number comes from. You're lying.
Yes, it is actually.
So it wasn't based on observation, bro?
Instead of going, hold on. No. Instead of going to ad hoc mode, can you actually respond with specificity as to what you just say what you did? Don't go into all the assaulting stuff. Just go ahead.
I know. I'm just mimicking Witsit, right? Because that's the shitty fools, right? Anyway, the standard refraction comes from measurements of the density gradient in the atmosphere. Vertical density measurements.
You haven't proven that, bro. Y'all have not proven that with any prediction. No, I'm telling you, we'll give you gradients, we'll give you temperatures and all that, and y'all make a prediction. You can't do it.
Wait, let me clear this up here. So standard refraction and standard atmosphere are two different things, right? And I specifically said standard refraction, and you said I was lying, but actually what I said is objective, which is the way they got the standard refractive index, the refraction for the standard average, is by compiling the average observations, comparing that to the globe, and saying, okay, with standard conditions, we see 15% further. That's how you get standard refraction.
That's a lie. You're such a liar, Witsit. You're just lying your ass off.
Okay, cite standard terrestrial refraction, please.
Again, dude, what he's
sorry.
Hold on. Just respond to what he's actually saying.
Yeah, I have. We make measurements of the vertical density gradient. That's where standard refraction comes from.
Cite it. Cite where standard refraction comes from.
So that came before standard refraction, bro? Ru, if you tell me that came before standard refraction and the observations, or was it the observations that helped formulate the standard density? It had to be that way. What are they going by?
The fucking vertical density gradient.
No, dude.
Right. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Just chill, bro. Like I just now searched. I term searched his paper. The word refraction is not in the whole thing because this is different than refraction. This is the atmosphere. Standard atmosphere is different than standard refraction. And objectively, standard refraction for the Earth, which is called terrestrial refraction, because we're talking about standard refraction on the Earth, that objectively came using the size of the Earth.
No, it didn't.
Okay, cite it.
Standard refraction. Geo knows what's coming up next. Do you
know 7/6R didn't come from, and it had nothing to do with R.
Yeah, because we actually emailed Andrew Thomas Young, who is the one that infamously put it forward. So you please let him know that he's wrong, and then will you cite that where standard terrestrial refraction came from?
Yes. See the graph in the chat. Geo knows where I'm going.
So here's what it is. They didn't know nothing about refraction. They measured the atmosphere and then made predictions, which they can't replicate in a lab. and did all that without R, and then threw in R, and that's how they got the size of. That's how they got the size of the ball, actually, man.
And I'm gonna read it.
Through measuring the density, atmospheric density.
As a common approximation, terrestrial refraction is considered as a constant bending of the ray of light or line of sight, in which the ray can be considered as describing a circular path. A common measure of refraction is the coefficient of refraction.
Yep.
Okay, so the bending of the light, the way that you get the rate of bending is with distance.
No, with the density gradient. That's incorrect.
Oh, so how are we going out on the Earth and getting the actual data without using distances?
Look at the screen, and I've posted a graph.
That graph means nothing to what I just said.
Okay.
Does the graph have the size of the Earth? Does the graph have R in it?
No, it does not.
Okay, and which came first, that graph or standard refraction?
This data is used to derive standard refraction.
Well,
How can you say how much the light's curving if you don't know the size of the Earth, bro?
Well, I'll just put San Diego State. Ruf's little graph that he made doesn't somehow come over the actual like person who created the current conception of standard terrestrial refraction from San Diego State University. So
right. This is a measurement of the density gradient, right? It's a histogram graph. So the most common values are the ones with the highest peaks, right? So the most common.
What are you comparing it to, bro? What are you comparing it to?
This is the refractive gradient.
Okay, what are you comparing it to? Show me in a lab. What do you mean? What do you mean?
How we got the index of refraction for certain air?
Dude, you do know that long distance refraction and terrestrial refraction has nothing to do with like spectacles and lenses and shit, right? You do know that, right?
This has nothing to do with horizontal distance, right? Nothing to do with horizontal distance whatsoever. This is
okay. Then why? Okay, why can't you replicate it?
What do you mean replicate? What exactly?
How can you? Why can't you replicate refraction, terrestrial refraction? Why is it not replicable? And how do you know?
What do you mean?
How do you know? How do you know the light's curving without assuming that the Earth is curving? How can you do that without an assumption?
This density gradient exists regardless of the shape of the Earth.
But you can't replicate. Let me make this a little more clear.
This is the data.
Let me make this more clear. Okay, y'all say that the light refracts upwards, which makes shit appear. I mean, light refracts downward, which makes shit appear higher. But when you go to replicate it, it's the exact opposite, bro.
When you get above the surface, that's incorrect. When you get above the surface, it always bends down, like more
that
than
is wrong.
9% of the time.
The rate of change of refractive index with
otherwise.
The rate of change of refractive index with respect to distance and material, i.e. the slope of the refractive index profile at any point. Note 1, the refractive index gradient is expressed in units of reciprocal distance. The refractive index is dimensionless because it is assumed to be the refractive index relative to a vacuum. Note 2, examples of refractive index gradients are in a radial direction in the core of a graded index optical fiber, the rate of change of refractive index at a point with respect to a distance, and B, in a vertical direction in the atmosphere, the difference in refractive index at two different altitudes divided by the difference in altitude.
Yeah, that's what this graph is showing. Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's respect to distance and vertical direction in the atmosphere.
Vertical distance. All right, this is the difference in refractive index between 2 points of the atmosphere.
No, they specified vertical distance after specifying the distance itself.
Show me the link then. What's
he just read it, bro. He just read it.
Yeah, link to it.
Okay, just like.
Bro, you're acting like that they can model any of this without a freaking known value of the R. You can't.
This data, again, Brian, has nothing to do with the radius. This data has nothing to do with the radius. Do you understand?
That data is wrong, bro. When we go to replicate that's not what we see, bro. How many, dude? You know this, bro. Now I think you're being dishonest. We've shown you. I've shown you several times that the laser in the fish tank, and when we put a background through that sugar water, it doesn't appear higher; it appears lower. Your shit is wrong.
When you get above the surface, light will always bend down, and it will bend down approximately at the same rate as 7/6R.
I don't care what the light's doing. It's not making the objects appear higher like your claim is. It's making them appear lower.
No.
What are you talking about? No, bro. I showed you what Mick West's. Bro, you saying Mick West's setup was a flop then, because I showed over and over that it when he adds the sugar to the water, that everything appears lower, bro.
Yep, here you go. So the
We're
bending of
talking
light,
about in
i.e.
an
the curvature
optical
of a light
fiber?
ray, is expressed in the refraction coefficient K, which is defined as the ratio of the radius of the Earth to the radius of curvature of
Hang
the
on.
light ray.
Did you just post a random article again?
How is it random? Here's a better one
It's
for
about
you.
optical fiber. It's about the
Hey.
transition of light in an optical fiber cable. What the fuck are you
Okay,
talking
sorry. Here,
about?
look at this one.
Yeah, don't just post random shit with it. Don't post random
That was the
shit.
refractivity gradient.
Hold up,
It's in a fucking optical fiber.
Dude, you hold on, man. You interrupted him when he was like presenting it, and then you're already attacking it. Why don't you just chill for a bit? Let him actually explain what it is.
He does this all the time.
Yeah.
He's just search for random keywords and post the first thing he gets.
No, it explains that's how they get the refractivity gradient. It doesn't matter. It also explains that it's in relation to a vacuum with an optical fiber, which I read out loud. So you clearly weren't even listening. So anyway, it doesn't matter. Now I've dropped a more specific one. So it's from your little buddy Walter Bislin. Refraction coefficient as a function of altitude. Okay?
Yes,
So
correct.
yeah, okay, so I'm going to read it again. So the bending of light, i.e. the curvature of a light ray, is expressed in the refraction coefficient, K, which is defined as the ratio of the radius of the Earth to the radius of curvature of the light ray.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so how are you not using the radius of the Earth?
This is not a K value. This is raw index of refraction gradient data. Nothing to do with K value, nothing to do with the radius of the Earth.
So
I can
you're
give you a
just
K
saying,
value from this data if you'd like.
yeah.
It'll be around about 0.15-ish, thereabouts.
Okay, so where was this data taken at?
All over the US, Canada. They've got places all over the world. They've only got US and Canada, though.
Oh, so this is the average?
This is every day they send up 2 balloons, right? And these balloons take samples every couple of seconds on the way up.
And based it on what?
What do you mean?
All the measurements. What did they base it on?
What are you? What? This is the data, Brian. Please be more
Right, all the
specific.
data. Then what was it applied to? What was it applied to? Is what I'm asking.
Okay. These balloons, they measure the temperature, pressure, and humidity. I convert that into a refractive index. So I have all these samples of refractive indexes at certain altitudes.
Very good. Now, okay. So now I'll go with all that, and I'll say, okay, you got it. Light's refracting down. Now, look at what I just posted in live text 1. This also is a density gradient, a forced density gradient on a shorter distance. And what it shows when the sugar's added is, okay, it's refracting down, obviously, but the city don't appear higher. It appears lower.
Yeah.
So all the shit you say, all the facts you give, fine. All the data, fine. I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing with the result, because there it is in black and white. The city appears lower with a downward refraction, bro.
Yeah, I'd have to look at it, Brian. I've got the data here, which says otherwise. So
I'm not disagreeing with the data.
Well, how about you drop a link for the data? How about that instead of just dropping a picture over and over?
To be fair, Riff, I mean, if you concede, that's fine, but you really didn't have a rebuttal for what Brian just presented.
Yeah, Brian's just posted a single screenshot of something, and I'd have to look at it. Like, I mean, when Ranty did the same thing, Ranty waited 7 minutes for the gradient to settle, right? Which was terrible, and we called him out on it.
This is Mick West. This is Mick West.
Yeah, look, I'd have to look at it. Anyway, I'm just going to post a link for all the data for you guys. There you go.
Wait, why can't I just get
I am not
why can I get an actual
clicking that.
source?
What do you mean actual? This is the actual source.
Like, where does
Don't click
does
it.
this come from?
Me. I made the graphs.
Oh, so can I get the actual source of the data?
Oh yeah, sure. One sec.
Thanks. I have to download everything to see it.
Oh no, that's just my analysis stuff. One sec.
Oh, well, then we're gonna have to throw that away. I mean, I just want to see. Anyway, so I just dropped a link to the refraction coefficient, and the refractivity gradient, and it says, of course, I don't know what they did, which is why it's very disingenuous just to send a graph over number. But
you're a
it's like,
fucking liar, Woods. You just lie straight at your ass. You're such a liar.
well, I'm just saying, it seems like you're not showing the full picture here. I would just like to see the actual.
Yeah,
data,
you're just a
the
liar, Woods. You
source
just
of
call
the
me a
data.
liar and you're a liar.
I didn't call you a liar.
Yes, you did. You said it was
Whoa,
dishonest.
dude. Can we
Disingenuous.
not use the L word?
Yes, Witsit, please don't use the L word.
See, what is this?
Please don't use
What is this, dude? Everyone
The
click on
link.
that link, dude.
Yeah, that's the
I'm not
data.
clicking that shit.
That's the
I'm definitely
data
not clicking that
for
shit.
I think Ruhin's collecting data from us.
Dude, yeah, he's fucking fishing.
Iowa
bro. This is
State.
a scam.
Look at the fucking domain, iastate.edu.
I'm joking.
Sorry,
but
dude.
it's still funny.
No, but I actually want to see like this is all. Let's see.
Yes, that's just one. Yeah, a couple of what is it? The 2004. Yeah, that's a few months of data just for that one station. Trying to find the. Where is it? Hold on.
And how high
There's
do they
nothing we
go?
could do, bro. There's nothing we could do. We've showed over short distance, like a 700-foot observations over calm lakes with an 1.5-inch observer height. We've showed garages over 100 feet. We've showed sugar water. I mean, no matter what we show them to show that shit disappears bottom up, and with applying all this data he's given us, and he just won't see the real world results over distance and what's happening, bro.
Right. Don't do 1-inch observer height. That's the point of these graphs. Don't do shit close to the surface. It's pointless.
Bro.
Well, actually, you guys claim that even when we go high in the air, that you claim refraction all the time. Anytime you need it, it's refracted. Anytime. If I go, like, okay, we're about to send a balloon up 60 kilometers with infrared. And when we see things way too far, you guys are going to say it's refracted through infrared really high in the air. For sure, guaranteed. If we see too far, you'll say it's refracted. Guaranteed.
I'll post another graph. Did you notice that it has the same shape as the one previous?
Yeah, wow, very fascinating.
Yes.
It's actually different. Why is it different? Why is it so different?
What that means.
Why is it so different?
Is it? What's
Yeah.
different about it? I see
Well, I'm
these
looking
big peaks
here.
around
It looks like there's
-2.2.
way more red to the right of the blue.
Yes, that's the point. The red series is the refractive gradient very close to the surface, and the blue stuff is when you get above the surface.
Ah, so you're
Right.
saying close to the surface that it's going to show things lower, but then when we get higher, it's going to be something totally different, because I'm showing you the results of your data, and you're just putting your fingers in your ears or whatever you're doing. I don't know. Like, I'll look at it later.
When you get above the surface, right? These high peaks in the blue, right? That is the most commonly occurring gradient.
Wait,
This
what's
is
the actual
telling you-
data points though? Like, what's the actual thing that they were measuring when they went up? Because here it says you
The
just ignore stuff.
temperature.
You said, what?
Temperature, pressure, and humidity at each interval. Every
Are you
couple
sure?
seconds.
It says that they ignore humidity.
Who ignores humidity?
Well, your buddy Walter Bislin, it says we can
he
ignore
might.
humidity and CO2 concentration for the refractivity.
They're pretty low factors. Yeah, it's mostly pressure and temperature.
How do you know?
Because I
Ignore
know the factors in the formula.
They ignore humidity, Geo, dude. That's the funniest
don't.
part too, is because
I
I
don't ignore
have
humidity.
I have links, I have studies where they show like the effects of humidity on lasers, which are very coherent and don't even refract near as much as other wavelengths, and humidity 100% affects refraction.
Right, yeah. So he's saying that the
Hang on.
change in
I have to
medium
respond to
has
that.
nothing
I
to do
have
with
to
it.
respond to that, Brian. Right? I don't ignore humidity, but the biggest factors in the refractive index is number 1, pressure, number 2, temperature, number 3, humidity, and number 4, CO2 content.
So why would anyone take out humidity and CO2?
They're not big factors.
Well, wait, how do you know?
Because I know what the formula says.
When you're talking about over
They're-
long distance, bro, the formulas are no good, bro. When you're talking about long distances, them graphs are really just. I mean, when you put together all that data, the data's fine. Okay, nobody's arguing the data. It's the effects that we're arguing, bro. It's plain as day, bro.
Wait,
You're saying
what
that
wave?
during the heat of the day, that is the least refraction, bro. When the sun's beaming on the water, beaming on the land. Bro, that's when we get the most refraction, bro. Your model is backwards, I promise you.
What I want to know is like,
your model right now is backwards.
What's
Get
the
away from the
wavelength? Like, What's it says here like mid infrared wavelengths are
I just choose.
especially affected by.
No, there's not a great difference there either. I just choose something
It
in the
says
middle of
it's
the spectrum.
especially affected by humidity.
It's in humidity, right? Let's do a little thing here. For the temperature to offset the effect of the pressure gradient, the temperature needs to change by 34 degrees Celsius per kilometer, right? That's a huge temperature gradient, right? The humidity gradient, to offset the effect of the pressure gradient, has to go from 100% to 0% over the space of 15 meters. Those are the extremes that you need to overcome the pressure gradient.
So we would be able to test this very easily then, right? Like what? Well, all we have to do is go where we all we have to do is either go where they're doing this or release our own balloons, taking these same measurements simultaneously, taking observations, and how far we see should directly match the data.
Yeah, don't do that.
That's
Go
how
and
we
measure the
test your
gradient.
equation.
It'd be fantastic.
Here's the problem.
You haven't done that yet, but
here's the problem. They say that the light's refracting downward, but we're seeing it higher.
But we can test.
Ridiculous.
Correct. What? Say that again, Brian. You reckon that's ridiculous?
You're saying the light refracts downward, but we're seeing everything higher. And I used to be like, okay, well, the light must be refracting upward. But then I'm looking at the data, and I'm looking at the skyline and the fish tank where the gradient is induced, and shit appears lower. Okay, so the light's refracting downward. It's not making the city or the objects appear higher. It's not doing what you're claiming, bro. That's the whole point.
Just from a like geometry standpoint, do you understand that if light's bending down, then the apparent position will be higher?
From a demonstration standpoint, can you look with your own two eyes and see?
I'm just asking from a geometry
like I said,
standpoint.
I believed that at one point until I seen demonstrations showing me otherwise.
Yeah, and I don't need your little like light ray reification Euclidean geometry that can kick rocks.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
so you
US and
agree the
denied
way
that,
that we
that's
would directly, one way we would directly test, at least this would be a step in the right direction, because we're always going to have this whole visual space geometry and light ray problem that actually needs to be addressed, and you guys can't even like coherently rebut it at all. But like outside of that, like you agree the way you would test this is we would send up a balloon taking all these measurements while simultaneously taking observations, and we need to have multiple cameras, so like time lapses of where the horizon is and how much it moves, right? And we would need to be getting these measurements. This just sounds like tedious and expensive. Honestly, you would want to send the balloons up multiple times, but either way, you need to send the balloon up and make observations at the same time.
Yeah. Do you know what the shortcut is?
I know what you think the shortcut is, which is to take the average and then go look at stuff and then assume a ball.
How about look at the graphs that I'm posting and tell me what's similar about them?
They look pretty significantly different.
The blue.
The blue don't even all look the same.
Does your graph show that in the evening we see further?
The blue doesn't look the same.
What? Did someone else confirm?
Wait, time out. So, wait. Why? How come at 09 the red's so small?
Probably less data, I guess. I don't know.
No. We don't lay less data. No, you say every time it's down low, we can't make any measurements because it's always bending around a ball. And yet here we go with the data down low at the surface, completely not matching that claim.
Look at the blue, right? What is similar about the blue?
Prediction doesn't match.
What is similar about the blue in the graphs?
You saw I just skated right past what I said. Like,
yeah.
Do you not understand that the red is all over the place?
But your claim of a prediction has now been disassembled.
Yeah,
I predict that the red.
So wait, Roof. So if I send a balloon up,
unpredictable.
Listen to this. So if I send a balloon up and that red is really low, and I make observations on that day, and I see too far, this debunks your little facade.
When you say
I got a simple question though, man. Roof, can we see further at night? Can we see lights further away at night? Okay,
yes.
so in the daytime, like for the Black Swan or whatever, or any Michigan skyline, okay, why are we seeing it? Because of refraction?
Black Swan is close to the surface. Can you see the red being spread?
There's a point. There's a point. No, don't dodge us, bro. This might open your eyes up a little bit. You're saying that at night we see further generally. Everybody would agree to that.
Generally. Yeah.
Okay, so in the daytime we have more blockage, right?
Sorry to interrupt, but just on a moderation point, Brian, if you're able to turn your mic down a little bit, I don't know if you're able to. It sounds like you're really close to it.
Let me get away from it.
It's way louder than everyone else. Yeah.
So
Can we just get to the point?
Wait,
all right?
I'm almost done, bro. You just agreed that at night we see things generally further. In the daytime, that means there's more blockage, right? So that's our whole point, is in the daytime, when the sun's beaming, there's more blockage, okay? And at night, when the sun ain't beaming on shit, making a temperature gradient is steep, then we see further. That you're agreeing against your model, bro. I don't think you realize it yet.
I don't think so, Brian. The point of these graphs is that the red is all over the place. It is unpredictable, while the blue tends to bunch up around that minus 2.2, minus 2.4 level, right? That level of about minus 2.2 is where we get 7/6R from, right? So the solution to refraction is to get above the surface, get in the blue.
Fair enough.
So put blue and red on a graph. That's how you get refraction.
Is refraction making us see further or less further, Riv?
Further, yes.
Okay, you just said at night.
It basically makes it like an extended plane. It's such a little trick.
No, think about this, once you get above the surface,
he just said
straighten it out. You straighten it out.
Once you get above the surface, I will stick close to 7/6R.
I mean, it's already straight, but you
that graph's on a horizontal line.
Straighten out the reification of the globe. That's what you're doing. You're just
are y'all missing this, bro? Y'all got to be missing
that graph is a straight paper, though. It's a square graph, and the bars, the colors, they start from a horizontal straight line, don't they?
Bro, he just said that refraction makes us see further, but we see further generally at night. Are y'all missing that?
Look at the bottom of the graph.
Anyway, I'm going to go and feed the dogs half an hour ago.
The red and blue are always equal at the bottom of the graph. It's perfectly horizontal. You see that perfect line at the bottom of the chart? You see where the red and blue meet? You see that, guys, at the bottom of the chart, where it's not a circle or an arc on that paper or that square graph they have perfectly marked out on that paper, where all the colors meet at the bottom? That's not a globe.
Besides all this data, I think y'all are letting a big one slip by, bro. They all claim that surveys are only done during the daytime because of refraction, all this and not. And now he's saying that we see further due to refraction, okay, which is supposed to be more severe during the daytime, but we see further at night. He is literally contradicting everything about the model. And I can't believe we ain't caught this sooner. I mean, I caught it sooner that the sugar water makes shit appear lower, but I never really thought about it.
It's on the graph, Brian. If you take a piece of paper and from the bottom of the paper, you make all your colors up, the bottom of the paper is a perfectly straight line. That's our graph starts from a perfect straight line. Where's the globe at on that graph?
You're on something else, Democ. That's not.
No, he's pointing out to you. No, I'm not. He's pointing out to you where the red and blue don't meet at the top. I'm pointing out to you where they meet at the bottom on a perfect horizontal. What does a red and blue stare on a graph exactly have to do with the globe?
Real quick, DMOC. So now anytime we talk to them about refraction, now we have to all ask them the same question. Do they agree that we see further at night and early in the morning before the sun comes up, basically at high? And they all agree to that. But they all going to say we see further then. But they say it is refraction, which is making us see further. So if refraction is making us see farther, then that means the major refraction is happening at night and before the sun comes up. That is directly against everything they've been preaching for all these years, bro. I can't believe I haven't caught this sooner, bro. It's a big deal. They can't say that we see further because of refraction and then have blockage in the daytime when they say the most refraction is happening. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly opposite of their claim. Y'all see what I'm saying? It's backwards.
100%. But I also see that that color chart isn't nothing to do with reality. It's just a goofy chart. But you're right, Brian. What you're saying is right.
Well, but he ruined a good combo, to be honest, because he asked for a prediction of something with flat Earth, though, and I said, yeah, my prediction is on a flat Earth that the magnetic field's going to get weaker as we go south. Which makes perfect sense, right? I mean,
Yeah, that was a good one, bro. But we bombarded him with several, man.
well, we could have probably gone forever, right?
Yeah, dude, that's why I was saying every time you name one, kept cutting us off. We could have went for a long time, bro. Because everything in reality is predicted by pretty much a plane and not a globe. It's all their crazy explanations and shit that can go with the globe. You know, that was good, Austin.
I'm going to find out.
Well, also, if I wanted to show you the graph of how refraction worked on a curved surface on my paper, I would draw a spherical surface and then show you accordingly how the light would do to that spherical surface. I wouldn't draw a flat line and then draw the numbers and colors going up from that. That makes no damn sense to me.
The whole gradient is assuming the curve, saying so a straight line is literally working its way into a lower density medium. But if that not being the case, then we can start talking about real world, you know?
Right. Those little graph things are stair-step little straight lines. Nothing about any of that has to do with the curve that I see at all.
All right, check this. So, it's funny how, because Coach said the flat Earth predictions need to be unique for the flat Earth and impossible for the globe. Yeah, they literally constantly invoke stuff that goes in like the flat Earth globe Earth basket. You know how Dave Weiss says we got 3 baskets. One's only flat Earth, one's only globe Earth, and one's either flat or globe. They invoke all kinds of stuff that goes in the flat and globe basket. But anyway, you want a prediction for flat Earth? Here you go. If you look at the top, so you can look at the GIF I dropped, right? That is obviously the center of the magnetic field in the flat Earth. And then if you can look at the picture below it, right, you see, of course, the center. As you're going further out away from the center, then the magnetic field is going to get weaker. And we can obviously demonstrate this, like, in a demonstration or like a lab, right? Like magnetic field gets weaker out further away towards, outside from the center of the magnet. So
we could demonstrate this with an actual magnet in the garage, right?
Yeah. So this makes perfect sense, and it's obviously just common sense, right? Like, if a magnet's going to affect metal, well, what happens when you move the metal, move the magnet further away? Eventually, it doesn't affect it anymore, right? So, yeah, I just think it's funny. Like, it makes perfect sense, and this actually may give us a key into how big the Earth might be, because we can kind of look at the ratio.
Yeah. That is a very strong point.
Like, you can go to the edge of a magnet too, and then right on the outside of a magnet compared to the edge, you're going to have a differential. Or, like, you know what I mean, within the magnet in the center from the edges. I don't know, it's weird.
Brian, you were talking about the black swan early on. I don't know if you've been following my work on the atmospheric lenses or the way the atmosphere acts as a lens.
Absolutely, I have.
Yeah, did you see my experiment where I do I call it the superior mirages alternative theory, where I lift the lower object that's actually obscured by the matchstick, and it looks just like the black swan, basically, or the effects of a black swan.
Yeah.
I also get the
only thing I wish you'd show like in some of your videos. It takes me a minute to realize what's going on. Like, I wish you'd show the whole thing. Like, you've done that in a couple earlier videos, and I'm not saying that you don't do that, but I think you should always show the whole setup and then get down to where you're looking at, so I can quickly get this is just constructive criticism, bro. Don't take me wrong. That was awesome, bro. And the one you just did with the looking on the water puddle with the that was awesome, man.
Yeah, I try.
Where you're backing the stuff up. That was good.
Yeah, so I try keep my videos as short as possible, purely for attention spans of some individuals. especially
Sure.
when it comes to these sort of discussions and people say, show me this, show me that. And, they don't want to watch a 5 or 3 to 5 minute video. They want to see it in a couple of seconds. So I try get the punchline within a minute, and then my videos I try keep under
That's
3
smart.
minutes.
That's smart. Will you post your most recent one to make sure I'm up to date?
I posted it up, but this is the one that I say might explain the black swan. I'll post that one.
Yeah, I
The
watch
one
all your
after
videos.
this, yeah, the one after this would be the Fata Morgana with a mountain range that is moving, and dude, it looks so similar to what I've been doing with the meniscus. But yeah, this will be the second most recent. It's pretty good.
Okay. Dude, these videos, but man, it's like no matter what we show them, that it's just, I mean, we show them, dude, you've added a whole nother element of just what we see in reality, just demonstrating it on a smaller scale. We've done this several different ways. They can't show us the way the shit works, even their replications, and how when they try to replicate it, it backs us up. And your work is just further demonstrating what goes on in reality. And I don't think they'll ever counter what you're doing. Their
Yeah.
best bet's to not acknowledge it.
Yeah, so that's what actually I wanted to ask Ruth now, but he left. Is he was talking about the bending of light down? I wanted to find out with him if he understands that. I understand Wits it says light doesn't travel, but let's stick to light traveling for the sake of this argument. But as far as I understand, light travels in the same direction in the same medium, and he was saying that it's bending down. That is not what happens. So yes, they can use refraction in a lot of the arguments, but if they don't understand what's actually going on in that refraction, is where that argument is missing, or where mainstream's explanation of atmospheric refraction is missing. So even with my work that I'm doing, it's not really about the shape of the Earth. It will work on both models, but I think it will definitely explain the on a larger scale what's happening on a if we're going to add shape to the Earth. But I do believe that the model that I'm presenting of atmospheric refraction is the most accurate. I've actually written it in my paper that let me get the actual word. I say
Yeah, but
in
everything
my
you're doing is pure line of sight. It has nothing to do with. I mean, it's basically showing how things appear to be hidden, in my opinion, with line of sight.
Yeah, so like I say in my paper that I'm writing here, I say in my model and explanation of atmospheric refraction, I'm able to demonstrate and replicate in small scale the various mirages we see in real life observations. Due to the ability to predict, explain, model, and replicate the phenomenon, I believe this is the most accurate and best explanation for atmospheric refraction. So, which I know it's a bold claim, bold saying, but currently the mainstream's explanation for it is drawings and talk,
Right.
nothing else.
Proof is in the pudding, bro. And you do I mean, demonstrations periods better than they give us. And you
Yeah.
give demonstrations of all that shit, man. So the proof is in the pudding. And so far, you got the pudding. So right, I'm curious to see. Tell me when you get it wrote up.
Yeah,
Proof
it's almost done. Almost done, and yeah, I'm gonna get it published, or gonna attempt to get it published, and then peer reviewed. So very, very excited for that.
Oh yeah.
And then Whitsit's thing here with the magnetism, that toroidal field, I love that stuff, man. It looks so much like what we see out in the distance with mirages and that. I'm almost thinking that every object or everything has got this magnetic field around it, which is actually the cause for that sort of bubble that we're seeing, that's causing the different densities, or the density on the distance between yourself and the mirage, not the vertical densities. And there's a few experiments where the guys are pushing water with a magnet. So there's something that's that pushing that water away. And I'm wondering if that toroidal field or that magnetic field is what's actually separating that density to the density that you're currently viewing in, if that makes sense.
Could be. Look, let me give you my 2 cents, man. This could be very important, man. I'm known to have some good ideas from time to time. I'm known to be wrong too sometimes, but this is. I don't even know if you've even included this, but man, if you're going to try and run this thing through peer review and try and get it published, I think it's very important that you include early in your paper about quote Andrew Thomas Young and him saying that that more work needs to be done. That there needs to be some more work done and more science applied to this field. I forgot exactly how he quoted it, but if you get with Travis, he could probably pull it out for you, the quote, and that'll back up your paper right out of the get-go if you apply his quote in there, because you're actually kind of like picking up and doing the more work, because he's basically the leader foremost on refraction, and saying that more work needs to be done, and so that justifies your paper right on its face at the beginning. I think it's hard for them to deny when you're doing work, nobody else is publishing anything about it, and even the leader is saying that that's what needs to be done. I think it would justify your paper and get probably more positive feedback if you do that. That's just an idea, bud.
Yeah, I have considered that. So yeah, now that it's coming from another person, it's definitely adding to my list of must add to my paper consideration. So yeah, I do appreciate that feedback, and I do appreciate the feedback as well on the videos. But yeah, for now, the reason why I keep them as short as possible is for that attention span, and don't want to waste anyone's time. Reason.
That's fine.
Yeah. However, if someone does ask me, to explain or show what's actually going on there, most of the stuff should be in previous videos where I do show exactly what's going on. But I can always do a redo of these little videos. They're not an
Yeah,
issue.
maybe put some of the videos together for the people with longer attention, more interested, and narrate it, and explain it. You know what I'm saying? And then for the people with shorter attention, go back to making shorter demonstrations and everything. But I like the short videos that are right to the point and all that. But I would also like to see a narrated version of them at some point.
Yeah, most certainly. I will definitely do that. I'm very shy with my voice and accent, but yeah.
It's sexy, man. Don't be shy. Yeah, they've been saying the whole time, man, before it gets low. Say it 3 times, you remember it, or 4. But they've been saying this whole time that the surveyors only do their observations, and not super early in the morning and not late in the evening, closer to the midday, because of less refraction. Okay, that means in their model, that's less refraction during the heat of the day. But Ruhib, they would say refraction is why we see further. Why we see further. Hold on, let me think about this for 1 second, because it's just pissed me off that they admit we see further at night. But hold on, you say that refraction is what's making us see further. If the refraction is what's making us see further, then we should be able to. I don't know, man. It kind of goes with what you're saying, but
then we should see further over a globe at night. You're saying versus the day. If that's the case, is that what you're saying?
The point is, if it's refraction making us see further, in the daytime, that means there'd be more blockage during the daytime. You know, there'd be more blockage. That's exactly what a flat Earth predicts. Is what I'm saying. Flat Earth would predict that we'll see not as far. We'll have more blockage and atmospheric results during the day, and that's exactly what we see. I
Brian,
don't know.
so in the mornings, there's a new channel I found. The guys, this is not even his discussion. He's just posting videos of what he's. I think it's his security cameras that are recording. So in the mornings, I've seen a video now, yesterday of his, where you know when we forming over a body of water or a long distance plane, a salt pan or whatever, and between yourself and this haze, everything is crystal clear. There's no haze, there's no movement or anything, but just above what I call the focus point, where we see that refraction taking place, things get distorted and they're wobbly and they're moving. It's like you're looking into a swimming pool. Now, one of his videos, you can see right up till the camera, it's over this field. It's all hazy and waving around and stuff. And then there's a little mini Fata Morgana appearing, which is and not even that far away. It's probably 500 meters away. There's a little mini Fata Morgana appearing, but this little Fata Morgana is moving further and further and further away from the observer. The as the morning passes, he's got a time on the top right, so it's just early morning as the sun's coming up. So it's almost as if that gradient is starting to leak into the further, or I'll call them bubbles, further atmospheric bubble away, and you'll actually see in his video the plane that he's looking over. That haziness is disappearing, but that Fata Morgana is moving away with him. It's fascinating. So what I think is happening, the reason why the surveyors don't want to, or they recommend not doing it so early in the morning, is I think there's still that dense air in the mornings where it's not evaporating or not getting into settling into the new medium, and that's going to cause the distortions in the data, because it needs to be that crystal clear, no waviness that can actually refract their measurements, and I think that's what's happening, and we can see that in video observations as well. It generally does occur in the mornings and evenings.
Yeah, basically, my point is that we see further at night. Okay, and he just agreed to that pretty much. So they think we're seeing further through refraction, basically. I mean, they think that doesn't make sense, man. To me, when it's clear and visible, that's when we see the farthest. Not when shit's refracted, man. When shit's clearer, in my opinion, is when we see further. I think it's backwards to even say otherwise.
Yeah, I would say we can only actually see up until that focus point. Everything above that focus point is refracted, so we don't actually know what's going on there. We can I'm sure we can measure to it. It hasn't been done, but I'm 99.9% positive we can measure to that distance, which I want to get done with the universities this year. However, the Euclidean geometry should be 100% or 99.9% accurate up until that point. Afterwards, light gets refracted. You can't use lasers and things like that. So when you're saying we're seeing too far, that's all going to depend on the shape of that lens, which is going to give that
but
type of mirage.
think about this though. In the daytime, when the sun's hitting the pavement and it's hot as shit here in the summertime, and it's going to get cooler as you get higher. Okay, so it only makes sense that when the sun goes down, there's going to be less of a temperature gradient. He just said temperature is like one of the top two whatever contributors to refraction. So when it's cold up high, regardless, it's going to be less of a temperature gradient when it's cold down at the ground too. In other words, you're going from a cooler surface temperature to a really cold upper atmosphere temperature. So naturally, during the day, when it's hotter at the ground, it's going to be more of a gradient. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
If it's
I think
more
there's
of a,
just
you know what I'm saying? If it's more of a gradient, then go ahead. You see what I'm saying?
yeah. I don't think it, if you're saying more of a gradient, do you mean more? How do I say it's more dense of a gradient?
Well, let's
Or
say
you
it's
mean
let's say at 2 miles high, it's like, let's say it's freaking 32 degrees or 33 degrees, right above freezing. Okay, all the time. In other words, the mountains always got snow on top of them. Okay, during the heat of the day, the freaking ground is going to get hot due to the sun. Therefore, you're going to have more of a gradient from the ground to that snowy mountaintop than you are at night. The temperature difference is going to be way less. It's going to be closer to the snowy mountaintop at night, meaning less of a gradient at night. If they're saying that it's more refraction at night, that doesn't make sense. The sun is heating up the ground, making it more of a gradient from there to the snowy mountaintop in the daytime. It's obvious. I mean, I don't even know why I'm having to say it to them anyway.
I got you. So I would, in my way of understanding or explaining it, I would say they will not say more of a gradient, but I would say there's more gradients, more layers. That's the way I would explain it because.
Oh, right. Trust me, I know I don't completely agree with all that shit. I mean, I know that that's in real life. That's way less of any kind of factor of what's really going on. You went deep into it, so I'm not asking you to agree. I'm just saying, by their logic, even their logic is wrong. I don't agree with but even their explanation, much less their logic.
Oh,
And
is
I'm
that
sure you
mainstream?
don't either.
Is that mainstream's explanation?
Yeah,
I
they
didn't
go
even know
out.
that.
They go out and they do their surveys. They I've heard from George Numchucks and a couple other people that they don't do them or real early in the morning or late in the evening because they say there's more refraction there then. But that's what I'm saying is they judge by the refraction, like with RUIF's data, based on a gradient, and it's more of a gradient when the sun is beaming on shit. I mean, it's a great agitator, right? Entropy machine, sun.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic, and hopefully this is going to be a year where, well, hopefully for my sake, I am correct because I think it will change a lot, and I think it explains things a lot better as well. Uh, like you say as well, Andrew also reckons that this does need more science to it, and I'm surprised that there's not much information on it. It's so little information on this topic. It's the same basic, not discussion, but explanation, but there's no demonstration. There's nothing you can test for yourself. It's fascinating that it hasn't been done. So yeah, I've been digging as deep as I can with what I'm doing, with the tools that I have. But I think what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to break down the mechanism of it, and as I'm breaking it down, I'm discovering new things, which is awesome, and that's why I think my stance is quite strong, and that's why I believe that if this is going to take an honest peer review, I think things might change or might get added to the current understanding of it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. When are you planning on trying to publish this year? By year's
Yeah,
end, you think?
no. It'll hopefully in the next few months. I said to myself 4 months from now, but I'm going to try get it done by end of March. I started
So
working
hard,
on.
so hard ending something, man, because you learn more and more, and sometimes you go back, and it's impossible to finish anything, in my opinion, dude. Hats
Yeah.
off if you can find a conclusion to all this shit.
My big issue is that I only got one shot at this, so I'm trying to do it as best as I can, but also don't want to waste too much time on it. But I want to get it as best I can, but I don't want to spend the whole year on this again. I started with it nearer to the end of last year, and I said to myself in January, I said, okay, 4 months from now. So hopefully the end of March, it will be ready. And I started working a bit on it this morning again. But once again, our power goes out now, and in 20 minutes they keep switching our power off here in South Africa due to load shedding. So that hinders
Hey.
my progress as well. And I've got work in between. My
Do y'all
wife's
get discounts for that, man?
Nope, they've increased the electricity now because of it.
Dude, you
So
should
yeah.
get solar panels or something, man. It's sunny there, ain't it?
Yeah, but we sold our house. We stay in an apartment now for security reasons, and we
Ah.
just signed for a new property now. So that also they're not allowing panels on the roof. I do have an inverter, but my battery is only lasting like a half an hour, so I need to get a new battery. But getting solar panels up is a no-go according to the body corporates.
That's what I'm doing right now. Is I'm working on making my own batteries, man, for solar storage. It's a work in progress.
But yeah, I will get a new battery, and possibly I'm going to try fit one panel up on the balcony. But it's only going to be like I think it's 300-watt panel, so it's not going to help much, but it will give a little bit of longevity on the battery.
Dude,
But
they're shitting on y'all, man. They're shitting on y'all with that, dude. It's not that hard. I mean, bro, y'all maybe need to pitch in as a neighborhood and buy something, man. Like that's crazy, dude. Buy a fucking giant windmill or a couple of them, man. As a fucking city, even. Like they're shitting on y'all, man.
Yeah, it sucks. But yeah, it's just so much happening right now. That's the only thing that's hindering my progress on the paper as such. Mainly because all my drawings and stuff I've put together in folders. It's just trying to put everything in the correct order, that I don't just jump into what I'm doing. More an explanation of what I'm doing, and just trying to get this document in a way that they're not just going to throw it out the window.
Let me get this straight, bro. So y'all do get power every day at some point.
Yeah, so we get powers, but then they switch it off in these time slots.
So the fucking infrastructure is there. That's that's such horseshit, bro. The whole fucking challenge is the infrastructure. Well, it's not making the fucking electricity, bro. So they've got the infrastructure to get everybody the power, and they just won't fucking make it. Like that's a fucking travesty, bro. That is an outrage.
Yeah, it's disgusting. A lot of the stations are breaking down, and yeah, they just can't get the loads on. But it's due to corruption and yeah, it's so much shit. But it we've gotten so used to it already. But it is very, very annoying. But yeah, there's only so much we can do as citizens.
Yeah, you could make electricity and put it in the grid. I don't know. You could try. I don't know what I'd do. I'd buy a fucking I'd buy a generator, because you can run a good bit of shit, for about $10 a day. A couple little tanks. Well, it depends on gas prices, I guess, too. But I don't know.
So if you do generate your own power, they charge you for that as well. They want to tax you or charge you a fee if you're creating your own power. It's very fucked up, but yeah.
What do you mean charge you? Charge you for what?
For creating your own power, because they're losing out on the sales.
Don't tell them that.
Yeah, no, but dude, this is we're talking about a third world South African country.
Sounds like fucking Nazis, bro. But look, how much is gas per gallon where you're at?
Yeah, per liter, I think it's 22 or 23 rand per liter.
Per liter?
Yeah.
Wait. So what is there, about 3.5 liters per gallon?
I'm gonna check here now. Yeah, 1 liter is 0.2. Hold on, let's just reverse this the other way around. So 1 gallon is 3.7 liters. So let's go
3.7 liters. Okay, and do you know how many American dollars 3.7 liters would be?
I'm gonna check for you now.
Just find out how much your shit converts, and then just convert it to a liter, and then we can figure it.
Yeah, I just want to get all my calculations correct.
I'd almost just ask, like, compared to minimum wage, how many liters can you buy in 1 hour of work?
So it's about $4 per gallon.
Damn, that's high. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're about a
minimum wage here is, I think it's 15 rand an hour. It's like 3,000. Oh, let me get the rands here for you. Minimum wage is about 17. Oh wait, it's about $170 a month.
170 a month. No. That's got to be a week, bro.
No, that's a month.
A month?
Yeah.
So hold on. So they could pay you to where you could only buy, let's say, 40 gallons of gas for a month's work?
Yeah, poverty is quite hectic here. I got my own business.
You need to buy some chickens, bro.
So a dentist earns about $1,700 a month. Yeah, in South Africa.
Damn, dude. I pay my help, man, even part-time help, that much, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, salaries are shocking there.
Like I give my helpers like 120 a day for just laborers and like 150 a day pretty much. But it's basically me and my buddy doing most of the work now. But like when we hire people, we pay them like 150, 160 if they know what they're doing and shit. 120 for a full day if they're, learning.
Yeah, my
That's
wife
per day.
actually
So in other words,
resigned.
per day. So if they work, if I have 2 fucking helpers working 2 days here, they make more than minimum wage there in an entire month. That's outrageous, man. I'm very sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. But yeah, my wife actually resigned today. She's going to be working with me with my business, so I'm excited for her on that side.
Where's all?
Away.
What are you doing?
Well, I got an online store, and we're going to open up a physical brick and mortar store now.
Okay.
We import stuff from ornaments and things from Bali and China, home decor stuff. I used to do a lot of tech items, but my business model has moved to home decor items and
Okay.
a lot of Indonesian stuff that I
Yeah,
do
that sounds smart, man. But where's all the money going from do y'all, I mean, around your place? I mean, do y'all do anything to generate money? Do y'all make anything or?
my business. Yeah, my business
No,
has
not your business. I'm saying like your city or your state or whatever, like your city, your region. Do y'all like produce shit that you could sell?
like exporting and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we like, if I'm not mistaken, we one of the wine produce a lot of wine for the rest of the world, and yeah, but no,
Okay,
not
that's a good idea. So you're in South Africa?
Yeah.
Okay, so you must be at least continentally close to Platzoid, right?
Yeah, he's in Durban or that side of the world, or side of South Africa. Not necessarily Durban, but near that side, if I'm not mistaken. I'm in Cape Town, so yeah.
Ah, you're in Cape Town. That's crazy, dude. So man, I need to just like just have a couple good years and just go retire there, right? Bring my money and
Yeah.
over. If I can make a couple 100,000, man, I could probably live there for 20 fucking years.
A lot of people do that, yeah.
Like a fucking boss.
Yeah, for you guys, it's cheap to come down this side. For us, dude, it's hectic, eh? Property prices are
It'd
quite
probably help
expensive.
me too, man, if I brought money down there. Like, even though I'd be getting over, it'd help y'all because it'd be more money around there circulating.
Oh man, I think we just
And y'all's just fucked up, bro. I'm sorry, man.
the world needs to reset, or at least South Africa needs to reset. Yeah, there's jokes going around where the Bermuda Triangle with South Africa, where everything goes missing, and also, Mr. President, have you tried turning it on and off again? And then that's load shedding when they turn off the power and put it back on. There's all those sort
Bro,
of memes.
it's just as crazy, bro. You'll have the infrastructure. and not the electricity. It's usually, dude, it's always backwards, bro. Always like all the problems we have are due to shit going wrong. Not producing the electricity, bro. There's cajillions of ways of doing that. I mean, when you have any sort of money, like that's crazy. So they're charging you more and giving. So there's probably areas that always have like where they're the high dollar places. They probably got power like almost all day there, probably.
No, so they also get switched off. However, a lot
Really?
of the houses, a lot of them have converted to fully solar paneled conversions, or they got a massive generator. A lot of the hospitals are fully converted, and then there's some areas where they don't switch off. Yes, I think a lot of the parliamentary people, those where they live, they don't get turned off. But yeah, dude, there's so much corruption and shit going on. Yeah, but it happens everywhere. So it's not just Also, I don't think that our president, for instance, is making decisions. I think he's a puppet for someone else,
Yeah, but
like it
that's
is
still
all
it's
over
messed
the
up, man. It's just crazy. Like here, like if let's say you get a 200-watt solar panel. All right, that's not going to do much. That'll run like a bunch of lights. You could off a 200-watt solar panel, you could probably run like 4 or 5 lights. That doesn't take much. But when you're talking like running an air conditioner or a heater, you need like about 7 or 8 panels because they're like anywhere from like 1,000 to 1,500 watts. So you need probably, let's just say, like 7 panels to run an air conditioner, and then you need about 3 or 4 panels to run a TV. You need a panel to charge your phone and charge other shit. So you'd need about you'd probably need about 20 panels to condition your air and to charge all your shit, to have lights, and to your basic shit. Your refrigerator wouldn't take but a couple panels.
Yeah, you need about 4,000 watts of power.
Yeah, for just to get what you need, basics and
Yes.
shit.
So
And
currently,
you're
I got a 1,000 watt pure sine wave inverter, and I run it off a 130 milliamp battery. It gives me about 4 hours power. However, the one of the cells popped in the battery, so I've got to get a new battery. But if I can
Wait,
get
what kind of battery do you got?
it's a 130 amp hour deep cycle battery.
Oh,
Yeah.
a good one.
Sorry?
A good one.
Not really. It wasn't that great. So my next one, I'm going to spend a bit more money on it.
Bro, you can't expect nothing off one battery, bro. Bro, I had 4 batteries when I first hooked up my solar and shit to make it through the night to power like my garage little area and everything, and charge and everything. And yeah, one dude, if you had one battery running stuff, man, then that's probably better than you think. You should get a couple if you can.
Yeah.
Because it's just going to last a lot longer if you can only go down to about 30-40% drainage, with both batteries, it's going to last twice as long. So if you can afford another one and work it half as hard, you're going to get basically 4 times the benefit out of it.
Yeah, I
Than
think
it would
that's
about 'em one at a time.
yeah, I think that's where my issue was, is that I was running the battery too low, and I think that's why the cell died so quickly. But I'm going to need to shut down now because power's going off in the next 3 minutes, thereabouts.
Been a delight, brother. Been a delight, man. I
Yeah.
pray and wish the best for you and yours, man.
Thanks, man. But yeah, maybe I'll hop on a bit later. It's only off for 2.5 hours this afternoon. But yeah, I use that battery for emergencies. If I urgently need to print something for a customer or reply to an email or something, then I'll switch it on.
I'm gonna
But
try and think of ways to help you with your problem too, man. In the meanwhile.
awesome. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Okay, buddy.
But yeah, have a good one. Cheers, guys.
He's a good dude, man. God, that's gotta suck for them, man. Dude, there's gotta be ways to like charge your shit, charge a phone. It shouldn't be that hard to come up with a little easy hand crank device or something to charge a phone or something, man. Like they even have flashlights. You just shake the motherfuckers and they work for 10 or 15 seconds. Like, bro, we got to think of something for Beer Man. He's working for us. Doing a lot. Crazy. They have their whole infrastructure up. Like, in other words, we've got all the wires ran, the freaking relay stations and all this shit. In other words, we can get you all the power. That's the whole fucking thing, dude. Like building these grids. Once the grid's built, bro, then just add the fucking electricity. Make it however you got to. Fucking whatever it takes. I mean, this should be a problem, like a very short term problem. Building the grid is the that's the challenge. They've got the grid, no electricity to put in it. Like that's they should be solving that. Just saying. Fuck around here, they're competing. They're competing to fucking get your business. Like, bro, there's like solar stepping up big and fucking dude. I just went to travel out of town, just not far, but and noticed right when I got to the outskirts of the city, they had like a solar farm, like just solar panels as far as I could see. I didn't even know we had that because I know the main plant is not too far from here, like by the port, one of the ports, and like they're competing for your fucking business around here for your electric business. Fuck, they can't even get electricity there. Like that's weird.
Yeah, I've never gotten into solar, but I know here in Illinois the companies will pay you back if you produce more than you use. Is it like that down there?
Yeah, it is. Granted, it's still a racket, the way it works, but it's it ain't that bad where we don't get electricity. It's crazy. It's it's cheaper, like or more expensive, I'd say, during prime time hours or whatnot. But it's not that big of a difference. But it's just crazy to think that no matter how much money you had, you could still only get electricity some of the time. Like that's crazy. Like I can't even fathom that with the infrastructure already built. Yeah, you can make electricity. If I were to put solar panels on my roof, my whole entire roof, then yeah, that's the thing. Like they're competing, but everything people make all ties into the same grid, and they keep track of it. So that you can borrow electricity, basically. I mean, lend it, and basically get it back at a small rate. They probably charge a little fee, but if you put in more than you use, then you get money. I've never heard of anybody getting a lot, but I've heard of a lot of people, getting it, giving it during the day and getting it back at night for a small to very small bill.
Yeah.
But of course, I am in Florida, but there's other ways to make electricity. That's probably the best way for a person anyway, for a regular person. buy solar.
Yeah, I've never gotten into solar. I'd like to do it. In Chicago here, it's okay. You know, the sun is a little lower, but it still works. And only other thing I've done with electricity really is like cryptocurrency mining. I got Bitcoin mining rigs here. I'd mined Ethereum back in the day, mined a bunch of other ones. That always turned out pretty well. Like made some money doing that. It was always fun. And
What
it
do they
produced
mean when
heat
they,
in the
what do you
winter,
mean?
you
What do
know.
they mean by mine?
What do I mean by mining? Well, it's I mean, this gets a little technical, but the simplest way to think about it is you're participating in kind of a lottery by solving really hard math problems to secure the network. So Bitcoin is a payment network more than anything else. And in order to keep the network secure, it requires all these computers to do this like kind of difficult guess a number lottery, essentially, is what it is. But it's more than just guess a number. It's also processing transactions and validating them. So just like if you did a Visa payment, you know, you're trusting the Visa network to process your transaction, make sure the money gets to the merchant and all that. Well, the miners are what do that in these cryptocurrency networks. So they process the transactions, they throw out the invalid ones. And if you act dishonestly as a miner and you try and make false transactions, you just get thrown off the network as everyone sees that you're not producing valid transactions and blocks and all that. And so if you win that lottery every 10 minutes, someone wins that lottery, they get new Bitcoins. And that's how the currency supply inflates over time. If that makes sense. That's kind of the relatively short description.
Yeah, I don't like the sound of that. No.
Yeah, the interesting thing is it's all peer-to-peer, decentralized, you know, not controlled by the government on that level at least.
Right. That's the good
And
part
the
about it.
and the supply is capped at 21 million. There's no way to print any more of them, which is pretty interesting from economically.
Yeah, that kind of,
And
I don't know, that's kind of weird though, because like if they did that with money, I don't know what would happen. Like every new person born, um, it seems like it is a good enough reason to, without inflation, to put more money in the system. In other words, you have another person. It seems like through time they would generate more Bitcoin because there's more people. But I guess no, I guess it's all has to do with value. Um, I guess it doesn't make any difference if they add more. I guess that's kind of worse, right? I guess.
yeah, I mean, if you look at like the last couple of years in the United States, we've printed something like a quarter of our entire money supply printed in the last couple of years. So all our dollars are worth less. That's why prices go up for everything. I mean, there's bigger economic discussions to have around it, but the one thing about Bitcoin is that that supply is mined over time. So someone 20 years from now is still going to be able to go and mine new Bitcoins if they wanted to. They won't be fully mined for something like 100 years or something like that. So
What's that mean when it's fully mined?
that means there's no more that can be produced by mining. And so then the miners would only earn transaction fees at that point. It's a fee market. Basically, if you want your Bitcoin transfer to go in to happen like right away, you can pay a higher fee and the miners will process your transaction earlier. If you don't care about, like, if I need to pay you sometime this week, I can pay almost no fee and it might take an hour or a day, 2 days or something. So there's kind of a natural fee market that develops. And so once the Bitcoins are all printed out and there's 21 million, then the miners are only earning those transaction fees. They still earn those today, but the block reward, kind of that lottery reward, gets them far more Bitcoin.
Okay. Huh. But technically, you could mine forever, and not win the lottery. Shit.
You could, and it's proportional to how much mining power you have. So if you took like a really small mining rig or your computer, you'll probably never win one of those lotteries. It's like every 10 minutes someone wins because there's giant mining farms all over the place. But if you had a big mining farm, you had 10% of the whole network, then you'd earn 10% of the new Bitcoins on average, every day or every week.
How much is a lottery worth?
Oh, what is it now? It's 6.25 Bitcoin, I think, every 10 minutes. So that's
What?
what, over 120K or something like that.
You've never won it then.
Well, so usually as an individual, like I don't have a giant mining warehouse or anything. I've got a couple machines sitting here. The way you typically do it to smooth out your returns is participate in a larger pool and split it evenly so that you actually do get rewards fairly regularly.
Have
So
got
when I
any
used to
reward?
mine, yeah. I mean, I would mine in a large pool such that, every hour or every 2 hours, our pool would win one of the blocks and we'd split it between however many people that was, probably 10, 20,000 people. But yeah, it paid for the electricity it took to run them, plus maybe 40 or 50%. So
That's a fucking complicated. That sounds interesting as hell, but damn. So to make a living doing that, you'd need a lot of money to get started.
yeah, I mean, if you wanted to make a lot of money, you definitely need to scale, and then you're dealing with like, oh, hardware breaks down, and you got to have air conditioning to keep the building cool, and yeah, I mean, it can get. And then it's like, well, now you got to make sure you
You're better
manage
off
your actual
growing.
assets.
You're better off just growing fucking weed. Fuck it.
Yeah, for sure.
Damn.
I mostly mind because I just interested in the technology and like participating in the network, and it could pay my power bill every month, roughly, something like that. And then, yeah, I mean, I've been super interested in it for a long time. I wrote some of the code in Bitcoin itself years ago, which was fun. So it's just been a hobby for me for a long time.
Okay. Yeah, I have solar. I'm just starting off small until I get this battery thing cracked, which I think I finally got it. Now I just got to make the damn things. But where I've got 6 panels, or I got 5 of them up there right now, but I got 2 more, so 7 really, to hook up. But I don't have. I'm not tied in. I have a couple 2,000-watt inverters. Just one that is still in the box, and another one that I use to charge everything and to power shit when I'm out here. Um, but it's all about the batteries and everything if you're gonna do it off grid. And then once I get enough batteries built, which I'm about to start, I just got the one perfected, finger quotes in the air, good enough, a decent battery where I could make about 10 of them or so and have a decent bank, and it's not going to cost me much of nothing, just a little bit of time and effort, but I enjoy doing it. Then I can actually start running some shit full time off of it instead of just charging things basically and just using it as needed here in my little workshop area. But it's eventually, hopefully, I'll just grow more and more and more because electrical bills are a lot. They've seemed to have went down. I don't have as many kids here now, but still pay over a few hundred a month on average. It was like 600-700 for some bad months, and it's just like, God, man, you could get so many panels for. You could get the decent panels are $100 for a decent 100-watt panel. So just in 3 months, I could cover my fucking entire roof just about. Basically, 3 bad months, I could buy like 20 panels or something. If you look at it in a year, you could buy a ton of them, man. I don't know, man. Just even talking about it, feel like I should like make a big old platform in my backyard and tie into the grid and sell my electricity back to them, so I'd have pretty much free electricity or damn near free at night. I do have a probably enough room to do it and enough sunlight here on my property.
Nice. Yeah, I got a few trees around my roof. It's not the best house for it, but maybe someday I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I got a couple trees I need to whack down, man. I'm just sitting here doing nothing about it. I have a brand new chainsaw in the room. Never even. I took it out of the box, but I haven't even oiled it up yet. And I'm just kind of procrastinating, man. But that's part of my plan. There's like 3 or 4 trees I need to cut down, and I'll get more light. But I still get plenty of light. In the summertime, them trees aren't even in the way at all. But in the wintertime, they're more and more in the way every year.
I got 2 trees in my front yard. One of them is dying. It's almost dead. It's only got a few leaves here and there, but they're like, I don't know, 30, 40 foot maple trees. And I had it's like dropping big branches, which could be a little dangerous. I had one tree service come out to remove a big branch that was just hanging there. And I had like 3 different quotes. The first guy quoted me $400 to take a giant branch out of my tree. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like, I'll go buy a ladder for, half that and get up there. And the next guy quoted me something like 300. I'm like, there's no way this is what this costs. And the third guy quoted me $75. I'm like, you're my guy.
Yeah, the third guy's doing his own work. That's why, like, people are lucky to find me. People who want like patios, sidewalks, and maybe small driveways and shit, or big driveways. It doesn't matter. Like, I can kill people's prices because I'm just doing the shit myself. And that's the difference. It's way, way cheaper for me. I don't have to bid near as high. But me, I'm picky who I work for, bro. I'm dead serious. Like, I know I'm giving you a good deal, way cheaper than making it where you could even afford it. So I'll talk to them people for a little bit, and if they seem like assholes, bro, I won't even do it. I'll say, all right, well, I'm gonna send you a quote. I won't even send them a fucking quote. Like, I like working for decent people, man, because I know I'm giving them a good deal because I'm doing the work my damn self.
What is it you do?
Concrete.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I got this massive driveway, like, I don't know, it's probably 100, 120 feet long. It's all concrete. The previous owner put it in, but man, I love that thing. It's like a giant patio, basically. It's great.
Yeah, that's a lot of money right now to put in 120 foot of driveway. Costs you a small fortune.
Yeah, for sure. I just got into power washing it. I got one of those like surface cleaner power washer attachments. That's great.
Keep the roots off of it. It'll last forever.
Yeah.
Man, I went to Kentucky. My dad lives there, and we were talking about moving up there. Not for long. I'm not gonna do it, but we're talking about working there. But looking around, like all the freaking driveways that I seen, we went quite a few places, all asphalt, and they said that because it's so hilly, I guess, in that area or whatever. But I don't know. Like, I don't buy that. Like, I ain't worried hills or not, man. Maybe asphalt might be a little bit cheaper, but it's way worse. Like, it may be good for roads and shit, but for driveways, I would never get an asphalt driveway. It's just a waste of money, basically. To me, concrete lasts forever if you take care of it, if it's poured right, and asphalt won't. But I'm like, maybe they just don't have any good concrete companies around, or suppliers, or I don't know. But all the driveways were asphalt. Is it like that there, or is it I mean, obviously you have concrete. You see asphalt driveways around there?
Yeah, it's a mix. I mean, where I grew up a little further north outside of the city, that neighborhood was pretty much all asphalt. No, I don't know if it had to do much with like the grade. So a lot of it was a little hillier in that neighborhood, But yeah, it's a mix. I don't know, 50-50 around where I am.
Imagine an asphalt patio. What is that, dude? Dude,
It
you might
just
as
seems like
well.
it'd be so hot.
Yeah, who would want that, man? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'd take and put an asphalt foundation down and cap it with a couple inches of concrete or something. Just doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem right. Yeah, of course it is hot around here though. In Florida, it gets so hot, dude. God, I feel like an ant right in the magnifying glass during the heat of summer, man.
Yeah, I bet. I spent a little bit of time down there, but not too much.
Like you can't even like if you're fishing and stuff, man, around here during summer, you have to put your minnows like in the water. In the wintertime, them minnows will live forever, man. They're tough, right? You can throw them right in. Dude, I took them right out of salt water, threw them in a little pond. They lived like some of the mud minnows and stuff. But in the summertime, no sir, man. You watch them slow down. That water heats up so fast, man. And like I've almost compared that to like us on the job sometimes in the middle of summer, slowing down because of the heat. We're like a minnow in a bucket, dude. Just slow down until you're about to die. It gets so damn hot, you have to go cool down. It's like that every summer here.
What's the coldest weather you get where you're at?
Well, I'm wearing shorts and a short sleeve shirt right now, and it's late. It's it's early. It's 5 in the morning. I'm wearing short sleeve shirt, and but it freezes a couple times a year. Cold fronts will make it through. I'd say during the winter, probably about 4 or 5 times. It'll freeze at night, not in the day. It snows here about once every 15 years, something like that.
Man, I'm jealous of that. That's the one thing I hate here. I got finally cracked and got a big old snowblower a couple years ago, which is great, but I wish I didn't need it. It's we get some polar vortexes here where it's just like, okay, the high is gonna be 2 degrees today and the low is gonna be -10. It's just like, ugh.
I can't tell you the
Like
last
now,
time it hit 2 degrees here. I don't know if it ever happened. Sometime, but no, it don't ever get that low. Like it just gets a little bit below freezing, and it's a crazy when it gets down to like 25 or 20. It's a disaster.
yeah, I bet people will probably freak out. Yeah, there was one winter a few years ago where there was like a 5 or 10 day stretch where it didn't get like in the middle of the day at noon, it didn't get above. It was just absolutely brutal. You know, people are having all kinds of HVAC emergencies and pipes freezing, and my sump pump outlet froze, and I was just a nightmare.
Yeah, that is crazy, bro. God, the middle of the day. I mean, it's almost common sense. Like, man, sun closer, hotter. Sun further away, colder. You know?
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah, sun at a lower angle. That still equates to sun further away, lower angle. Like, I try and tell these guys, okay, name me something that doesn't get lower as it goes off in the distance. Anything, that starts off above your head level or higher. Birds, clouds, freaking insects, airplanes, space shuttles, rockets, sun, you name it. it goes off in the distance. It gets lower, and I don't have to invoke Earth curve. That's just part of reality. Happens on a local level. I told my son, it's one of my short videos, but I was going to do a follow-up video, but I told him, put your arm on the car. I got a black hood on my wife's Mustang, and it was about, I forgot what time it was, but I said, see if you could hold your arm on the hood for like 2 seconds or something. He tried to do it like he's like, yeah, he's tough, he's young, like 15 at the time. Of course he could do it. He puts his arm on the car and he's like, woo! He pulls it right off, like, and I'm thinking, like, okay, if I can do this. I think it was about 10 in the morning when he did it, but it's sun's high enough, it's beaming hot on steel and stuff like that, on cars, especially a black hood. And I'm thinking, and other people have made this point, but I was going to do the same video and do it in the wintertime, in the dead of winter, when the sun is at the same angle, but it's more like about 12 or 12:30 in the afternoon. And you could put the sun's at the same angle now, granted. I don't care about all the energy, all the other stuff. My son could put his arm in the car, and then he's just going to want to lay on it for warmth. So it has to be more than just the angle, in my opinion. It just seems so obvious that if it was just the angle, that it'd be at least comparable in the seasons. Maybe I understand that the ambient temperature around is going to make a difference. Still, just should be fairly comparable, and it's just not. It's just not, man. In the summertime, it's a lot hotter. Period. Unbearably hot. Touching things like you got to pick up steel, things like that. You gotta have a glove on here. You're not picking up steel with your bare hands. Period.
Yeah, man, I feel that. I got a little black coupe, black leather interior, black exterior. That thing gets hot as hell in the summer.
They say it's sun angle, so I'm like, okay, well, take the angle, and I'll put something out in the sunlight, and let it sit for 20 minutes, and then I'll do the same thing in the winter with the same angle, and it's just night and day. It's going to be night and day. Like I said, give or take a little for the ambient temperature, just in direct sunlight. It's more than just the angle. That's the broader point. I wonder, was you listening to me and Beer Man about the power outages and stuff?
Yeah, I was listening a little bit. I was doing a little bit of work, but yeah, I think I heard some of that.
Can you believe that, man? They have the whole infrastructure and no electricity every day. They have certain times they can use power and this and that. That's ridiculous. Like maybe he lives in a small town, but then I was thinking Flatsoid lives in like Durham, and wait, if he said he lived in Cape.
Yeah, Cape Town's not small.
Yeah, that's not small. It seems like if you have a whole city, just everybody put in. If you have like 500,000 people, even everybody put in $100. Then you have freaking $50 million. And then to generate the electricity, I was like telling him, I always thought the hard part was the infrastructure and getting all the little relays and the wires going everywhere. That's all there. They just ain't producing electricity. That's ridiculous, man. He said they charge them even more.
That's crazy.
They're getting spotty electricity and paying out the yin yang, paying more for spotty electricity. It's ridiculous. Then he said that they charge a fee for you to produce your own electricity. Boy, that I'd be 38 hot. You gonna tell me I produce my own electricity? I have to pay you? Boy, that's like he's living. That sounds like a Nazi freaking town. I don't know.
Yeah, I heard him say that, and I was like, "What? That's just like that ain't fair."
Did you think this? Okay, if I'm not using the power, that's more for everybody else. There's not enough, right? So it should be a good thing that I'm making my own electricity for everybody else, because now that's more electricity for everybody else since there's not enough. Right now, I've got to pay a bill for not using the electricity. Ah, man, that's crazy. Said he had an inverter, like 1,000-watt inverter or something, man. That's pretty small, but said his battery messed out on him. I'm like, I got to think of a way to help him, man. But he lives in an apartment, so that makes it tough.
You know what's so crazy, bro? It's like these people in the chat, man. They've never read anything about the dynamo model. They've never looked into the Earth's magnetic field, the geomagnetic field with the geodynamo model, the discrepancy. But they all like just run on Discord and they talk about, they're like, you know, when someone starts talking about that, which is like objective, there are like lots of problems and no one can figure out the problems. They've been trying for over a century. They talk about like, you're such an idiot. It matches exactly what we see. It doesn't have any problems. Oh, there's just a couple of things we don't fully know. That's how science works. And isn't that kind of weird? Like if the Earth's really a globe, why you gotta lie? Why lie? I don't understand it.
Yeah, you get a lot of that with everything, like like magnetic declination, man. They just whatever works. That's pretty much an error bar, and now they'll say they have a simulation of the. You know, who cares? You have a simulation. You can't make it match your reality. Period.
They're using supercomputers now to try to fix their geodynamo models, and none of them can figure it out. They've been doing that for like 10 years almost. Like they can't figure it out.
I wish
right?
you'd have done all this research when you debated T-Jump. You did good and everything, but dude, if he tried throwing that shit at you now, bro, you'd literally shut it down. Almost. You should schedule a rematch against him because you know he's going to bring that kind of shit back up. Now that you've had time to look into it and everything, dude, you'd destroy him even worse, you know?
And there's just like so much to look into, and like I am, and there are a lot of like paywalls for papers, which is such a joke, dude. Every time I try to research something, you like hit a paywall. But yeah, I just think it's weird. I think it's weird that people lie. People lie so much, and it's not even just like the globe that they're trying to make work. It's also like the really old Earth model and geology that they're trying to also incorporate. So like they have like, for example, like they have this whole geological pseudoscience field, right, where they're like the Earth's so old that you have the ballers come in here and swear up and down that radiometric dating is like legit and it's like basically unquestionable and all this bullshit. And then they've made up all these stories about the layers of the Earth and what happens to them over time and the different processes that they've gone through over time. And these are fundamental, foundational assumptions with how they then date the rocks and come up with all their other theories about timelines, right? And then of course you get evolution. So they're building within that confinement of geology, like geophysics, built upon the geological assumptions, and it's completely destroying their ability to try to work out a geodynamo model. Like at every turn, the geological and geophysical assumptions of the old Earth is combating the magnetic field, the geomagnetic field, and the geodynamo model. It's hilarious. And like one of the big ones is like field reversal. So you got like the geophysical claims, the geological claims of the layers of the Earth and what they've gone through at certain times of the history of the Earth and stuff. And then you look at the magnetic fields and they try to make a prediction with a geodynamo model using that geological assumption. And then they have like a rough estimate of when the pole reversal should be. And then they look at the data and they make up about 50 more assumptions. And then they try to look at the data and the rate and see when it would be flipping. And it's like way off. They can't bridge the gap at all to get like the field reversals to match. It's hilarious. It's like not even close.
That's what I was trying to tell him when I think it was yesterday or the day before. I mean, he was maybe a tiny bit versed in this topic, but when he was talking about the dynamic model, I mean, he's sitting here saying that it's the Earth's core is solid and the outer core is spinning around it. So that's not going to explain a consistent 20-degree if it's everything revolving around the core, then that's not going to explain a deficiency in the magnetic field in the southern hemisphere. It would vary. And he's like, well, how long would it take to vary? And I'm like, I don't know, a day or a week. Like, dude, it ain't like that percentage is going away anytime soon. Like, what are you trying to say that the outer core is making a revolution like every decade or something to produce the magnetic field? Like, I didn't know where he was getting at, but they're never going to be able to explain the deficiency in the magnetic field in the southern hemisphere. I don't think. That's why I made that pear-shaped video, like to show that it wasn't just Neil deGrasse Tyson, man. It's like when the satellite people in the industry launched them. I brought up all the old films, and then the Navy or the military, and we realized the Earth is bigger and the southern hemisphere is larger, and that it's pear-shaped. Like, dude, they've been claiming pear-shaped and showing animations where it's way larger in the southern hemisphere, literally showing pears on screen in their animations. And then they say, well, it's just a tiny bit smaller or bigger in the south, you know. Then why is everybody calling it a pear? You know, it's just like double speak everywhere you look, man. Lying,
Well, and it's also just a bunch of people that are like they hide behind anonymity and they just sit in the chat and they stalk this conversation for like years and they try and like get a rise out of people and like, you know, they work together and they all like get like this thrill out of like insulting and tearing people down and coming up with narratives to try to get them like personally upset. And they just come here every day and repeat. It's like, I don't know. It's just kind of crazy. It's like,
The whole
It's just
model
a
is reification.
psychological.
It's a bunch of reifications, man. And then they have their error bars. Like to me, magnetic declination. If you're trying to use Polaris and you're south of the equator and you're magnetically declining whatever to Polaris, like what is that? Like y'all should be. It should be opposite. Y'all should do magnetic declination based on South Pole. Why are they still using it to the north? It's ridiculous, man. I think we could prove something like. I mean, you mentioned a couple good ones, but like about the Foucault pendulum, getting somebody down there to do a legitimate life size one, somebody at the equator and somebody in the south, because I haven't been able to find anybody in the south, anybody with any kind of credibility. But also, like, if you look at all the old um, navigation and stuff, you could find like you correct to the north no matter where you're at. Like if you're traveling by compass, it shouldn't be like that in the south. You should. And I want to see somebody traveling east at the equator and not having a correct period. I've never read anything about that where they haven't not correcting to the north. Like I've always heard, everywhere you go, you hear, or everywhere you read, they correct to the north, correct to the north. But that wouldn't be the case on a ball Earth in the southern hemisphere. You'd have to correct to the south.
Yeah, I was just reading like a government website talking about how like the magnetic declination discrepancies, like how it's like it can be way off on the Earth, like up to like 16 degrees in one location. Yeah, it's just funny. Like they can't even map out magnetic declination. They will literally come here and pretend that they have like a working model for the magnetic field, and then you go to the sources that they believe in, and it literally says the opposite. It says they do not have a working model and that they have to fill in a lot of the gaps and that they can't make it work.
They say SunCalc is perfect. Yeah, every time we check SunCalc, it's absolutely not perfect. Like Mitchell from Australia did it live. Like he literally, it's equinox and the sun's supposed to be rising due east for everybody, and except for SunCalc doesn't tell you that they automatically incorporate magnetic declination. So what he was supposed to be getting from his compass, it was 11 degrees off. In other words, the sun was coming from 11 degrees further north. So this has to do, and he's in like Sydney. So like them acting like the sun's coming in from the south. Yeah, once you apply your 11 degrees of magnetic declination, but truthfully, it was coming in 11 degrees northeast because he brought a compass and showed it live, bro. So in SunCalc, it's, to me, that's dishonest. They're not. There should be a disclaimer that with SunCalc, with time and date and all that, it's all incorporated in there. So you think it's a perfect model, but no, it's not. They've just used this magnetic declination all in the south to make it match their model, and they do that with everything. They do shit and make it match their model for whatever reason. It's all begging the question, man. It's all, in my opinion, man, it's error bars and just reasons, excuses, more or less.
Like I said, yeah, like so like their geological model claims that the magnetic field so it's like they claim it's like observed to do it. So it's like Coach was like, "Oh, we don't have the data for that. There's nothing wrong with the model." He did just like sophist apologist narratives, right? Because no, like the geological model is a claim and people pretend it's like definitive and scientific, and its quote unquote observations as in within the framework of interpretation of modern geology, right? The observations show that the magnetic fields reverse in direction, and then based on the layers and the geological model, which is where you get everything else you believe in when it comes to the times and evolution and all that stuff, when it says that they happen in a certain time frame. That's what the data says. It isn't that you don't have the data. Is that the geological data, based on all your other interpretations of geology, which are all pseudoscience, of course, based on that, the data says this happens, right? If you take that away, then it doesn't make, you can't interpret the rest of the data. It jumbles it all up. It doesn't work anymore for all of your age predictions. right? So the geological data shows that there are pole reversals. And then you claim certain times, so you get a certain time frame and different rates of pole reversals. And then the geodynamo model, taking that data, reifying and assuming it, and putting it through supercomputers to try to take it with the documented magnetic field data and to create a process that works where you're taking the convection currents and you're taking all the declination, inclination, and the intensities at the surface, and then the electric core and the makeup of the core and the rotational relationship between the core and the surface. And then you go from there trying to match the pole reversal data from the geological assumption, and they cannot make it work. Like, they can't make it work with supercomputers, been trying for multiple years. But then you can just have someone come and say, no, we just don't have the data for that. So it's just like something we haven't figured out yet because no, that's not the actual truth of the story. And it's just insane. It's kind of like people saying like, oh, actually, whenever they said that the core stopped spinning, and then they'll laugh and mock and ridicule you because they're like, when they say that core stopped spinning, actually, it's talking about it's just like is moving with the Earth, and when it says stopped, it just means it's like moving at the same rate as the Earth. But no, actually, I can drop a video right now from little Mr. Michio Kaku explaining the article. I can drop many different articles explaining the interpretation of the study that came out. And they're saying it looks like the core actually moves separately from the Earth, entirely separately. It can actually literally reverse direction relative to the Earth. It can actually go the other way. That's what it actually said.
Yeah.
Right. But Kosho was in here swearing up and down that I was stupid for saying that and what it means.
You made a fool out of Kosho, bro. You made a fool out of him, dude. I'm surprised he didn't take a couple weeks off.
It's just crazy though. Like what? Like I don't know. To me, it seems crazy to just like I don't know. It's like if they can convince someone in here that what they're saying is true, even if they know they're kind of making it up or they're not really sure, if they can convince people in here, if they can say it with enough confidence, to them that's a win. And
look at LiveTech, bro, at the magnetic declination. Like it's for North America, it shows like that's exactly what you would expect if you're trying to make your sun calc and time of date and all them and all your celestial model work. If it was flat and you had to turn it into a ball, that's exactly what you'd have to do. All the continents look similar to that, where it's like straight in the middle and then swerves to the right on the right side and to the left on the left side. All the continents look like that. Like, bro, that's like a dead giveaway that they're pulling some bullshit with this declination. In my opinion, man, it's like it's funny how they all flare out like imposing curved to the ceiling kind of. But yeah, you put a number on Koshi. Not so much today. I didn't hear much, but yesterday, like, dude, you called him out cold blank. I mean, on the spot, showing him just pointing out he's just making shit up, dude, making shit up.
Well, yeah, but I guess the part what's annoying about it is they all do it with like this like incredibly large aura of arrogance. Like they ridicule and laugh at you and then they act like you're just so stupid and incompetent and beneath them that you don't understand it. The reason you're a flat earther is you don't understand the globe. You're just so stupid and you don't understand. Ha 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 ha. You know what I'm saying? And that's like the part that just makes it suck. It's like I am in 2023, I'm going to end up like just really debating people if they're going to come show their face on camera and thousands of people can see it. Instead of it just getting thrown into the ether constantly. Like I'll come in here and talk all the time, but I mean like these like back and forth specific debates for hours just like wasting my time, and then they're not held accountable.
Well, don't call it a waste of time, bro. You're right, but I guarantee you every hour you spend, bro, you're opening up a new eye, bro. But it is what you're good at. You know what I'm saying, bro? And man, I hate to put it like that, but I mean, not saying it's what you're good at, but you are putting in the work. Like it's definitely making a difference, bro. Especially
they can make more
modern day debates and everything. Like I understand you want people to show their face and everything, but what you do, man, you're gifted at that, bro. You're so quick on your feet, man, and such good memory retention, man.
Oh, wait, you know what I'm saying? Like modern day debate, thousands of people see it. Thousands of people see it, so it like makes it worth it. It's like, okay, and then what we run into in here too, and we've all seen it since the beginning, there's a stark contrast between like the mainstream globe narrative and the online anonymous Discord anti-flat earth narrative. They are two totally different things. Our battle is actually against what they're telling the whole world. That's what we got into this for. They're teaching us something in school. They're teaching us something all the way up through university. They're putting it on the news. They're pumping a narrative to us about the earth, right? They have scientific communicators that they put in front of the whole world that's supposed to convey these truths to us simply so we can understand them. And there's a narrative pushed to the whole world. And it is completely different than the mental gymnastics they do in here to debate flat earth. They change the actual story. They say those people are wrong. They say that the official story isn't really what it is. It's the same thing with this core thing, right? I just dropped a CNN video, so that's got 1 million views in 3 days, 14 million subs, right? And this is him explaining the core to the world. The whole core stop spinning thing, he's explaining it to the world. And how it turns out that the core may be moving entirely separate from the earth and can actually move in the other direction. Literally, right?
Oh, I see it right here.
Yeah, so it's like either we listen to we attack the narrative they're trying to tell the whole world, which if you actually read the Nature journal, it literally says that. And he knows that he just heard that back in the day, it's been thought that it moves with it. It moves in the same direction as it, right? And it moves a little faster or slower than it. So he just thinks that's what it is. They're coming out saying, oh, looks like that might not be the case, right? Like, looks like it may move entirely separate, but it may have a relationship. They don't know. They're trying to figure it out. Like, that's
and then
what they're saying.
dude just says, how does that prove their spirit? Like, bro, like, they just veer right away. Instead of just admitting that they're wrong, they just bring up some other shit, even in chat, dude. In fact, worse in chat. It's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
Kosho. Imagine convincing yourself you're smarter than everyone else, yet getting everything you're saying is wrong. Like, bro, you just look. You might as well have said that into the mirror. Yeah, you got called out on all the shit you were making up, and you're arguing against people with the papers right in front of them without knowing it, I guess, and not figuring it out eventually. And so everything he's saying about the freaking everything he was saying about the model, Mars, and all the shit about the magnetic model, all that. Like, dude, you're arguing against your own people, Kosho.
You see the taboo conspiracy video I put in there with some screenshots of this French guy pointing out that there's the time zones in the South are how they hide it, and that there's all these different time zones added to the South. Even farther south from 40th north latitude, we see that the time zones are further increased by a half hour incrementally.
Yep.
Yeah, like, how does someone not put the pattern together that, like, there's always these huge differences in the South? There's always kinds of, like, huge differences in the South from the North, and they have to do all kinds of bending over to fix things and move things around in the South constantly.
Here was a good point the guy made. That's the guy who raced around the thing. And he's been in the North. He's crossed the Atlantic several times. He's been in the South. I think he lives in the South, I think. But he made a point that, that it's plain as day that even if the times match, the big difference is before sunrise and after sunset. He says in the South, and I've heard this before, and he just verified it, that the sun sets and the twilight is just instant. I mean, it doesn't last long at all. The North, after sunset in the summertime, like, you see the twilight and you see the sun, like a little bit of light off on the horizon, like forever. It lasts forever. And in the South, it ain't like that. It should be identical in the South, and you shouldn't see the sun coming in. Like here in the North, before sunrise, you see the sun like forever, just lingering, waiting to come up. And then it comes up, and the same thing when it's set, and it just lingers and lingers and lingers. In the South, So he's saying that the times pretty much match up for the most part anyway, but the sun is not the same. It races off and it's dark. Like it goes from dusk to completely dark and hardly no twilight, man. And there's no reason for that, man, except for it's not a globe, in my opinion. That's
Like, look, dude, this is
There are officially 19 time zones in the very northernmost part of the globe, and at least 32 in the south.
like if they're literally saying. I just think it's funny. Like they're literally saying, like he's like, here, look, this is the crust and this is the core, and they're actually disengaged. They're decoupled, and the core can stop moving while the Earth is still the surface. The mantle is still spinning because there's a fluid there that allows them to be decoupled. And they're so used to hearing it moves together, right? That they just keep saying it. Like they don't realize their model's such shit that it's constantly changing. So if you wanted to defend it properly, you would absorb that. You would absorb that there's tons of stuff they have to constantly change. But they want to portray this illusion that it's so definitive and scientific that they still believe. It's like you're arguing with the 7th grade version of them. Right?
Yeah.
A dishonest 7th grade version.
Yeah, but 7th grade Earth science is the gospel, bro. Like you're actually arguing with their childhood self. It's
at
like
least they should make excuses, though. You know what I'm saying? And be honest. Like I heard that one guy was at least being honest, but most of them they're not even honest. They just don't even acknowledge their own side. I get that. I see that all the time, dude. At least be honest and give me an excuse or something. Address the points. Don't just deny the
orbital
shit.
mechanics doesn't even work. They would need a tether. I mean, it's over right there. They don't have a working model. The orbital mechanics needs a tether. They don't have a tether. It's over right there. Can't land a plane. It's over right there. There's so many that it's over. There's no reason to talk about refraction or any other bullshit. If you can't land a plane and the orbital mechanics literally do not work, they're not even using dynamics. It's only kinematics and geometry, as if it's including forces. That's a huge point.
You mean if I fire a bullet? If I fire a bullet and it doesn't curve one way and then it crosses the equator and
yeah, it doesn't. It's over. I mean, there's points like that where there is no answer, and to pretend there is one is just. I mean, it's not even fallacious. It's not even grasping at straws. There are no straws to grasp at.
Dude, they literally claim. Kosho, right now, since you're in here, admit that they say that the core moves independent of the surface. Or say in the chat, admit you were wrong and that it moves independent. Nah, just forget it. So you guys keep going.
Bro, they have to claim. They have to make this claim with their style of Coriolis that if you're facing north, it's going to curve to the right, and then if you're at the equator facing south, it's going to curve to the right. Okay, because it's entering entering areas of faster rotation. But that means that if something crosses the equator from north of the equator to south of the equator, it's going to make an S. And they have to say this because look at the eclipses and shit. Like eclipses, they all make these S's like if they're modeled out. But they make this pattern on a globe even if they're strictly in the southern hemisphere. Or most of them cross, but even the ones that are strictly in the northern hemisphere make this big S-ass, dumbass pattern that doesn't make sense in the real world. And but I don't get it, man. Like Bacon acknowledged that there would be east-west Coriolis. That they don't talk about it a lot, but he said that if you're firing east, that your projectile or your bullet would hit higher on the target. So I'm like, well, let's equate that to energy. So that means that if I fire east, it's going to go further for the same amount of power I put into it or velocity, whatever, it's going to go further. So that means I can go the same distance with less energy. However you want to look at it, energy wise, if I fire west, I'm going to need more energy. So that even that would equate to plane trips being less efficient, way less efficient, going east, or going west and going east. And that's not what we see in reality, man. It's actually if you want to get technical. But they're trapped every which way they go with their bullshit, man. We could bring up anything. I like Austin. You got them trapped, but eventually they're gonna have to admit, you drill it home to where they're gonna have to agree with their own model. Like you're bringing up papers and their up to date current science. And right now they're in denial mode, but they'll have to start agreeing the more you jam it home and show them their own science. Just keep cramming it home, man. And I'll say this: that arguing here with these people does help you when you do go to MDD, like because the supposed answers that they give. It gives you a lot of insight when you go take it to them debate, like the normal globe rhetoric in their normal script that they're supposed to be on. You point that out in good fashion.
Yeah, but now I can just go talk to the Chat GPT, right? And I'm gonna start talking to like actual like physicists online, like in front of thousands of people. I'd rather just talk to people with credentials that show their real face, not someone that's hid behind a fake picture for 5 years. Like someone that shows their real face, their real name, and they sit on camera and they have a conversation live in front of thousands of people. Not someone that hides behind a fake name, hides behind fake pictures, talks shit in the chat, and changes their story every couple days because they have no shame. Because they have no, what's going to happen? Like, are they going to be publicly humiliated? No, they're not.
They call us
no one knows who they
paranoid.
are.
They call us paranoid. They won't even show their fucking face or say their real name.
And I get why some people don't or whatever, for both sides. I mean, not really so much for the globe. It doesn't really make sense for you not to show your face for the globe. It makes sense for a flat earther, right? You get like it has all kinds of public kickback, or you may have a job or something like that, right? But yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying.
You might get a name from a glober and you might get a face, but how often do we get a name and a face from a glober? Not very often. And I could name a list a mile long with all the people too, and most of them are faceless. The faceless ones are nameless. It's ridiculous.
Like here it says the Earth's inner core has been rotating eastwardly relative to the surface since the 1970s. Starting somewhere around 2009, the inner core began to slow, eventually pausing its rotation altogether. Then in 2011, the core started to rotate in the opposite direction. That's what the study says that all the mainstream articles started talking about. No, actually, it means it's just still rotating in the same direction.
Right. Funny.
My latest Brennercomp's good on Eratosthenes. They had NASA show in here earlier acting like that was a proof of anything, something for the globe.
That dude's like the worst about just saying the same mantras over and over.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I left.
Yeah, like he's so dishonest that it's like insane. Like we were talking earlier about geocentrism and stuff, and I brought up the Edwin Hubble quote. And he's jumped in. He's like, "Oh, so you're saying that Edwin Hubble thought the Earth was flat and geocentric?" When he heard clearly in context, I didn't say that at all, right? And I corrected him. He said it 3 more times until eventually, just like once he's just clearly being dishonest and exposed, then he just shifts to another one. He's like, "Oh, you're saying NASA says the Earth's flat and geocentric?" It's crazy, bro. It's like
that guy will make a lot of flat earthers.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, he'll make a lot of flat earthers. Globers like that make flat earthers out of people.
I told him that. Yeah, I agree. I said, like, if the mainstream model's true, like people like you do it such a disservice. And what's crazy is you'll never have any of the ballers step in and be like, that's not what he said. Stop lying. I do that to flat earthers all the time. I'm like, I say that's not what he said. I say it all the time. I correct flat earthers all the time when they strawman people. Like you'll never hear any of these ballers that are in here all the time they like low key like it. They like to hear people like strawman us and gaslight us and stuff like that and run us around in circles. Or they would stop it. They would jump in and be like, "Why are you doing that?" Like,
it just shows they must know they're wrong because they don't want to defend the right position that they don't have to defend.
A couple times I thought Howard. Oops, sorry.
No, I was gonna say you should be protective of it. If you really believe it, you should be protective that people are actually claiming things that support your, founded belief. But because it's unfounded, they just support unfounded claims.
I thought Left Lane was going to jump in a few times and just speak and be like honest, and just say, "Come on now, that's not what he's talking," or whatever, bro. But he like adds to it and just tries to change the subject or just, dude, he jumped in last night. You were talking to him, Austin, and what was it? He said, oh my God, it slipped my mind, bro. But it's like, dude, why would you even say that? Like, I don't see what that has to do with everything you just said. You drove it home with specificity. I mean, complete, right on target. And he's like, I don't see how that affects our model. Like, bro, what are you talking about? I forgot what he said, bro. But remember that last night?
Like, it just shows they know that it's not true. Otherwise, they would just totally call out each other. It's like,
yeah, I would think so.
If they really want it to be true, they just, if you know something's not true, you really want it to be, you just like totally cling on to anybody saying it's true, regardless of what they're saying.
Yeah, like no matter how they treat others or lie or
yeah.
It's bad, bro.
Well, it's just obviously not what they're saying. I mean, we all know that. It's not like they're, I mean, I think that some of them actually pretend like we're still trying to figure it out, like if it's a globe or not. Like we already know it's not a globe. We're just expounding upon that over and over again. There's no doubt in any of most of our minds that that's not a globe. So let's move on from there. Defining the parameters of the stationary Earth is the next step or whatever it may be. But regardless, we're totally done with that belief. It's not any longer a possibility whatsoever. Not even a smidge. Orbital mechanics doesn't even work. There's no tether. Period. That's it. It's over. Mathematically, it doesn't work. You have no model to even say you're defending.
Like, look, it's the inner core of Earth seems to have stopped spinning in the same direction as the rest of the planet. Well, like, I don't know. The hot iron ball, which seems to be around the size of Pluto, may be rotating in the opposite direction. So it says it was rotating east in the same direction as the planet, and now it's not. So how can you say what they actually mean is it is moving east in the same direction as the planet? I don't understand. Well, like say a PhD physicist was talking to me live, right? And he had not read into it and stuff like that. And I bring it up to him, and then he says that. He says, well, they don't mean that. They mean this. And then it's like in a couple days, he finds out like, damn, it definitely means that. Or I went and showed him everything. Like, he would be pretty embarrassed, right? And he would have to like admit it. But he'd be pretty embarrassed. And he would be really cautious about doing that. If he didn't know anything about it or wasn't sure, he wouldn't like say it a lot over the course of days and stuff like that, because he would have something to lose to be wrong about that and be so cocky about it or whatever. But like in here, that's not the case. Like, in a few days, just pretend it never happened. Or if I bring it back up, just like stay on mute. And then wait till I leave the room, and then just straw man what happened. I don't know.
I like it when you call them out at the same time when they say something, and then deny saying it. Like 10 seconds later, deny saying it, and you pull it up. I've made a couple videos of them flat out lying. I didn't say that, and then try and double down. Like, that's ridiculous, bro. You just said it. He just played it back for you, or either say you didn't say something that you said. Like, bro, I love it when you do that, dude. I know it takes a little effort going back and you want to be part of the conversation, but bro, that is like worth 10 times any of the conversation, just showing them flat out lying, bro.
Well, yeah, I mean, you'll literally play them saying it and they'll still lie about it. So, I mean,
or play you not saying it or saying it, like they the other day, it was Kosho, I think it might have been. Sorry if it wasn't Kosho, if you're listening, but where you went back and said pretty much that it was about Mars, and that you said that the solar system you were talking about the that it would affect the solar system with the within the Milky Way galaxy, or and they're like, you didn't say that. And you went back and pulled it up, and you said exactly what you claimed, and they were trying to gang up on you. I think that's one of the ones Howard tried to gang up on you and was dead wrong on the
Yeah, but then
spot, bro.
they just act like it never happened, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. Never happened, never even happened. So it's like kind of a energy vampire. All right, situated about 3,100 miles below the Earth's surface, the core is a kind of planet within the planet, and it is able to spin independently because it floats in the liquid metal outer core. Now, scientists claim that Earth's inner core has stopped spinning in the same direction as the rest of the planet, and that it might in fact be rotating the other way. That seems pretty straightforward, yeah. I'm just saying, like, is anyone? I don't know.
No,
My friend's been testing it too. I'm about to post what his response was from the AI about a couple things, Cavendish and then the planets. This is what he DM'd me.
And they constantly are changing all their bullshit, bro. They're like, I don't know. Like, if you're a Glover, you should just admit, like, that you're constantly changing your stuff, And the fact you don't is wild, right? Like, this is an article from 2013. Scientists claim to have solved a 300-year-old mystery about which direction the center of the Earth spins. In their new model, the Earth's inner core, made up of solid iron, super rotates in an eastward direction, meaning it spins faster than the rest of the planet. Meanwhile, the outer core, made up of mainly molten iron, spins westward at a slower pace. So this is what he's talking about, right? Super rotation. This is 2013. This is out of date. This isn't the new pseudoscience. The pseudoscience changed a couple days, so you have to now update your belief. And so it's like, you don't even understand what a super rotate. Yeah, dude, that's not what it says anymore. Which is funny. They claim that the outer core. So they're claiming that the core in 2013. They were claiming that the core spins eastward faster than the Earth, and that the outer core right around it spins the other way at a slower pace. Oh, how exciting! Just make stuff up. They just literally, dude.
Purely.
This is why they'll never come. Why? If you could get paid to just like make stuff up, like wouldn't you do it? You get paid good money just to like you just have
It's
to make.
tempting, ain't it? Dude, there's so many ways I could make money, dude. If I like joined the Globe, if it was just about, but I'd feel like I'm selling my soul. But dude, we could do like GoFundMe's about bullshit fucking things in orbit or putting something in orbit. You see how they just make things up or we could make models and stuff, to try and describe their bullshit, write papers on that. Bro, I'd feel like I'd be selling my soul, but I could probably get filthy rich because so many idiots would contribute to the bullshit.
Yeah. Like, and what's funny is how they supposedly determine this super rotation thing is seismic activity. So that's the same thing they use to disprove it.
Wah, wah, wah. Back to the drawing board. They go. They act like they know about the freaking magnetic core of like Saturn and Jupiter, all this shit. They ain't even figured out the shit on Earth. They think there's a remote control rover 78 million miles away. Who the fuck believes that, man? Once you've been pointed out all the BS and you still believe that, I can't help you. Think there's a remote control rover 78 million miles away. Ridiculous. They updated all that, like parachutes. Like they showed parachutes deploying these things, and then we pointed out the problem that can't have parachutes with no atmosphere, and then they start talking about helicopters, and then we show them a vacuum with a freaking fan blowing a feather and how it doesn't blow at all, and they say, well, these are super fast. They're just updating their arguments compared to what we say. Like that's probably what they do. They probably have people just steadily watching and listening to us, and then making their points based on what we say.
This is crazy, right? So it's like scientists have long postulated that the Earth's core doesn't just spin; it spins faster than the surface does. But this is old too. But now a pair of experts from the University of USC, so from USC, says the core travels more slowly than the outer surface of Earth, and even changes directions about every 6 years. So if he's claiming that what they mean by changes direction is slows down, then this sentence makes no sense. The core travels more slowly than the outer surface of Earth and even changes directions about every 6 years. If it's moving slower and you're claiming that the slower means goes the opposite direction, then how can it be changing directions when it's already going slower? If that's what going slower means. Like, it's just crazy, bro.
If it's going slower, that automatically means it's going the opposite direction. You can't say it's going slower if it's going against our rotation. I don't know. I kind of see what they're saying, but
they're trying to say, yeah, but I'm saying that's not what it says, though, right? Like he's trying to say that what they mean by changing direction is going the opposite way. And Kosho and Leflin were both like mocking me about this yesterday, and I kept trying to correct them, and he just wouldn't listen. And they're like, so basically what they're saying is that when they say it's spinning the same direction, it's because it's spinning faster. When they say it's stopped, it's because it's spinning the same exact rate. And when they say it's going the opposite direction, it's because it's spinning slower. But that's not what it's saying, right? Like they're saying that when it spins, and that's like there's a super rotation model from back in the day. But now they're saying like it first in June, they were saying, oh, it spins slower than the Earth. And on occasion, it goes the other direction. It changes direction. That the core goes slower than the surface, and sometimes it changes direction. So if you're claiming that it going in a different direction actually means going slower, the sentence goes slower and sometimes changes direction doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I just had to think about it for a second. But it's Coriolis.
Here he goes. They're saying, see, he's saying the same thing. Oh my gosh, you think the core stopped spinning? This is what happens when you only read clickbait headline. And this is like all the scientists explaining it specifically. They're just like robots, dude.
If it's stationary, what's it doing? If it's stationary, it's still spinning with Earth. What are they claiming?
This is the problem. Like this Mandelbrot set, he has no accountability. He can say the most insane, most ridiculous stuff in the chat, be super arrogant, derogatory, talk crazy, dig his grave. But who cares? Like, right? Like, why would he care? If he's completely wrong, he at least got the emotional enjoyment of like berating and mocking someone. And then what's the worst that's going to happen? Nothing. So like I think we should maybe at least consider like a collective decision that's like these people are kind of energy vampires to some extent, and I don't know. For me in 2023, I'm going to end up being like, I'm not
keeping it
debating.
alive, bro. If it wasn't for them, that's unfortunately that's how we're getting most of advertisement out for new
You
people.
think so? Because Caleb got hundreds of thousands of views just doing 2-minute TikToks explaining flat Earth.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And like. It's not that debates are bad, but debates should be like seen by thousands of people. Like, yeah, I do get lots of people reaching out to me saying that my debates woke them up, but it's because it was on a YouTube channel where thousands of people watch it. Right? Like,
yeah, I guess all you're really getting out of these are beer. I mean, that has made you kind of who you are, but yeah, it has kind of played its role. But like, don't even take to heart what some of these chat people. I mean, that's one thing to not show your face or your name, but not even your voice, bro. I would pay them no attention, bro.
Yeah.
They don't have a name, a face, or even a voice. Like that's what are you? You're nothing. You might as well. You ain't even a bot nowadays. Even the bots are better. So you have
Yeah,
no
like that's
name.
for sure. The first thing is like I'm just gonna say like if you don't come into VC, then you're just gonna get ignored.
Name, face, and voice. Wow, I don't talk much.
Yeah, but do you like constantly mock and ridicule and berate people for questioning the globe Earth and call them stupid for like 7 years at a time?
Oh, I hate to mock or berate anybody for any reason.
Well, that's the point being made is that a lot of these anti-flat earthers they can say whatever, they can just lie, they can call you whatever, they can be completely wrong, double down 50 times, strawman you, misrepresent you, lie, because what's going to happen? They can just come back tomorrow like it never happened, and it's not like anyone knows about it in their real life, so you know.
I seen your last few videos, Captain Caveman. I like watching your videos.
You have to pay for all these stupid freaking articles, man. It sucks.
Yeah, and it's one thing not talking much, but some of these people never ever talk. Like I've never heard their voice, not even once. You know, it's one thing to not have a voice, you know, just come in every now and then, but to never express anything, not a face, not a name, and not even a voice ever. They have no accountability whatsoever. Say whatever they want and just reset as soon as they rejoin wherever else. And mock people. That's what Peyton S. Shield does, dude. Like he never brings up any arguments. He just tries to hear what you have to say and then mock you for it. Poison the well. Insult. I caught on to that real soon. Like I went back and listened to some of my streams when I first days, and I listened to him. I'm like, hold on, dude. I've been going back listening to these, and for like 2 or 3 streams in a row, he ain't made one argument for the globe, not even one. All he does is sit there.
Bro. He's the worst, bro. It's like this. It's just weird. It's super weird. It's like they literally. It's like they get like an adrenaline rush off like repeating the mantra in this like ridicule the flat earthers script. It's like they get a high off of it.
Right, they're the ones who we need to attack though, and keep attacking,
Yeah,
hitting them,
bro. I mean,
they're the ones only thing keeping it from spreading. You know, from spreading even faster than it already is.
Only because we talk
keep
so
on
much. Like, imagine if the amount of time we gave to the anti-flat earther we all put towards finding ways to glitch out the algorithm. Or we all put, like, if that many hours were actually on public debates viewed by thousands of people. Like, think about how much different it would be of an impact. If all the time we talked, these get lost in the ether. Right. I mean, it's cool though. Like we have like a brotherhood here. We learn a bunch of stuff. We talk to a bunch of stuff here. It's cool. I'm not like downing the server. I'm not downing being here. Obviously, I come here all the time, bro. You know, like I do work. I'm putting all kinds of different stuff on my channel together over the last couple of weeks before I really come back full force and like I'm in here while I'm doing it. So I'm just saying, like there is something to be said about it. Like if you loan someone money and they never pay you back, like if you keep loaning them money anyway, at some point it's kind of your fault, right? I mean,
Yeah, but man, I've heard you come in sometimes, you know, especially when I wasn't able to go in and no other veterans, and I heard you come in and just totally turn things around. So at least if you do cut down on it, at least when you have opportunities and some of the newer people need some help against some of these jerks, make sure you come in when you can and put them in their place. Like fight the flat Earth over on the other on 24/7 channel. Like, dude, humiliated that guy. And McToon the next day, bro, in rhythm, you destroyed him, bro. It was so awesome.
Yeah, and I knew that that was being broadcast, you know, to like thousands of people. But honestly, like my wife thought it was a waste of time because all the people that watch their channel religiously are like completely lost in the sauce, you know.
Yeah, but I made videos about it, and then other people have made videos about it short, and it's getting out there. And it's also, you know, just making these videos, it's a history of their bullshit. Every time they bullshit, I try and make a short video on it. It's always there. Anytime they try and come in with some bullshit, I can go back and pull it up. Just saying.
Brian, you got to read those. You got to read all those Michael Brenner comps, dude. You'd have so much more ammo in your bag when you read those, dude. There's so many points that you would just like totally be good at like expounding upon mathematically and conceptually. There's just it's over. I mean, he's pointing out how ridiculous it is with details and mathematics and quotes from every pseudoscientist there ever was with history and everything else added to it.
Yeah, I mean, that is like to the core. But I like diving in deeper myself. Like, but he does have some good core arguments, man. But I
Dude, he
like
goes
that.
deep. You have to read them. You'll know what I'm saying when you read them. There's like 70. I've made 70 of them. No,
Really?
73. Yeah, they're all posted. They're look in this server. Look under Brenner comps.
Okay, I'll do that.
Listed.
I hate reading, man. Fuck.
Just go to his
No,
Quora
I'm
page and
looking.
put it
I'm
on
reading.
text to speech even.
I'm reading it. Oh, they have that?
Yeah, you know, just select the text and then go text to speech on your computer. It'll read it for you. You have to select the text.
Theory of colors.
Yeah, there's some other cool stuff besides flat Earth stuff in there. The video underneath that one accompanies it.
Centripetal force. Centripetal force, not a real force.
Yeah, that was the question. And he wasn't saying he's not saying it's not a real force. But someone asked a question, why are people saying centripetal force isn't a real force? And he corrects them and answers it.
You know, you guys gotta watch this video. Captain Caveman put this video in here, and like, if you just make it through, like, start at whatever. I mean, start at whatever you want to do. But like, I would just play the video and then make it to like if you make it to 2 minutes, it's so funny, dude.
The Easter eggs one, right? I was watching that.
No, like the debate challenge, hype insane.
Oh.
Like, it's just really funny. Like, I think it's funny.
Captain Caveman's cool.
Yeah, I heard that in that debate, and I just couldn't help but throw that together because that just fits so good with what went on.
Yeah, that's super funny.
He's an idiot, man. That's funny shit, dude.
So mad.
I debated his dumbass. He pretty much admitted he called and freaking harassed. And they're talking about papers and everything. And Travis writes a paper, and they post it at Georgia Tech, about refraction and all that. And Sean Hawkins just calls and harasses them until they take it down. Like, what is that, dude? Like,
They're terrible people, dude.
The guy sitting there, even the guy who took it down was having good conversations, whether he's a Glober or not. Travis is making legitimate points and showing it, demonstrating, and wrote it up and gets it pretty much. That's published and on their site. And Sean Hawkins wasn't having it. He's a flat earther, just calling and just bugging out. The guy was like calling him a weirdo, but they still got it took down though. That was messed up. You said that, man, I'd debate 10v1. You got to come to work. It's like if I debated everybody who I took their ball away, and every day I wouldn't have no time to do anything else. That's funny.
So I'm wondering if he was like really mad about that.
Dude, on TikTok, I got like 800 views in the first day when I posted the short of you talking to that girl, like the one he just posted where, hey, the earth is flat. That was funny shit, dude. That's like, to me, one of the funniest videos out. And as the first video I ever posted, first or second on TikTok, I just made a little. I heard people talking about it, so I just made a little account and posted it. And first video or second video I forgot, and 800 views just like that. Damn. I've only posted a couple of them up there. But I probably get more views on TikTok than I do YouTube, and I've made hundreds of videos, like a couple hundred on YouTube. That was hilarious though, Austin. You know the video I'm talking about where you're like, I know you're probably reading, but you're like, yeah, the earth is flat. And she's like, bucks and six. You're like, yeah, the earth is flat. He's like, say what? Yeah, the earth is flat. Oh shit. The earth is flat. The earth is flat.
It's hilarious.
That's so funny. I put it down as instantly woke.
No, that's it.
Hey, what city or what state or whatever is Kai from? Like, is she? Y'all in the same town?
No, nah. She was staying like close to Cali, and she grew up in North Carolina.
Okay, y'all just met pretty much on the internet and hooked up.
Yeah.
That's cool. That is awesome. Cool.
Yeah, we met on Discord.
Yeah, my wife don't really get involved in any of this shit, but she ain't stupid though. She don't believe in any of the bullshit. Any of the bullshit. Never really did, dude. Weird.
Dude, think about how funny it is too. Like this guy, like the guy in the chat, he's like, "The core has not stopped rotating. Man, you will believe anything. You're such an idiot." Da-da-da. And the ironic part is when he finds out that is literally what they're saying, he will believe it. He's the one that will believe anything. It's just crazy, bro. Like,
Yeah, of course the core stopped rotating.
yeah. Like, did you not? Yeah, the study proves it. Oh. We're literally saying we hope people will update the model to have the Earth as a dynamic model, where the core moves independent of the movement of the surface. Dude, it's so funny. He's like, look, the first two words, differential rotation, and what it's saying is that that's what's been thought. I mean, if there's some way I'm wrong, because he just gave me the paper because I was behind a paywall, so we'll see.
He gave you a paper that was behind the paywall.
Yeah, that PDF at 34 minutes after the hour, that was the paper that everyone is using to say the Earth's course stopped spinning. I don't know if this is the right paper. Maybe it is, but it's like not saying what was quoted in by the articles. Like it quoted the paper allegedly, but those sayings aren't even in the paper.
I like almost give up on reading their posts. They know that their posts hardly ever back up what they say.
Well, drop the links to those articles, Kosho. I tried to get the paper, Nate. It's behind a paywall.
Well, who told you that it stops rotating the core? Who told you the core stopped rotating?
That's what all of the articles say. It actually has quotes that say that that's what the paper says.
So these guys are saying that all of these articles are wrong.
Yeah.
What?
Well, they're claiming that what they mean by goes the other way is actually slows down slower than the spin of the Earth. But I just now read it out loud where they say that they used to believe that the the Earth's core spins slower at times, and then sometimes it even reverses direction. So if it's sometimes the Earth's core spins slower and sometimes it even changes direction, then how could spin slower mean changes direction, right? Like that doesn't make sense.
Seems like a waste of time. These guys are arguing against their own guys that are saying it stopped spinning.
Well, I want to know if
Jeremy,
I'm wrong.
that's not what happened.
No. So I mean, do you
No.
think Witsit made it up that it stopped spinning, or?
No, I think Whitsitt misunderstood an article and never really looked at the paper that the article was.
You haven't read the
referencing
paper.
to.
You haven't read the paper.
Who says who? How do you know
I did. I said that.
Yeah, well, you're wrong, buddy. And you
Okay,
know
then cite exactly the paper where it says it didn't stop spinning. Cite it.
You've said about people.
Hold
Cite
on,
it.
Nate. Your mic is popping horribly. We can't even. You're barely understandable.
Cite it, Nate.
I am understandable. Whitsitt can hear me.
You're
Your
like,
mic's
like eating your mic, but
Your mic's
cite it.
dead. Stop deep throating your mic, bro.
Is it better?
Because he just dropped the paper. You said you read it. I know you didn't, but maybe you read some of it. So cite where in the paper it says I'm wrong.
Is my mic better now?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, what we were saying, Whitsitt was wrong on is his interpretation of what the article was saying.
Cite it.
And it's, the paper says something totally different to what Whitsitt's saying, and it agrees with what Kosho and the Pink Panther was saying the whole time.
It says it's in an oscillation.
Yeah, but whatever you were saying was wrong, Whitsitt.
Oh, just because you say so?
Because I say so, yeah.
Okay, so you didn't read it.
Yeah, because who says I didn't read it? I'm telling you that you were wrong.
You just lied and said you read it, so you might as well go on mute.
I never said I read it.
You
What
did. I
said
said you didn't read it. You said you were wrong. You're wrong. I did read it.
Everybody's
Maybe I read it. Who knows?
Oh, now you're back to saying you read it again. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Just
whether
go
I
on
read
mute.
it or not is not the point of the argument.
Just go on
the
mute,
point
dude.
of this argument is that you were wrong in
How am I wrong?
interpretation of the article, and the truth is within the paper, which you haven't even read.
Because it was behind a paywall.
Yeah, but paywalls don't stop nobody.
But you haven't read it either. I'm reading it right now. You haven't read it.
Find it, even though
So far, it completely supports what I said.
behind a paywall. No, it doesn't.
It does. It says
You were wrong.
oscillation.
Yo,
It says
guys, let each other talk, man. Come on, don't interrupt. Let each other the space for making the point and then answer it, okay?
This dude's
Please don't
jumping
talk
in like
over
he's
each other.
correcting me, and he hasn't read it.
Yeah, so just overtalk me too.
Yeah, Whitsitt, come on. And you're a mod here. Jesus.
Yeah, but you do need to say sorry, Woodson. You know, you were saying some mean things. Now you were proven to be wrong, and like you're gonna act like you weren't. You know,
I
that's
haven't been
not
proven to
following
be
the
wrong yet. I just said that if I'm wrong, I will say it. So show me where in the paper it says I'm wrong.
It's in the paper, bro. Just read it. But you'll
You
see
haven't
you're wrong.
even. Why are you lying and saying it's in the paper, but you haven't even read it?
It's in the paper. Trust me. My
See,
sources have read it, and they've told me it's in the paper, and they've told me you were wrong. I know you haven't read the paper. I know you were just going off something you saw in the article, and you misunderstood it. So you should say sorry.
no, dude. Your sources are people that hide behind anonymity in the
Yeah,
chat.
no, shut up, Nate. Say
And-
sorry.
And in the chat, and what the dude said was he used the first sentence to say I was wrong because he doesn't understand what the first sentence says. I'm gonna read it now because you're gonna look dumb. Watch. Okay, so what he thought proved me wrong. Nate's reliable source, you know, the little gamma in the chat that constantly personally insults and doxes people and hides behind anonymity. His very valid source. He said that I was wrong because it says differential rotation of Earth's inner core relative to the mantle is thought to occur under the effects of the geodynamo on core dynamics and gravitational core mantle coupling. This rotation has been inferred from temporal changes between repeated seismic waves that should traverse the same path through the inner core. So this is what everyone has thought up to this point. That's what the first sentence says. Then it says, here we analyze repeated seismic waves from the early 1990s and show that all of the past that previously showed significant temporal changes have exhibited little change over the past decade. This globally consistent pattern suggests that inner core rotation has recently paused. We compare this recent pattern in the Alaskan seismic records of South Sandwich Islands doublets going back to 1964, and it seems to be associated with the gradual turning back of the inner core as a part of an approximate 7-decade oscillation, with another turning point in the 70s. The multi-decades periodicity coincides with changes in several other geophysical observations, especially the length of day and magnetic field. These observations provide evidence for dynamic interactions between the Earth's layer from the deepest interior of the surface, potentially due to gravitational coupling and exchange of angular momentum from the core and the mantle to the surface. So it literally says it. It says it right there. And of course, I actually posted this. I'm the one that posted it. I posted like 4 different articles, and I posted all these mainstream scientific communicators explaining the article, claiming that it seems we were wrong, and actually the core is decoupled from the surface and moves independent because it's in a fluid, and that it stopped and went the other way. I'm the one that posted this paper. I just wasn't paying $20 for it.
I mean, yeah, I got just Google searched it real quick, and I got CNN telling me Earth's inner core may have stopped rotating. Now, this article was from 4 days ago. Maybe you guys aren't up on the current science. When's that PDF from or whatever?
I just read off the PDF. It's the funny part.
I know, but when's it from? Oh, so the PDF backs you
The
up.
PDF is what all the articles are referencing as the new study that shows it. And look, here's Michio Kaku on CNN and Fox News saying the same thing that I'm saying.
I'm reading a thing from Nature. They're saying that all the researchers don't agree. That's a shocker. All right, so the PDF backed you up. All these goofy science communicator places are saying it may have stopped spinning. What's the problem? Do these guys not like their own model?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Like, because I was looking into it, and like I said, I'm willing to admit I'm wrong, but this is the problem with what he's saying. He's saying that basically when they claim that it's going the opposite way, what they actually mean is it's slowing down. So, and that whenever it's stopped, it's actually just spinning perfectly with it. But I just now read point blank where it says the Earth's core was moving eastwardly, and now it's moving west. So I don't know. I don't know how that. What does that mean? Like here, I just read the PDF, right? It literally says that it suggests that the inner core rotation has recently paused. We compared this recent pattern to something else going back to 1964, and it seems to be associated with a gradual turning back of the inner core as a part of an approximately 7-decade oscillation. And by the way, even if I'm wrong, see what will happen is I'll say, okay, looks like I was wrong. All these articles misrepresented it. The mainstream scientists misrepresented it. They didn't understand it, and they're misleading people and saying it the wrong way. And I'd admit I'm wrong. And my point that I went over with Brian for 10 minutes is still the same, which is you guys never admit you're wrong, and you hide behind anonymity so you can come back tomorrow and pretend it never happened. And this isn't saying I'm wrong yet. So if someone was to actually show me where it says that in the paper, I'm all ears. See, and all the Globers don't even agree. And the part that doesn't make sense is when he says that, so what they're saying is when they say it's going the opposite direction, it actually means that it's slowing down, that it's not going as fast as the surface of the Earth. But I had just read earlier out loud where it says, so the Earth's core is moving slower than the surface of the Earth. And sometimes it even changes direction. So if it says the Earth's core moves slower than the Earth, and sometimes it even changes directions, that doesn't make sense to say slowing down slower than the Earth means changing directions. That makes no sense.
No, they're pretty much claiming the paper's contradicted itself, I guess.
Well, so the model up until this is why it's making all the news is because this is like a different claim than was previously thought, and it was previously thought that the Earth's core moves with the same angular momentum as the surface of the Earth, right? And that they're coupled together, and that sometimes it'll just kind of slow down with super rotation. He just took a screenshot of the paragraph I read, which actually says it paused and went the other way.
So stop would mean spinning in lockstep with the Earth. That's stop.
Right, because see, it says in the first thing right here, it says that it's a gravitational core mantle coupling, that it's coupled together, right? And then it goes on and says, it says, here we analyze. So it says that this is what's thought. So it's thought to occur under the effects of geodynamo based on the dynamics of differential rotation because it's coupled together. And then it says, here we analyze the information. And then it says the information suggests that the inner core is recently paused. And we compare this recent pattern to the other information that says that it's going the other way. It's going back the other way.
So what are they saying? Stop it. You should ask them that. What is stop?
They're going to say that means just going the same speed as the Earth.
And going the other way.
But what's it? It says it's relative to the mantle.
No, it says that differential rotation of Earth's inner core relative to the mantle.
Relative to the mantle. There you go.
Is thought to occur. And then it says, here we
do you know what that
analyze.
sentence means? Relative to the mantle?
Nate, does going slower than the Earth mean going the other way?
Do you know what relative to the mantle means, Brian?
No, I'm just asking what you think, Nate. Does moving...
I asked my question first. Please answer mine and I'll answer yours. Let's just be fair, man.
What's your question?
In that thing which I just read right now, the first sentence where it talks about all of this happening relative to the mantle. Earth's inner core relative to the mantle.
The stationary moving once a day mantle.
What?
The stationary mantle rotating
You
once a day mantle. What
you
mantle?
understand,
Yo,
Brian,
here it
that if
goes. Here it goes. Look, nevertheless, an end magnetic lag of about 2 decades is well recognized between the highly correlated ALOD or delta LOD and magnetic signals, indicating the coupling system is complicated, not simply at the core mantle boundary. The complicated coupling and resonating system may indeed involve the inner core. That's the whole point. It's challenging the previous understanding of the core surface relationship. That's why it made all the mainstream headlines, bro. Now, if
no,
I'm wrong, I'm happy
made
to admit I'm wrong.
mainstream.
That means that Michio Kaku is wrong, and that means that
How is
every
Michio
other art.
Kaku wrong?
Well, yeah, I just posted the interview where he
And I
specifically
watched
says,
the interview. The
and he says
headline
it's
speaks
decoupled. Does he
about.
say it? Does he say it's decoupled?
Hang on. The headline speaks about inner core may have stopped, and he explained it just means the inner core is moving freely from the mantle, right? It has some sort of freedom because it's like in a
Fluid.
you know,
It's a
it's
liquid. Yeah.
it's almost in the fluid state. It's molten, so it's free to move with respect to the mantle. He never said anything about it stopping. Earth's inner core
Yes, he
may
did.
have stopped. That's a gotcha headline. You know, he doesn't talk about it stopping. He just says this
He literally
phenomena
did.
happens every 6 to 7 years. You know,
He said that it's
I don't know
decoupled.
how he's wrong. Yeah,
Okay, I'm just
decouple
gonna
doesn't mean it's stopping.
literally read off what he said.
All right, read it.
Since you just want to make stuff up.
Go ahead. You gonna read it?
I'm trying to look at the closed captions, man.
All right.
So he holds his hand up. He says, think of this as the core and this is the rest of the earth. And he puts his fist inside of it. Okay? Then he says, they are disengaged. One can stop and the other remains moving. Hey, what does that mean?
It means they are disengaged. They're not connected to each other. They rotate freely relative to each other. If one stopped moving, it wouldn't make the other stop moving because they're not connected to each other. But he's not at all saying that the core has stopped rotating.
So he's saying they're decoupled. One can stop moving, the other can keep moving, right?
Yes, that's because he's trying to elaborate as to what decoupled means. They are independent from each other. It's not that they spin together. One can spin faster than the other, slower than the other, or if one was still rotating and the other stopped, you know, he's just elaborating on what decoupled means in case there are people that don't understand him. But he's not saying one has stopped moving.
You
That's just the
slippery
headline.
bitch, ain't you? Nate's a slippery
That's
bitch,
the
ain't he?
truth, though. That's exactly what he said. He's not
Is the
saying it
man?
has
Is the
stopped.
mantle stop? Is the mantle stopped if it rotates once a day? What is stop to you?
It doesn't matter what stop means to me. What needs to happen right now is Woodson needs to apologize.
Yeah, right.
You so full of shit, Nate.
This is literally saying that it's decoupled and one can stop moving. And you guys said that it's impossible and that it moves together, and it's only talking about super rotation and that it all moves in the same direction, that the whole Earth moves together. That's literally what Kosho just said. He just said that the whole Earth moves together, and it's just talking about super rotation, and it's all moving together in the same direction. He's sitting here saying that they're decoupled. We've actually found out they're decoupled, and that one can stop moving and even reverse going the opposite way.
Kosho needs to speak for himself. Yeah, I'm not going to talk.
So not moving means getting lapped by the mantle once every 24 hours. That's not moving.
I don't know what said that or what you mean.
See, I can okay. I understand the concept, right? So they're saying like think about it like this. It's what it looks like relative to us if we were on the surface and could see the core, right? So it's like if we're looking at the core and it's all moving together, if the core is going a little faster, it's going to look like it's spinning this direction. If it's going the same direction, it's going to look like it's not moving. And if it's spinning the opposite way, then it's going to look like, or if it's spinning slower, it's going to look like it's going the opposite way. Okay? That's what they say. That's what the theory's been for a long time. Right?
That's what I thought when you were saying it.
Yeah, that's what the theory's been for a long time. But they're sitting here saying that they're now saying it's decoupled. It's not coupled together. And I just read earlier from June an article from June saying that it's slowing. It goes slower than the Earth at times, and sometimes it even changes direction. So how could it say so? It's moving slower than the surface of the Earth, and sometimes even changes direction. If what it means is going slower is changing direction.
Make sense of that, Nate, or apologize, please.
The fifth time I've asked it too.
I wasn't listening. I'm sorry. I
See,
thought
they're
it's
never
you
gonna
and
answer.
Kosho now.
Never gonna
I
answer.
thought you were talking to
That's
Kosho.
worth repeating. So what he's saying, and sometimes it goes slower, and sometimes it goes the opposite way. So if going slower is the opposite way, which is what you're basically saying, but being a little slippery about it, then what does going the opposite way mean? If it sometimes goes slower and then can even go the opposite way. See? You're busted. Now apologize, please.
Never happened.
And
I'm not
apologize
listening.
for asking
Aren't you
Austin
guys
to
talking to Kosho?
I need you to apologize and apologize for telling Austin to apologize, please.
Well,
Well,
Austin
watch out.
must apologize first.
Watch, let me read this. Scientists have long postulated that Earth's core doesn't just spin, it spins faster than the surface does. But in new research published last week in Science Advances, a pair of experts from the University of South California say that the core travels more slowly than the outer surface of Earth and even changes directions about every 6 years.
So, in other words, going more slowly is not a change of directions. They're saying it point blank. Now, apologize, please. Austin's took the time to point it out plain as day. While you were trying to get him to apologize, he said, "Yeah, if I'm." And you're trying to rush an apology out of him. He reads it. He finds a perfect. No way you can argue with slowing down not being a change of direction because they say it's.
Well, and they clearly say that it's a new idea. This is from June. Then this other paper was published in January. This is from June of last year.
This is what you do with all their papers, man. They try and say some bullshit. You read it. You pull out. You wind up having to go. I see what you're saying about. You peg them down, dude. Every time you peg them down with their own bullshit. You take the time to do it, but it's always worth it, man. In the end, because they're left owing an apology.
You see, he keeps saying it. Changes direction, aka switch slower or faster. What?
That he's being dishonest.
Well, no, I'm still open.
Oh, you talking
to
about
me
the
being
paper?
wrong.
Okay, I thought you was talking about what you call it.
No, I'm still open to me being wrong, but it's like gross miscommunication to the public, and even from Michio Kaku. Right, because he point blank says in CNN and Fox News, he uses his hands and everything, like explaining it.
Does he do the opposite finger twirl?
What?
Does he show it going the other way with the opposite finger twirl around his fist?
He puts his fist inside of his open hand and he moves it the other way.
It's an opposite fist clench.
Yeah.
Anti-rotational fist. Good enough.
Because this is still like a big deal either in either interpretation, right? Because it's like drastically changes the geodynamo.
You said you're
still
open to
reading it.
changing your mind. If they showed you anything worth changing your mind over yet,
No.
then they probably won't. They haven't already. Gonna be the same as always. Of you explaining their own model to them.
Well, no, I don't know because it makes sense though, right? Like it's still the idea
does.
that it's like if it's moving with the Earth, it's gonna look it's not moving. Like I understand the concept,
Right,
you know?
but
Like I don't care either way.
What you just said though, what you read is blatantly against that. If it says, I mean, it does make sense to me too. At first, when you first told, yeah, if it's not going as fast as the Earth, then I could consider it going in the opposite direction. But the way, if you were reading part of the paper, it says that it slows down compared to the Earth's rotation, and then sometimes changes directions. Then slowing down is not a change in direction, point blank. If that's part of the paper, then they're contradicting themselves. Unless they're talking about slows down like just barely going faster than us and then changes direction, meaning going slower than us. But it doesn't, I mean, they're not very
Well,
clear on that.
that's what they would be saying. They would be saying that it's slowed down to where it's moving the same speed as us, meaning quote unquote stopped, and then it slowed down further than that, meaning going the opposite direction.
The whole freaking Earth rotation bullshit, dude, just throws a curveball or a wrench in every conversation. It seems like.
Yo, I know one thing. If this is what they means, dude, it's so bad how they communicate these ideas to the public, dude. It's so bad.
Do they say it's rotating with parallel to the equator, like at a 23 tilt?
Saying about that. It's so cringe to watch this interview again.
So, did we get that all squared away? Michio Kaku explained it for us how their or the core stop rotating.
I don't know. I'm trying to read it. Like for sure he like demonstrates it as stops and moves differently and that they're decoupled. He literally says decoupled, But as I'm reading through the article, it keeps referencing the idea of complicated coupling. So it's like Michio Kaku just like blatantly misunderstands it, or they're actually proposing this whole new idea that it actually moves completely independent of the surface. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Like when they jumped
They're
in and
still
acted like
arguing the
he didn't
coupling thing.
misrepresent it, then that's like very disingenuous.
Yeah. Who, Michio Kaku?
Yeah, like if Kosho's right, which I'm definitely open to him being right, which is why I've been like asking him this whole time. But I was just reading all the articles saying point blank that it says at one point it says that it's moving westwardly, and then it says it moves easterly. So like it says the core moves westwardly and then moves easterly. And then it claims that the inner core and the outer core move in different directions, and the inner core moves with the earth and the outer core moves in the opposite direction of the inner core. So it's like their whole motto is ridiculous. Like they're all like laughing like, you don't understand super rotation, the whole earth moves together. They're claiming that like the inner core and the outer core move in opposite directions. So either way, they have something moving the opposite way. So I mean, forgive me if I'm wrong. Then forgive me for reading that it was moving westwardly and now it's moving easterly. To me, that it stopped and started going easterly. That sounds like it changed directions. Yeah. But I'm trying to read through this. I don't. It does say coupling a lot in the paper. So coupling, complicated coupling would mean it moves together with angular momentum.
So you're sorry with it?
If I'm wrong, sure.
Can you say I'm sorry, guys?
If I come to the conclusion that I'm actually incorrect.
Okay.
I'm pretty
all
sure
right, fair.
I read somewhere a few months ago that they discovered there's an inner core. They just discovered an inner core. So there's an inner core, an inner core, and an outer core.
There's no core. Period. There's no rotation. There's all horse shit. The magnetic field propagates from the center and it gets weaker as it moves toward the edges. Simple reality.
It'd be
We all
pretty
know
cool to
that.
see the side data and to do anything with a core which is beneath our feet.
If that's the case, our compasses would point straight down. Common sense. There's no ball. So stupid the way they have it. Like if it's coming from the center underneath our feet, that's where our compasses would point. Point blank. Unless they can show me a magnetic field that skips a zone and picks back up on a surface. I'm going to put a ball magnet inside of a bigger ball, like 10 times bigger, have it dead in the middle, and see which way the needle points. Not going to point toward the top of the shell. It's going to point down to the ball in the core. I mean, what the fuck? What happened to common sense? They lost it somewhere. It's another bullshit thing that they can't demonstrate, like all their other claims. Their whole model is upside down, undemonstratable, unfalsifiable. A
I mean,
big
is there a
joke.
coupling problem or is there not a coupling problem? If Michio Kaku says it's not coupled, I think he got it wrong. I think he owes us an apology.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
may have
either way.
misspoke. Either way, there's a coupling problem. Like
Either,
it's a complicated coupling, but still moves with the same angular momentum, or they're claiming that it's entirely independent and detached and decoupled, and that's what Michio Kaku said.
but we can all agree that if the magnet is 3,000 miles down, then that's which way our needles would point. We all agree to that.
Well, what is he? Is he a physicist, an astrophysicist? Is he a geologist? Does he have a whole team? So he must be relying on his team's data as well. So, I don't know. It's not possible that he knows everything, is it?
No, yeah, he's a theoretical physicist, and he's typically used as a scientific communicator, and they get things wrong all the time. Like, it wouldn't surprise me. It's gross how like misinformed the public becomes due to stuff like this, but I don't know. I'm looking into it. I just want to know either way, because in both scenarios, it's a big problem for their geodynamo model. Either way. Right? So.
Is that geodynamo model the only model that they have, or is it just the most prominent one? Or
Yeah, all the other ones are like there's a lot of them, but all the other ones don't work at all. And there's different versions of the geodynamo, but yeah.
so they haven't really got it down to like a standard. It's
No,
kind
no,
of a
no.
gray area.
No, except just enough for the layman terms for the bots to repeat, which is like that there's like iron nickel in the core, and that the outer core has liquid that moves, creating current that generates the magnetic field. Right.
And they
Like
get the data. They get that data from some type of a beam that they're pointing through the earth beneath our feet.
mostly just looking at like seismic activity. Yeah.
Because seismic activity, I thought that was a lateral thing. I didn't know. I mean, they can tell how deep an earthquake is, yeah. But it'd be interesting to know what tools they use. 'Cause that would be very telling.
Well, the way they interpret that whole thing is just total pseudoscience. So, like the way they interpret oscillation readings, and then they try to put that into assumed density layers and stuff like that. Says we hope our study can motivate some researchers to build and test models which treats the whole Earth as an integrated dynamic system. but none of the models explain all the data very well, in my opinion, is what the seismologist John Vidal from the University of, or from USC said. But of course, when it says that none of the models explain the data very well, it actually means that it works perfectly fine. I'm going to put together a presentation that just like destroys their core magnetic field, geomagnetic field model. And so I need to figure this out. But I think it does it as of now. I'm leaning towards me having been wrong, and that Michio Kaku and the mainstream articles are just wrong. And it's not just the headlines either; it's the actual articles. Because the whole article keeps saying coupling, right? So I'm gonna figure it out in the next few minutes. Like it's okay. It's saying it's oscillating like a swing. Well, swings go in two directions, dude. It's literally saying oscillation like a swing. Kosho admits that the big new thing that it's saying is that it's the oscillation. It's proposing oscillation, and it literally says here that it's going back and forth like a swing and oscillating. So if it's going back and forth oscillating, that's moving in different directions. That's not just slowing down. So we're back full circle now, where I just don't. Well, and I just ran it by ChatGPT as well, and it's saying now, of course, this could definitely be wrong. ChatGPT gets stuff wrong, but it says, I said, so when it says stop spinning and turn the other way, does it actually mean that the core is spinning in the same direction as the Earth, but just slowing down and speeding up, or does it literally mean it spins the opposite direction? This is after I just pasted a lot of the article. And it says the text suggests that the inner core has stopped its rotation and started rotating the opposite direction, not just slowing down and speeding up. The authors suggest that the inner core was previously rotating in one direction and has now started rotating the opposite direction as part of an approximately 7-decade oscillation. The exact process by which this change occurs is not explicitly stated, but the author suggests that it could be due to gravitational coupling and the exchange of angular momentum between the core and the mantle.
There's no like graphics. No one did a 3D rendering Blender program showing how what's going on. They didn't model it.
Now that the animations just show like the data of the seismic activity. I mean, if you can make sense of this chart here.
You think, if anything, the supposed core of the Earth should be in lockstep, like locked in with the sun. Like held at ransom by the sun. It should be like a solid locking. You know, because the Earth is like stuck to the sun by a tether.
What's so funny is they're trying to connect this to the days getting shorter, LOD, that's length of day. And so the Earth spinning faster, but how would the core spinning slower or going in the opposite direction, how would that cause the Earth to spin faster? Wouldn't it do the opposite?
If
It's a
Earth's
very
core starts
dynamic
slowing
system.
down, then yeah, I think if Earth's core stops slowing down, I don't see how that would help us spin faster.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's a dynamic system you wouldn't understand.
That's what they're
there are
saying. They're
too
saying
many-
we hope people can help model this out as a new dynamic system. And then another seismologist from USC is like, none of the models so far make any sense. Which means it does make perfect sense and the globe is perfect and everything's answered.
So the guy said the core of the globe model doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like trying to model out what's going on with the core. None of the models have made any sense, in his opinion.
Have you ever seen a model of like a visual representation of how gravity is depicted in our solar system, especially like between the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon? Just the like a child's representation in a cartoon of what it actually looks like. Is it like a web? Is it together? Is it a field? What? How would you even put that on paper?
So they can't even model out the core shit. The center
never
of their whole belief system can't even be modeled.
If you've got a model, you should be able to put it into a visual
There's no
representation.
model. There is no model. Did you hear Witt say? You just said that none of the models work. They can't model it.
That's a problem. I think they don't really like to ask these types of questions because they're so scared of their paradigm just breaking and shattering.
I just don't understand how can it turn. It says it's believed that the gravitational coupling between the heterogeneous mantle and inner core slows down the relative rotation or turns it into an oscillation. Like oscillations mean going back and forth.
Every time I've seen depictions of the Earth's molten core, it's always been like a dynamic fluid which is moving in every direction. Since I was born, every cartoon, every depiction, anything that's a moving picture, it's always been a dynamic fluid core that's moving in it just freely however it wants to go. So I guess Disney got it wrong.
I wonder if I really wish that we had like an AI that was fully unlimited so I could just be like, you know, like, yo, read this. Like, yo, what do you think about this? Drop a link in there, you know. Like, can you give me links to this? But it doesn't do that.
You ever played with virtual reality? What's it?
Nah, yeah, like a few years ago, it's just not my thing.
You know what I was thinking would be really cool if this channel just, you know, those games like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or whatever. You've got a center stage, yeah, and that could be like the host or the table, like the knights of the round table, and like a poker table, and you have like a circle around you with like 3 levels. And on those 3 levels with virtual reality, you could be sitting in your seat and you can look at all the other players like in a small sort of an opera house, a 1700s music hall, you know, an auditorium. And you could have this Earth Awakenings chat in that arena, virtual reality. And if you wanted to pass somebody like a file or whatever, you could put it on the table and it would show on a big screen and everyone would be able to see it, and it would just be such an awesome experience. A debate, virtual reality debate arena.
That's pretty cool.
I would never use that shit. I'm way too busy to just sit here and have 3D goggles on all day while we sit in this room. I don't know who the fuck has time for that.
There are good things about technology where you can have a bit of fun, you know, and like those virtual reality goggles, they're going to get lighter and smaller. It'll just be like putting on some sunglasses, you know. And you can turn the opaqueness off, so you could just turn them into regular sunglasses and just have a sort of like a cloudy view of whatever you're looking at, so you can still interact with the real world, not get too distracted. And
So what I want
if
to do
some
is make the real world a little fuzzy because of Discord chat.
yeah.
It would be neat though, just to be able to sit here and have this conversation like we're sitting at a table in this virtual reality room. I feel like the room would get trashed, but whatever.
Yeah, there'd be like virtual reality, like plastic bottles all over the ground, like after a rock concert, and there'd be like broken walls and holes in doors. Vomit in the corner. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard that they found an inner core to the inner core, and they know what it's made of, and it was some exotic material. Who knows? It's all a guess. I mean, I posted something from Wikipedia just half an hour ago or whatever, and it was saying that they have no idea to measure. There's no way that they can measure anything about the inner core. It's all just done by seismic and
Yeah, do you know they claim that the core of the Earth is like 2,000 miles wide?
Yeah, I read that the other day. That's insane.
Oh, and doesn't
No,
fluid
they said the radius, right? What's it?
Do I?
I swear they said the radius is 2,000. The radius of the core. It's like
Yeah,
1/3.
maybe so. Yeah.
It's insane. How could it be
Yeah,
that
that is
big?
what it says. With a radius of almost 2,200 miles, Earth's core is about the size of Mars.
Right? Like what?
So it's
Dude, these scientists are so
4,400
ballsy, bro.
miles across.
All
They're
right,
so ballsy.
you know how they always say that it's fluid dynamics. The Earth's atmosphere rotates with Earth. It's fluid dynamics. This core thing should have the same fluid dynamics going on. So I don't know why either Earth wouldn't be making the liquid in the core spin with it, or the liquid in the core wouldn't have some effect on the Earth, slow us down, speed us up, something. Like slowing down of the liquid in the core should slow down Earth, not make it go faster. That doesn't even make sense. That's not fluid dynamics.
Yeah,
wanna
like,
know,
wouldn't it drag behind? Like, wouldn't the outer core
You have
always drag
drag,
behind?
yeah.
I think
You
they
got
do say
drag.
that though. I think they say it that the outer core moves west, like moves the opposite direction as the core, and apparently that means relative motion. So it's moving backwards, but it's actually just moving slower. That would make sense with fluid dynamics, right? Like a blender.
Didn't they say they were independent though, like independent motions?
You're really low.
The whole thing's nuts, man. These scientists are so ballsy, man. Think that they can read seismic waves and know everything. Like, how the hell can you look at a seismic wave and determine that the core is spinning, let alone the direction and the speed?
Well,
Well, what's
even
funny is like these people clearly went and re-examined because they're like, oh man, the Earth is spinning faster, so they're trying to like change their model now. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they're trying to change their model because they recorded the shortest day ever. So if the Earth's speeding up, but I don't see how this helps them though, because like if the core is slowing down to such an extent that it's quote unquote going backwards, then how is that going to make the Earth spin faster?
Is that? I didn't realize they were connected. They're claiming that the spinning of the core is affecting the Earth's spin.
Well, this article is trying to say that it seems that they think it could correlate to LOD, which is length of day. And what's funny is they're all over the place. So there's people that there's parts of them that claim that the core is directly connected to the rotation of the surface, and there are some that claim that it's not. So they can just say whatever they want.
That's just insanity. They couldn't know any of that.
Whoa, did my article just close? It just closed right where I think I was reading that they were right. Okay, here. Yeah, I think I'm wrong. Look, let me read this. It says, wait, it just threw me off. Okay, yeah, so it says the inner core doesn't come to a full stop, he said. The study's finding, he said, means that the inner core is now more in sync with the rest of the planet than a decade ago when it was spinning a bit faster. So there you go. So I apologize, I was wrong. It is claiming that it is now going slower than the surface.
So all the
Yeah.
articles.
Yeah, all the articles are wrong. Michio Kaku's wrong.
Are they claiming that means it's going?
yeah, but what? Whose authority is higher than whose authority?
Well, when I read through the PDF, it says coupling the whole time. And the first sentence does say differential rotation. It's phrased in such a way as if it could be challenging the mainstream consensus at the time. When you read through the rest of the article, it consistently said gravitational coupling and the coupling mechanism. And so core torsional flows in the tangent cylinder by electromagnetic coupling. Nevertheless, an enigmatic lag of about 2 decades is well recognized between the highly correlated length of day and magnetic signals, indicating the coupling system is complicated, not simply at the core mantle boundary. The complicated coupling and resonating system may indeed involve the inner core. So it says coupling all throughout it. Coupling, of course, may mean that they move together. So yeah.
We're just waiting for our apologies from all these articles that got it wrong, and then we'll be good.
Man. But I apologize to Coach, he was right.
Doesn't it have any reference?
So they can't model or predict. Oh, my bad. Go
Does
ahead.
it have any references to show where they're getting all of this data from? Does it point out a specific professor who's done any of these
There's the
measurements.
PDF. I just dropped it.
Yeah, so they don't have any model or any predictions of what the core is going to do or anything.
They're just looking at seismic activity and bullshitting. But this is what I'm saying. Like, how is this helping that the Earth supposedly spins faster now? So I guess by oscillating, and it says acting like a swing and oscillating. So I guess what it means is, like, in relation to the Earth, like motion being relative. Like, say we're both sprinting 100 miles per hour. Like, well, like we're not moving in relation to each other, right?
Yeah, are they saying well, they're not saying the core stopped rotating. I don't know.
They're saying that the
If the
core
core was
stopped, quote unquote, relative to the surface. Meaning, like,
there's
there's a
another way it could-
differential rotation. Like, okay. So, like, the Earth's core moves, and the surface moves independent of the Earth's core, but it's all moving in the same direction, right? And then when it says it stops, it means that the core got into lockstep with the surface, so it's like it's all moving together, so there's no differential rotation. And then when it keeps slowing down, it's going to be basically like, if you were to look at it, it's going to look like it was moving the other way because you're spinning around it while it's slowing down. It's moving slower than you, so it's going to look like it's moving the other way. So it means stopped as in stopped moving relative to the surface. And it's all pseudoscience. It's just based on seismic activity, but their seismic activity is kind of coming back to bite them. So I don't see how this is going to help. This directly contradicts that the Earth is speeding up.
Yeah, I can't see a connection, like why it would affect it at all. Just seems like absolute pseudoscience. I don't know how you could get anything from the core's spin.
Well, here's what they say straight up. We use geophysical inference methods to infer the Earth's internal properties, and caution must be exercised until multidisciplinary findings confirm our hypotheses and conceptual frameworks. You can think of seismologists like medical doctors who study the internal organs of patients' bodies using imperfect or limited equipment. So despite progress, our image of the inner Earth is still blurry, and we are still in the discovery stage.
They act like they have a gigantic X-ray machine.
Well, that's how people talk about it in here. Yeah, they try to say that seismic activity proves the globe.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, after they were wrong every level with the Russian borehole thing, you figure they would have reevaluated some of their methods with the seismic waves.
See, if I'm trying to make a video, an illustration. This is really bad for the geodynamo as well, for like the geomagnetic field and stuff. And for the convection currents and yeah. Like the fact they're not perfectly lined up has always been a problem. But like the fact that it's like, like now going slower in the center, I don't even see how that makes any sense. I mean, we would have to be seeing like directly proportionate fluctuations with the magnetic field, which they're going to try to tie it in, of course. So. All right, this depiction I'm about to make is going to help visualize it.
Help visualize what exactly?
That what they're claiming by meaning stopping or slowing down. Or going the opposite way.
Oh yeah. Are you 100% sure after reading that last article that you were wrong about it?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Like pretty sure.
That's just insane. Like how many articles you went to and it read exactly what it said. It's spinning in the opposite direction. You figure
Yeah,
they
like every one of them.
Earth spin, you know?
Yeah, one even point blank said like that it was moving westwardly and then it changes direction and goes east.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really weird.
I think they're editing it real time.
And like if it does move in lockstep with Earth spin, does that mean there's no actual action happening in the core? You know what I mean? Or is it truly independent and it's something is actually happening to cause it to move in lockstep? Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Like I still like I understand that possibly they're talking about the core's movement in relation to Earth spin. However, I thought we read earlier that they were like independent of each other.
No, they do. It's like it's saying that they do, but they don't. Like that they're coupled together, but that it's complicated coupling, and so like they all move in the same with the same momentum, but that the core like slows down and speeds up, so it oscillates back and forth relative to the surface like a swing.
Yeah, that's really weird because you figure if there was nothing happening in the core, no, weird magnetic whatever, then it would just spin in lockstep with the Earth. So it's kind of weird when they say that it slows or speeds up. I don't know. It just seems odd. Like I understand what they're saying. It just seems like they could never know that in a million years.
Of course not.
Do you know what the claim is? What's it like what they see in the seismic waves that allows them to say, "Oh, it's spinning slightly faster than Earth rotation."
So basically, it's that the seismic activity like is significantly like slowed down. Like that basically is like leveled off, and that's what showed that it wasn't moving anymore. So obviously the inverse would be true. More activity meaning it moves faster. But no, like the specifics, not really. No, I can try to look real fast. So okay. So basically, it's like waveform doublets, which are repeating earthquakes with nearly identical waveforms at common receivers. And so when you have them like the waveforms look like they're identical, they're saying that means that there's no difference in the spin and the spin of the Earth. Basically, the wave patterns of the earthquakes when they're reoccurring and matching, then they're like, oh, this is evidence that it's actually like spinning perfectly with the surface, or quote unquote stopped. And so obviously then when they're, I guess so whenever, I don't know outside of that, because I don't know which one would differentiate faster and slower, right? Like, so if it's like the wave patterns are moving together, that means it's not moving. So say the wave patterns are obviously not moving together, so you have like a higher difference. I don't know how one would be determined. How would you differentiate between faster, and slower? I don't know. Okay, so basically, if you draw waves, let's see if I'll draw them. Or I'll draw this picture again. All right. So you see the gap in the wave form there? Like there's a gap between those two like wave lines there. It's like, imagine if you take that line and you move it back and forth over the other one. Right? So it's like when they're all lined up, they're saying it's because the core's not moving. And then when it moves, let's say to the left, let's just say like moves to the left, then the core is speeding up. Move to the right, it's slowing down. It's based on how the waveform of the earthquakes overlap. Science.
Hey Witzel, you know what I find fascinating about this video?
What?
When you look at the white circle above, in the very moment where it's going to change from one position going upwards, like spinning backwards, you know, you can see that this white thing on the top is like moving with it, and you see this white, like this light little stripes in it, as if it's like showing where the cables would go. Like if you draw lines from there to all the positions of the craft, you can actually make out a rough determination of where the cables would have been attached on. And you can be sure that's probably from the cables because it literally moves. This white little circuit moves with the craft.
Yo,
like
but
101.
But hey, man, but where's that footage from?
That footage is from NASA.
Oh, great! Looks like someone played it out with puppets.
What?
It looks like a puppet play to me. You know, so spacey and sciencey, but looks like a puppet play.
Yeah, because it is on strings, like back in the days they used little toys, so to say, like little they built
Yeah,
little models.
yeah, sure. We in Germany have this evening TV show for kids. It's called The Sandman, and it kind of looks like that.
Wie der Sandmann.
Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, whoa. What is this white? You're talking about this white thing at the top? Like when it moves, the craft moves.
Yes.
What is that? It's actually in the footage? That white thing's in the NASA footage?
Yes.
Yeah, that's wild,
Do
man.
you see how they're like the cable, like I don't know how to explain it. You see the
So have you tried to
mechan-
contrast this?
No, not yet.
So whenever this thing spins, the craft spins, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, and you can see it, for example, when they shoot from a different perspective. Let's say they shoot from a perspective
Oh, you can see
where,
the wire.
yeah.
Like if you go to 39 seconds and you look real carefully between the craft and the thing, you can see the wire connecting them.
At 39, like?
Yeah, yeah. Like go to 38. 38's perfect. You can see it plain as day.
$38. Haven't
Can you
seen that.
screenshot it though?
There's a screenshot. Look at the top.
All right.
What the? Yo, can I get the actual NASA file? Because this is crazy.
Yes, of course.
Whoa, you can literally see. Yeah.
The funny thing is with this white circle, right? You see it also in other Apollo shots when they say. And by the way, I've looked at other Apollo missions, and it's literally the same video, just in a
I really
different
can't
perspective.
make up that cable though.
Do you
Or
see the
screen.
cable?
No, I can't make it out.
Okay, like, yeah, well, you see the white circle at the top?
Sure.
Okay, now go to like the middle of that circle and go down. You see that little white thin cable? Like, okay, just if you have the video, go to the video, go to like 37 seconds. 37 seconds, you can see it. I don't know. What is that? The wire on it?
I think what is even more fascinating is at 18 seconds or 17 seconds when you see this white circle coming in, and you see these wires
Yeah,
on
that's
this.
pretty strange, man. I don't know what that fucking shit is on the top middle there.
Yeah, maybe that's the foot. I don't know. 18 seconds. Let's see.
In the right second where it like is being lifted backwards, when it spins backwards, you see how the white circle
Very good.
at 19 seconds. Do you see how the white circle goes upwards it? In the right moment it spins backwards. It's like,
Yeah, as soon as it changes direction, the craft moves.
yes.
Yeah, and you can kind of see a glimmer in the middle of the screen of a string.
Yeah, that is 100% proof that the image cannot be authentic. It makes no sense. Okay, let me send you the original from where I have it, from where I got the video from. By the way,
Yo,
a
it's
fellow
like, I guess I'll just
German.
say this is like something in the film though, right? Like, I don't know. You can see like a white flash, like a glimmer off a string.
Yeah, you see it in many of these videos. You know, the weird thing is if you have a different perspective, this white thingy is like on the bottom, for example. Wait, just give me 1 second. I will find it. Oh, here it is. Oh no, it's the wrong one. I mean, I sped it up a bit, by the way, you know. But it's even better if you look at it in normal speed, because then you can even see more of the trickery. Here you go. I timestamped
I
it.
mean, you know, like some really like obvious mistake which might slip in, like a wire. You know, I think would be really would be cautiously avoiding this kind of really simple mistake. I hope, at least, you know, but
The
I
thing
don't
is,
know.
this is remastered footage. You know, the original wouldn't be playing in 4K. Someone probably, you know, already made it look better than the original, and no one would have expected in the future that someone would do this, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And
that's like one thought of me as well, because I just think, like, from the production possibilities back like in '69, you know, in relation to now, the stuff has evolved like massively, you know. So if you like use the top of the notch technology in '69, you won't like know what kind of crazy stuff you will have like 50 years from that, you know. And so if even if they use their top level production tools back then, these are so outdated like today, and this is why it looks like that crappy, man.
yeah, exactly.
Looks like a model. It looks like a model from a hobby shop.
It looks like they consulted Lucas Arts.
Yeah, it just looks like the typical you know, technique of a special effects you had back in the days. That's all, you know. I mean, it doesn't even look bad, you know. For the time being, it's great special
Yeah,
effects, but it's not
what I'm
real.
trying to say, right? Exactly, man.
So, you know, what I'm going to do now is draw red lines from these gray lines, and you can determine where the cables would have attached.
I mean, one way to avoid cables at all would be to just make a stop motion clip, right? So if they just capture single photos, really lots of single photos, you can then just make a really fluid footage after that by just, you know, shooting the pictures. This way you would avoid hanging the stuff on cables. And I think this would be like the procedure back then in the days, like making a stop motion clip.
They're just gonna say this isn't real. I want the
Huh?
actual NASA file. Yeah. Kojo's
Do you
already
have
saying
the
he doesn't trust it.
Do you have the ability to put that video into like a negative video format?
Sure.
That would be cool. It might be more obvious then.
I mean, if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, you can also do it yourself by using your NVIDIA settings.
Do it on your iPhone.
Oh yeah, on an iPhone, easy as well.
Dude, if this is real, it's insane. What is that white thing above it supposed to be, and why is the ship moving when it moves?
Yeah, it's like you.
Do
But
you
do you
see how
see these
clunky it's
gray?
moving? It looks like it's just so.
Do you see these like cable-looking Masonic symbol? Like, I mean, it almost looks like a Masonic symbol. You have these
Where?
gray. gray cables and they're pointing in the direction of the craft, and this white thing moves exactly with the craft. It can be nothing more than, you know, showing that it's being
This is
moved
the
by cables.
dumbest. This is the dumbest looking thing I've ever seen, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for posting that, Clay. I appreciate it.
I'm now dedicating myself to watching way more footage, because if this is just a random YouTube video in 4K, just imagine how much footage we have not looked into that looks maybe worse than this.
Yeah, I think it's quite uncomfortable to research the footage, as the NASA pages where the footage is on are like really bad from their structure, and it's really messy. It's not like that you get a good list of all the footage. You have to like really pass down all the things individually.
Can you tell me
footage.
what that craft is? What's it supposed to be? When it was? What is it all about?
It's about
This
faking
is Apollo 11, 1969, when they landed and walked on the moon.
And this is the craft coming back and joining to the spacecraft.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's where the two astronauts are in, I think.
I'm exporting the one Kosho gave me at 4x. So did you see the one Kosho dropped also?
Hey, Essig, where are you from in Germany?
Northern Germany, near Hamburg.
Ah, okay. Da oben. Also nicht da oben.
Do you like hamburgers?
Kosho, I want you to know if this is real.
I was trying to speed it up too. I think this other one, I think the one I posted looks real.
I'm taking the one that you posted and I'm speeding it up to see it.
Which one did Kosher I
mean, I don't
I'll
think
drop
that
it
looks
again.
real as well. So
That's the one Kosho posted.
Ah, thank you. Which one is this up? Also Apollo 11. Okay. Oh, the music, man. The music. Instant mute.
This doesn't actually even say which one. It has the video source though.
This one is tampered with. I have seen the same footage, and you see also the white circle. One second, I sent you the same footage. This one, they have cropped out the white circle in this one.
Oh, this is Apollo 11.
Yeah, I know, but the one that Kosher sent you, where he says it looks more realistic, they cropped out the white circle.
Well,
There
it's
is
different.
one I've. No,
It's a
no,
different
there is.
landing. Sorry, do you have another one of Apollo 11 that shows the white circle?
Yes, that shows a white circle with this one. Yes.
With the
Give me a
Apollo 11,
sec.
that's what I want. Yeah. I think that to the masses, if we expose the moon landing, it'll do a lot of good. And then expose heliocentrism, and then expose the speed of light, expose the magnetic field. We just got to come from a totally different angle in 2023. I don't want to talk about the horizon anymore. You know, for a lot of us, it resonated like I went outside, I saw mountains 300 miles away. I'm not an insane person. I don't think that there's a magical rate of refraction that always makes the globe look flat. But, you know, some people, I just want to blow it out of the water. I'm tired of it. I think we should fully expose this freaking. I guess, and we have a lot of work to build off of, right, with the moon landing. So, I will say, I posted it. I think Coach may have watched it. I posted it. I saw a National Geographic documentary on the Apollo missions, and dude, they make it very convincing. And then they have you asking yourself, like, do these astronauts really believe it happened? Like, it's a very convincing documentary. I think that some of them like really believe it. Like the ones that didn't get out of the ship, I don't know why they would have to tell them about it, because Gene Kranz himself says like our simulations were so good that no one would know that it was fake. And another Apollo astronaut said the same thing. A couple of those people I can tell like would lie, and I think it's super suspect that Neil Armstrong's like only talked publicly twice. When they claim that, because he's the one that would have all this like firsthand, I had to manually fly the module for like a few minutes by myself with no data, because officially NASA says they do have to account for the declining out of orbit and the rotation, but that's all factored into the computer. But then he had to fly it manually because the navigation system went down. So and then they never publicly released how long he manually flew it or what he did or his maneuvers or any documentation of it. And that's what I want to see. I want to see how you can't just visually look at the moon and account for all that. And I want to know how that dude freaking landed the module on the thing. Why can't we ask him about it? Why is this dude why did this dude never like publicly speak? Here, I can drop.
It's also in the same video I sent it. You can see the white thingy on the top again, and you also see a white thingy on the bottom. And I
Oh,
wonder
yeah.
what at the end of it, this weird little, like when you see the fake Earth coming in and he moves the camera a bit, you have this weird little thing coming in. I just don't know what it is and why it cuts off there.
This is a big file to download.
Yeah, it's 4K, I guess.
I don't even know. I don't even know how that simulation question could even be asked. I mean, like, if they're sitting in one spot and they're taking off in a rocket, and then they come out of a capsule in the middle of the ocean, how the fuck did they get to the middle of the ocean without knowing it?
No, that's true. That's true. Like they would have to do some it gets real complicated if you're gonna claim like they freaking like put them in a simulation, MK ultra'd them, put them on a plane, dropped them out of a plane. You know, I don't know why that they would have had to know. So they're like, well, they're just like trained liars, or they're under hypnosis and believe it. Because when you watch the documentary, it's definitely created in such a way that you don't question if it's real or not. You just get caught up in the story, and then they have all the astronauts like giving their testimony.
That's what I was going to say, because I saw it. You probably weren't here, but I came back and I said thanks for posting that, actually, because people were making fun of me, but I actually did get moved. I was moved during that part. So I watched that scene. And it just reminded me like the whole story and everything. And yeah, they do work it up a bit. Yeah.
Well, yeah, just pay attention to the music. I'm so detached from like media now that I like always pay attention like the media, the music alone. If you watch that same documentary without the music, it'd be a totally different experience. But yeah, they're talking about. I mean, so there are definitely parts where they don't look very trustworthy. They dart their eyes around and they kind of stutter and they tell the story like they're reading a script. But there are definitely parts in there where like they speak about it like they're not trying to convince anyone, and then that makes you like subconsciously think they're telling the truth, you know. And they even show where the Gus Grissom got blown up. I will say, so I was talking to Kai about it. I'm like, so the script they wrote is very impressive. Like it's very smart. So they say they landed on the moon. They did a couple more things, and then they had like this scare where they had to rush the astronauts back because they had like engine failures and stuff, right? So they couldn't complete the mission. They had to abort and come back home. And so then they pulled the funding for the Apollo programs in Congress. So it's like this perfect little narrative where it's like, well, we did what we had to do. Now we're realizing this is way too dangerous, and that kind of like justifies like not continuing to do it. That's how I look at it. Of course, the other side would just say they really almost died and they already accomplished what they had to, and they even give like a cover story in that thing. It's a 99. I think that documentary is from 99, 30 years after, and it's like if you look at any major explorative accomplishment in history, it's usually separated by 100 or 200 years, and we're only at 30 years after. So it's really kind of commonplace that you do it and then you just take a break. That's the astronauts' reasoning. I'm gonna drop the video. What's
Have
up?
you ever seen a video that shows you wind on the moon? where the astronaut is pushing air and the flag starts moving. Here, I'm posting it. He's running
windy that day.
next to the flag, and then his flag starts moving.
Wow, what a coincidence.
Yeah, right. And what the apologists for the globe say?
I thought it was
It is
supposedly
because
that when they put the flag down, that they moved it, and since there's no atmosphere, it keeps moving.
no, they say with this video that I posted, they say it's static, like
Whoa.
electromagnetic,
Like static electricity, yeah.
yeah. It's unbelievable.
That's definitely their
Like,
best answer.
there's so
Oh,
much
you know, we've
apologies
actually
coming.
caught I mean, dude, NASA 100% fakes shit and is lying, like 100%. They make a video where the astronaut turns his head. I want to hear the apologist's explanation for that. There's a video where the dude's out in space and he turns his head in the spacesuit.
Gemini.
Yeah, now we can't do that anymore. Now our astronauts' suits can't move anymore. So how'd the
Yeah.
dude turn his head?
Well, it was just a stop motion animation, so that's answered easily.
What is the answer?
It was just a stop motion animation.
Can't hear you.
Yeah. He says it was just a stop motion animation.
But no, his head moves separate from his body, bro. I mean, that is.
Yeah, right. It's just poorly fake. It's the stop motion animation.
I just
Yeah.
posted. I'm trying to post a video where I sped it up 4x, Coach Joe's video 4x, but it's 500 megabits. I don't know if it's gonna post or. And then I posted that bloopers from space, top 25 of all time, and it's pretty epic. There's some in here I didn't even know about. And he also shows, did you guys, most people never think about this, one way you could easily fake this whole like flying around in space thing is just film them from the top down. And he shows a movie studio where they have this long corridor where people are walking and they're being taped from the top down so that when they move around from side to side, it looks like they're like floating. It's a trip. Like you can totally trick someone's mind by
Yes.
taping top down. Yeah.
Again, the problem is with most globers, they need to look in the special effects of back in the days and also nowadays. What is all possible within movies? It's so easy to trick your mind. If you don't understand how the technique works, if you don't understand the magician's trick, okay, because it is literally like kind of like magic, right? Especially back in the days, you will be easily fooled.
Yeah.
That's the problem, and most globals just lack knowledge regarding this.
I just think it would make sense. Like, okay. I think that the astronauts may kind of know that they're in on it, but I think that they, like, because they think it's for like America, like patriotism. But I think that they probably did something to help them out. Like they put them in this really like realistic simulation and had them actually act it out. Where that when they tell the story, they're like recalling an actual memory. That way that they don't mess their story up and stuff. It has to be something like that, dude, because I'm I was watching their body language pretty well, like pretty intently.
I mean, man, they just did. I think if someone is closely to the teachings of a very famous Satanist like Alistair Crowley, and they're even in the same lodge, Scottish Rites, then it's no wonder that for them it's like, I think, like a mission of deception.
Dude, every time that little white thing moves, the ship moves.
Yes,
Kosho, you should go. You should
that's
go
what I'm
to
saying,
his.
man.
Dude, he timestamped that video of Apollo 11, so it's the same footage that you posted. And look how that little white piece that's also in the raw Apollo 11 or 12. It's not in your video. It was like taken out.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's weird as hell, dude.
I think there's a really, really good explanation for that. and the explanation will be sufficient enough and satisfactorily enough to prove that everything is real, right? And we just don't understand, I guess.
Yeah, we don't understand it for sure. But I'm just saying it, dude. Okay, so if you go to the 32:15 of the video that he posted, just like in the other one, just watch the white thing at the top of the screen and you'll see it move. And shortly after, the ship moves. Every time it moves, the ship moves.
Well, let me see.
Yeah, I mean that's what you would kind of expect, right? If you understood it, that's what you would expect, I guess.
Go to like 32:12 actually, and you'll see this little white thing at the top, and like it'll spin around, and then the ship spins around.
Yeah, like in every authentic footage, right? There's this white thing in every footage, and it just spins around. Like this is how you make out legit footage, right? By this white thing which spins. I always look at that to make out that footage is legit.
You know what? Even mind boggles me more
marionette.
with it. Every SpaceX footage you have now with a vehicle moving or other new footage, new space footage where vehicles are moving with these little thrusts on the side, right? That they use for movement. You see like white flashes coming out. Like you see how the gas of the thrust is coming out. But in the Apollo mission, the things are just magically moving as if there's nothing coming out of these thrusters, these little things. Can anyone who is space some kind of magic place where just now
No. It's just really complicated, It's just hard to understand the physics of space, And because you just don't understand them, you think it's fake, right?
Right.
Right.
Why did they take the white thing out of the footage? That's what I want to know. If there's
Yeah,
some normal
because to avoid
explanation, then
confusion, to avoid confusion, obviously. It's just not questionable that it is there. It's just they avoided the confusion which springs from that thing. Although I already explained that it's just an indication of legit footage. And to avoid that confusion, they cropped it out. Easy.
I'll be honest, this one does look kind of weird.
Well, it's like the Apollo 17 footage when they zoom out and scroll or pan upwards when it takes off. It was like a miracle that they were able to time that out perfectly. But for some reason, in all the recent Apollo 17 footage that NASA puts out, they specifically put out like a really washed out version of that footage without the pan out and zoom out, or the zoom out and pan up. And it's like, if that was such a great feat to get that perfect pan upwards and that perfect zoom out, like why are you suddenly hiding this golden footage from all of us?
yeah, that's a trip.
The craft moving in this one is not what gets me. It's the space. It just looks so weird.
know why it looks so weird? Because it's so real.
You know it's real because it looks so weird.
I see some of the thrusters though.
Dude, as soon as that white thing moves, it's about a half a second to a second, then the craft moves every time. You know
Almost like
when
a
the craft's going to
marionette.
move every time.
It almost seems like a marionette or something. Like it's like they're like twisting some strings, and then the strings are untwisting down there or something.
Yeah, that's such a trip, dude.
Some kind of mechanical control.
You know what's
Oh,
funny?
what's the official explanation?
You know what's funny? They used the same footage in Apollo 12. And 1 second.
These are like kind of like a life-size model in a room with a backdrop on some strings.
Yes, nothing more, nothing less. It's this old technology that has been lost. More filmmaking. The weird thing is, the exact same video you're looking at right now with it, Here, the exact same video is being used in Apollo 12 missions. So not only that are they recycling videos, but they just once filmed everything and then just put out clips for each new mission. Can you see that the satellite dish on Apollo 12 mission is moving in a second? They just turned around the footage. So it looks like new footage even though it's the same footage.
Wait, what's up?
The video I posted is supposedly Apollo 12 footage. And I put it as timestamp in it. You see the satellite thing moving exact same time as it does in the other video. The only thing that they did is they turned the video upside down. It's the same footage. And they made it a bit slower.
Wow, yeah, it's a little slower. I wonder if you could slow the other one down and invert it and improve it.
I mean, the satellite is just doing the exact same thing again.
I'm
And I
gonna
think
do
even okay, do that, man. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's the second take that they did. It's definitely slower. Why is it so much slower than the other one? Is my question.
That is a trip, yeah. Why would it pop out slower? What's the official explanation for why it pops out anyway?
I don't know, man. I think meteorites, small meteorites, as far as I know. Yes, that's what the guy I think in your 25 bloopers say. That they say it's a small meteorite.
Oh, did you watch that video?
Yes.
It's good.
Yes.
He shows like the person that's faking space moving the pin around. So there's some dude at his house is able to like take the pin, make it float, spin it around, push it away. They can never do it with billions of dollars though.
He has showed some glitches on the ISS I haven't seen before.
Yeah, same.
By the way, Witzel, you wanna know another fun fact that I found out? You know how the toilet on the ISS costs 12 million or something?
Yeah.
Let me show you the high-tech device they use to press down the stuff in their container. You know, where they put all their poo in. It's a very high-tech device. Look.
I seriously think I may move to Florida, and one of my primary reasons is to be close to NASA and go visit the astronauts frequently on the days that they're speaking and just ask them like really simple questions about their missions.
Do you see what they use as to and the thing is, the only video where I can find this thing that they use to push down the poo and he puts it back into the corner, right? Casually. This is the only video where I can find this thing that he used for stepping the poo. Stab auf Englisch.
You know what's so
rod,
funny
you
is I had
know.
a friend. He was an atheist. He's like
One second
longtime
with
best
it.
friend. Good.
All the other videos where they don't show how it like really functions, the toilet, you don't see this rod in the corner. So for the only take they had for like faking this footage of showing how the toilet works and pressing stuff down with these handles that he just demounted from the wall, just shows you that it's fake, you know, that it normally isn't even there to push anything down. So why is it only there for this one video? And why do you have $12 million toilet and you use a handlebar from the side as if no one thought about this on the ground? Like, we need some mechanism to push down the poo. Like, come on, man, this is so trash.
It's really bad. Yeah, no,
Anyways,
that's
sorry,
crazy. That's crazy, Clay. I immediately recognized what you're talking about with that. It's clearly them using what was nearby to film that footage. It's pretty lazy, really. Weird.
Anyways, Richard, you want to say something? I just wanted to put that out.
Yeah, my friend, my longtime best friend, He was an atheist, and we like believed in aliens and stuff when we were like young. And I told him about flat Earth, and you know, he couldn't get it. Like he had a girlfriend that was not very smart, but was really loud, so she just made it terrible to talk about. But anyway, he would come over, we'd chill. I'd back when I smoke, we'd smoke, and I would tell him different stuff whenever he'd bring it up. And one day we sat down, we just watched a bunch of like NASA glitches and stuff. And dude, he was just like blown away. Like he couldn't let go of the globe. He had not even fully researched it. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. But he couldn't convince himself that NASA wasn't faking stuff. And and that's like a glober atheist, doesn't want to even look into flat Earth. Like once he looked at the videos of NASA, he was like, he had to admit, like, this like they're faking stuff.
I have close friends that definitely question everything about NASA, but they are afraid. They basically just refuse to think about it any critically more than that.
Yep. Like most people will say, I don't trust NASA at all, but the Earth's a ball. People that come in here though, they're like, they think everything NASA ever did was legit.
That's the weirdest position.
It's insane. It's like the same. Well, these are the same. A lot of the people, like a lot of the ballers, dude, that come in here, like they'll defend Gulf of Tonkin. So they came out and admitted that we blew up our own ship and stuff, but they have a cover story, right? They're like, they got intel they were about to attack, or they're not sure if they got attacked or not, and well, it was because they had to get tactical positioning, and that was the moment they needed to. They'll literally try to sell you that story and cover for the government for Gulf of Tonkin, dude. So it's like, of course they defend, NASA, bro. Like they defend the military.
You know what the most sad thing about all this is? I get comments in on this Discord, for example, from Globus saying that I am the one who is lost and that I am ridiculous not to believe NASA and the footage and the things they do. Even though I've seen like over hundreds, if not 400 incidences where they obviously manipulating, faking stuff, and I'm the stupid one for not believing it. Like what? Because I don't say that when something moves as if it's on strings and then let's say the satellite dish is flipping over as if it's hit by a meteor. Like because I'm not the apologist for everything. I'm the stupid one. Yeah, give me a break. That's crazy. Like I'm so sorry. Like at this point, I'm here for entertainment, right? This is entertaining to talk to the Globers. But I'm sorry for them actually, because they're so lost. Like, and I just wonder why they have this cognitive ability to lie to themselves. Like, it would destroy me if I would wake up every day seeing all this footage and just coming up with an apology, like with some kind of like escape mechanism. Dude, I would be feeling horrible lying to myself.
Couldn't agree more.
I can't do that. I can't lie to myself. Like I can't live on knowing that I've seen that or this footage and just cheer, yeah, NASA, wow, you're great.
No,
Dude, I would feel
wait.
so bad.
Blake, can you imagine? Can you imagine actually trying to lie to yourself to believe that they use that poo stick? That they just happened to grab something that was mounted on the wall and it became the poo stick on the ISS? Like,
yeah.
Can you actually like try to actually think about like believing that? Like the cognitive dissonance is weird.
Yes. Also, with how is the poop falling into the plastic bag? It doesn't work in space, I mean, I needed to talk about this. I didn't want to make a disgusting conversation or anything, but it needs to be spoken out. There's no suction for the actual business that you're doing. How is it falling to the plastic bag? Like it must be always a mess up there, Everything is so inconsistent. Just don't understand the anti-flat earthers, especially that most of them looked through all the footage. I'm just sorry for them, you know.
It's very crazy. Yeah, like they can't even say that they've seen some stuff that they think NASA fake, or I don't know.
Yeah. I think the most scariest one is Fight the Flat Earth, man. He is like a maniac for apologizing for things.
The atmosphere spins with the earth. The atmosphere spins with the earth.
Oh, he's definitely grabbing your pocket. He's definitely grabbing the pocket. No, there's no string.
Grabbing his pocket.
Like
That's
he has
crazy.
I mean, I must admit, he's a showman, right? He has the ability to say something as if he is right, to make his audience with a very low IQ, probably not all of them, but I guess most of them. He has this what a good moderator. I mean, he's not a good moderator, but he has this ability, like most moderators on TV have, to kind of say something that has no meaning and is completely empty words, which but still make it look like, as a magician's trick, as if he's right with what he's saying, right? In a very
Yeah, I mean, MC Toon's really good at that as well.
yeah. It's literally like you can learn this, right? It's literally a deceptive speak.
Yeah, rhetorics training basically.
Yeah. And they
I mean, I would say
mastered it.
MC Toon is, yeah. No, you're right. He's good at it. FTF, he's good at it, but like, it's even more like at least FTFV is like bad at communicating. He interrupts people, and like his
Yeah.
lowbrow audience, I'm sure they like it, but like as far as someone that's actually looking skeptically and trying to find like an honest debate, like it really doesn't do him any good for that. But yeah, I would say like MC Toon is like better at it because he actually tries to be your friend. He actually tries to, have some repertoire with you before he'll start doing weird smarmy stuff.
But with MC2, man, I think this guy is literally like a like look at his background, man. Like it's literally like as if he's from some kind of NASA shield team, and he has like a little studio in a garage or home or whatnot. And, like look at the background of his videos. That's like literally a professional themed studio background, you know, with like these rockets and the telemetry data or whatever that is on the wall with these like it all looks like a studio set that he's sitting in front of.
Yeah, even if it's not a studio set, it just frames the mindset of the audience kind of into this, yeah, it must be real stuff, right?
Yes, exactly. Just look at his background, man.
I think people that are actually like going to think critically and judge things, it's like you kind of have to. We really do have to nail. We have to like hammer on the NASA thing because I think it really is the thing that like kind of wakes people. People don't want to dig into it, and they know there's something fishy there, but they don't want to dig into it. They kind of need it shoved in their face. They need to like really, really have it like abundantly shoved in their face so that they can like really register that every time. Like it needs to be a thing where every time they see the word NASA or they see anything from space, that they immediately think of like all the crazy stuff they've seen, so that they can at least have that red flag.
Yo, Clay.
Yes.
You know the white thing you were talking about, the floaty thing?
Yeah.
Look at the end. I'm gonna post the video. Look at the very end. It like comes more into screen, and it looks like the moon. Like it looks like I don't know. Check it out real quick. Ready? I'm post it.
Mm-hmm. See, one more thing I also noticed is within the flat Earth community, I think many people have kind of like set back without like having or wanting to look through all the imagery. If all flat earthers, especially also on Discord, would just take like 2 hours every day or like 1 hour or half an hour looking through all NASA footage, we would find way more stuff, right? I think some people just got used to just, watching some channels that are the ones who find everything, if that makes sense.
I just posted 2 screenshots.
Oh,
What is that?
oh, you're right, man.
How weird is that?
What the fuck, man? From which timestamp is this?
It's like a second layer of the moon coming in. Now I know what this gray thing is. It's a messed up layer. That's amazing, dude, that you found this.
What is that?
Dude, how weird is that?
It looks exactly like the moon texture, man.
Yeah. I guess they had technology way before us or something, because that does look like a layer.
Holy shit, man! What's that?
It looks like a moon layer. Like it has the same grayish color and the same yeah. That's insane, man.
Some of these videos have the white thing at the bottom of the view of the camera too. It's really weird.
I can tell you, man, the ability of special effects that they already had back in the days was huge. Like there was a tremendous things possible, and you can't imagine to what scale what they used to make all this to look legit. For example, for the moon landing to have the right speed of slowed down footage, they would play the footage on some kind of projector, and that projector would project it for another camera with that camera with a different kind of capture speed. They would film this projector, putting it right into the lens of the other camera to have a different speed. Like the ability of tricks is insane. It really is. You can't even imagine.
But from what we just found, this gray or this central gray thing you mentioned before, Clay, right? I mean, wouldn't that be in a way? I just posted a screenshot as well. Wouldn't that be just the rest of this moon layer sticking down in the other frame?
Yeah. Yes.
What the hell, man?
It shows it that it's a edited footage, that it's not natural. Like,
dude.
Yeah, that's literally a different moonlight. Yes. It's insane, dude. Right before the footage ends, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they worked with multiple layers. What I can imagine is that they filmed this vehicle moving in front of a plex like complete like plaque wall, right? And put lights on it, and then the moon on the ground is a separated image film that just shows a model of the moon like spinning and moving, right? And they put two clips together because it also makes it easier to get rid of the wires, when you have this black background. And they projected this one image above the other, and at the end you have like a clipping fail, because coincidentally it's at the end where the footage ends. But still, we would need to really go deep into the area of special effects back in the days to really sort that out. But
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, there is this kind of gray rest which sticks into the frame. But look at the video you initially posted. I just reposted it. This streamable clip. It's just that if you look at the satellite on top of the vehicle, as soon as it leaves the bottom corner of the
Yeah, I'm
frame,
seeing it.
it sticks out in the top.
Yeah.
It comes out at the top again. Yeah. So this might explain that there's a kind of frame overlap, and that stuff which leaves the bottom frame comes in again at the top.
Right.
Because the moment the satellite dish leaves the frame, it comes out at the top, right? And back then it re-enters and leaves the top. Yeah.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I mean, if I could just maybe say, okay, it's because of the other vehicle they filmed out of, that would be an acceptable idea. But no matter what, everything else is just purely fake. Like, obviously, there's nothing you can say against it. Only people who are intellectually dishonest would say there's nothing wrong with all this, what we're showing.
Yeah, that looks so insanely fake. It's crazy.
By the way, Witsit, this
Yeah, what's up?
top 25 glitches or whatever from this one guy, where he mentions why the ISS is actually built like a tube that would perfectly fit in a Boeing 747 or even a smaller airplane, right? In comparison to the thing that got
Skylab.
the Skylab, that was a huge room, And he's right, man. I mean, why suddenly the shift, to building a very small room? I mean, in space you have so much space. Why not just sending 2 rockets and build one big room like they did with Skylab?
Yeah, no, I was trying to figure out how they pulled it off with that big of a room. I think they maybe did some zero G plans with like a flights with a bigger plane, and it's probably much more difficult to do that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's probably just.
But they have an official narrative. I'm sure it's like because they claimed that they're very smart with all of it. So it's like, okay, this is kind of hard to fake. So we'll tell them that there's some like emergency and things aren't working out. We have to bring it down. That didn't work out. So then we can update the schematics and the blueprint so that we're able to keep it up there longer. They said Skylab didn't work, right? Like they had to take it down.
Yeah, but
Yes.
the size of Skylab even is still way than enough to fit in a transport plane. Let's say a
Yeah.
Globemaster, for example. Like the military had planes that were think about the size of military planes that you already have back in the days. 1973. Let me see.
Thanks for the input, guys. I really appreciate it. Nice conversation today. Really good. Really fruitful thoughts.
Hey, no problem, man. I appreciate you, my German fellow friend.
Yeah.
Hamburger. Aus dem Norden kommt der junge Mann.
Ja,
Clay,
um genau zu sein, aus Kiel. Also.
Ich komme aus Rheinland-Pfalz. Rhineland Palestine. Oh yeah, see the C-15 Galaxy first flight in June 1968. And I can imagine to have such an airplane in use is way more expensive as a studio set as with using smaller tubular aircraft. And look what you can fit into it. It's
huge,
insanely
yeah.
huge. Yeah. You can literally fit multiple tanks into it.
Oh yeah, interesting topic for the Germans nowadays, right? So let's just get a plane and fill in some tanks and fly them out, right?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But don't worry, man. There will never be like a bomb from Putin or what. It's all games, man.
Yeah, exactly, man.
You know, once you're a flat earther, you know that Putin is not an enemy, and it's just all their fear games, you know, fear mongering. Don't worry, man. And atomic bombs are fake anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that, but I'm very, very convinced that the Japan attacks weren't nuclear weapons.
I can show you a video, man, of a guy eating.
Yeah, I know that. Galen Windsor.
Okay.
Yeah, I know about that. I watched his presentations at everything. There's also a pretty recent book, like from 2020, which reinvestigates from kind of all the data, the Hiroshima and Nagasaki attacks on Japan, and it's quite backed up from a big variety of chemists and physicists and even historians, and in a way they all conclude that there were no nuclear weapons utilized at that event. So I mean, if you just put it in context and look at what you just said before, like the fear mechanism, you can induce the fear in the people. I mean, what would be a bigger fear and control mechanism than the all-destroying, world-destroying bomb, right? So if you get the people the impression that they can die in like every moment that someone pushes a red button, right? This is kind of how you live out your power, right? So if all people are confused and don't know, I mean, they are confused about their genders, right? So would you like to control a group of people who are confused about their genders and think nuclear weapons are real, or like some critically thinking people who know about all your kind of tries to confuse them, right?
Right.
People haven't been afraid of nuclear weapons for like years, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm kind of talking about the general
The general
mainstream media
population
consumers,
hasn't
right?
been afraid since the Soviet Union fell, dude. What are you talking about?
Sorry, what?
The general population hasn't been afraid of nuclear war since the Soviet Union fell. What are you talking about?
That was a sad day for you, right? Red tape.
It was, yeah.
Well, I don't think that that is like a settled topic, because nowadays with the conflicts going on, it's kind
No
of
one thinks Russia's going to attack the EU, for example, right? No one thinks Russia is actually going to attack NATO or China, America. No one actually thinks that.
Yeah, but isn't there the fear of they call like, I guess dirty bombs aren't necessarily nukes, but people getting their hands on nuclear what do you call it? High grade nuclear material.
Yeah, but that was like a fear during like what 2001 during the whole war on terror.
Yeah.
I think it's just out of mind for most people. No one really cares.
Yeah, I think it has an impact on the mindset of a person, whether he thinks that a nuclear weapon exists or not. Definitely.
Because like even if it doesn't exist, right? They're still like intercontinental missiles, right? They could just be very big bombs, right? They don't have to be
Sure.
world destroying, but
Sure.
here's the thing: most people don't care about that because I'm going to assume most nations don't want to blow each other up.
Yeah, you might be correct. Sure, I'm just trying to point out that this
Because
kind
like
of
they could just drop bombs from a bomber plane, right? That could just happen, right?
yeah, it would be nice if I didn't get interrupted.
We'll go.
Yeah, so no one denies kind of military technology in that way. It's just that there might be a gray area in the learning process about these things when you don't really when you can't relate to some topic like a nuclear weapon, and this kind of gets mixed up with the general information you have, and then you just don't have a healthy mindset then. All this war fear and fear mechanisms, I really don't enjoy those. And here in Germany, man, from the media outlet, it's really gotten worse, man.
What do you mean? Do they actually think that Russia's going to attack NATO?
I mean, I could look up for some articles which are definitely like just war propaganda, which are just there to fear people.
Well,
Red Tape, you really don't think that these normal people aren't afraid of that?
no, most people will because there's no fucking tensions. Who the fuck's going to attack America? Who the fuck is going to attack NATO? Right? Russia can barely attack Ukraine.
Bro, to think that no one's afraid of that, though, that's weird.
Maybe
Red
if
Tape
they're
talks about
paranoid.
Russia like it's his big brother that he grew up with, like it's his buddy. He can personify them and
God, I wish. I wish
assume
they were
the
still
motive,
studying them, dude. I wish they were.
attribute them motives, and make assumptions about what they do and don't
Boomer,
want to do. And
boomer. It's obvious and plain. I don't have to be their buddy to realize this.
I just think it's interesting.
Though, when you say that people, there's no real fear of them attacking.
Instantly turning into ash.
What? Yeah, right. But what I'm saying is that I think like because there's Europeans or there's British people who are worried, but it's not really 100% that they would get attacked. I think it's also because any kind of provocation would mean that they would have to get involved. So even if they didn't attack them directly, if it keeps escalating, then eventually they'll have to jump in. To some extent that can be fearful, right?
I don't know because Russia hasn't made any moves towards NATO, right? If they attack NATO, NATO is a defensive alliance. If any member of NATO is attacked, that would mean every other member of NATO is supposed to join in the conflict. That means the United States joins into the conflict as well as France and the UK. All these people have so-called nuclear weapons. They would bomb each other to ash. This is why we didn't go to war with the Soviets, right? Because there was a fear of MAD. That is what kept the peace between the East and the West.
This is some truth, yeah.
But go ahead and just don't worry about the Antarctica. You got a peace treaty there.
You guys bring that up a lot, but I mean, technically, the United Nations is, a collection of. They've agreed to have the United Nations, right? So it's not like they can't agree on stuff and still be at odds about most other things. And I wouldn't really say. I mean, I guess it is kind of a peace treaty. Is it a peace treaty or is it just like a
Just a regular treaty, dude.
just different kind of
I don't
treaty?
think it's a peace treaty. Like there was no war over you.
Dude, Skylab is hilarious.
The C Lab 2021 was hilarious.
Now I'm just looking into the footage. It's so. I mean, what to expect, man?
I heard you guys saying that the other day. Don was saying it too. Sometimes I get the footage mixed up with what's that movie called? Space Odyssey. Because that one scene where he's like running around in that circle.
That is 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah,